Mic check, Bandit. Can you hear me? Yep, loud and clear as well. How are you doing, Bandit? Good morning. Is it morning or like midday? Nice. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I woke up like at 4 a.m. for me, and it's approaching 5 a.m., but they're running a little bit behind. What was that? Yeah, East Coast. Not too bad. Yeah, West Coast would have been way crazier. Bandit, let me share my screen. Let me know if you can see this. Share here. And you might want to mute it because I have little music playing for the starting soon screen that I threw on already. Oh, my mic is on. Good morning, Riftbounders. We are here a little bit earlier than usual, but we have a fantastic event ahead of us. It is the Grand Summoner Skirmish out there in Hof Germany, out in the Games Island local shop, an incredible location. And with me today, it is Caster Bandit. Bandit, how are we feeling today? A little earlier, as I said, than we're usually casting, aren't we?
I mean, what better way to start the day than with a healthy dose of Riftbound casting? You can't get me out of bed quicker than you did today.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a great time, and like I said, a bit different than we're used to because normally we're doing an online tournament. Today it is a paper event, very similar how we casted the nationals for China before, but this is just a big 120 plus player event out in Germany. I am beyond excited, so much so that a lot of people out there in Germany at the shop decided to make a couple predictions on who out of the over 120 players will be taking it home today. Let's try to go over them. I would imagine anyone tuning in right now is most likely EU, because if you're waking up at 5 a.m. like myself, you got to be
You're
a
a real
little
one.
bit crazy.
Also, like plus self.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, let's take it. So, if anyone's out there in Games Island, you guys might recognize some of these judges. We had a little bit of prediction. Stefan, I believe, is a judge. Shout out Stefan. Might be the head judge, I believe. He's predicting to be the winner of the tournament to be Draven Miracles, a variant. Wow, what do you think about that, Bennett? Do you think Miracle Draven is just a little bit too overtuned this set? Or is there some ways to defeat
um,
it?
I mean, we have seen ways to defeat it. Like we have seen it come out just below the top as well. However, it cannot be understated the consistency of which this deck finds success. Therefore, Stefan has a very boring prediction, but a very sound one.
Yeah, a very logical prediction as well. We'll go right down the list and then we'll throw it over to chat. Who are your predictions? Because I see someone saying Payday is going to win it. Ekin, what is Payday running? Let us know in the chat. But I believe another judge, he's also going for a little bit of a boring prediction. He's going for mid-range Draven. That's Paul. Paul, the judge out there, says mid-range Draven. Now, in your opinion, I know we talked about this a little bit before.
Hmm.
Miracle Draven or mid-range Draven? Where are we siding there?
To me personally, I think there's definitely ways to talk about both and make a case for them. Also, a very boring answer. However, in a tournament like this, where like every loss can kick you out almost, right? If you lose like more than two times, you're pretty much out of top cut. You need consistency, and mid-range Draven just does consistency a little better than Miracle Draven. The ceiling is a little lower, the floor is a little higher, and in a tournament, I prefer a lower floor
Mm-hmm.
over a higher ceiling.
I couldn't agree more. I think mid-range Draven has proven to be slightly bit more consistent. In that matchup, you would imagine that just going super wide, it would be more advantageous, but just in the most recent Las Vegas regionals, it was a Miracle Draven versus a mid-range Draven, and the mid-range Draven did pull out ahead. And Ben, it looks like these guys are setting up decently soon. We'll talk about the predictions in a bit. Just before they start, I do want to go over the pricing. Like I said before, it is over 120 players, so a lot of rounds today. Exactly 7 rounds
Big
of
field.
Swiss cutting into top 8. Let's see what is on the line, though, for these players. I'll throw it over for the stream here. So check it out, chat. It is over 4 cases of prizes. So it is a summoner scrimmage. So you do have your regional buy on the line. You also have the mat and the promos as well. But on top of all that awesome pricing, as I said, there is 4 cases up for grabs. I think literally, Bandit, first place gets an entire case of their choice, either Spiritforged or Origins. Isn't that crazy?
I think it's a just reward for coming out on top of a 120 plus player field. That is no small feat. 7 rounds into a top cut. That is a achievement deserving of a big prize like this.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to find out. And it looks like the players are starting to set up. Let me just do my little back end setup. It looks like we have a bit of a bit of a spicier matchup that we don't normally see on a feature match table. We'll give you guys a little preview before we hop in there. It might just be a Leona versus a Renata. What is going on with that, Bandit?
Well, I'll admit I may have pulled some strings with Dubby. I may have give us a exciting, spicy matchup, and ask and ye shall receive. And clearly, we are receiving while we are kicking off our round one with supportal combat on the Riftbound map.
Oh yeah, and you know they did a great job at the feature match table. You know what? Since they're setting up, we might as well continue our conversation while we get the stream set up as well. So let's head on over. Round number one looks to be starting rather soon. So let's go ahead and join them on that feature match table. As we mentioned before, Leona versus Renata start things off. Smash Wolf, is that the Renata's player's name? I'm waiting to hear exactly what the name of him is because I think I just have Renata. But Milton is the Leona player for sure.
Yeah, that's how it shows in their passport, at least. So I guess that's that's what we can take from that. Now, this is what it's all about for me. Round number one, where anything can happen, where tournaments are made or end with a whisper already. Now, it's a matchup we haven't seen a whole lot of before, plus. But if you need to just check in just a little bit, what is your expectation of a Renata deck coming in round one? Hit me.
Honestly, there's just so many ways we've seen Renata in the past. The most popular variant we've seen before is the one that you try to develop a lot of gold resources and then get to that all important 5 game point, because at 5, that's when your golds start generating for energy and the power. So once you hit in that neighborhood, you could get some crazy plays off, something like your Renata chosen champion into the pay the cost to gain a point, and then something like a time warp right after and do it all over again. So 2, 3, 4 points potentially in a single swing. It is truly impressive. Honestly, another way we've also seen Renata in one of our recent tournaments is very similar to how we've seen Victor decks of the past, where it's a lot token heavy, token span heavy, and there's actually the yellow Renata chosen champion, all your tokens in are ready. So it's a bit more of an aggressive variant. I'm actually excited. Which variant will it be? I think the indicator might just be that blue Renata. I think we're going long this game, Bandit.
Yeah, well, personally, I love to see women in STEM. So let's hope she will be smashing her opponent, besides the glass ceiling, of course, as we are getting ready for Games Islands round number one. Leona facing off against Renata. Now, I haven't quite clocked who will be going first here, but that shall be revealed to us in just a few seconds. Now, if I have to spy with my little eye at these battlefields, it feels like we are looking at a dreaming tree and some gold production.
Oh yeah, the treasure hoard. So that looks to be Renata's battlefield. And you're so right. The Dreaming Tree, I mean, when we're talking about a green deck, no matter what combination of domain color you have on top of that green, Dreaming Tree just tends to be the best color. And it looks like they're getting things started. I'll go ahead and start the timer for these guys. 1 hour round and start things off with that Lonely Poro. But as I was getting to, you could never go wrong with that Dreaming Tree. You have such great spells like On Guard, Discipline. I even believe the signature spell from Leona might just trigger Dreaming Tree as well with Zenith Blade.
Yeah, it's a lot of easy ways to get that card draw, especially in order, which kind of occasionally struggles just that tiny little bit to really keep that engine going. Can make a swift start, but have some sputterings later on to the game. So the Dreaming Tree in game one, quite an investment, but when you are player one, you are geared up for some success in that regard, but you have to capitalize on it. So I am looking for a quick conquer, and especially with that Lonely Poro, you are not giving up a whole lot, even if you do get kicked off later on.
Yeah, it really is such a great piece to just throw up, get a point, and just sacrifice it to get some value down the road. So throwing it over the treasure hoard just to try to contest that battlefield. If the honest broker wants to go ahead and push into that battlefield, it's gonna trade 1 for 1 because I don't think Renata has any kind of might increase spells like the other counterpart would in Leona. And speaking of the devil or the goddess, Leona does get established out as early as that second turn, and I believe that is the yellow one, which stuns every time you attack. I'll pull it here on the stream for you guys.
Ooh, Frenchy, Frenchy. Now, as we are grabbing a bit of a foothold, you can really tell that because Leona gets to go first, they are falling just a tiny bit behind in tempo. It's very minute. However, with everything left up, oh my God, I thought Leona was readying already. Here we go. Some more gears coming out as World Atlas will be meeting the battlefield, and that will be enhancing this Honest Broker if need arise.
Yeah, I'm very thematic to the Summer Skirmish because I believe the World Atlas is the top 8 promos given out for the March Summer Skirmish. So World Atlas, as when you hold, just like Renata would love to do, every time you hold, you get a gold. On top of that, when you hold, you get 2 gold tokens plus the 2 might as well, which is such a good synergy for Renata. So you're getting a total of 3 gold tokens per every single hold. And Honest Broker hanging out around 4 might, not the most amount of might, that is the picture perfect amount of might for Leona to go ahead and take that down as well. So I don't think she's going to be holding, but of course equipments tend to stick around for the long run as long as there's no salvages in that main deck, which it is Spiritforged. I have seen some players go ahead and mainboard salvage to get rid of gear removal. So we'll see if Leona was thinking a bit ahead in this current meta.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to expect it, right? Because even worst case scenario, you just get the draw regardless, or you can get rid of it. However, when you are facing off against the Leona, that another deck that is very adept at putting up these fortified positions on battlefields, where they are capable of finding that foothold and holding themselves, it is very key in this regard that the Leona is always contesting whatever battlefield Renata is trying to hold, because in the long run, the value that a Renata generates through holding overpowers what a Leona can push out in that regard. So you can immediately tell that Leona is pivoting from usually holding themselves to finding that contest and putting up the pressure on Renata, refusing them that comfort, that foothold in the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you allow Renata to play her game, to play the whole game, there's very few decks that can contest with that kind of power. So Leona trying to do her best to try to knock her off the battlefields ASAP. Luckily, Leona, when she gets a stun, her legend procs and goes ahead and gives a buff. So 5 might versus the stun on his broker stood no chance whatsoever. Of course, Renata does get a gold for her troubles, throwing it back over to Renata's turn. Let's see if she could try to pick back this tempo, because I believe the player's already at 2 points with a develop Fiora in the back line, looking to most likely score the 3rd point on that Dreaming Tree the next turn. And we get a little teeny bit of a peek in the hand, but to be perfectly honest, I can't truly make out. We'll see if he shows it a little bit closer to the camera, but spending the 2 gold already, Bennett, what does he have in mind?
I don't think we'll have to wait a whole lot longer, as it looks like we will be digging deep into the library to get more and more cards. Now, it's a card that when it was spoiled, people were all up in arms about it, saying how it was going to warp the meta, how it was the most broken card they've ever seen. But despite that, it's not having seen a whole lot of play. The 3 power cost is quite impactful, especially in the early game, where the pain reverberates for so long. However, Renata, of course, can shrug that off the more gold she accrues.
Yeah, honestly, I think Renata might be one of the few legends that will be able to pull out that premonition, because that big downside of premonition is that 3 power cost is such a crazy expensive spell. But if you are able to play it out efficiently with those 2 goals, just like we saw here, that is an impressive draw 3 spell. So refilling the hand and feeling comfortable with some answers in the future. So playing out another Honest Broker just to kind of keep on that goal generation game plan. Cycles another token, or cycles another thing for a hidden blade, and oh, Leona's completely tapped out. There's no such thing as a hidden defy, but there is a hidden Zhonya's hourglass to save the day for Leona.
And this is extremely painful, as this Renata pilot is not managing to find a hold. The gold generation is quite stunted, and you can see the damage that it's having on that economy. This is a late stage capitalism economy where, well, not even the rich are getting richer. We're all poor.
Yeah, but feeling decently rich in that unit department for Leona. Looking at both
Leona's
battlefields completely unoccupied, most likely will go for a double conquer turn. So Leona for the first attempt going for Dreaming Tree. There's nothing to contest as Renata's completely tapped out, so we'll be going up to her 3rd point. And a good thing the player shows the point, because sometimes while we're in the midst of casting, I lose track of the points, but I'm doing my best as Fiora does indeed go up to her 4 points. Because you know, Bandit, normally online, we can see the points on the screen. This is totally live, totally raw. We can't really, we have to pay pretty close attention to make sure we know every point that's being scored.
Yeah, it's, yeah, you have to pay attention. Just like in the game for yourself, a lot of manual keeping track of the details. Luckily, with a pen and paper, we're getting there. However, look at this mounting pressure coming from the Order and Calm side. It is never ending. Look at just the difference of available resources. And because of that hidden blade, because of the Dreaming Tree being in play, this hand of Leona is not even close to being put under pressure. And this gives so much flexibility to the Leona to leave mana up, because she doesn't have to keep up with units being pumped out on the other side of the battlefield. And this is a scary situation to be in, because if you allow Leona to get this position into the game where there are runes available, there's power available, she has treasures ready to go, a hand chock full of cards, then suddenly the flexibility can almost match that of a Draven, right? So many combat tricks, so many ways to stun or protect your own units. A formidable position to have to conquer here.
Yeah, it really is quite the predicament for this Renata player. So let's see what he decides to do. Cycling 2 runes and a Singularity might just be the perfect spell to get him out of there. But 3 runes available for the Leona. As you pointed out, a whole lot of options when it comes to the counter capabilities for Leona. If they have something like a Not So Fast that will be able to efficiently counter this out. If he has something like a 3 energy wind wall, but no, actually going for the more proactive and draw 1 Dreaming Tree / get it out of the range of the 6 damage.
Yeah.
But let's do a little bit of the math here. So Leona's at 5 might. You're going up 3 up to 8. That's 6 damage. That means that Honest Broker, since there has been no cleanup just yet, the Honest Broker will be able to push up onto that battlefield, and that should be a, oh, she actually goes down because she, oh, the double. That makes so much more sense. I was wondering, because Honest Broker could have pushed in and traded into the Leona, but now with a whopping 6+ might, I think the Leona might just be hanging around 10 total might to hold on to that battlefield.
Yeah, and it's tricky now because the Fiora is mighty now. It's getting that deflect cost on it, and even with the equipment available for the Honest Broker, it will not be enough to push it over the top.
Oh, and you know, Bandit, I think I misspoke. I think he did Call to Glory on the Fiora to save it. As you said, he did go into Mighty, so I think Leona still has 6 mark damage from the Singularity. It was just Wait. So yeah, 7 plus 6. So it just effectively has 1 HP, which means that Honest Brokers could still go ahead and trade in. And there's no Zhonya's Hourglass any longer currently. So I believe that has to be a bit of a proper play from our Renata player. You want to try to deal with one of these threats while your opponent's completely tapped out. And yeah, we're seeing the marked damage getting put on both these cards. So 6 total damage, which I believe there should be a trade. At least I'm probably prioritizing taking down the Leona. But you know, Bandit, that Fiora has ganking when it's in that Mighty, but it does go away after next turn, so you don't have to worry about it too much.
No, but the problem remains that the holding position for Renata is being really put under pressure once more, because even if you do manage to get onto a battlefield here, look what is hiding in that base of Leona. And we know that there are many combat tricks available. That hand is filled to the absolute brim, will not even attach his equipment to prevent any further strain onto his economy. Of course, +2 might is not going to save that broker. But I am not predicting another hold here. It's just trying to put out a fire with a glass of water. It's not gonna do too much.
Definitely feels that way, as Leona most likely will be able to hold and then conquer up to second point. So keeping it on that even point tempo, most likely will be able to achieve 6 points this very next turn. So it looks like Renata does indeed pass on the turn, going up to 5 points. She does. And with the Honest Broker in the back, as we said, I believe it should be as easy as a 6 conquer. I believe now it is to try to plan for the finishing move, right? How are you going to be able to close things out? I would imagine you would want to recall that Leona. Maybe keep it safe from things like Hidden Blade going forward until you have something like a Defy or Not So Fast available. So they do go up to 6. Now let's see what they set up in their back line to try to go ahead and put the final foot down in this game, because I don't see a world where Renata could get out of this, especially considering the fact that she's just at 4 runes. Usually Renata players have so much runes, but I believe she was recycling one too many times this game.
Yeah, I think it's really hats off to the Leona pilot on this side, where they did not allow a single hold on Renata's side. They never got to get that value from their legend, which put their own rune reserves under major strain. Now they are reaping the rewards from the early plays, and it really highlights, even though the early game cannot win you the game, it can definitely lose you the game, as we are witnessing here.
Yeah, it really sets up the entire game, especially little plays like when you least expect them. I believe that Zhonya's Hourglass being completely hidden out of the information for Renata, that just caught him so off guard, and he hasn't really been able to re-pick up the pace ever since that moment. But we are seeing he does have a couple good options. That Premonition, which is a little bit too expensive for now, a Card Sharp in hand, a Blood Money that could take down either of these 2 might units. But most importantly, I don't think you have a way of pushing these battlefields away. You would need another Singularity, but there's one too many runes available for Leona. This is looking quite bleak for Renata. I think we might be going to game 2 rather shortly, honestly.
I think you're hitting the nail right on the head here, Plus. And as the final nails are being hit into the coffin of a Renata, we are witnessing the last death throes of a dying Chem Baroness. Now, I will say, if we are going into game 2 and these players get the sideboard, are we expecting it to go a lot better? Because this is an outlier of a disappointing performance for a Renata deck, right? Because once the sparks are flying and you get that engine churning, it does sustain itself. And I'm really curious, can Leona catch lightning in a bottle twice in a row? Because that is harder than it looks.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I don't think Leona did anything too out of the ordinary. She just continued the pace, putting unit after unit, conquering after conquering, and it just looked like Renata just wasn't able to keep up to that pace as well. Let's see how these sideboards do indeed change up the game plan, because I know for Leona, she has a bit more stuns if they go ahead and sideboard those thwonks available to a lot of Leona decks. as well as I would imagine a few more counters to try to play around this Renata, because it looks to me there is a decent amount of removal, things like Singularity, the Blood Money, the Hidden Blade. So if you're not running a bit more counters, if you're not running like things like Not So Fast to completely just counter out those Singularities, you would probably want to go ahead and throw them in for this matchup. So it almost seems to me that Leona might just have a bit better of a sideboard, at least on paper. But to close things out, the accelerated Tasty Faithful, that is the 7th conquer for Leona, and then Tasty Faithful will go ahead and close out game number 1 at accelerate speed. Well done to Leona player, really good cards there.
Yeah, I will say a clean opening of the game. And from, let's say, turn 2 or 3, there really was no way back into it for our Renata representative. Now, as our players get to sideboarding, is there, like, when you're piloting the Renata, is there a way to play around the more aggressive style that this Leona has been putting out, which usually prefers to split up a little bit, usually tries to hold the other battlefield ratio, especially as you are player number 1? What can the Renata do to alleviate some of this early confrontation?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because to be perfectly honest, we don't get to see too many Renatas, nor have I played too much Renata of my own, but she seemed to have decent amount of answers in the main board already with those Bellows Breath, with the Singularities, with those Blades. But I'm wondering, do they have perhaps any other kill spells? Because I think you just have to throw them all into the main board. On top, I'm wondering if they have things like Watcher to truly benefit from those Bellow Breaths, similar to how we've seen Ezreal's in the past fully utilize that card as well. So we're taking a little glimpse. They're kind of scamming through the cards. I don't think chat can see it as the overlay covers it, but we do see those traditional blue/order kill spells, things like Wages of Pain. The only spicy thing I did see is that Premonition. I wasn't expecting that, but it does make sense for the Renata player. But honestly, I can't really think of a great, just like a full out 1 card or 1-2 cards that would completely change this matchup for Renata. It might just be a little unfortunate, because counters are kind of the true counter to Renata, right? They have the spells, but if you're not able to fully resolve them, then it's just not going to go your way. But we'll see. Maybe I'm proven wrong with this Renata sideboard. We might just have to play as we go.
And maybe it's not the card, but the way you get to play as well, right? Because what we saw when the Leona went first is Renata didn't get herself into the game. Now that she gets to choose who gets to go first, we have a new set of battlefields entering very, very soon. Is there I think the Renata will really benefit from going first and having 1 or 2 treasures already being made in the early game. It is such a profound effect that has on your rune engine. I mean, just count it out, right? If you pay a power in turn 2, and 3 turns later, that is 3 energy you're missing out on. It is really a compounding effect. So the impact that these early game treasures can have really cannot be understated.
Oh yeah, we'll see. I think it is a huge advantage for Renata to go first. Just like a lot of hold strategy decks, they want to go ahead and get onto the battlefields in order to indeed hold, of course. But players going ahead and doing the formalities, cutting the decks, it will be a Monastery Hirana, which makes a whole lot of sense with the buff potential from this Leona legend. And on the flip side, we have Power of Nexus. So similar to what the Renata Blue champion can do, you pay that 4 power to gain a point. So we'll see if that indeed comes into play. Because I'll be honest, Bandit, I don't get to see Power Nexus actually proc too often, but if there's any deck that could go ahead and play it, it might just be this Renata player. So I'm excited to find out if he's able to pull it off.
And it's all about the early game. Plus, because that is where we have to pay attention. These first few turns are going to be so impactful, because as you are looking at the Renata, it gets stronger and stronger the later the game goes. When she gets close to winning, she gets even better. Really embodying that rich get richer. Oh, and Renata's actually choosing to go second here. That is very surprising.
Oh yeah, insanely surprising. I would not have expected that. I would only imagine they prioritizing the runes, starting with 1 extra rune, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't feel confident that they had an early play, because I think going second is definitely the wrong option in this match, especially because, as we pointed out before, you want to be the first one onto those battlefields. But I guess a card shot, being 3 might, generating gold token isn't the worst feeling at the least.
No, and we are not the Renata mains. Maybe there's some tech here that we're not seeing right now, but trying to play catch up with a early game 2 energy unit being dropped. However, it does open the door for Renata to go to whichever battlefield Leona is not at.
And very similar how we
Given
saw in that game number 1, goes ahead and develops out the champion as that second turn play. I would almost imagine to leave up like a little might increase for the little pouty, for the lonely poro, just in case the card sharp wants to come in. You go ahead and use a quick discipline, because then you're forcing a kind of kill spell from Renata, which wouldn't be too bad. But honestly, curving out your chosen champ, you could never truly go wrong, similar to how a lot of Draven just go ahead and slam Draven as early as possible. So it makes sense to me as well.
it is a play that it has a higher swing potential. Let's put it like that. Because if you miss out, that is a huge blow to your tempo in game. And it's a luxury you can afford when you're up a game. You can take those more swingy plays, those lower percentage plays, knowing that you have that leeway, that leverage for yourself to have a little do-over in case it does not go your way. Now, we do see the card shark come in and contest the battlefield, conquering it, kicking out the Poro, and now it's going to be really important to hold.
Oh, yeah.
Because with that World Atlas, it will be raining money from the heavens if they do manage to hold. Very important moment coming up.
Exactly right. And I'm wondering here what that hidden card might just very well be. If I had to do an educated guess, I would imagine something similar to, of course, we did see a hidden blade, but I'm thinking more so on the lines of Wages of Pain, to try to apply that 3 damage in order to actually, because of the stun from Leona, I don't even think you're trading here. So I can't really think anything else that would be truly impactful besides something like a hidden blade. But with a flurry of calm runes, I'm a little bit nervous about a simple defy from Leona's side. So we'll see. It looks like we're going to find out our answer sooner than later, as Leona thinking about pushing onto the monastery herself, because she could go for the simple conquer and power nexus, but she wants to contest. She wants to deny those holds. As we said, that is Renata's game plan, so trying to deny it as much as possible. So stuns the card sharp. The card sharp is at 5, but you are going up to 5 might thanks to the buff applied from your legend. So it's 5-5 currently, and let's take a look. Oh, the hostile takeover. I completely forgot about the signature spell.
It's devastating in situations like these, and it's so important that it is coming out right now, because in this very moment you are so dependent on holding on to that battlefield. And I believe, all right, they're gonna try and end this battle with not so fast.
Yeah. I mean, there's no counterplay from Renata's side. That's a blue deck. That's a yellow deck. So I think you just have to go ahead and let that resolve. As we were mentioning at the sideboard options, it looks like Leona perhaps put in a couple more counters play, and that's truly just a terrible matchup for Renata. She wants to be able to play her game, and on the counter side, Leona wants to stop you from playing your game. That hostile takeover in any other situation would have been a devastating play for your opponent, but because you had all your runes available, because you did have those counters in hand, it just really felt like a little flick on the head or something. It looked like it didn't do too much for the Leona player as she goes up to 2 points to start things off in game 2.
Yeah, that is painful, man. I feel a little sad. I'm not going to lie,
Right.
because it's so exciting to see these underdogs play their unique little like lines of play that other decks could not be getting away with. And to see it punished like this, just the door slammed right on their nose, it's a little saddening to see, because we are witnessing a bit more of a repeat from game number 1, where Renata is not allowed to get a single hold in this matchup. And I mean, it's probably for the better when you're Leona, because having to deal with 2 treasures coming out, that is trouble.
Oh yeah, super problematic for any deck to deal with. And just like we saw in game number 1, this World Atlas looking very lonely, looking like it doesn't have any proper units to go ahead and attach itself onto. But Pain, I believe 5, Energy Recycling 2, what can that be? Oh, the Accelerated Echo. Bandit, we don't get to see this card too often, but for those that don't know at home, I'll go ahead and pull it up, but I believe it does get accelerated as we're seeing here. More importantly, when it does die, because of the Death Knell trigger, it readies every single one of your runes. So a little bit of the likes like Sona, but instead of 4, you do everything. It's insane sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, it fits in the game plan of Renata. Her units have been dying all the time, so maybe we can finally have some value accrued. However, that's not a lot of runes you're untapping currently. So let's hope that this Echo holds out just a little bit longer. But it might not be the case, as he is looking for a fight with the Solar Queen herself.
That is right. It looks like the buff was used last turn for the Monastery Hirana draw, so only hanging in there with 4 might. But luckily, the Zhonya's Hourglass one more time, saving the Leona from getting put to the trash. So does trade. Actually, there's a shield 1, of course. I completely forgot the shield 1 keyword on that Leona. She was actually defending for 5, so 5 to 5. But as we said before, that untaps every single one of the runes, allowing him to play out a card shop, but it looks to be a rather lower tempo play as one more turn goes by. That's one more turn your units are on a battlefield, and that's one more turn you're not getting off your Renata legend ability. So almost feeling like you're playing with a bit of a vanilla legend, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single trigger as of yet. And because Renata is going second here, you are always playing catch-up to whatever Leona is setting out to do. And it's a painful sight, because as Leona goes to conquer on this battlefield, you have 2 options. We're going to go to the other battlefield, or we're going to contest it. And left or right, you will be faced with whatever unit is being spewed forth in this very turn. And in these 2 games, we have seen all the answers come through for Leona. Every single time, a parry, a riposte, nothing gets through this armor.
Right, nothing. It feels that way. At least Renata at the current moment not feeling too comfortable about this position, especially because there's 6 cards in hand, 4 runes available for Leona. So things like we said before, the discipline, even those stuns like Rune Prison, the Twonks could be coming out. And as well, there's just a 3 might, potentially even 5 might if you attach the World Atlas. But honestly, you're not really attacking for too much might, but it looks like they're going to be going a bit on. Ooh, are they about to hard cast what I think they're about to hard cast? You might be running into another counter. So taking the straightforward conquer for now sends, trying to put some points on the board. You got to get your mini victories where you can. And let's see what they play with the remaining of the runes, as Renata does get her 2nd point for game 2. And Bandit, let's see if there's another counter, because that is 5 runes. Oh no, never mind. That is the chosen champ. So once you're on the battlefield, it does make sense to go ahead and play it out onto that battlefield.
It does make sense. And finally, because of what Leona played is not that threatening in the base, right? Just the Honest Broker is not that big of a threat just by itself. It does alleviate some of this pressure, and it allows for Renata to get onto an objective and maybe even start holding it. It's not every day that Leona decks get to accelerate too many cards. The options are there, don't get me wrong. We saw it in game 1. But we might be seeing a hold. That's all I'm saying. Guys, rejoice.
Oh, yeah.
Get your heads together.
I think this might be the very first time out of this best of 3 series Renata might just be able to actually hold for once. And, it was a bit of a power-hungry play. It was a bit of an expensive turn, as we saw 3 runes get recycled that turn. 2 for the legend ability. two for the Chosen Champ ability to draw one, and then one to hide a card. If it's something similar to the hidden card we saw before, I know Renata is praying there is not another not so fast in hand, because that will be the one card they need to completely be able to guarantee the hold. And once you start holding, it starts to spiral a little out of control. Renata really praying this goes her way, but there might just be one too many cards in hand. We'll see though what the Leona's thinking for this turn.
She needs this to go well, because look at what's laying in that reserve of runes. Nothing. Just dust and a few crumbs. If this not go away, there's no plan B. There is no backup plan. There is no bailing out. But if she manages to hold, there is a chance she can fight her way back. Let's see if we can get a peek into those cards. It's a whole lot of glare from my side.
Yeah, same as me. You're not alone there, but we're not seeing it exactly. But I mean, some options. If you have something like a Zenith Blade, you could go ahead and stun the Renata blue champ there and then push in by sending it. It's similar to how Ride the Wind works. You could go at the minimum trade with the Renata, but since you're stunning the Renata, you won't be dying, but you do effectively take care of it. But it might be tricky because Renata's at 4 might, plus the 2 World Atlas is 6 might. You're 1 might shy from actually defeating her. So I can see why he's taking his time here. He needs to push. He needs to actually back it up with a little bit more might spells. But that is a lot of runes being invested. Another accelerated Tasty Faithful comes onto the board.
Yeah, like I said, there's not a lot, but it's definitely not zero, as she is bringing the fight towards them. Another hostile takeover, and this time the Leona is fully tapped.
Yeah, completely catching Leona by surprise. It looks like the hostile takeover completely resolved, so that is a taken over Tasty Faithful. But you don't get to actually sacrifice it like we see before. Sometimes when Renata goes ahead and uses that hostile takeover, they end the turn with something like Action Speed, Hidden Blade, or even things like Death Grip to sacrifice the unit you just stole. But I believe it was just more so to hold. And look at that, Bandit. For the first time in this best of 3, Renata does get a hold point and does generate 3 gold tokens. That could be very impactful going forward.
Ka-ching! It's like hitting the it's like winning the lottery, especially because it took pretty much as long as winning the lottery usually takes. But there it finally is. Can this be translated into more and more and more? Because even though they managed to hold, it came with a price. And even though they managed to fend off this pressure coming from the Tasty Boy, they are in a bit of a predicament where they have to pull back, because I'm not sure they can withstand the second wave, especially with all these counterspells being fielded by the Leona, who, despite all of this, is still sitting on a healthy 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm feeling decently good, and you're totally right. That is going to be an impressive, I believe, 11 total worth of damage, or worth of might to apply that damage onto those units. So it looks to be the correct play to go ahead and recall your units back to the safety of the base and go a bit on more or develop the board state game plan. Because right now you're not threatening lethal from the Leona side. You're only hanging in there at 4 points. Get to Echo, so it looks to be a power play on the next turn. You have so many moves. There's so much possibilities with that Echo. You could go ahead and trade 5 to 5 for the Leona, restand every single one of your energies, and then go ahead and repeat your turn if you have enough, if you have some good resources available, because we don't know exactly how many cards Renata has. It looks to me about 4 or so cards in hand, so not the most but not the least as well. So I'm actually really keen to find out what he has in mind, because playing out Echo not really accelerated, it kind of tells me that he has something in mind. He wants to go for a big, powerful swing next turn, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and there is a bit of a army accruing, amassing in their base, which is tricky, because we said in game 1, Leona is very comfortable putting up these fortified positions on the battlefields. She has the support to make a proper stand. Now, not only in units available on the battlefields, but also the fact with the amount of tricks up her sleeve, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice to thwart any meddling from spells or altering board states. Now, you are in a threatening position here, because as Leona, you're sitting on the 6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
You could decide. You're already quite invested right now with the Tasty Fae folk being put in. But as we are passing, that is all of the runes left up, and that is what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You don't feel comfortable attacking into this, despite having the Renata treasures available and 3 units who can bring the fight towards the Leona. You are not comfortable. This is screaming trap as hard as it can.
Yeah, it looks like in preparation for that power play we were speaking of, it looks like he just goes ahead and passes a turn, leaving every single one of those runes available. So you could only imagine the combat tricks available for this Leona. Things like Discipline, On Guard, the Twonks, the Rune Prisons. Is there any way to play around this? But already expanding all 3 gold. Is this going to be something like a Premonition to start off the turn? And that very well be. So a +3 to start things off. And keep in mind, everything he taps out is just temporary, as he is able to go ahead and send in an Echo with the Card Sharp into the Tasty Fae folk. But with that said, if Tasty Fae folk only decides to take down the Card Sharp, then the Echo wouldn't actually die. But we'll see what he has in mind as he goes ahead and recycles another rune. So quite the expensive turn for the Hidden Blade. Where is this chosen targets? Because right now Tasty Fae folk doesn't feel the best, as you do get an extra draw. You do go ahead and channel 2 runes Exhausted, but that's even if there's not a counter coming out from Leona's side, as she probably wants to defend with 6 might rather than letting that go through.
Yeah, the more units the Fae folk can take with them into the grave, the better it would be. But it is allowed to go through. Now, there are options for this. You can be trying, because you're not telling me she couldn't have stopped this.
Right.
You don't pass your turn not playing anything, and then when the first little piece of interaction comes out, you're like, oh, whoops, don't have anything in hand. I'm not buying that story for a second. So the fact that it is allowed to go through does surprise me a little bit.
I think for me,
is there more death and decay laying in wait from another side?
Right, completely agree. I think she did have some answers, but it just tells me that it wasn't too much of a priority to save that Tasty Fake vote, because as we just saw, you could have most likely countered the Hidden Blade, but it was almost a win-win situation, right? We're talking about a draw 3, 1 for the Tasty, 2 for the Hidden Blade, as well as channeling a couple runes on top of that. So it almost feels like you were coming out ahead of that exchange, but the signature spell coming out from Leona, the Zenith Blade, and a smoke screen. Wait. Zenith Blade on Leona, but where did she send it? I actually didn't catch that. Did you bend it? Where did they send the Zenith Blade to?
To the battlefield, I believe. I mean, they seem to be gesturing at least. Let's see how this pans out just a little bit. I think this, regardless of how this plays out exactly, you are looking at quite an elaborate game state, only to maybe stick on 7 points as the Leona. So regardless of the outcome and how much it costs, is it really worth that price? Because in my eyes, you're not winning a major prize here.
Oh, I see what they did. So Zenith Blade onto that treasure hoarder, as the Renata player decided to go ahead and push up into that power nexus. So kind of just neglecting them the conquer point there. So didn't have enough might to take it down, but didn't have enough might on the other side to completely destroy the battlefield. So tests out the luck with Echo and the card sharp. I think this is going to be perfectly enough might, especially with the smoke screen already applied for the entire turn. But the Janna with the heals, the Janna with the pushbacks, we love to see it. There's so much plays coming out from Leona.
Man, this is not something you see every day. Janna saving the day, rushing to the aid of her allies to make sure they will be holding on. And this is a certain kind of magic that you only see in these early rounds of the tournament. It's why I love them so much. You do see the unique tech, the unique brews, the one-of-a-kind deck builders come to shine. And when it does pay off, it shines like no other.
It really does. And more importantly, it kind of negates the entire game plan for Renata. She was thinking about ending her turn with her readying every single one of her runes. And because you just simply push back the Echo right back where you came from, you're completely tapped out for the turn. This is devastating for Renata. If it wasn't looking dire already, it's looking like a 1-2 punch to kind of close things out, as Leona should be able to hold up to 7 here. Oh no, they're still resolving the card shop. I didn't see that. So okay, they didn't throw it back just yet, but she double reaction speed Janna, one on the battlefield, one on the base. So she has a unit to push for that 8th point, and I think it's as good as over. As I was kind of getting at, there's going to be a 7th point conquer or 7-point hold, and then with that Janna being played at reaction speed during that showdown, you have a unit to go ahead and push. I don't know what they're thinking about. You're at 7, aren't you? Or am I crazy?
They should be. They went up to 6 last turn. Now they're holding, so that puts them to 7. It should be just an easy conquer and be done with it. And what I liked most about that Janna play is she won by saving Echo. It is such a canon play. It's so lore accurate, Janna. And
right. And you know, Bandit, it looks like
What's
they're being a little cheeky with it. They went to go ahead and do the power nexus point. I think they're trying to get to 9 points, because are they forgetting they held for 1? They power nexus to 8, and then they conquered up to 9. They wanted to win with a bit of a demanding fashion. Well done. Nice little 2-0 from Leona.
Yeah, with a bit of a flourish, one might say.
Right.
And with a twirl, they will be spinning to winning into round number 2. And I think we couldn't have started off the tournament in a more entertaining fashion than we just did.
Yeah, now head on back to the casting booth. You know, I was hoping to see a little bit more from that Renata player, at least to see her get online, right? Because as we said at the very beginning of this round, Renata just needed to get to that 5 points. Once they're at 5, all those goals will be generating energy, and I believe the most points she was able to get in this whole series was, what was it, Bandit? Just 3, maybe just 4 points, 1 point shy from actually really getting all those cylinders firing up. So I wish we got to see that, because I know Renata has some good play potential, but perhaps with all the counters from Leona, just not able to get there just yet. So we'll see how she does for the remaining of the tournament, because this should be a good deck to see going forward.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup to be sure, but I was personally kind of expecting the arena's favorite to be played here, to accelerate yourself closer to those 5 points where you can start accruing that value. So I think there is definitely potential in the deck, but you were going to be quite reliant on holding, and holding strategies are just very prone to be tinkered with, to be interacted with by your opponent, and that I personally am not a huge fan of giving my opponent that much control and that much agency over my own game plan.
Right, and it really did feel that way when you have to go ahead against the likes of Leona. So it could have just been a bad matchup, as we said before. But it looks like Leona did play very cleanly. I didn't see a single misplay coming out from her end, so I do expect her to do decently well. I think Leona, funny enough, has a good matchup into Draven with those stuns, with those Zenith's Blade to catch your opponent off guard. And then you have kind of hold potential as well. So if you do have to leave a unit onto the battlefield, you do have those pump increases like the Discipline, like the On Guards, to try to get out of the neighborhood of that attacking pressure coming your way. So I don't think Leona is like the top tier of the Spiritforged meta, but I think she does decently well into the current meta. The only deck that I think might just give her a little bit of trouble is if you feed her a bit of a taste of her own medicine. Things like Aurelia with the counters as well, able to get insanely tall with that Aurelia Fervent Champion. I think that might be a little tricky, because you do have to pay the deflect cost every time you go to stun it. So kind of like you get a buff, but you have to spend an energy or spend a power to do so. So that could be an interesting matchup. We'll see, though. What do you want to see the most coming out today, though, Bandit?
Yeah, just to add on to your point of the Leona deck just a little longer, I feel like it is kind of neutral / slightly okay-ish into the Draven, but it really struggles into the Ezreal matchup.
Right.
Where where there's so much control elements and there's not a lot of ways to kind of put the Ezreal to a stop. I like from the games I've watched personally, the devastating impact of the Battle's Breath and the Watcher is even more devastating for Leona. Now, of course, that is a very powerful combo, regardless of which it plays into. But in particular, Leona, I feel like their gameplay into the Ezreal is a little tougher. Now, I will say, to find success on Ezreal, you need to be really conscious of what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
So, where Draven will always kind of do its thing and perform and doesn't require as much perfect plays, right? There's like multiple ways to victory, where the Ezreal, there's really only a certain set of stars that have to align. I do like the position of Leona because it keeps your opponent on their toes.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be conscious of what your deck does, and if they are not aware, then it really feels like Leona can pull rabbit out of hats till no tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it really does feel that way sometimes. So yeah, very well said. We'll see if this Leona player, as we pointed out, did play very clean, very impressively. So we'll see if she's able to make a decently good run in today's tournament. That was round 1. We have 7 rounds in the or not in the books, but in preparation for today. So I believe 6 more Swiss rounds. Are they able to go ahead? It's only a cut to top 8, of course. So only 8 players out of the 120 plus. Or let me check, Bandit. Let me go ahead and see the final number that attended today, because I'll hit the refresh. If you guys want to see the bracket at home for you guys out there, is !bracket. I believe you can type it on YouTube and on Twitch, so you guys can keep an eye on the standings. Okay, it dwindled down a little bit, so 113 players, still not too bad.
Yeah, I think that should still come down to top 8. It should probably be, yeah. If you don't lose more than 2 times, you're probably still in the running. There'll probably be some humming and hawing through that. Now, I am curious, plus, because we know who the favorites are in a tournament like this. There's Dravens, there's Aurelias, there's Ezreals. Maybe some mix-in of some other legend. But if we're talking about legends that will be overperforming today, do you have any dark horse picks in mind?
I will go with the deck I've been tinkering with just a little bit, and one that I know we talked before the stream that hasn't really been performing too well generally in the regionals. I mean, they have, but perhaps in the matches that we were spectating not too much. I will have to put a bit of money on Aurelia. I feel like she's been a bit.
Aurelia's a dark horse. Plus, get out of here.
Okay,
that is the
I mean, she hasn't won.
Meta.
She's meta, but she hasn't really won or even gone too deep. Like, there's always been just like a single top. But okay, you meant truly dark horse. Okay, let me think about it for a little bit. I mean, would you consider Fiora a dark horse? What is your definition?
Yeah, I think Fiora is definitely. I think anything outside of
the
Draven,
top 3,
Aurelia, Ezreal, and maybe you can put Kaisa in there as well.
Okay.
Like anything that is getting like finals, but that, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would have to go with something like Fiora, or honestly, I have my pick, Bandit. Lucian. I think Lucian has a really good matchup into the majority of the meta. The only one that gives him a bit of trouble, as you pointed out, is Ezreal. With all that effective removal, it can pose a bit of a problem. But into the likes of Draven, I honestly feel Lucian has a favorable matchup, because honestly, if Draven tries to hold, even Miracle Dravens, Lucian just has so much ways to get over those battlefields with those equipment, with those +1 assault for every single one of those equipments. So I will have to go ahead. I would love to see a Lucian, but Bandit, I just got confirmation from Dubby. If you guys remember Dubby Cast from our previous streams before, he's letting us know what legends are in the field. So let me pull that up, Bandit. We could talk about it a little bit more. What are the spicier picks?
Yes, okay, please. Will you be screen sharing that, or do you have a file I can look into?
So he just sent it to me as a Discord message. So I'll copy the Discord message and put it in the caster chat.
Yes.
But I will say, slightly disappointed. There is not a single Lucian today. There is no way. No way that there's really not a single Lucian. Dubby, how's it going in chat? But Dubby, is that list true? Is that not a single Lucian out in Germany today? But other than that,
Sorry,
Bandit, anything that catches your eye from that list?
sorry. What was the last part you said? Plus.
Anything that catches your eye from that list I posted about those legends there?
To me, two Luxes. We have seen some Luxes find play and actually find some success as well. I believe in Bologna we had one in top 64, like day 2 at least. So that is very exciting to me because it really brings a different style of play to the board, in my opinion. I feel like there's no real deck like a Lux deck.
Right.
However, when there are Rexais on the battlefield, they will always kind of catch my eye because even though it feels like a gambling deck where you're just like spinning the wheel, I do feel like they consistently can get results in. And if they spike,
Right.
they spike hard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, honestly, Rexai is always a pleasure to watch, so I'm down to see a little bit of Rexai. You know, the one legend that kind of catches my eye out of that list, I know, chat, I'll try to post it. I'll try to copy paste it for you guys as well. Honestly, it's not like an Excel file or anything. It's just a little, it's just written out what legends are in today's event. But the one I'm looking forward to is Volibear. We haven't got to see too much of it. There's two variants running around. They're both prioritizing or kind of revolving around Dazzling Aurora, which completely went crazy this week. Real quick, as a side note, did you see that, Bandit? The Aurora stonks, or did you not keep up with that?
Oh yeah, I mean with the spoiler of Baron Nashor, I definitely gotten rid of all my Auroras.
Yeah.
No, and I think it makes sense. And people are already screaming murder and fire from the rooftops. But I feel the most exciting part of that card, what it tells us, is the way they are bending the rules, the way they are introducing like new angles to be playing the game. And that is what excites me. They are not afraid of really innovating on their cards instead of like, oh, this time you get to draw 2 cards. Ooh.
Yeah.
Right? They are trying to put a unique twist on it, and I appreciate that because that creativity is really reflected in the community and the way you can deck build as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Honestly, I love, as you point out, the creativity as well. They're not scared to kind of break and bend the rules because most TCGs, when you start things off, they give you the majority of the core rules out of the gate, right? You know exactly what you're getting into. It looks to me they're giving us a bit of a teaser and a completely new way of playing the game. It feels like with each and every set. I know gold and equipment completely changed the game coming into that Spiritforged meta, and it looks to be the same exact case going into set 3. I mean, we're talking about another battlefield coming out of nowhere. It feels like 3 battlefields. I remember, didn't you predict that you said one day Riftbound would have like a mechanic to have 3 battlefields?
I'll definitely take that point. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I said that,
No,
but it sounds plausible, and no one can deny it.
No, I swear, man, because you were talking about, I believe it was what's the dragon champion, the one that the divine Soul. You said you hope Soul becomes in the game and he does something crazy like bring another battlefield in. Remember that?
Oh, I do remember it. Now that would be. I mean, I like it with the Baron Pit as well. I'm very curious what the battlefield rules will say. If there are any more caveats to it, maybe it can't score victory points or something, right? That really is dependent on what the card will say, how that will really impact the game. Could be really interesting for more of those hold decks, right? If they can just hold a battlefield but don't score the points, but they get all the hold triggers. Very, very interesting potential there. But the fact that you're going to encounter a game state where somebody is going to what's the card name? Like the walk the plank card?
Call of the Week.
Call of the Week. There you go. Getting rid of all the other creatures, be like, oh, we're both gonna sacrifice a creature. I'm gonna be sacrificing a card shark or an honest broker. You, Baron Nashor. Oh, that was really suck. No. I'm not targeting it. You are targeting.
Oh yeah. Honestly, that has to be the biggest, most valuable call of the week we've ever seen. We'll probably get to see that here in the future. Hopefully, one of our events, hopefully in the regionals coming up, actually way down the road, thinking about set 3. But funny enough, I'm just getting word from Dubby. Thank you so much. There is a couple of Lucians out in the field as well as some Sivers. So Lucian, maybe there's a potential of seeing it on the feature match. But, you know, to your point, how that battlefield will interact with the game, I will point out that it has been pointed out to me that the rules currently state you must conquer all battlefields or hold both, or I think one of them does say both, but there's a ruling that says all battlefields. It doesn't limit it to both or 2 battlefields. So I think Riftbound was thinking slightly bit ahead, trying to kind of telegraph that there might just be more than 2 battlefields in the future, which might just be in that set 3, like we pointed out in that Baron Nashor. So I think you might just have to hold or conquer every single one of your battlefields, but it could be a bit of a double-edged sword because having another battlefield, it does give your opponent another way of scoring on that turn. So it might not be as crazy value as a lot of people are saying, like, oh, Baron comes out, you're just going to end up winning, you know, off a conquer or winning for a hold. I think it's going to be trickier than that.
It's definitely more nuanced than that, but that will not get you as many clicks now, would it? Plus,
oh yeah,
no. This is the end of Riftbound. It is power creeping out of existence. It's turning into Yu-Gi-Oh, for Christ's sake. No,
right.
no.
Hopefully we don't get to that level.
And all that fear mongering, you know, we've seen it before. But I do like having a game being innovated, and as you touched on before, when you have to go back and read the rules and be like, I never gave it a second glance when it said all battlefields. Of course, there are only 2 battlefields. I love that. When you read over the rules, it's not it's not the first thing you think about. And then later on, as more sets are revealed to us, it really clicks into place. To me, that's a very magical feeling that can almost only be achieved by TCGs with the talent and rules people, the developers behind it, that are on board for Riftbound. And I can't wait to see more and more spoilers come through.
Yeah, I just hope they break the game, but ever so slightly, like comfortably break the game where it just feels insanely fun to play. But hopefully they don't just overpower purple as it feels to be in the past. It is only set 3, so there's not a whole lot of history for Riftbound.
No, you're right.
But just like Holy Chief in chat said, he wants to remind everyone that's only 1 card out of 220 cards. And you know, if I was a betting man, they decided to go ahead and reveal that card knowing that there's just going to be even crazier cards down the road. So if that was reveal number 1, I could only imagine what these next couple reveals, as reveal season starts off Monday, which I am insanely excited for. I don't know. I mean, you made a pretty good prediction in that 3rd battlefield a couple months ago. What is your hot take for set 3? What's something crazy you think Riot might be able to give us?
You know what? I think I'm going to start off with a very broad statement. And I think that body orange is going to overtake purple in most powerful faction. Because, I personally love Sabotage. The card, it really reminds me of, what is it called? Oh, come on. It's a magic. For like 1 mana, you get to peek into the opponent's card.
Duress.
It's a staple. The rest, but like the modern version that you would play for it, that can do any card. The rest can only, that one.
I know you know the one. I don't remember the name.
Everyone knows the one I mean. And that is such a staple in all of the formats because information is key. Thoughtseize, there you go. Shout out, Leiras. That is exactly what I mean. The fact that card is already out there and is not being played as a 3-of in every single body deck is a crime, if you ask me. And with the option of Aurora in there, it is fine. It's not my preferred way of playing, but there's still cards out there like Punch First. That is such a powerful card. And the combinations of ramping with being combined with either Mind. Wait, no, Green. Green is Calm. With Calm, there are so many options to have consistency and control, but not being passive in your play. I think that is so powerful. And if they get a few more tools made for them, they will be taking over. Take my word for it.
I love it. I love it. Body is here to stay. Body's here to improve going out in set 3. I
Body's
can
here to
totally
body.
see that.
That is.
I think it is a hot take, but not too much of a hot take. I think it's like a lukewarm take because I think Body's already a strong what was that?
Sweet chili take.
There we go. Exactly right. Because as you pointed out, Body is no slouch, right? Body domain is already feeling decently strong. So a couple bit more support cards / just good cards in general might just take it over and overtake Chaos domain as the prime color in Riftbound. But yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine because that Baron Nashor completely caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting a third battlefield to be implemented into the mechanics. But if I'm going based off, I believe since they did tokens, right? It was gold tokens. That battlefield is the token. So man, what is some mechanics? Chat, let us know what you think at home. What are you thinking at home? What are some potential mechanics? I mean, they get a lot of inspiration from a lot of other TCGs. Man, I honestly can't even begin to imagine what they might just be able to give us in set 3.
I am looking forward to maybe more interaction with Hidden. Because we are seeing, I believe Rengar is coming out as a hero, as a legend as well, if I recall correctly. There's a lot of jungle mechanics coming in. And maybe being able to hide cards at a battlefield that is not yours, like not controlled by your opponent, but a neutral battlefield. If you could play hidden cards, if like some way to cheat even more with hidden cards, I would like that a lot because I am deep inside a Teemo fan.
That could be cool. Maybe something along the lines of how equipment was a new gear added to the base. Basically how gears interact, but equipments are able to attach onto units. Maybe units can now hold something like a hidden type of thing. We'll see. I know we're getting a little crazy here. Someone in chat saying bounty, an effect that only works if you kill a unit this turn. So similar to things like Legion, but instead of... I like that. Who said that? Muhammad in chat saying, okay, I could see something like that. And you know, guys, we don't know exactly because these first couple rounds are kind of just playing it on the fly. I don't know exactly how much minutes are left in the round. I should probably time the round so we know when the time is called, but we had about 15 minutes when we ended that round 1. So I have no true way of knowing. I might have to hit up W to let me know what the time is looking like because I don't know when round 2 is supposed to start. We're here just yapping away.
I'm loving this.
Yeah, it's been good.
This. And I think is there a legend that really caught your eye from the ones that has been I call it announced already? I believe Vi will be getting like in that department.
Yeah, Vi seems pretty cool. I love her colors being the Darius colors, the red and the yellow. But the one that I'm really excited about, just because in the previous TCGs, I've always been drawn to the green and purple color combination. I cannot wait to see what Vex is all about because the Vex champion is already really making a breakthrough in the current meta. We saw it from the likes of Allen running 3, not just 1, not just 2, a full set of Vex. And it is a true powerhouse currently, right? It kind of completely changes the game plan against those Aurelia versus the mirror match Ezreals. It does okay against a lot of the other decks. So if the champion does that, is the legend going to be somewhat similar? Are we going to see like making your opponents cost, their spells and their energy and their just energy in general? Is it going to be more expensive to play things? Or they're going to go a different direction? Because I didn't play League of Legends too much, but Bana, do you know what Vex kind of does in the game?
Yeah, Vex is all about apathy. And it'll be like the just being done with everything as a being that's like a bajillion years old or something. It's just really done with everything, has a living shadow that she can interact with, that she is bound to in a way. So maybe being able to duplicate herself and affecting a battlefield maybe what we saw similar to Sprite Mother in a way where you can spawn a token that can do something for 1 turn and then disappear again. It's another mechanic that I've been actually really, really enjoying. And I'm really hoping that instead of overwhelming us with new mechanics. I'd also like to see them dive deeper into existing mechanics. And we
Okay.
have seen some of that, right? Or hidden cards. It's a mechanic that's already in play. We're going to probably see more equipment. So I like that. But more of these cards that only do something for one turn and on your opponent's turn. And then when they get back to you, they disappear again. It allows you so much more room for flashy effects without it being a worry for snowballing and staying there the entirety of the game. And it would fit perfectly with Vax, who name a thing more fleeting than shadows.
Right, that does make sense. So yeah, I think that has to be my number one pick for excitement of the next set. What about you? You have any legend that really looking forward to perhaps playing yourself?
I have been really looking forward to Vi. I
Okay.
already liked the hero, the card itself, where you can really, especially if you did watch Arcane, you can really feel like her fist charging up while you're discarding cards from your from your garbage. And I really am wondering what side of Vi will they be capturing in a legend, and will it really be that physical aspect? Will it be more of a balancing side to Jinx? Because I've personally from day one I've been trying to play around like the what's it the Phoenix cards, like trying to reanimate because I think it's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's decks that do it a lot better, but with Nocturne in there as well, there are some Wheel of Fortune decks in a way. So I am looking forward to Vi, like you said, Yellow Order and Fury. I think it can really do well. And if I'm gonna have to put something out there for later, which I am expecting, Swain. I think
Oh,
we would love to see some more Swain. I think the options with that are endless. The Noxus General, that
right.
would be something that gets me really, really excited.
Yeah, Swain is an awesome champion. And you're saying as a legend or just in general, any unit slash
A
champion?
legend, all of it, both.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
as a legend, I'd say,
yeah.
because I mean you'll have some order in there, and the order and chaos would think, yeah, would maybe be too much power to put together. But I do like that combination of play.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be excited. Looks like Muhammad or Muham Medal. I hope I'm saying. I'll call you Mo. Mo is also excited for Swain. I don't know. Is
Mohamed Al Sabah.
what was that?
Mohamed Al Sabah.
There we
I
go.
think.
Thank you, thank you. And default,
Flame
welcome
me in
on
chat if you
through.
want.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be excited for that. I do think Vi, funny enough, something is telling me that it's going to come with a new mechanic. Like her legend ability is going to read something completely different than we've ever seen before. I feel like they're saving a really good legend ability for that specific legend. So we'll see. I don't think she's going to be doing anything any bit similar to the previous current legends right now. Just like we saw from the set 2
I'm excited.
legends, a lot of those legends did very novel things compared to a lot of the set 1. It almost felt like they were slightly slash truly power creeping the legends. So I'm willing to bet they might just do a bit of the same thing going into set 3. I think the set 3 legends, we look back and be like, wait a second, this power level is kind of getting out of hand. I will recall there was one time in the chat where I don't know if I was getting debated, but one of you guys at home told me, oh, my roommate is a rioter, or, someone that works at Riot, someone with inside
Oh yeah,
information. And he said, you
his
guys
dad
could go
works at
ahead
Riot.
and cry about Draven, but when set 3 comes around, it's going to completely change everything. So yeah, I'm excited. I think set 3 will have a completely new meta, and just in the same way that people were crying for Kaisa and now she's just kind of the middle of the road, I think Draven is going to be somewhere in the middle of the road as well come next set.
Here's the thing, that's my little drop of nuance into this. When you are bringing out a new TCG, especially one that is putting so many new mechanics and like trying to innovate on an existing concept like Riftbound is, the first set will try and put in a lot of basic mechanics, because if you put all the fun spicy cards in set 1, you're overwhelmed. You really need to gradually introduce the more complex mechanics in the game. So I think for the first few sets, you're going to see more and more complex legends, more which inherently, in some cases, also means more powerful. Because if you put that much power in the early legends, right, there where you're just putting raw power into the legends, it's really hard to balance that out later on. So I'm not too worried yet about any power creeping, uh, as long as it will plateau a little bit. As long as it doesn't remain on this tempo, things are gonna be a-okay, and I'll be sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, I can agree more. I think you have to. You don't want to go ahead and reveal your whole hand as a developer of Riftbound just yet. So I like the gradual introduction of these mechanics, the gradual introduction to really strong legends. And I hope you're totally right, because I know from the history of TCGs, after a couple of sets, they try to truly power creep, but I have full trust in the developers. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to every single one working out in Riftbound. And you know, Bandit, I think round 2 is going to be starting rather shortly as the players are looking to set up. So I believe let's go ahead and close things out for a moment here while we bring our next caster online. But Bandit, I didn't expect to go on a full tangent of Riftbound here in between. That was fun.
That's why we're here. That's why
Right.
we're here. And we should get together after like a week of spoilers. Just go through all the spoilers. Just yap a bit. Just
Okay.
daydream together and share some fantasies.
Do you want to maybe do like a video, like a YouTube video of it, or like a live stream, or both?
Oh, we can do both. I mean, videos are editing work. That is, I mean, that is something that's always underappreciated. How much time goes into that. But we'll talk about it. I think
Okay.
it could be fun. I
Yeah.
think, as you can already tell, we both have a lot of aspiration for the new set, and I can't wait to have it in my hands.
Yeah, me as well. I'm so excited. We get early previews as early as Monday, guys. Just a couple more days. But Bandit, thank you so very much. I know everyone in chat enjoys your commentary. I enjoy it so very much. So thank you again. And Bandit, before you go, if you want to let these guys know where they can catch you online, I think I do have at least a little command on my side.
Oh, lovely. Well, if people are really interested, you can follow me on @CasterBandit on both Twitter and on YouTube. It's some league content in there, but Riftbound getting some love as well. It won't be too long till I'm back, so no fear from that side. Plus, thank you so much for having me on. Good luck today. It's a long day. It's gonna be a fun one, if round 1 was any promise, and you'll see me in the very next one. Good luck.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Bandit. I'll go ahead and throw us to the main scene for now, but shout out to Bandit one more time. We'll catch him in the future. I'll go ahead and bring our next caster on, and if you're hearing me, Manch is the next one, but let me go ahead and tag him. So guys, bear with me as we do this live. We're looking to go ahead and bring our next caster in. And our next caster is a previous champion, a current judge in our Discord. And let's go ahead and tag him.
Hello?
Mic check, Manch. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, and welcome on in. How are we feeling today? Is it nice and early for you, or about what time is it?
Yeah. It is 1:30, so I'm like 2 hours ahead of the tournament. Like, great timing for me. Can't complain.
Nice. Right in the middle of the day. It looks like we got an awesome matchup. Lee Sin versus Draven. I believe I got word this will be a Miracle Draven to start off this round number 2. Were you able to catch a little bit of round number 1?
Yeah, I was watching it. Like, I am both a Renata and a Leona enjoyer, but when it comes to competitive, I am playing Draven. However, both are my pet decks, so I enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, honestly, that was a good matchup, and I think this is going to be a slightly more competitive one as these guys are already looking to start off our round number 2. Ezreal developed out, so this is indeed that Miracle Champ, or that Miracle Draven. Manj, I know you mentioned you play a bit of Draven. I believe that the tournament you ended up winning from our side of things was on a Draven as well. Do you lean more towards the Miracle side or more towards the traditional mid-range?
I am more of a mid-range player just because I will optimize anything I try and play. So, like, I would want to start writing down all my recycles and all of that. And I'm like, I was going to Bologna. I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go into time. I want to play my quote-unquote fair Magic. Draven isn't fair, no matter, even if it's mid-range. It's not really fair. It's the best deck. But I didn't want to spend too much time. I didn't want to go into have any time issues, so just stuck with the mid-range. However, this mid-range deck, the Miracles deck, is levels ahead of the rest of the field, in my opinion.
Oh, you think it might just be the #1 deck currently? I mean, with the right pilot, it definitely feels to be the case. I mean, sometimes when you have a really strong pilot on Miracle Draven, just like we've seen the likes of, shout out to Challengers TCG out here in chat, 6 a.m. Ready to watch Mange, and I am excited to watch this tournament as well. But yeah, in the right hands, it almost feels like it can take down anything. It almost feels you're not even playing the same game of Riftbound sometimes.
Yeah.
So let's see if Draven makes Lee Sin feel that way, because we did see some really good stuff from previous Lee Sins. If you remember, there was a round in the regional where Lee Sin surprised everyone. Did they take, I can't remember if they took down a Draven, but they took down a meta opponent and no one expected it. So we'll see if this Lee Sin could do similarly.
Yeah, I played against the best of Lee Sin from Bologna in the side events. And the deck was honestly pretty solid. It felt like a kind of a semi Aurelia cosplay, in the sense that it was kind of like a green-orange. Like if Aurelia was green-orange, this is what like his list would have been. And the deck seemed very strong. It's like, especially like I wasn't expecting Lee Sin to do what he was doing. There's a lot of movements with like first mates, with wallops, and like just a lot of strength. You know, like punch first is 1 mana +5, and it's just, you see them hold up like three energy, and it's like, how much might am I supposed to go in?
Yeah.
Go in with
what
here?
do you play around, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you think about the simple fact that it's body and calm, right? So talk about might increases. You have so much abundance of capabilities, but the falling stars instantly getting countered out by a not so fast. Such a good change it made to Riftbound, right? Because there used to be a world where not so fast wasn't able to counter both targets of falling stars, right?
And it was when it was the reflexive triggers. And as someone who does, you know, I do help out with the judging in the Discord and do it IRL as well. It is one of my biggest, like, I'm happy they changed it. Like, it made Falling Star a bit weaker, sure, but just the amount of questions people had and confusions they had with Falling Star, it was like I had to explain the same card over and over, because it was just very unintuitive. Like, it makes sense if you're entrenched in card games, but a lot of people who play Riftbound this is their first TCG. Like, all of them, I play League of Legends. I wanna try this new card game out. And so many of them just did not understand how this, and it's not their fault. It is a very confusing card.
Yeah, a little bit unintuitive, if I say so, but it looks like they did get it together. They might have just kind of jumped the gate off the get-go, and maybe could have prioritized. And, you know, side note, this guy putting the buff counters inside the sleeves
I don't know about
crazy.
that.
What do you think about
it's
that?
The same here. I don't know about this. Like, it's I personally just use dice. I was a set player in the first one, just in the first set, just because okay, so let's see what the thing here. But I use the dice just because it's a lot easier to manage.
Yeah, so, I do as well. I don't really do with the actual card counters or anything. Dice makes it super straightforward. But as you pointed out before, it looks like Ezreal trying to come down with a spinning axe, but the punch first onto that Poro, bringing up to, I believe, 8 total might on the push to the 7. So that's 2 cards hitting the band. Not only the purple Ezreal, but a spinning axe as well. That is a pretty big swing, I will say.
It's a huge swing. And what I want to see is, like, I can't really get a look into the Draven player's hand. However, it's like, I'm not sure what you're expecting, honestly. It's like, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but like, the Lee Sin has a grip full of cards,
right? And
he's going to come in with 6 mana up, while we have just a spinning axe. So at the biggest we're ever going to get this Ezreal is 6. So we're assuming that we're going to lose this Ezreal if we ever go into the battlefield. This is something I've seen a lot of players, they just get impatient. They just go into the battlefields because, oh, I need to score points. You're playing the Miracle deck. The Miracle deck is not an aggro deck. It is a late game deck, so it does not mind waiting a few turns. On that turn, if you felt you were like you didn't have a real play, you could just play like the Draven Legend. The Draven Chosen Champion is one of the strongest 4-mana plays. You can just play that and hold for a turn. If your opponent's just at 4 points, or they were at 1 point there, you were under no real pressure. So you can just like take your time, take a deep breath. Oh, this is very weird that he's playing Treasure Hunter in. Are we sure this is Miracle? Oh well, we saw Ezreal as well. Like we don't usually see the Treasure Hunters in this. There is a hybrid build, but I'm not sure what he's going for exactly. But going back to the point where like sometimes you don't need to rush into these points. You don't need to like race. Like you can. It's scary, but even if players have played like other card games like Magic or other things, sometimes it's fine. You can let your opponent get a few points. You can let them get ahead, but at the end of the game, the Miracle engine is going to be so huge. You're going to play all these Rosses, all these Rams, and the Lee Sin is not going to be able to keep up with all the smite you're going to put down. So it's fine. Just take a deep breath, calm down, like conquer from the Zons, but like you're under no pressure. Just take a deep breath. Like this is the biggest fault I've seen all Riftbound players do. They're just too excited to get into these points.
Yeah, to score on early, and I completely agree. I think that the Draven, especially the Miracle variant, is not necessarily in any kind of rush to go ahead and score on those early points. As you pointed out, I believe if just a bit more of the slow and steady wins the race, because at any point the Miracle decks can just go ahead and develop out a board likes that you've never ever seen before. Things like 20, 28 total minus a single turn. So at one point you are able to go off things with like Bushwhack, Raza, Battering Ram. So you're not necessarily looking to conquer that early, especially when you have an opponent with 6 runes available, which it looks to be a bit of a a bit of a big blunder from the side of Draven. But let's see if they're able to pick things back up. They do have a Treasure Hunter, not the best unit, especially with just that single might. But if they could perhaps back things up, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're trying to keep up. Like I can't I don't see what they could have trying to keep up. Like we could have just played the Draven last turn because they had 2 extra mana. So they could have just played the Draven, and then we have something that can actually maybe threaten attacking, even though it's going to be very hard attacking into this, especially now that the Lee Sin player has developed the Sona into the battlefield, where they're just going to keep, like, usually, like, the biggest, like, holding is hard in Riftbound just because if you develop, you don't have the mana to keep up the reaction spells. Or if you hold up the reaction spells, then your opponent can go like, I'm just gonna build my base and make you burn your mana. However, something like Sona counteracts that just because like, oh, I'm gonna, play my cards, and then Sona's gonna untap everything. So now the Draven is under like a lot of pressure to actually break the boards. Now it's a time where like, oh, points actually matter when your opponent is not far away from actually winning this game. Where your opponent is not far away from like winning. So like now we're under pressure. So we actually have to do things into all of this mana when we're not very strong, and we can't even afford, like, we don't even have strong plays. Whereas, like I remember you, like, I think Bandit said this last turn, like in the previous round, where like spending these early energies has cascading effects into the next rounds. Like spending that especially something like Falling Star, that's 2 power. That's two less energy this turn. 2 less energy the turn after that. It just has this huge cascading effect where if we just built up, and then on one turn we could have used everything now instead of just having to go like gung ho and just like, oh, I have this thing, because I get it, man. I've been in this things like, oh, I can do this. It's gonna kill 2 of their units. I'm just gonna do it. However, if you do it and they have the not so fast, like our opponent did, then you're just kind of blown out.
Right, a little bit of a feels bad moment, and he went for another falling star with that physical course. The discipline being able
Yeah,
to save the Starward Poro from devastation, but
yeah,
now running into a treasure hoarder because you went up to 5 total might. Or actually, you had 3 plus the shield is 4 plus the 2, so you're at 6 total might.
the
So not
switcheroo.
even.
Like,
But oh, you're totally right. The
do we
switcheroo
have
coming
something?
down.
Oh, with okay, he's trading the mites with the Poro so that the Poro dies. But how are you getting over the Sona? He targeted the Poro, right?
Yeah, I did see him
But
pick the
like,
Poro because I believe it does have more might. You're not taking the damage. You're only
yeah,
taking
it's
the
oh,
6
did
total
he?
might. So 6 to
Yeah,
1. But as you point out,
miss
you're
the
not
buff.
taking care of the Sona just yet. And you're
Yeah,
completely tapped out. So aren't you just dying this turn? You're not getting the conquer.
yeah. I might have. Did he discipline the Poro or something, or the Poro is just a 4? I might have missed
The Poro did get
a thing.
disciplined. That's how it survived the
Okay, yeah,
falling star.
yeah. I thought it had. Oh yeah, because obviously, yeah. Yeah, it's this is one of the things where like in this spot, like there's really not much you can do. You kind of just have to go for it, and if they have it, they have it. Um, it's kind of doomed either way.
Yeah, looking to be the case as it looks like our Lee Sin player will be going up to 6 total points. The Sona surviving, which is a pivotal card for that Lee Sin game plan. You're able to keep up all those combat tricks available on your opponent's side, and to make it even better for Lee Sin, you still have a lonely Poro getting saved from the Zhonya's Hourglass, allowing you to conquer up to 7 points if you choose to do so. So 7-1. This is not how I was expecting this matchup to go. What about you, Mo?
It's it's one of those where it's hard. Like the miracle. I was not expecting it to be this one-sided, but it's one of those where I like playing these off meta decks like Lee Sin in other card games just because your opponent sometimes just does not have the matchup experience you do, and like they don't know how to approach it the correct way, and they just misplay into it because like they played 1 maybe 2 games into this, and while you've played against Draven 50 times,
Oh yeah.
so you have a lot of experience. You have a lot of like an edge, even though your deck is quote unquote weaker. Um, but yeah, it's like maybe if the Draven starts like understanding what the matchup dynamics here, like he should really take it slower. Like the Lee Sin isn't super aggressive, at least not the build we've seen. It's like okay, he has his 2 drops, but he isn't like a Lucian that's gonna be dancing in and out. Something like a set 1 Annie, where it's gonna do like the sneaky deck hands on you. You can take your time, just build up. If he does that, I think he's going to have an edge going into like the second game.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think we see a little bit more of a patient game plan coming out from this Draven going into that game 2. It might be a little bit more fruitful for him because I think from this position with 4 runes available and you never develop your chosen champion, which is a little bit of a blasphemous act, isn't it? I think chosen
Yes.
champ Red
Yeah.
Draven, you want to go ahead and curve it out ASAP.
Oh,
A lot of
yeah,
top
almost.
Dravens go ahead and play it
Yeah,
out on the second
I
turn.
it's like if you have the 4 mana, like you're playing it out. All like there has to be some big reason. Sorry, excuse me. There has to be a big reason for you not to play it, instead of the other way. It's like not you don't have to think about why am I playing it. The reason that the thought process is there a reason for me not to play it? Because it's just such a strong unit on 4. It doesn't cost you power. It doesn't cost you anything. You just play it out, and it can threaten attacking for 6 at minimum. So and it generates gold as well. So it's not like when he played the treasure hunter instead of the Draven makes you gold too, if he wins the combat. So
Right.
and are we ever not winning the combat? I think. I mean, if we're not winning the combat, we weren't winning that. I think his idea was that he wanted to do something with the switcheroo, but again, the switcheroo is another card that costs 2 power on top of the 2 like falling stars he played. So that's just a lot of power, generally speaking, that he was playing. So we got
Definitely.
a peek at his side.
I think the Draven deck actually did have the card combinations in that game to probably do a whole lot better, because if we try to take a couple steps back, you don't swing in with that purple Ezreal, you hold up that spinning axe for, let's say, that turn he played Treasure Hunter, right? You pointed out before, he had 4 energy, could have just played out the Draven champion, had a whole lot more of a push capabilities going forward, and then you save that spinning axe for a potential push with the red Draven, and then you probably could have taken down the Sona. And you know, after the Draven got played out, in hindsight, because I know it didn't actually get played out, but you have enough mana to have the switcheroo up, enough to have the spinning axe if you absolutely need to. So there could have been a whole lot more play potential coming out for this Draven, but perhaps learning his lesson in this game number 1 might just be able to take down Lee Sin and bring us into that notorious game number 3. I would like to see a little bit more from this Miracle player. Thinking of sideboard options, since you're a bit of a Draven player yourself, what is looking decently good into the likes of a calm body deck?
I mean, usually, like, you want it depends on what they're doing. Honestly, from the Draven side, it's not them. Like, you don't want to do that many things. You don't have
right.
You're usually good. Like, from the mid-range Draven, it's Ferris Forerunners, maybe Mind Splitters if they're slow enough, switcheroos if they're not too into the camels, but we didn't see any camels. So, like, those are the cards I'd want. Okay. But that's from the mid-range side. From the Miracle side, I'm not like, I think you just want to make sure that you're not going too deep into the game. Like, you want to do your game plan, and it's not like the Lee Sin deck has a lot of ways to disrupt. Like, they're not disrupting you as heavily as something like an Ezreal who's gonna board wipe you, something like the Victors, like, oh, I have to think about, they're disrupting the main game plan. Like, their biggest disruption is like sabotages, which are not that big of a deal, and maybe defies and like not so fast. Defies more so on the called shots on specific turns, because a lot of times you have choke points in the turns where you can go like seal of Discord, like play a card, I'm gonna call shot, and then I have 1 mana up for my ram, and then they go defy your called shot, and you're like, oh, the defy doesn't count as played anymore. I mean, the call shot doesn't count as played anymore, and now you're kind of stuck in the situation of like, oh, I can't play this. Like, my call shot got defied, and I can't play the ram, so I just did basically nothing this other than play this, and I'm stuck behind on this development. And now the tempo goes back to the Lee Sin, who can actually score more points. So that's Lee Sin's plan. They want to be disrupting these pop-off turn with the defies. And honestly, all you want to do as Draven is play your cards. Like, it is a few power levels higher than Lee Sin. It is a few power levels higher than Lee Sin. Let's admit it. Like, we can enjoy that more than others. It is you just have to make sure you're doing your plan. But but we saw that this deck is, a bit. It seems like a bit of a hybrid, more so than your typical all-in Miracle version, where they don't have the Treasure Hunters. They don't have, like, they might have 1 Falling Star. They're usually on like 1 Spell Pierce, not Spell Pierce, Piercing Lights. Yeah, they're on Piercing Lights, not this, but we'll see. Like, like, people have their own innovations, so.
And I think on top of just being a slight variant between the two, as you pointed out, it seems to be Miracle in itself a bit of a tougher deck to pilot, at least effectively. So it could be a bit of a unfamiliarity with the matchup as well as your own deck, but we'll see as this game number 2, it looks like Battlefields. And if you saw how he cut the deck, he just put 1 card and made him cut from that, which is kind of hilarious.
I've seen some people at locals do this, or they'll do like, oh, I'm gonna take the top 4 and put that at the bottom, and at the end of the game I want you to look at the bottom 4, and like that would have been your hand or something. Just like
bit of mind games coming out already.
Yeah, it's just like, you get the fun little tricks between friends.
Yeah, I could imagine. Let's go ahead and see what Lee Sin decides to pick as his battlefield selection for game number 2. He started things off pretty good with that Monastery Harana. Most likely has some good battlefields. I'm catching a glimpse of what he could have. It looks like a Grove. Grove of the Godwillow might just be that secondary pickup, which is a fantastic card, especially considering the cards we saw in game number 1, like Sona.
Yeah, Grove is the third one a Dreaming Tree? Like,
looks to be.
Dreaming Tree should be your Like the Dreaming Tree should be your going second battlefield. Grove is your going first. Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We
Oh,
have the
and a
minefield.
minefield with the miracle
Yeah.
variant. So trying to develop out a good trash pile for those rosters, but it almost feels like unnecessary with things like stack deck, called shot, discarding cards from Ezreal with the scrap heats. It almost feels like minefield is a bit of overkill. What do you think about that battlefield?
Yeah, it was like in vogue at the start. Like people started playing minefields, and then, as you said, people realized, oh, you don't really need them. Like they're good enough. Like the cards, like we're good enough at filling our battlefield, our graveyard, that we don't really need something like a minefield. It's fine. It's not like anything egregious, but it's just one of those where like there's probably more optimal things to play, but it's okay. But again, I don't think it's optimal.
Yeah, I don't think the most ideal battlefield. I mean, traditionally we've seen what Zon Warrens, Targon's Peak, and Reaver's Rower. Which is the third one I'm missing there?
The mid range is almost always on Targon's, Reavers, and
Reavers.
Obelisk. The Miracles is usually like Zon's, Obelisk, and then like
The
sometimes on
Veil
Reavers,
Temple, right? To restand the seals,
sometimes
I
on
believe.
Temple. Yeah, like sometimes the Temples, sometimes Reavers, sometimes Targon's Peak. It's like kind of changing, but the
Right.
one that's the one they always have is Zon's, obviously, and we saw that um turn one. Okay, now please play the Draven. Just play your Draven.
I think you just slam it down, learning his lesson
Come
from
on.
that opening
There we
game.
go.
It looks like he
There we go.
does get that red Draven curved down as soon as that second turn. So passes on forward. This is looking already a whole lot better than that game number one. Sunlit Guardian, a card we don't get to see too often, nor do we see it in game number one. It does have Shield 1 and Tank, so quite the powerful foe, especially when you add a little bit of a Lee Sin buff as well. So does he want to go ahead and take the chance? Because if he feels confident and to push up to a battlefield, I would hope he has a bit of combat tricks in mind. And here we go, man. She goes
Man,
ahead and puts the buff
please
card in the sleeve.
stop putting it in, man. And man, this sleeve is gonna get wrecked at some point. It's gonna like rip or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it does kind of mess with the sleeves, but I guess it looks somewhat clean. But Dice is a whole lot cleaner, in my
It does
opinion.
look
But he
clean.
goes for
Yeah, it does
tapping
look clean.
2. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be a challenge on the Dreaming Tree. Draw 1 and taking down the tapped out Draven. That is a disastrous play. You know, that is exactly what he was hoping for. Sunlit Guardian with the buff is at 4.
Yeah, it's a 4/4. It's fine. It's wait, wow. It's dead. Yeah, it's dead. So like, honestly, we're not that sad about this.
Yeah.
This is fine. Like it's like our Draven died, but you know, like the Lee Sin's on 1 point and is not threatening is not threatening to double score next turn. So this is where we're fine. Like nothing to panic about. Just I can't see the card. Like it looks like we have an Ezreal, I think, and like a bunch of Rosas, I think, and like a falling. If I saw 2 falling stars, I'm definitely throwing one of the falling stars away. But if it's just one, then that's fine. But just
Looks to be a
take your time,
spinning
man.
axe,
Yeah.
switcheroo falling star. So I didn't see the double falling star. So it makes a bit of sense
Yeah, maybe
of
this
sacrificing the early
Yeah.
Rasa. But funny enough, I think Minefields would have got you to that Rasa threshold a bit sooner than later.
Yeah.
So perhaps has
Yeah,
another one in
probably like
hand.
one of the
We'll
other
see.
cards. Yeah. And Rosas are just better in multiples, especially when you hit the threshold. Or like,
Exactly.
you know what's better? You know what's better than one Rasa?
Oh yeah.
2 Rosas. And better than 2 Rosas.
Maybe
3
3.
Rosas.
And if there's one deck that could go ahead and play all of them in a single turn, it will be that Miracle deck. Funny enough, we haven't seen any Seals of Discord just yet, as Lee Sin goes ahead and pushed that Dreaming Tree to get that second point of this game number 2. There's no world where Miracle deck is not running Seals, right? It's almost like a
Yeah,
mandatory.
He had one. He had one.
Oh, he did?
In the first game. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I must
he
have
did.
missed it.
He played one. Yeah, his turn 2 in game 1 was, instead of playing the Draven, he went Seal of Discord, Ezreal, then into nothing. Where if he played the Draven, then he could have gone the Ezreal next turn and it would have been smoother with his called shots and things like that.
Yeah, maybe in hindsight, he was trying to be a bit considerate of that challenge play, but just saying, we have to do what we have to do. Forget if he does have the
Yeah,
challenge. I'm going to make him
and
use it either way, which seems to be a decent play as it kind of slowed down the Lee Sin's tempo nonetheless, as Lee Sin's only hanging out there at 2 points. And now I think it's time to maybe make a bit of a good push yourself, but we saw the pushing your Ezreal doesn't feel that good. Not only does he have a fantastic ability, but there's one rune available. I mean, one a whole lot better than going against the 6 runes as the previous game number 1. So goes to start things off as standard as you can. A
with the
call
call
shot
shots.
repeated to start things off.
Yeah, does our opponent have a defy? Oh, okay. We had a better look at that. There's at least one more Rasa there. So like, honestly, with the challenge thing, it's one of those where like, I want to get as a miracle player, I want to get challenged there just because Draven is just my big stupid vanilla
Okay.
that's meant to hold. He's meant to slow you down, and if like the challenge there slowed our opponent down just because like they killed their unit, they killed their Silent Guardian that they spent a buff on, and then a challenge. Sure, they drew a card from the challenge, but just tempo wise, it slowed them down enough where I'm like, I'm happy. That's all I need as a miracle player. I need time because if this
Right.
game goes to like turn 10, the miracle player is going to win this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in terms of card economy, there's one of these decks going to be hanging out there. I mean, look at the plethora of cards. I think I scanned through, I think at least 8 to 10 cards currently, and looking to be
That
even higher as I believe. Yeah, he did stack deck. So adding
it's
another
just
card in hand. And that's 2 cards being played out this turn. So we'll keep that in mind for those cards like Banner Ram. So 2 cards already played out. Seeing that he has another called shot, but no seals doesn't feel the best as you're going to have to recycle a rune for each one of those. But funny enough, man,
have
I'm
another
seeing
call shot.
2 call shots in hand.
Yeah. We can go for one at least. Start with one. How many cards are with the minefield and the called shot? We 100% can play this Rasa. Like I can't imagine a world where we can't play this Rasa and this Battering Ram. Like
Yeah.
we can for sure go for it. Like you have to build up the board. Like you can't just like do nothing this turn just because it's your opponent's giving you the leeway to go for it. At least we can at least play the Rams. If you're too afraid to like, you don't want to ram down too much, I don't know. Like, at least start with called shots. Build this hand even more so that at some point like this Ezreal, you're fine with this Ezreal dying just because I use my called shots. I built my hand already.
Exactly.
This Ezreal can die. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think as long as you use at least minimum 3 call shots, you're not feeling too bad about losing that Ezreal. Going for the spinning axe proactively, trying to push into the Starboard Poro, or I would imagine so. I mean, the most might that Poro can get up to, I believe, would just be 5 total might. So right over the hill of that 6, or with that 6 current might. So feeling good that he's going to be able to conquer this turn, because I don't think there's anything for one Lee Sin could do, right?
Punch first.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course. The infamous punch first.
It's gonna go up to 8. Like, I guess you could. Are we switcher? Is that a switcheroo? Are we gonna switcheroo on this?
It almost has to be. You're trying to save, you're trying to conquer, so a switcheroo, a bit more of an expensive turn than you wanted that you had in mind to start things off, but switcheroo will be able to get that done. So I guess doing what you have to do, and that does proc the Dreaming Tree, doesn't it?
Wait. Yeah, it does, but he hasn't paid the power yet for it. For the switcheroo.
Yeah, it's 2 purple. It's definitely 2 purple, and I think he just tapped the 2 chaos. I didn't see him recycle because we just said that it was a really expensive turn. 1 for the call shot, 1 for the spinning axe, and then 2 for the switcheroo. That's 4 recycled runes in a single turn. Doesn't feel the best, but granted, if there's any deck that can play a bit on low rune economy, it will be those miracle variants. So let's see. He does get a first point online, but it did come at a hefty cost, to say the least.
So he has, like, first of all, he hasn't recycled his runes, but that aside, I think I counted 6 in the yard. If he didn't go for that, if he didn't go for the switcheroo, he'd have 5. He'd conquer the he'd conquer the minefield. He'd mill 2. He'd go to 7. With a called shot, he'd go to 8, and then you can definitely play the Rosses and the Battering Rams in hand.
Mhm.
But yeah, like this is yeah.
Uh-oh, man. She's didn't recycle. You know, I heard that there is a judge at the table. Maybe the judge might have missed it. I mean, this is all the way in Germany. We're on the other side of the world where, man, you're a little bit closer than I am out in Kuwait. But still, we are not in the current building at this location where the tournament is being held. So we have no direct interference. But he just recycled a rune that was supposed to be recycled. And that's going to be an impressive 7 runes recycled in a single turn. Wait a minute, man. He's completely out of runes with that switcheroo. Those 2 purples should be recycled, right?
Yeah, he should be. He should, like, if he's gonna, especially if he's gonna play the Rosses now. Is he up to? I don't. Is he up to?
Oh, these are
Oh,
illegal plays. Let's go ahead. I mean,
yeah,
I feel obligated to text our man on the location, W
yeah,
Cass. I believe he's there. He told me there should be a judge because that sealed discord should not be allowed. At the very same
yeah,
time, Miracle Draven should be completely out of runes. That was a free switcheroo. I mean, switcheroo would be an insane card. It already is, but even a crazier card if you didn't have the power cost associated with it.
yeah. It's sad that we're not, we can't actually talk to the walk. We can't walk over to the table.
Right. Normally we could.
Yeah.
We'll see how things progress. I made a note over to W. Hopefully get it together. I mean, it does make a world of difference. Not only do you have a seal develop, you're also going into 3 energy your next turn instead of just 2 energy. Yeah, it's tricky. It's definitely
Yeah.
tricky. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
and you should not have this hit. I guess it depends on like the sequencing, but I don't think you'd have had this hidden or this seal at this point. Maybe you could have had the seal if you sequence it properly, but you should not have this hidden for sure, and you should have 0 runes. But yes, like also another thing about the Miracle deck, as we could tell, like the last turn took the Draven player a lot of time.
Oh yeah.
This shows kind of like the inexperience of like how long the deck takes if you're inexperienced. If you watch somebody like Colin from Challenger TCG or like Prismat play this deck, they're fast.
Super
Sometimes
fast.
they'll tank for a bit. Sometimes just when it's a big turn. But I've seen a lot of players who play this and just tank for a while, and it's understandable. Like I'm not saying the deck isn't hard and that you shouldn't think about it, but it's one of those where like it requires you to think about it. You should be thinking about this before you come to the tournament, just because you are going to run out of time. You
Yeah.
are going to run out of time if you keep taking this long on every single turn.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's no deck like a Miracle deck. There's no deck that has as many decision points as it with those call shot, the stack decks, and then a whole lot of other units. You have to think about how you're curving out or utilizing your rune the most effectively. Does go up to 3 points, but does not feel good with all things considered that those chaos runes should be recycled before. We'll let it ride for the time being. We'll see. I mean, if this ends up going to a game 3 and Draven ends up winning, that might just be a bit of a feels bad moment for Lee Sin. Because from your judge standpoint, or from your judge perspective, I think Summoner Scrimmages, especially a Summoner Scrimmage as big as this one, is judged at high OPL, right?
Yeah. All Summoner Skirmishes are high OPL.
Right.
I think, by the way, he also missed a trigger for the Dreaming Tree when he fought the
True.
Ezreal back home. But that's fine. That's not like you're like
Game
nothing
breaking.
happens. Like, yeah, it's not like a rules violation. It's not a warning if you miss a trigger that's beneficial to yourself. But yeah, the him not recycling the 2 runes is pretty massive. It is pretty massive.
Yeah, perhaps just thinking of one too many things in that turn, completely forgetting about the simple fact of recycling your runes for your power cause. But either way, we'll try to just continue on to this game the best we can. Goes ahead and plays a Battering Ram to kind of back up and support that purple Ezreal. Hides what might just very well be another fight or flight, because I think... Was that 2? No, that was 1 switcheroo game 1, 1 switcheroo game 2. So it could maybe be a switcheroo this time around, but most likely a fight or flight, I would imagine.
I mean, do you have enough runes to play to play this. I don't think he had enough energy to play this.
The battering ram?
Am I mistaken here? Like, what did he play? He played the fighter flight and what else?
Fighter flight.
played
I
that
think he
seal-
tapped. Was it the third call shot with the
He played
seal?
this-
One for
he played this-
for
oh no,
stacked deck.
he played no, it was true. It was the Seal of Discord, the called shot, and then the fighter flight,
Right.
and then the stack deck got defied, so that doesn't count.
Oh, true. That does make sense. Okay, so it is at least 3 cards being played out. So able to play it out for 2 out on this battering ram and making things rather difficult. So Lee Sin going for the more straightforward conquer on that Dreaming Tree. So does get a bit of that point tempo, 4-3 as it currently stands. Has a whole lot of runes to work with this turn, but he's running a little bit dry in terms of card economy in hand. Develops out a Lonely Poro. You never really want to go ahead and play a Poro alongside a unit. He doesn't get the value from going on from trading. But Lee Sin, as I pointed out, only with 3 cards in hand. So one's low on runes, one's low on hand. Not feeling too confident, as that is the second to last card remaining for Lee Sin. It looks like he has 2 left in hand, but looks like he's running a bit short on answers going forward. Because as you said at the beginning of this game, the longer it goes, the more it favors the Miracle deck, as they're able to look at the majority of their deck. I think there's a good Miracle deck sees every card in the deck, right? Not considering the little cards you put at the bottom.
Yeah, and even considering the cards you put at the bottom, like you're gonna see them again. It's very trivially easy to do. Especially like this is not the Detonate version. The Detonate can do it multiple times.
I've
The
seen it.
Miracle
I've been
version,
testing with Detonate a little bit.
The Miracle version can do it very easily. The Detonate can even do it even harder. But like sometimes you don't do it. Like you can do it as the Miracle version, but you don't because you don't want to like burn out. Like the point is sometimes is relevant as well, but sometimes you just don't want to put everything from the trash into the deck because you want the Rosses to stay cheap. You want the spells in the graveyard for Fizz to still be there, but the deck can do it very easily.
Yeah, it really can. I think it makes her, to your point, I think the Detonate Draven build almost just guarantees you see every single card you need in a single match. Super consistent. The only thing I will say, it feels like sometimes you spend your entire turn, churning through your cards, looking through your cards, and not so much kind of developing out your board state, which could leave a little bit of breathing room for more aggressive strategies to get right up under. But let's see how this Miracle deck goes on and tries to close out this game number 2. Plays out overzealous fan to try to push anything back, trying to get into the minefield. And little by little, I mean, the point tempo is favoring Lee Sin as they get their 5th point from the hold. So if it's hold for hold, Lee Sin will be able to take that down. But if there's one thing we know about these Miracle decks, 1 Bushwhack, 2 Rosses, and maybe a battering ram after that will be surely enough to take down any single battlefield, unless Lee Sin,
unless he has the Thwonks.
The Thwonks repeated. You're so right.
Yeah, like those are actually kind of decent into this, into like a Bushwhacked like double Ross because we know one of the Rosses are in the graveyard. So like there's only 2 left.
Yeah, so, more than decent. I think Thwonk is a really fantastic card in this matchup. I think in any Draven matchup, I think a stun on your opponent's turn is feeling rather good. So trades the Poro just to see more cards, but it does come at a bit of a cost. That Draven does get a card draw every single combat win, and it looks to be time for the Lee Sin Center to come out. And man, did you get to catch that promo coming out? I believe it's set 4 or is it set 3?
Like, I think it's set. No, it's not set 3. I think it's set 4.
Okay.
Like cute. We get it. It's funny. I liked it. It's just like if people haven't seen it, it's like centered text. Like all the ability text is centered because centered like alignment.
Yep. I love it. I think that's a great sense of humor coming out from Riftbound team. So shout out to them. I can't wait. I mean, I'm down to pick up a little Lee Sin Center promo. It looks fun to have. But
it was like one of those small things where like I would like again. I'm not complaining. I really like it. I was like, if it had like alt art on top of being that, I think it's just using the normal alt art. But I still like it. I still like it, so I'm not complaining.
It's a collection piece, right?
Yeah, it was just a little bit nicer. Just make it and new art.
True,
And it
true.
would have been like a 10 out of 10 instead of a 9 out of 10. You know.
Right, right. Yeah, it looks it could have been that way. They could have gone for a little bit new alternative art because I've seen some different artwork coming out from the Chinese. I think on their card sleeves, but they never actually made it an actual promo card. So if they did you know what I'm talking about, it was like a Spirit Blossom Lee Sin card sleeves. I was expecting that to be a promo card, so that would have been maybe a perfect opportunity to do something like that. But either or, getting back to this game, throwing it back over. So it will be the Draven player going up to 5 points themselves from that hold. And now they have a bit of a puzzle in front of them. They have the Lee Sin center, the first mate, and the Lonely Poro with a hidden card, I will add. So let's try to do some quick maths here. How much is he defending for?
The Lee Sin is a 7, right? And then the first mate's a 6, and the Poro's a 2.
Yeah, because 4 plus 2 is 6, and then the 2 because he has no buff. So yeah, okay. So 7, 4, 11 plus the 2. So defending for 13 total might, a little bit more than just the 6 total might from this purple Ezreal. So he's gonna have to rely on something like a Bushwhack, which there's one in the grave as we currently stand. There's a 1 Rasa, and it looks like all the filter cards like Stack Deck and Call Shots are all in the trash as it currently is. So tap in 3. Or thinking about it.
The funny part is, like, I was thinking that, you know, not Thwonk, the hard bargains weren't so great. However, when your opponent is kind of maybe relying on the Thwonks, now suddenly the hard bargains are really good. I still am not sure if hard bargain is something you want multiple of post sideboard. Like, but one is always nice just because as the Miracle deck, you're gonna find it. If you want it, you're gonna find it. But I'm not sure it's something. Yeah, I'm not sure it's something you want multiples of against this Lee Sin deck.
Goes ahead and reveals the Zhonya's Hourglass, trying to protect one of these units that goes ahead and falls this turn. So targeting the first mate for the time being, since that's the only card he's able to take down. So first mate will survive, leaving behind a good amount of might still defending the Dreaming Tree. But it looks to me, unless there's a fight or flight, you recall back your battering ram, you attach the spinning axe, and then you send it in there. That might be the only line. And did you bring up the hard bargain because you saw a hard bargain in hand, or just kind of thinking about it?
There's two hard bargains in the least in the Draven player's hand. At least I saw 2. Like, I like when the players, do this nice little thing, and they flash their entire hand for the stream, and you're like, oh. Now I can commentate omnisciently and tell everybody what the best plays are instead of having to make these guesses.
Yeah, it always feels good to see that. I mean, that's the only advantage of, or one of the good sides about playing these Miracle decks is that as a caster, you get to see exactly what they're working with in the deck. But it looks like Fizz going with the Bushwhack game plan. So the Raza comes in ready. Does he have another one where that came from? I think I saw at least one more in that big old hand. Rasa coming in ready, so we'll be going up to 9 total might. If he decides to attach the spinning axe on top of that, I think that's going to be right in the neighborhood of trading 1 for 1. Lee Sin with 7, the Lonely Poro has 2 more. So looking to maybe trade.
He's going to Thwonk and he's going to get hard bargained. Yeah.
Nice is the other way around. Usually we're seeing these calm decks with all the counter plays, but now it's time for the purple decks with the hard bargain. Honestly, hard bargain feels so good sometimes. The simple fact that you could counter any single spell if they don't have enough energy, you can't get much better than that. But to Draven's point, you do have another Rasa where it did indeed came from. So it's able to get up to 6 total points. And little by little, I think this advantage is favoring way too much in the favor of Draven, as there's not a lot of answers in hand, I would imagine, for Lee Sin.
Yeah, this seems like it's going to be a bit too much for the Lee Sin to overcome. It's too battlefields, too very like, even with like a punch first and things like that, it's 2 battlefields. He has to overcome both. Like, there's not enough cards that there's not enough movement stuff in green orange to do that. You have like the wallops, you have first mates. The first mates are not going to be good enough here. So I think we just gotta center ourselves, Lee Sin center
Oh yeah.
ourselves, and go
Nice.
go to game three. Go to game three. Like you might
I
want to
think
give
you
it
have to
one
be
more
very
try.
mindful of the
Yeah.
time here, because the time I have on the
Exactly.
screen, I'm pretty sure is decently similar to the time they have over there. We have about 13 minutes remaining in round number one,
Oh,
not
there's
considering
another
the
Lee Sin.
overtime. So I would probably
Okay.
concede as well, unless he feels pretty good with the
Yeah,
first
it's like
mate coming
if
down, or
you
accelerated
have like
Lee.
Lee Sin. Yeah, like you probably do. You play this turn, and then judge whether or not you want to concede or not, just because of time. But yeah, you have to like play to your outs, of course.
Right. You have to, because what if there's a world you might be able to win this? Miracle only has about 3 runes, going up to 5 runes, and that's already one bushwhack already getting recycled back to the to the bottom of the deck because of the fizz. So if they don't have another bushwhack, they might just simply have a fizz with that spinning axe. And wait a second, the spinning axe, oh no, it's temporary, so it goes down now.
Yeah,
Surprising that he didn't want to attach it before it actually goes down.
I mean he can't attach it. It was attached to the
Oh, it
Rasa
was
that died.
it was that turn. I
Yeah,
thought for some reason he left it
yeah,
hanging, but yeah, it was attached to the Raza, of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
All right, man. Let's see if he's able to go ahead and try to take this game number one. He holds up to 7. This is the final point. The last right coming down.
Oh,
So attached up to 5 total might. And there's a first mate and a Poro. So they're both going to be defending for 4 total might. So a collective 8 might total. Can this Fizz get the heavy lifting job done? You're at 5. One
surely.
spinning axe. Oh, I think I see the
Yeah,
line.
fight. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just quickly go to game 3 so that you actually have time to actually finish this.
Yeah. I don't know if 10 minutes is going to be enough for this Miracle deck to go ahead and maneuver their way to try to get the win. But we did see game 1 wasn't all that long, right? Lee Sin tried to close things out as soon as they could, especially with Lee Sin being on the play. And I do think if there's an Obelisk of Power somewhere in the neighborhood for Draven, starting Obelisk of Power on the draw, developing out your Draven champion as that opening turn, that might not feel too bad. So I'm wondering if they have an Obelisk of Power, because my feel was already, throwing me off a little bit. So I don't know if they're playing the more traditional battlefields for these Miracle decks, but we'll see.
I think they are. Like that would be my guess, at least the third battlefield is usually the one that's has some flex to it, which is the minefield slot. I'm guessing. Oh, I don't like this at all. Like I saw like the sideboard where he removed his scrap heaps.
I saw that. Yeah, he should have kept
Yeah,
them. You
some
just
people
always keep them in Miracle, don't you?
Yeah, like look, I'm not an experienced Miracles player, so I can't say for sure. However, for me, it's like in set 1, people used to do this with Annie.
Exactly.
However, Annie had it as more of a value piece. Like okay, if I discard it, I'm gonna draw 2 cards. I want more stuff to play more cards, and that's their game plan. Like I want to do value things. In this deck, it's not a value piece. It's a combo piece. Like it's there to help you like cycle through your deck, hit it with Ezreal. It's a pot of greed. That's at least my thing. And just before we start game 2, I just want to address a few things that are going in chat. They're talking about like the runes thing.
I saw.
Yeah, it's just like I want to address it. Like some people are using cheating. However, cheating requires intentionality in this game. In every card game I've judged, it requires intentionality. Look, anyone who's played these tournaments, especially these longer tournaments, this is still round 2, but newer players especially, sometimes they just make a mistake. I'm not saying this is either way. These things. Oh, see, this is the thing I told you about. You take the top 4 cards, you put them on the bottom. This guy knows all the tech. The recent player knows all the tech. So like, it requires intentionality, and I'm not saying this is either case, but it's just one of those things where like, oh, you're right. Actually, this is not an obelisk, right? That's a Targon's Peak.
Oh, interesting. So won't be able to start off that picture perfect
Yeah.
Draven to start things off. And I'm getting a bit of word from over there on the side. So shout out to Dubby for keeping us informed. It looks like the head judge is being discussed to as we currently speak. He says, to your point, man, you said the intentionality is a big thing to consider with these plays. It looks like they're ruling it was not intentional, but they are still discussing it with the TO and the head judge. I still think it is a game loss, in my opinion. Let me know if I'm wrong,
It's
though, because I know
yeah,
you're a
it's
much
not.
more
It's not.
experienced judge.
Yeah,
I
it's not.
still
It's
think
not.
you
It's definitely
have to
not.
give him a game loss.
It
What do you think?
it is like okay, like should not. That's more subjective. Let's say. In the rules, it is not a game loss currently. It
Okay.
is. It is. On both players to see. Again, we're assuming that it was a mistake. We're assuming it was a mistake. Wait, did the Lee Sin choose to go second?
Interesting. So maybe, no, I mean, you get to decide after seeing the battlefields,
Yeah,
which is interesting because I
I
would understand maybe trying to go second before you reveal the battlefields, but
especially
that's an
especially
interesting.
when you're especially when your battlefield is the Grove. Um, anyway, before this game starts going on too deep, like I'll explain some more. Um, so it is not according to the rules, it is not a game loss. It is if it's not intentional, which we're assuming it is not. It's just like a game rules violation. It's called like paying too little mana, like paying too few costs or whatever. It would be just if we caught it within a certain time period, we'd go and fix it, and if it's not, then it's just a warning, and you know, it
Okay.
kind of I understand it kind of sucks for hearing it's just that happens, but it is what it is. Like it is on both players to see
It is.
that we're paying costs correctly. You
Especially
know,
on such a big card as
um,
Switcheroo. I mean, I can see where the confusion
yeah,
arises because it's played off hidden. You're like, oh well, yeah, it's play. Actually, no, it wasn't played off hidden. It was
it was
played.
not a
It was
yeah,
hard
it was
casted. Yeah, you're so right.
and he tapped the 2 mana for it. So again, these mistakes can genuinely happen. Like I'm not saying it. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not trying to be cheeky with it. Like these mistakes can happen,
It
especially
does.
anyone who's newer to the game, first time on stream. You never know like people's actual things. That's why investigations are very important. Like, and the head judge is probably going to speak with them after, like just trying to understand how this actually happened, just so that they fix the shoot. Like this doesn't happen going forward, basically.
Right. Yeah, I think they're gonna go ahead and resolve it to the best of the capability, best of their abilities. But I'm liking the setup play here. I see the discipline on that lonely portal, which kind of smells to me. Not only will you be able to conquer, but there might just be that challenge we saw in that game number 2. He's tapping 2, he's recycling
Now
1. The challenge
this
is not a dreaming tree,
one,
but you do achieve the same goal, and this time you're surviving because you're at 5
you're
mice. So
surviving.
this is a bit more of a
Yeah,
tempo play.
yeah. This is like this time the wait, is he trying to like buff the Draven?
Yeah,
Or
that
what,
is
what's
a
he?
weird thing. He
No.
almost looked like he was, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so like now you're gonna, other than scoring the point from the conquer and then and then from the hold, like you're gonna draw a card from the grove, and that's gonna cascade into actually, you know, being able to hold up more and more interaction, just because these orange green cards, I mean these orange green decks don't usually have a lot of draw. So when they have we're on the grove, this is your only chance to actually keep drawing consistently, and that's your chance to stop the Draven from competing with you.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You know, there was one bit of a hindrance to the game plan of Lee Sin last turn. It was the low hand economy, as we pointed out. Somewhere in that late game, he was running so low on cards. He had about 1 or 2 cards left. If he's able to get carried away with this grow of the God Willow, he's going to feel a whole lot more comfortable and kind of keep punch for punch against this Draven Miracle deck. So I like what he's setting up so far, because I think with the total rune count for Draven, there's not really too much you can do to try to contest this battlefield. So he's tapping 2 to start things
Falling
off.
Star.
Pays out a little
No.
overzealous. Tapping 3 most likely for that Ezreal, but no, a last right and just passes it on over to Lee Sin. So we'll get the draw, we'll get the hold, going up to 2 points so far.
Yeah, and like this is also when time comes into consideration. Like you know, we're according at least to the watch on stream, we're like it's only 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Can you actually? You have to play faster as a Draven player just because like the Lee Sin player is probably going to be scoring now and have an easier time scoring than the Draven player, especially with when our board is an overzealous fan and just a shovel. So the Lee Sin player, if he has another challenge here, or just something to stop the fan from coming in and scoring the next turn, I don't see how the Draven player ever wins this. Like just
Right.
on time. There's just not
Tempo
enough time for
is
him to win.
key in this late game. As you said it, you manifested the
It's over.
challenge coming down, taking care of the overzealous, and especially when we're taking into account overtime turns, you need to be ahead by 2 total points. You don't have to get all the way to your victory score of 8. You just need to be ahead by 2, and he's currently looking to be ahead by 2 or more than 2. After everything's said and done, it looks to be the case. Curves out a nice little Stellacorn Herder to end off the turn, but he most likely will be able to hold up to 3, and that's already the 2-point deficit ahead of your opponent. And if Miracle Deck takes a rather long turn, we might just be active player turn 0 on Draven's side. Keep in mind though, guys, the time might not be 100%, but I think it's 90% close to what the timer is over there. And he does hide that 1 card on the Grove. Are we thinking it might just be another Zonia's like we saw in the previous games?
It's for sure Zonia's. Like I can't imagine it being anything else, to be honest.
Oh, and I'm getting word from Dubby. They're using our time as the timer. So, okay, maybe they might not have the time. So we're the official timer apparently. Nice, nice. So yeah, with that in mind, there's about a minute and a half left. Let's see what this Draven player could do. He would have to do something so impressive, but in this position, he can't even do a Bushwhack into Raza as there's just not enough cards in the current grave. But a Falling Star might be one step in the right direction, but Zonia will be saving the Lonely Poro, which means that's a double conquer play because the targets were chosen and he split the difference. So he could have doubled up on one of them. But Zonia's would have saved the day either way, no?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is, like, with the new rulings, with it not being a reflexive trigger anymore. So, like, it, the Lee Sin player chooses who... The Lee Sin player chooses which unit gets saved by the Zonias.
Okay.
Just
I
because
mean, they technically would have both died, but I'm wondering why he didn't decide to save the Herder, right? That seems to be a bit more valuable.
Yeah, I think they just did not know the ruling. I'm guessing.
So.
Yeah, it's like the because you are right where the Lee Sin like the Herder is a lot more valuable just because it's gonna draw your card when it moves. And the Poro.
Oh, look at the takesy backsies, man. Saying, you know what, you kind of finessed me in that game number 2. You can at least let me take this back. So Stellacorn will be the save target for that Zonia's Hourglass. And this is a great unit to save.
Yeah, I think it's like they might have not. Maybe it's like less takesy backsies, and maybe a bit of it is like they're discussing with the judge whether you could do it or not, or how it works. Maybe that was a certain discussion because I saw them like while they were playing, they were kind of like talking to the side, like gesturing to the side.
Right.
So maybe that was part of it. Oh, man, this feels so bad. Like doing a Bushwhack to play a treasure hunter.
Yeah, sometimes you're in a desperation mode. You have to do what you have to do. You have to put some kind of points on the board to guarantee that you don't have that 2-point differential between you and your opponent. Scoring up to 2 makes it a little bit trickier with a single card because Herder, unfortunately for Lee Sin, will be only able to score up to 3 points. And if these guys go point for point, turn after turn, it's only going to be a difference of 1 point. So attached to the last right, I'm wondering what's in the Discord that he will be able to bring back with just 2 energy.
He can play the fan.
Oh, the fan. True.
Yeah. And like the fan is going to then, you can play it at the Targon's Peak. or I guess it depends on your hand, I guess, on where you want to go. But now he can play the fan there to like stop the Celicorn from just coming in.
And we'll keep it in mind, it looks like active turn player will be indeed that Draven. So turn 1 for Lee Sin, as overtime did hit during the Draven's turn, so it does play out a decently good board on Grove of the Godwillow. So it looks like he will be able to hold to get some more card generation going on his turn, but his next turn will be his very last turn of this round number 2. Can he try to hold his way to at least try to bring things to a
Yeah.
tie?
Also, like, he did not wait. Did he? Let's see. No, I'm just trying to catch up on chats. I want to make sure that. Oh no, he did pay energy for the bushwhack. I thought I was going crazy.
I'm pretty sure he had 6.
Yeah, he did.
'Cause,
Yeah, he did.
I think I did
No,
see
yeah,
him tap at the
yeah,
very least.
yeah, he did. He did pay for it.
Yeah.
He just didn't. He did play this. He tapped the gold instead of actually using it.
Right.
Here, you're gonna draw 2 cards from from the Celicorn, one from the fan, one from she's gonna go in, draw a card,
Oh,
get pushed out, draw a card. The Draven also supposed to draw a card, but
forgetting. You know,
yeah,
it's in the heat of the moment.
see.
We're in overtime. The Draven player not picking up his draws, thinks he has enough cards in hand, but I am smelling a first
The
mate play
first
if I
mate,
ever seen
yeah.
one. Tapping 3, first mate, ready to Stellicorn, ready to push back and take down that treasure hoarder. Not only conquering it up to 3 points yourself, but more importantly, you're denying that 3rd point for Draven. If there's a world that you don't have a bushwhack or any unit to try to accelerate a unit onto this grove, that's going to be a hold up to 4 and then a conquer up to 5, and that's exactly what you need. I mean, at this point, even a hold up to 4, if Draven's not able to put any points on the board, that's a GG win for Lee Sin. And maybe some people in chat would say a little bit of justice is served, if you will.
Yeah, like, I think mostly, like, look, whatever the Draven player does, I think the chat would have been on the Lee Sin's player on Lee Sin's side,
Right,
just
right.
on the fact that he's it's Lee Sin versus versus Draven.
Yeah, no matter what ended up happening, I think we had a bit more support for Lee Sin. You're absolutely right. But let's see what he has in mind. This is his very last turn of this round number 2. Can he try to pull off a miracle and try to do something here? Recycles 1, looking to be a call shot, digging for
Oh, no, like,
answers.
yeah. Like, somebody said, like, they tapped the gold for, is it like a seal? But, like, the bushwhack
Huge.
generated the bushwhack generated that gold, and that's why it was tapped. And, like, he used the gold for the bushwhack and then got it back tapped. That's why he had a tapped gold. And
Makes
yes,
sense.
Defy, does he have another Defy in hand? Like, please show us your hand, man. I want to see.
Let's see what
I
he has
wanna,
in hand. Has a good
like,
amount, because that herder drew like 3 cards in the past turn, and
there we go.
Draven just wasn't able to get there. That will be the Lee Sin player taking down this game number 2, or this game number 3 of this round number 2. Well played. Kind of a little controversial somewhere in the middle of that game, but it looks to be the similar result. Lee Sin will be winning and going forward as a 2-0 player. So Lee Sin starting off this tournament very well so far.
Yeah, it's like Lee Sin, like, has some power. Like, it's I am of 2 minds on, like, let's say, talking about meta, because I think people love to swing both ways when they're talking about how good a deck is. It's either, oh no, Miracle is fine, don't worry about it. It's not actually that good. No, it is that good.
Oh
But then
yeah.
there's also the opposite end where people are like, oh yeah, this deck isn't a tier 1 deck. Then no, it's garbage. No. These decks are still kind of good. Sometimes it's just like the difference between tier. Sometimes, like, and I'd say in most cases, the difference between a tier 1 deck and a tier 2 deck isn't really that much. It's like, oh, a 3%, a 2% win percentage for the top players. You know, that's huge. That's huge when they're trying to optimize every single thing. 2% is huge, but for a lot of us players, like, who are not the best in the world, having this matchup experience, this deck experience, is a lot more valuable than playing the quote unquote best deck and like, oh, that I've never played before. I'm just gonna play Miracle, and I've heard it's good. It's a tier 1 deck, and I can't play this tier 2 deck because it's garbage. No,
Yeah.
that's not the case. That's
Yeah,
not the
I
case.
think you nailed it
And
perfectly. I think Riftbound is a game where skill expression kind of overweighs better decks than this deck. So I think it comes down to who's the better player, who understands the matchup more than the other opponent. It looks to be, as we said before, we're talking about Draven. If there's one deck that every single player has most likely tested against, it will be that exact deck. Draven's the menace to the meta. Draven is the deck to beat. So I think everyone has 100 reps at the minimum against that deck. And on the other side of that, I don't think too many people have the most reps against a Lee Sin. I know I haven't played a Lee Sin player at locals in forever. Have you, Manj?
Yeah, again, locals, like, not a real deck. I've played against the people who have starter decks. The only one I've played had like, oh, I'm actually trying to play Lee Sin competitively, was the one in Bologna, and he won best up. He was like,
Right.
I forget what he was like. I think it was like 9-4 in day 2 in Bologna,
well.
which is, a pretty good score.
Yeah, you know, on paper, Common Order or Common Body are really great colors together. You have so much capabilities in terms of combat tricks with the punch first, with the disciplines, and then you have decently good removal. I think more so it might perhaps be better in the Jax build that we've seen kind of be popularized recently, because you have the backline removal like a challenge, like the charm to interact with those Dravens to bring them on forward. So I like these colors. I'm expecting them hopefully to get a little bit stronger with the set number 3. But speaking of set 3, man, and real quick, since we kind of just jumped into it, before I get into the next topic, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, it looks like a couple people already fans of you, man. But since we just kind of jumped into it, if you want to take this time to introduce yourself for everyone at home, now would be perfect, man.
Yeah, I'm like, I've been playing Riftbound since like it came out, so like early November. Like I played like on the pre-release or whatever. I was like, this game's like, I played it just so that I wouldn't be a hater. Like when I played, oh, it's just a League of Legends card game. But I played a couple of games. I'm like, oh no, this game's actually kind of fun.
It's fun.
It's really fun. So like, I'm from Kuwait. It's like small country, very far away from everything. Recently went to Bologna, did I think pretty well. I got top 32, 10-3 with Draven.
There we go.
Not innovative. Just all that thing. Been playing card games on and off for a while, like Magic before Riftbound, and still kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. I always like card games, Hearthstone, and other than that, I do some judging on Runes and Rifts. Guys, join Runes and Rifts if you haven't. Best place to like actually practice. Play the ranked ladder, lose to me on the ranked ladder.
There
all
we
that
go.
fun stuff.
Awesome.
It is genuinely a lot of fun. Like Runes and Rift ranked is just a lot of fun. You get actually, everybody's played against TCG randoms. You get people who leave after one game. People do not know the rules. People are like, get mad at you for playing these meta decks. At least in Runes and Rifts, I've played against people who top 8'd Bologna. I've played against people who top 8'd Las Vegas just from like on the ladder in Runes and Rifts. Like I'm in a very small country where there's not a lot of players around me that have experience. That's how I got a lot of my experience playing against the top players is Runes and Rifts. So I recommend going on there and playing.
That's awesome, man. I'm happy you get a bit of practice there. I heard that a lot. I heard a lot of people that did really well in regional say they kind of thank me. I didn't do too much besides like set up a nice little community for you guys to practice.
I mean,
but
and that's a lot, to be honest. Yeah, like setting up
I
this community
appreciate that, man. But yeah, I got a couple of comments saying like, thank you so much for letting me like high level practice, because I think to your point, there's some good players in there. I know a couple top 8. I know No Veggies, which I believe you made a bit of a leaderboard for all the regional players, right? Recently?
Yeah, I have. I just because there's one, like, if anybody who is into Magic, they know like there's one called MTG ELO Project. It does like the ELOs for everybody who's ever done like played Magic from like competitive tournaments since like the 1997, which I think is an amazing endeavor. So I was like, you know what? I had like half an hour free time at some point. I was like, you know what? Let me just do this quick thing, because we only have 3 regionals so far.
True.
Like, let me just do this quick thing. The math is very vibes based. So I'm like, it's 3 regionals. It's a cool little thing that I can share to some people. And then of course, number 1 is Alan, just because he went like whatever wasn't below like 15 wins.
Oh
And then
yeah.
like and like his quote unquote bad record was like 13 wins and 3 losses and losing
Insane.
in top 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alan's the GOAT
So
right now.
yeah, so like it's just a fun little thing where like maybe in the future it's going to be a lot more interesting to see things. And like somebody like you said, No Veggies is like top 3, and he is a very active member on the
I've seen
Runes
him,
and
yeah.
Rifts ladder.
Yeah, a lot of great players. I'm excited. I need to go ahead and dabble a little bit myself because I'm over here just running little things, but I need to play a bit more rank myself. So I'll see if I get the time. But chat, I don't know exactly how many players are left remaining in the round. Exclamation point bracket if you guys want to follow along. I'll go ahead and refresh the bracket side on my side to see if round 3 is already starting. So yeah, it looks like round 3 pairings are being round 3 pairings are up, so we should be starting the round momentarily. I was gonna throw it to a little bit of a break, but if round 3 pairings are starting, or let me know, man. Do you want a quick little 5-minute break, or are we good to keep?
I'm good. So if you need a break, I'm down, but I'm good to keep going.
I'm good. I'm good for now. It looks like the players might start sitting down soon. But chat, what legends do we want to see? I got word there is a couple Lucians around. There's a couple. There's a little bit of everywhere. Every legend. There's a couple Volley Bears, a couple Sivers. You know, I'll throw the question over to you, Muhammad. What legend would you love to see for this next round number 3?
I want to see a Rexai maybe a Rexai or a Lucian. Like Lucian would be fun. Rexai would be fun. Something different. But I also don't mind Draven. Like look, I'm not be a man of the people. Like you can say something that's gonna make chat happy. But I like a Draven mirror.
You know,
I
I
like a
get
good
that a lot
Draven.
from the highest level players like yourself. They enjoy seeing high level combat. They enjoy seeing those not mirror matches. I mean, mirror matches are high level, not the greatest viewer experience, but I know a player like yourself can appreciate those matches because those matches tend to be the ones at those higher top tables in those regional scenarios. And a lot of us are looking to practice for those regionals. Are you going to be finding yourself finding your way to one of these regionals coming up? Maybe Leo?
I hope so. Like if like I have a ticket for Lille, but if all goes well, I'll probably be going. But you know, you never know with life and things. But I hope I'm going, and I'm praying for a call shot ban before then, so that I don't have to play
Thinking
Draven.
about that. Because they said March 30th is when they're going to be announcing new rules. And I heard there was like word around the streets of a leak ban list. I don't know if you saw that. I try not to dabble too much into it because a leak's a leak / is all just rumors. So I don't know how much truth there is to that. But I do know there is 100%, or maybe 100% is a little strong there. There's a 90+% that there will be some rule introductions / changes on March 31st, I believe. So at the end of the month, things are going to be mixed up a little bit more so towards explaining set 3, but I think there's going to be a little bit of a errata like we saw recently when set 2 came out.
Like you said, I think mostly like they always do these big rules things when they did it when the first set came out, they did it when the second set came out. It's mostly, hey guys, this is what gears are, this is what equipment is, this is what repeat is, and sometimes they'll do like a little dab, like change a few things. But I think it is maybe like I want to stay hopeful,
right?
I want to stay hopeful that, you know,
they might get the bans.
Just Draven.
Now,
like, I want the call shot. I am usually a person who is anti-ban just because I'm like, look, people will adjust, people will, you know, find a, but I've played the decks. Call shot is not a fair card, and call shot is a card that's going to get better every single set. So I'm like I'm not the one who said ban Aurora, ban this, ban that. I'm like, look, let's just do call shot and do something for midrange to like hamper midrange Draven, and I'm fine with everything else, and we'll play by ear after that. But but call shot needs to go.
It's tricky. I don't envy the developers to try to find a clean solution because some say make Draven exhaust, some people say change how combat works. You have to actually deal damage. So I don't envy them. I do have full faith that they will find the most compromising / reasonable solution. Not everyone's going to be happy. It's almost impossible to please everyone, as we all know.
Of course, yeah.
But you're going to have to find the best middle ground, which I think a lot of players will be, for the majority, happy with it. But hey, man, it looks like you kind of spoke it into existence.
Rexai?
We might just very well have a Rexai on the feature table. It might be a 2-0 Rexai versus a 2-0 Ezreal. And let's go ahead and head to the feature match. I'll turn off the timer until these players start, just so that we don't get confused with the time. But let's go ahead and join this feature table. It will be a Rexai versus an Ezreal. And wait a minute, wrong legend. I still have a Draven on there. Let me fix that.
It seems like it is like there's a new Rexai deck that got best up in Vegas that's been somewhat popular, which uses the yellow Rexai, and it's just a very low to the ground, very aggressive kind of deck where it's like it has like all the Void Rushes. It even plays like Battering Rams just because they want to go like Void Rush, Hopeful, play like a Seal, and then they play like the Battering Ram for 1 or 2. And then there's the more control-y version, the one with Immortal Phoenix, like, and all the removal spells ever. So it seemed like, starting with Red Rexai, I think that one from Vegas used Yellow Rexai, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it almost seems to me. And oh man, it looks like these players are off to the races. I will go ahead and throw up the timer. It will be that nice little Raven Bloom student to curve things out for Ezreal being on the first turn. And Veil Temple and Void Gate will be those chosen battlefield selections for this game number 1. And speaking of the Red Rexai, it looks like he's going to go ahead and play it out as soon as he can.
Yeah, it's like these no power chosen champions are always so good. You always have access to them. Like Rexai is like this, Lucian are all so premium just because like going second, you always have a play. Like you never have to worry about it. You never have to like think about, oh, do I need to keep these 2 drops in my hand? No, you can just mull them away. You have a 2 drop. You have your play for turn 1 just in your champion zone. Oh, this is very aggressive. Going for like a Bellows Breath to like kill this Rexai.
Yeah, it 2 cards expended to just take down 1 doesn't feel that good, but prioritizing maybe just taking down the Rexai while you can. But it does seem a little bit ambitious, but I guess you keep all the tempo in your favor. So going into the first point for Ezreal.
Yeah, like the cards aren't so much a big deal because like Stupefy replaces itself, and then like Ezreal draws you a card for the targeting. It's like using 2 blue runes for this.
Right.
It seems like you're just asking to get, killed here. Like if this student is killed somehow, well, I guess like if they have like Cull the Week here, you'd feel so bad. They don't, of course, but I don't know, just like going down on runes does not seem like the play so early. It's, again, if you let them conquer, I'm trying to think about it. If you let them conquer, they might get a card draw off of the legend, looking at 2, but I'm not sure. Like going down 2 runes, again, we've talked about the cascading effects of using so much power early in the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It seems a little bit premature to go ahead and spend those 2 runes, and now you're spending another one. So going a bit low on rune economy, but looks to have decent control so far of this game as they go up to 2 points with the hold. And Rexai just go ahead and developing a hopeful with that Phoenix in the back line. So has a good sturdy back line to try to follow things up the next turn. Yeah. And with just 1 rune remaining, goes ahead and pitches the retreat, picks up, I think, a stack deck and a Vex. It looks like. So cool, utilize that stack deck now, but maybe better off bluffing a little bit of a Stupefy, trading 1 for 1 on either of these, because Stupefy goes up to 3, bringing down any of these might.
Yeah, but the thing has the Phoenix has assault 2, so it's gonna go up to 5 when it attacks the student. So like it's like, this is my issue. Like, okay, if the idea was, oh, we're going to make this. We're trying to stop the Rexai from conquering because we don't want Rexai to draw cards. okay, we stopped it that turn, but then we're facing the same issue the turn after that. Now we're facing this where our opponent has 2 units and they're gonna conquer this turn, and we're on 3 energy. Like we're gonna go up to 5, and that's not much to actually contest anything they're gonna do. I think I saw the Bellows Breath in the Ezreal pair's hand, and I think that was 2 Fizz.
I saw it.
But yeah, but we don't have really the energy to go like Frigid Touch repeated, then Bellows Breath, and then because this Ezreal is making everything cheaper, so usually you can go Fizz, Fizz, cast the Bellows Breath from the yard, repeat it. But again, we just don't have the energy to do this because of how much power we spent early game. Early game's power is something I love in Riftbound, just the system of power, just because it's such a good thing, and why maybe some things feel a bit imbalanced from the necessarily, because again, I say this as somebody who loves the game, and I'm very excited about its future. Just early stuff is always going to be not perfectly balanced, but just the concept of the resource management of this thing is very powerful, but it costs a lot of power, which is going to hinder you for the rest of the game. I'm going to pay for this falling star for the rest of the game, basically, just because that's how recycling works. I think it's a very interesting thing in Riftbound, and is what adds a lot to the skill ceiling and things like that. Just because, again, we talked about we removed spells we removed the units from Rex. We killed Rexai, but we're down so much here. We could have just been patient, let them conquer. Again, this is my biggest thing. I'd like to recommend everybody who's listening, just be patient. It's fine. Let your opponent score some points. Don't worry about it. Especially if you're playing a control deck, take your time. It's fine.
Very true. I think it goes more so, especially in the early game, you want to be a bit more considerate with your rune usage. But I am loving what I'm seeing so far from Rexai. Not only was it the restand, the seal from the Veiled Temple, similar to how Miracle decks tend to do, but on top of things, making it even better with the Falling Star being revealed from the Rexai Legend ability, not only taking down the purple champion, but as well as the Ravenmoon student while he was completely tapped out. Now, all he has to do is just develop out a Vex, but one more time, you're completely tapped out. If there's something like another Falling Star in hand, this might just be as good as over, as Rexai will be able to hold up to 4 points so far, has a decent amount of runes to work with. The only caveat to double hold is that you don't get the legend ability because there's no such thing as conquering. So I believe your best move might just be to go ahead and recall both your units, setting up a conquer for the next turn. And I don't think he has a kill spell, or maybe he does, but plays out a seal. And those are the fancy overnumber seals. That's a flex and a half.
If you're playing and he has the overnumbered Rexai as well, and if his Draven is the alt art, his Rexai was the alt art, so you gotta, if you're playing these off things, you gotta flex it. If Rexai, if she's your champion, if that's the champion you really like, you gotta flex, man.
Oh yeah, have to do it. And it looks like this might just be a Rexai main, develops out another Immortal Phoenix, so that back line is looking truly impressive. I believe you have something close to the neighborhood of 20 collective might to push off all these battlefields. Vex is a heck of a card, though. As long as it has one of these battlefields under its control, it will allow him to get off what seems like an infinite amount of combat tricks. Things like a smokescreen, Frigid Touch, even a call shot in the middle of that, all for basically not free, but a whole lot less expensive as they would otherwise. So let's see what he decides to do. I would imagine you want to at least push forward the Vex, right? Or is there a reason to not? Okay, he does.
I mean, you just hoping that your opponent actually tries and gets into combat with her. What is probably going to happen? The Rexai is going to go to the other battlefield. Look at the top cards, because we can't see the Rexai player's hand from his hand plus the conquer. He is probably going to hit something to answer this Vex, because like you said, going into fighting this Vex is going to be very, very hard, just because. He's gonna have these he doesn't have the Ezreal here, so he can't do the free call shot, but they're gonna be cheaper. Everything's gonna be a lot cheaper, so it's gonna be harder for him to actually conquer. But I'm betting he's gonna hit a call off of this.
Yeah,
And it's gonna
let's
be
see.
game
You
over.
know, man, I'm loving this plays coming out from Rexai. He floats the power from the seal before conquering the Veil Temple so that he could restand. It looks like he
Void Rush.
hits the Void Rush, so putting the Bush Gate back. So we'll be playing out a Void Rush. I'll pull it up here for those that don't know what exactly it does, but you do pay two energy for it, and you look at the top two cards one more time, it gives you 2 energy on top of that, so any play coming out forward might just be effectively free. One Kaisa that costs just 2 or 3 to accelerate it, and one manufacturer for a single energy doesn't feel all that bad. Keep in mind he still has the 1 power. No, he used it for the Void Rush there.
Yeah, if honestly here, if you don't have the kill spell, you don't even have to fight the specs.
Yeah, I wouldn't, especially because you're ahead on points, right? You're already at 5 points. You're 2 more points ahead. I think it would be a little bit too risky and giving a whole lot more advantage
okay.
to your opponent.
Okay. Now it has like how much might is it's gonna be 9 might, right? It's gonna be 9 might just on assault. Yeah, just on assault. Like I don't think it's wrong attacking, by the way. I'm just saying because I can't see his hand, so I can't really make the judgment. But I'm like, I can see some hand textures where like I don't want to fight this. But of course, if you have the cards in hand and you can fight through Ezreal's million spells, then you're fine. Because Immortal Phoenix is, in the namesake, it's
Exactly.
immortal. So like, it can just keep, if they kill the Phoenix. Oh, is he putting it back?
It looks to be utilized more as a bit of a retreat, plus doing the 4 damage. You're still in combat. Maybe he's trying to do something like a Bellows Breath to try to follow up, but you're having to do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah,
Luckily,
but
it is Void Gate, so that's 4 damage on the 9, so effectively about just 5 HP remaining.
Yeah. If you wanted to like Bellows or something, then you should have Bellows before you reach her back, just because you don't have the discounts anymore. She's not in combat anymore.
Oh, as she came back to base. Okay, so the showdown's not over, but she's technically not in combat, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it seems like that's the pass. But yeah, like I was saying, like even Vibistio was in chat was saying it, like these phoenixes can die for free. Like you're not too worried about it, because like if you kill something, then they're just gonna come back anyway. So something important against these Ezreal decks is Bellows Breath. Bellows Breath hits 3 units at a single battlefield, or like a single location. So having a decent spread of where your units are is kind of important, just so that so that they can't just Bellows one or if you have 6 in a location, they're gonna go Bellows Breath repeated if they have
right.
the cards for it. But if it's the case where you have 2 in the top battlefield, 4 in the base, 2 in Void Temple, it's a lot harder for them to string a Bellows Breath that actually is going to be lethal. But again, we're talking about this where like I'm talking about just weirder scenarios. In this situation, it seems like the Rexai player is just very, very far ahead. I can't imagine that the Ezreal can come back here. Like it would require a lot of draws. Like they're gonna play this. I'm guessing if they want to play this, this Washer's gonna be tapped. It's gonna come into play tapped.
And then yeah, Bellows. So I think he's trying to apply the Bellow points first while Vex is in combat. So he's gonna be able to play the Bellows Breath for just a single energy, which doesn't feel that bad, but repeated. So that's gonna be 2 energy and 1 power.
It's discounted, so you can repeat it for just 1 on the power, one on the blue.
Right.
So he's gonna hit the base.
Okay, so he is setting up that Watcher play. It does have exactly enough 7 runes to come in. That's 2, 4, 6, 7 runes. So I think that's going to be an elimination of the full back line. I was just about to praise how well the Rexai's done of developing a great board state, but I think just as little as that Watcher can be flipping the script, just leaving behind a single Immortal Phoenix. And that is a value play if I ever seen one. Watcher getting played directly onto the temple, and that's everything taken care of, is it not?
Yeah, it is. Like you still have the Phoenix in the on the Veil Temple, on the Void Rush, I mean, But it really is like, does the Rexai player have like something like a Call of the Week or a Falling Star? Because like you're gonna kill the Vex, you're gonna get back an Immortal Phoenix. You're gonna have some play into this. It's like, this isn't over, but I can't tell the points.
I believe Rexai's at 6, going up to 7 with this hold on the Void Gate. So they're getting awfully dangerously close to closing out this game. To Ezreal's just 4 points currently. If there's no world, I mean, he is on the Void Gate, so I'm willing to bet there is a world for Ezreal to kind of effectively remove this Phoenix. But if there's a world where Rexai could hold, they just need to literally hold one more time, but a whole lot easier said than done. I think Rexai, despite having a huge tempo lead in that early game / mid game,
Oh wait!
losing
I
the
I
speed.
just realized something. He did it in the incorrect order.
Oh, the cleanup, because Vex conquered,
Yeah,
right?
Tealed. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you're
I just
100% right.
I just automatically assumed that he did the correct way, which is, you know, you play
Watcher
the
first.
and because like his opponent was tapped out, so I just assumed that. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh
It's
my goodness,
again,
man, you're totally right. That is a good observation. I mean, we granted he had the card combinations, right? So we all
yeah,
knew
but
taking care of
it's
the
one of
back
those
line
where,
was
like,
inevitable, but the way he sequenced it was actually a huge misplay. If his opponent would have caught
yeah,
wind of that, that would have been GG game.
yeah, it's one of those where like it's obviously again I'm going to address it before anybody says it's like, oh, cheating. Like, no, this is obviously not cheating, just because it's one of those where like his opponent was tapped out, like he just missequenced it, and they both thought it worked the way it did.
Yeah.
But like he just should have ordered it in there. There's no benefit of doing it the quote unquote incorrect way. But we'll see here. I think, yeah, but like it's one of those. Okay, he did it incorrectly, but you still should do it the right way. Did he cycle the purple for Fizz?
Not
Or no?
yet. It looks like his opponent's calling
Okay.
him out, so should be recycling a purple for the Fizz. He tapped 3, as we're seeing the 3 tap to his left there. So first he's getting a point, so it goes up to 5 for the
Yeah.
hold on the Veiled Temple. So they're kind of backtracking here. So point for Ezreal. You play. Oh, the judge might have been called
Oh,
to
they
the
found out.
table.
He
His opponent wants a
pointed it
little
out.
bit
Yeah,
of
yeah.
vengeance. Oh my
he pointed
goodness,
it
man.
out.
This could get interesting here. Maybe someone watching the stream out there in Germany
Oh,
saying,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
he's
He
scooping
scooped
it up.
Yeah. It's like I didn't see the rest of the cards in hand, but it's like one of those where this is the case where, assuming like the Rexai I mean the Ezreal player did it right, this is a point where the Rexai player should start playing it safe, just because, or playing it patient, just because the Ezreal's on 2 points. So there's like so much time for you to build up a board that can break through. So like you don't have to like push now, especially with the Ezreal having so many cards in hand. You can try and hold, but you don't have to like throw everything at it to try and hold when your opponent's at 2 points, especially when you have like a Phoenix in the grave and your deck has so much removal, so that I can play a removal, kill like the Vex or the Watcher, which will then trigger a Phoenix, get that back, and get this cascading effect of units coming back, this reoccurring threat of the Immortal Phoenix. So I think in that game, it was a lot closer after that combo, but still, I think the Rexai player was favored at that point.
Man, I believe it was more so because I'm getting word from W. Shout out W one more time. It was just a concession from Ezreal because the judge did call him out on the exact play, because I think he had answers for that board, right? I think one little Bellows Breath on the Void Gate doing 2 damage, 4 damage across that battlefield should have been enough to go ahead and eliminate that. But just understanding that it was a big mistake. I don't think he's going to ever do it again. That was a game-costing mistake coming out from the Ezreal.
Yeah, 100%. It is something where it's very clear that the player is maybe not experienced with the deck and just thing, because like it is one of the things like, oh yeah, I can just do the damage and then do Watcher instead of doing the opposite way, where it's like, again, he gets no benefit from doing it this way. His opponent was tapped out, so it wasn't like, trying to get any extra information, even unintentionally. It's just missequenced. It did seem like he just scooped it up. It's like,
and man, if you want to go ahead and explain exactly for the folks at home that might be newer to the game / they're just tuning in and didn't catch exactly what was the big misplay from Ezreal, if you want to break it down ever so slightly for these players, just so they understand what exactly happened there from Ezreal.
Yeah, so what happened was, what the Ezreal did, he had 8 runes. He went with his Vex into a combat, and using the Vex discount, he used the Bell's Breath repeated, dealing 1 damage to the entire base of the Rexai player. He had it. He could repeat it because of the Vex discount, and then he played the Watcher, giving them all -3 and planning on killing them. However, what happens is, after combat, all units are healed. So what should have happened there was, like, we go into combat, the Vex, get in combat, she deals 1 to everything, then everything is healed, and then when he plays a Watcher, nothing happens. The correct sequence would be, you play the Watcher, you give everything -3, and then go into combat with Vex and do the same trick where you deal 1 damage to the entire base, which was all 4 might units. They're all basically 1 might now. The repeated Bell's Breath kills them all, and you win the combat, you kill the base, and your opponent just has the Void Gate. So it's just a sequencing error.
Right. He basically played the Watcher at reaction speed during that combat, which is technically an illegal move. Obviously, he didn't intentionally mean to do that, but that is exactly what went down. So thank you so much, man, for that breakdown. So now we're heading ourselves into game number 2. Rexai feeling decently good going into this matchup. You just need to win 1 more game to take the round, but Ezreal has so much removal, as we saw the likes in that game number 1. So if there's one deck that could kind of go toe for toe off the pure unit advantage that Rexai can go ahead and play out, it will be Ezreal, as long as he keeps things clean, keeps things sequenced the proper way. I do think Ezreal has a decently good matchup, because I think, if Rexai can do what they did, because they started off really, really fast, if they're able to do that somewhere, maybe not game number 2, since Ezreal will be, actually Ezreal was on the play game number 1 anyways, wasn't he?
Yeah, he played basically had the best start, which is Student. Student is always like your best turn 1 play. So like if we start again and the Ezreal doesn't have a Student, it's going to be a lot harder for him, just because Rexai has just so many threats. Okay, we have an Obelisk.
Interesting. So Zone Wars makes a bit of sense, but I think Obelisk power is more so to just go ahead and develop out your purple champion on that opening turn, right?
Yeah, it's like generally, I think it's also just because you want a lot of runes. It's it's one of those things where, like, you don't have to develop it earlier if you don't need it. Like, you can be a little bit patient with it. But if it's your only turn 1 play, then it's a fine play. It's definitely a fine play. But if you have like a Student, you're more likely to play the Student first, just because you're not playing Miracles. You're not focused on going like so deep and like ripping through your deck. This Ezreal is a very good control piece. It's a good mid-range game, mid-range play where, like, okay, I'm gonna play this, and then I want to make sure that I play my called shots with it. Usually these decks play they play 1. And that's the one the champions on. Some decks play 2, like 1 more in the deck, but they're not playing the 3 that the Miracle usually do. So like, you don't want to just let it out to die if that's an option. If you have something that's, because you never you're never putting this into combat either.
Yeah.
So like the Student can go into combat. This is never going to combat. So like, you'd rather play that early in the game.
Yeah, well said. Is a bit of a risk, especially considering the fact that Rexai has so much removal. Things like Call the Weak would have effectively taken care of it, but goes on the offensive, trying to conquer it despite not having any opponent on the battlefield, but decides to just put first point on the board. More importantly, you will be able to get the Rexai Legend ability. So he discarded Drew first, which makes sense. And now, a Phoenix and a Seal off the top for the Rexai Legend. deciding to play out the seal, so recycling that Fury, playing out the seal, and technically has one power but no energy left, so I think it will be a pass. But I saw a really good pickup from that Zone Warrens. Did you get to catch that, Manj?
Yeah, it's like he discarded it just because like this is just a good sequencing from the Rexai player. I guess yeah, that doesn't really matter. Like he always it's you want to discard, you want to draw, because after you draw, then you can make the decision of which of the two cards, if you want to cast one of them, if you actually want to cast, like, oh, do I actually want this this Seal of Discord or not? You can make that decision after you see what you draw from the zones, which is very important. Like, it's these small things that matter a lot when you're playing these in card games in general. He put his rune in the trash instead of the stupefy.
Yeah, players
But
getting maybe being on the feature table, getting to the best of these. But I totally agree. I think having more information is king, especially in a lot of TCGs, especially in the game of Riftbound alone. So does get the conquer thanks to that stupefy. So has to pitch and draw one. Let's just see what he decides to discard for his turn. Okay.
Discarding this Spell's Breath.
And man, we're seeing a bit of sideboard tech. The pickpocket coming in for that seal destruction. Sometimes good against gold generation plans, but against the seal, just like we're seeing Rexai had not one but two seals. Feeling pretty good about that. Pickpocket usually just in the sideboard. If this is any bit close to Alan's list, I believe he ran a respectable 3, right? It was 3 in the sideboard.
I think so. And I'd bet this is just a copy of Alan's deck, and not. I don't say this disparagingly. You should copy Alan's deck.
Right.
There are some players who are like, I've told Colin from Challenger TCG is whatever 48 cards you register, I am going to register. It's just one of those players.
You can't go wrong with Alan's list. He is the #1 elo on your list. #1 rated, if you will, for a reason. So Alan is the go as it stands.
A million reps with Rexai.
Exactly.
I mean, not Rexai, with Ezreal. So he knows what he's with Ezreal. So he knows what he's talking about. So it's just one of those things where, like, like, I can't test 100, 200, 300 games as much as all the pros do.
Right.
I'll trust your intuition on like the exact 48. Like, sometimes I'll change this one thing. I'll change this one thing. But like, nothing wrong with copying them because they have put in the effort.
I mean, if it took down a regional, there's not going to be too much. I know he did a little bit of additions and subtractions from that Vegas list. But, I mean, either way, it's not going to be too much of a variance from that winning list. And to make things worse for the Rexai player, the pickpocket coming down, taking care of another seal. And that's 2 pickpockets in not the opening hand, but a bit towards the top of the deck, because he hasn't done too much draws this turn. But he did stack deck, so it makes somewhat sense.
Yeah, it's just feels so bad for the Rexai player. Just all the seals just getting swatted away, getting pickpocketed, and like, what's happening here?
Maybe discussing how much runes they had available after that, because he does pass the turn, so doesn't get any points online, but it looks like Rexai should be able to at least get that legend ability. We did see 1 falling star come down that previous turn to take care of the Ezreal champ, so pushes forward with the Honest Broker, 2 points on the board, and now it's time to do the Zone Warrens. As we saw him sequencing first, you want to do Zone Warrens before the legend.
It's like worrying about like Ride the Wind or something, like. What are we thinking about here? Or is he like, okay, like, it's not. Let's see which sequence he does. Okay, this time I think. Okay, you didn't have to tap it first. Okay, it's just my judging. It's just my judging.
But it looks like he did the same sequencing, and a good amount of great spells coming off the top. Call of the Week and Fallen Stars, just to be a little bit more rune efficient. I'm leaning towards that Call of the Week. Get yourself a gold generator, get yourself a gold token, as well as taking care of the pickpocket in the back line, because you don't want to go down too low on rune. It makes sense to me, and it makes sense to our Rexai player here, as he does take care of both units on the board.
You can get back your Phoenix.
Very true.
Yeah, so like, is he going to do it? Yeah, sure, should be. Is it how many? Does he have 2 Phoenixes or 1? He has two. He
Ooh,
has one. He
double
discarded one
trouble
early game.
mo.
Okay. Now this is where Ezreal might struggle against Rexai is these phoenixes that keep recurring. If he can let's say you Singularity now, or like you do your Bellows Breath combo on him, and then like if he kills another unit next turn, they're just gonna come back again.
Yeah. Immortal Phoenix, a very formidable card. Another formidable card is that Mind Splitter coming down, really spiked in popularity in the Spiritforged meta, most often seen in those Draven decks, but Ezreal taking a bit of a page out of those books. I mean, Chaos is a great domain to run this deck. Maybe the only deck that doesn't tend to run Mind Splitters might be the Aurelias, but choosing another great spell that could have taken down the Mind Splitter, the Cult of the Week, and I didn't get to see because I was looking over at chat. What were the other cards in hand, man? Did you get to catch it from Rexai?
No, but I am going through the replay just because I wanted to catch it as well. I was just checking if he actually paid like how much gold he had for that. Let me see. He had there we go. Can you please? He had a Void Rush, like another Call of the Week, an Noxus Hopeful, and Piercing Light, and Call of the Week was discarded.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
Thanks for the live replay.
No worries.
All right, we're seeing a hit off the top for Rexai, so a Soaring Scout and a Bring Your Thunder song. Kind of a little bit unneeded for Brynjar, so deciding to just play out a Soaring Scout just for the 2 energy to have something on board, and looks to go for the double conquer play, most likely as you want to just put as much points on the board. And oh man, I'm seeing a nice little potential kill spell in the likes of a Imperial Decree. It's not often we see Imperial Decree and Rexai. Have you seen that before?
Yeah, they do. Like, I'm not sure if I wanted against Ezreal, but I've seen some have it. I'm not sure. Some main decks, some sideboard against it, because you absolutely need it against the likes of like Miracle Draven, where you just cannot actually fight all the might they put up against you. So you want to, actually have like trade this bird for a battering ram or a Rasa instead of Grand Stratagem, which requires you to have like triple yellow, which is a lot hard for this deck when they want to be running. I think this deck, if he's running like the from Challenger TCG again, like they have a Rexai guide out. If it's their guide, then they have like 8 red and 4 yellow.
Right.
So like.
Plus the seals, right? The red seals. So you're definitely more heavier on the Fury side, which makes a whole lot of sense because of the Phoenixes.
And Grand Stratagem forces you not to do that. It'll require you to play like more yellow, and then you can't reliably cast the seals and the Falling Stars anymore. So it's I think that's why they start switching to like the difference between 3 and 2 yellow is huge. It's like. It's not just 1. It's actually, numbers wise, it's 3 power versus 2 power, but 2 and 3 power is monumentally huge mathematically when you're trying to hit those things.
I could totally see that. Like, just breaking down the statistics of it, it does make a big difference. And now it looks like Ezreal does get the second point of this game number 2, pushing forward that Mind Splitter. Now deciding how he has to deal with the remaining of these threats. There's just no runes available for Rexai, nor does he have too much counter capabilities at the in general. So it's just Ezreal's game to play so far. Decides to play out the third pickpocket of the game, taking down a gold. So not as great as taking down a seal, but you do take a bit of a power resource from his tools. So it feels decently good about that. Has so much more runes than he did in game number 1, so has a whole lot to work with. It looks like he might be doubling up. Actually, unneeded. It looks like Wages of Power without the Assault 2, because it's right there just sitting there on the battlefield, will be enough to deny him a hold point. So feeling decent about that, but there's a couple units in the back line. Are you going to try to do anything about that? Something like a Frigid Touch, Bellows Breath, but we could be getting a little bit too ambitious trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably you can if it's on 4 points, you can probably just wait a little bit, just force him to overextend into it even more, and then do it. Just like instead of killing 2 units, kill like 3 or 4. Try and force more than because like this bird isn't very scary. Like it'll conquer, but again, it's all about staying patient, especially as the control deck, which Ezreal very much is. Oh,
Really good hits off the top. It's almost a tough decision. The call of the week feels good. You could sacrifice your Sword Scout, get an Exhausted Channel Rune, and then take down, I guess the option would have to be the Pickpocket. With that said, I might be leaning more towards that Void Rush just to get some card advantage developed out and trying to get 2 free energy here. But where are you leaning, Muhammad? Which one would you rather have?
I think I think you might have the Void Rush, just because. Problem is I can't really tell without the cards in his hand. Like I know we know at least Imperial Decree and I think one other card, but this thing is only killing a Pickpocket. Which, speaking of which, the Pickpockets have done so much work so far.
Just
because like this would have been basically free, and now you have to keep paying every single time for these Void Rushes instead of you being able to like go like Void Rush, or like Void Rush, and then okay, you're paying for the cult still just because it's yellow, but like now every action the Rexai is taking is setting him back, because look at this, like he knows he wants to play this Imperial Decree at some point. That's 5, and he currently is just on like 6 runes, so like each one. Like he is going to be able to cast this for sure. Like he can cast this Imperial Decree when he wants, but he wants to cast Imperial Decree with other cards. So it's not fine for him to be just at 5 runes. He wants to be at like 7, 9, something higher, so that he can go Imperial Decree, trade off my guys, play something else.
Yeah, does make sense to me. So trying to be a bit more conservative, because I think the biggest thing about taking your taking your seals away are those big heavy cards like the Falling Stars, and more importantly is the Phoenixes. It does cost 1 energy, 1 power to bring it back from the discard pile. So I think that is a big hindrance to your point. But deciding off a Blood Rush and an Honest Broker for this Void Rush.
There was a judge question here, I think, which was, does the Blood Rush get cheaper? If because it's
like
Void Rush
repeated, right?
Does it account for it? Which it does, because like first we do the things that increase costs, which is the repeat cost, so it becomes 2 mana, and then we do the cost decreases, which is Void Rush, which makes it 0 mana again. So you can't pay for repeat or additional costs using Void Rush.
That's good to know for Rexai players, of course. So it doesn't really need that Blood Rush just yet, but decides to go ahead and just pick up that other card, plays out the manufacturer for the time being. But Ezreal getting thrown back to his turn, holds up to 3 points, so tying things up, or trying to tie things up, as you could go ahead and push the Pickpocket, taking out the Scout, but a repeated without the champion never feels good. But sometimes you just have to do what you have to do, and you're looking for more cards. It looks like a Rocket Barrage and a Seal getting hit off the top sends the Seal back to the bottom. And let's see. Oh, that's a much better spell.
I mean, if he has like, this is why sometimes I prefer like the online ones where I can just like take a peek at their hands,
right?
Because I want to like discuss like Bellows Breath, Watcher, or even Bellows Breath, Frigid Touch, honestly, are both going to be very strong here. I think I see a Frigid Touch. I can't, like, he keeps hiding his hand. I can't really tell, but like this is a point where like, okay, maybe now we can actually fire off the combo just to like reset the board, make sure. And something that's going to be very important regarding, for example, Call of the Week. If Call of the Week needs, like, as the Rexai player, you need to kill your own unit with Call of the Week for the Phoenix to come back. So like if we wipe our opponent's entire board, then they don't have a unit for them to sacrifice for the Phoenixes in the grave to come back.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because you need a target, especially for this Call of the Weeks, or you're going to have to take down one of your opponent's cards. Or actually, no, yeah, you do. So you need a kill spell at the minimum.
Yeah, like for the Call of the Week specifically, you need to kill one of your own units,
right,
with it to get back the Phoenixes. Like if you don't have a unit and your opponent sacrifices a unit with Call of the Week, then you don't get back a Phoenix. You need to kill one of your own.
Yeah, that's a really good interaction that a lot of people don't actually understand, but you do, as the player playing a spell, have to kill a unit, whether it's your opponent or your own unit, to go ahead and bring back that Immortal Phoenix back to life. But that Singularity taking down 2 units from the back line, Pickpocket taking down another unit, so little by little, Ezreal's trying to climb his way back into this game, going up to 4 points with full control of the battlefield. But let's see what Rexai has to say about that
this
this
is
turn.
this is my call shot. It's gonna go Imperial Decree, and then he's gonna try and trade, and then he's gonna get frozen touched under 0 might, and that unit is gonna die for free. then he's gonna blood rush, and then the Ezreal player is gonna have another interaction spell, and that's gonna be the game.
It's gonna
That's
be
my
very
call shot.
close to that. I could
That's gonna be my call
imagine.
shot. Yeah, let's see how it actually plays out.
Yeah, very curious.
There's a
to
lot
find
of
out.
interaction. There's a lot of interaction in the Ezreal player's hands. It's very hard. It's like they turned the corner.
I think so.
Yeah, this is like the patient play from the Ezreal. Like, again, sometimes it's scary when they're conquering early, but it's fine. If you're the control deck, at some point you're gonna have the cards to stop them from ever scoring again.
You know, funny enough, if he goes for that Imperial Decree, I do see a little bit of a hard bargain could be repeated. I don't think he would have enough runes to get off that Imperial Decree. That would be step 1, but looks like step 1 for the Rexai will be that repeated blood rush, trying to take down the Pickpocket. So getting up to 4 total might, actually even more than that. I think it's 6 because it's 2 times repeated. But here's the interaction you mentioned about before. Let's see what Ezreal has.
6 might. Yeah. And just respond to somebody in the chat. No, I'm not saying 0 might is death. I'm saying that
no damage.
Yeah. It's like it's no damage. I'm like saying it's gonna do like Imperial Decree and then try and trade, and then it gets negative might basically. It's gonna die to combat, not to having 0 might. That was my guess to what was gonna happen, and I'm wrong because at least so far I'm wrong because well, the Ezreal pair tapped out. There's no more frozen touch combo that I wanted. Wait,
right.
why did that?
And it looks like there's no more units available for Rexai, so Imperial Decree wouldn't make too much sense now. But a double Wages of Pain coming down, not only taking down the unit, but also generating 2 gold tokens.
I was about to say,
the next turn.
What happened?
Actually, you're
what
right.
Happened to
yeah, he did have at least 1 token. But isn't it ready?
Why is it tapped? It should be ready.
It should be ready. There it goes.
And 2 Keen Eyes. I don't know how many calls he plays. If it is only, I don't have the deck list. If it is only 1 call, then yeah, it is at the bottom of the deck. We saw it go there.
I'm going to bet they have at least more than just 1.
Yeah,
usually Rexai's deck with that Immortal Phoenix / just little tokens like on his broker, like Soaring South. They tend to run all 3 at the minimum 2.
Maybe like, yeah, I can't look at the at the trash, but like 2 Keen Eyes is saying maybe there's 2 in the trash already.
Oh,
so
okay.
If there are 2 in the trash, then yeah, then there are no more. There are no more color weeks, which is important. Sometimes you got to keep track of like the free information your opponent gives you. Like, we can't rifle through the trash right now. But if I was playing the Ezreal, I was like, I'd look at the trash first. I'm like, what removal spells have been played? Do I remember anything that went to the bottom of the deck that's relevant? And then you can be like, oh, if it's true, like, okay, there's 2 in the trash, and I remember seeing 1 go to the bottom of the deck. Okay, good. We don't need to play around Call the Week anymore.
Yeah, it really is a big skill difference from players that do and do not do that, of course. So keep that in mind in your guys' games at home. It really gives you a whole lot of information, especially since it's public information. But Darius does allow that Rexai player to conquer up to 6 points. Just 2 more points remaining for them to close out this game number 2. They already have 1 game under their belt, but Watcher, a devastating card to say the least, coming down at accelerated speed. That's -3. Rexai's effectively tap out that Darius will go bye-bye for now, conquering up to 6 points himself. So Ezreal, as you pointed out, it does feel like he 100% turned the corner, has so much more combat tricks in hand as well. We're seeing things like Rebuke, things like Rocket Barrage, things like He used the double wages, but we're seeing a stack deck and a call shot as well to try to dig for even more type removal cards like those Bellows Breaths, because I believe we haven't even seen a single Bellows Breath deployed this game, have we?
I remember one going to the trash very early in the game, just like discarded to the Zons. I don't recall him actually playing one, but I haven't been keeping track perfectly. But he discarded one on his first turn.
Right, I do remember that. We were like, okay, I guess he's thinking about a fizz in the future, but taps everything looking to be. Oh no! I thought.
Ooh,
Oh, it is an Imperial Decree with the the
yeah.
repeated hard bargain.
Doesn't have
Kept up those
anything
4
else?
runes intentionally, and that should be all but over. That is a huge
Unless
swing.
he has another one. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
And he gets back the Phoenixes. He gets back the Phoenixes.
Yeah, true, but does he have enough? He doesn't have enough energy to play back the Phoenixes. He does.
Oh, he doesn't have the. Oh, yeah, it's one in red. It's one in red. Yeah, again, this is the cascading effects of not having the runes of the
The
seals.
seals
Where
from
like,
pickpocket.
yeah, it's just like, yeah, okay, it didn't matter this turn. Of course, like the seals don't give you energy, but you know, the energy, the power would have saved like a turn ago, and the power would have saved 2 turns ago. All would have, you know, manifested into like more energy this turn for us to be able to play them.
Yeah, making a huge
Yes.
difference when everything's said and done towards this end game. All Rex has to do is just hold for a single point. A whole lot easier though than a whole lot harder than what you
Yeah.
would imagine, with so much kill potential from this Ezreal. At the minimum, we do see a rebuke in hand. He could go ahead and hard cast a rebuke, effectively taking care of their thing, but you don't need it, right?
Yeah, just okay.
Just dig.
Look, you might be forced to, but it would be so funny if this token gets rebuked.
No, he found it. He found not
Oh, yeah,
only the
yeah,
fizz, but found the Bellows Breath as well. So more efficient way of dealing with the recruit token. And if I'm not seeing it wrong, man, I think there's just a single card in hand for Rexai, running so low on resources, so low on potential answers the next turn. If Ezreal goes ahead and takes down this recruit, which is almost 100% certain that he will.
This is yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if he takes down the recruit, has a good development of units on this next turn, I think that's gonna be a game going in the direction of Ezreal, tying things up into a game number 3, because the Fizz will be able to conquer if he plays out one more unit, which they're not super filled with units on themselves, so maybe not too likely, but goes for the gold generating kill removal and wages of pain. So I like this.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out when you're low on time. Like, look, this is something in general, but especially when you're low on time, you can't be spending all this time trying to optimize. You're never going to finish game 3. Like, is it really making a difference if in which order you play these things? You just need to play it faster so that you can actually have time to win your game 3. Because especially you as the Ezreal player, if it goes low on time, you're not winning the game. You're not winning that game 3. The Rexai player is going to win that game 3. So you just need to play faster and like try and conquer. Like, why are we taking so long to play this morbid return? Just like pick something, just play your cards and just try and get on board so that you don't lose the game on time.
Yeah, 100% right. Really well said. I mean, Rexai, we've seen how aggressive he can be. He's definitely going to be able to get that 2-point advantage if things go into that overtime position. Roughly about 13 minutes remaining on this feature match table show. They should be decently close to getting somewhat close to that 8-point. At least Rexai might be a bit closer to that. But yeah, this might not look too great for our Ezreal players. They do take a bit of a long time to turn that corner, as we saw in this game number 2, but has 2 units in the back line, setting up a double conquer potential. We saw there's at least 2 falling stars already utilized this game number 2, so very unlikely to have that 3rd falling star. And I'm not seeing any kind of hard bargain, so if there is indeed a very fortunate falling star, this could be a way of getting back in. But there's another way of perhaps trying to close things out. 2 units gets it done, man, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, if you have a removal spell, then the Phoenixes are coming back and they're ready. Oh,
Oh, let's see. That's
Oh,
removable, but there's
that's
no
not it.
targets on the
That's
battlefield,
not
which
it.
is a big hindrance to playing out that card. So no cigar just yet. You only have
Yeah,
3
that
runes, so I don't think you're gonna be
okay.
able to get it, because that's it. You don't have no cards in hand.
Can we? What are we discussing? Can we just? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a GG scoop, Rex. I understanding there's no out because I literally have no more cards in hand. So Ezreal will be taking that in a good turn of events towards that end game there. And here we go, man. It's the final game of this round number 3 here out in Hof Germany. I wish I was out there, but I'm over here in the States. But the event
Yeah.
is taking place in Games Island, EU, out in, I think, I hope I'm saying that right. Are you familiar with Hof? Maybe I don't have
No.
the accent,
I
but
think
Hof
it's
Germany is where it's at.
yeah, like I think if it's Hoffenheim, if it's I'm not sure if it's Hoffenheim because I know look I know the cities from soccer as you would call it, not football. So like I know the team's called Hoffenheim. So if it's the same location, then it is Hoff.
Okay, I googled it and it just says HOF, so Hof is how I would pronounce that.
Yeah.
Isn't that Hoffenheim? Okay, it might just be a different
No, no, I'm
Hof.
saying
So
no.
Hof Germany is
Yeah,
where
I'm
this
saying
event's taking
yeah. I don't know.
place.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying is I don't like somebody like I don't know. I just know from football. That's all the only Hoff I know.
Right, and it does make sense. Not a lot of people familiar, but a great, fantastic game shop out over there. Maybe one day I can make my way over there and say hello in person. But for now, we're taking care of the broadcasting for this event. If you guys are just tuning in, we have 113 players here participating, and the prize pool is an impressive 4 total cases. Your choice of either Origins or Spiritforged. You know, man, if you were out here competing and you were fortunate enough to get that top 8, or maybe fortunate is not the right word, skilled enough to get that top 8
Yeah.
position, what are we choosing? Are we choosing the Origins booster boxes or the Spiritforged ones?
I think it's Origins.
Has
I
to
don't
be,
know.
right?
Yeah, I'm not really like a finance guy. I buy cards to play them, so
Yeah.
I'd have to consult. I have to consult the guys. It's like, hey guys, but I think like just off the top of my head, I think it's Origins. I think it's Origins, and it's the base set, so that's always going to be a lot cooler.
It is, right? As the original set, set 1 can never go wrong. They are a little bit more valuable than current set Spiritforged. The only reason to get Spiritforged would have to be if you're really hunting one of those over numbers, because in a case, you're very likely to
Yeah,
hit pretty much any over number you're looking for, whether it be that over number Ori. You might actually be lucky enough to get a signature over number, which those go for a pretty penny, I will say. So
yeah.
it's almost
But
like a
even the
win-win.
yeah, even the Spiritforged one isn't like the Spiritforged already like 2.5k or something.
I think so, if not a little bit more. I know all the signature cards out of Riftbound are pretty expensive, but I'm right there with you. I don't keep tabs on the full market picture like that, but I would imagine I know chat before we start this game. Let us know what's the most expensive over number signature currently in Riftbound.
Yeah. Okay. So like again, we not a lot of time, and starting with the arena's greatest. This is so far it's not looking so good for the Rexai. I mean, not looking so good for the Ezreal. It's looking more favorite to the
Rexai.
Rexai.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, the Ezreal can actually put up a fight just because he is the control deck, so it's hard for him to do it early on. But if he plays fast, he might have the time for it.
And yeah, starting things off, so 1 point apiece, or at least Rexai, yeah, they did point. I think they just started, and with the new time rule, you have your entire turn to recognize and acknowledge the 1 point from that battlefield. Unlike it was in Houston, where you had to declare in that beginning step. So many people drew, so many people challenged before getting that misstep, and there were rule sharks all over the place. They weren't giving you that back. So I like that little rule change. Gives a little bit more breathing room to not be
I
super
agree.
scared of missing that trigger.
I agree. Oh, okay. Like the glare is okay. I thought he had 3 yellow runes. Okay, I was like, this is kind of unfortunate. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not falling star. I think you're not falling star justice Ezreal, right?
Unless
like
you're being super
a bit.
aggressive, trying to just get that 2-point deficit as early as possible, but you still have about 7.5 minutes remaining in this round,
Yeah,
so not feeling too crunched for
you
time. I
can.
think you should be
Yeah,
able to
you
close things
can.
out.
Yeah, you can look at your draw first. Like this Draven looks pretty nice. Just play this Draven or
I
not?
liked it.
Yeah.
Let's see what's a
Okay,
better
like
play than Draven, because he had exactly 4 runes. I would imagine Draven feels pretty good, unless he does want to take care of the
he
Ezreal. It
is.
looks like he's committing to it, man. I'm impressed. I thought he was going to save it
Yeah.
for later, but prioritizing taking
Yeah.
it down ASAP.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Like especially with not a lot of time left. Like if okay, like you're trying to say that your opponent doesn't have wages of pain here, because if they don't have the wages of pain, which they do, if they don't have the wages of pain, you're gonna score up to 3 from the hold. You're gonna go to the sigil. You're gonna with the hopefully you're gonna score to 4, and that's like a lot of points for your opponent to make up. But he actually does have. Wait, he's gonna rocket barrage at the base. Yeah, it makes
Not the
sense. I
most
guess
value play, but you have to slow
Yeah.
down your opponent by any means necessary. So going off with just the Rocket Barrage, doing 4 damage to the back line, as we said, doesn't feel the best, but it's trying to slow him down as
However,
you
like
can.
I don't like something to keep in mind. Like the okay, for that turn, Rocket Barrage was more mana efficient. However, we saw Singularity in his hand. If he Rocket Barrages, then he can't, like the Ezreal can't Singularity next turn anyway, because now he's on 3 runes, going up to 5. If he Wages of Pains instead of Singularitying, he can he wastes 1 mana, but on this turn he can actually kill 2 units with
Right.
the Singularity.
Yeah, and that kind of foresight that separates the most skilled players. So you have to always be cognizant of your future plays, of how much runes you will be, runes you will have on the following turn. So I like what you said, because it effectively accomplishes the same thing. It only allows your opponent to score once, whether he scored through hold with the Poro as we saw here,
Yeah,
or he scored
like
once. That the only difference I will add
is
is
the
the
Conquer,
Rexai, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So I could give him credit for that. So you are kind of denying him the conquer ability, which Rexai wants to conquer as much as
However, like,
possible.
do we I'm trying to think about how much we actually care about the Rexai Conquer, because currently we're not really fighting. Like Rexai Conquer is good, it's good card advantage. However, we're currently not struggling against card advantage. We're struggling against keeping up with the board and keeping up with points in general. So hopefully, like, if he has a Bellows Breath, this might be good. Like he can like stabilize a bit, but without a Bellows Breath, like it's one of those where, like, what you're saying is about denying a conquer it's not the incorrect idea. However, like, the right play is entirely contextual to the game itself, like to the game we're playing. And the current game we're playing, we're never losing card advantage wars. Like, you can kind of let them conquer. Like, are we're gonna lose to them having
Man,
too many
real
units?
quick, I can't believe he double stupefied without actually having the Bellows Breath, trying to take a bit
Yeah.
of a calculated risk to dig. Not only did he double draw
And
from
just not hit
stupefy,
it.
he dug with the call
And
shot. He was
Ezreal.
for certain trying to find the Bellows Breath, but not getting lucky enough, and that is disastrous to say the least. Rexai gonna be able to fully capitalize on this. A double conquer is in the near future for Rexai. Bushwhack and Seal are the hits, so gets off a nice little seal to start things off. But that is huge, because you would think if you're going to go ahead and invest a double stupefy, you would have it in hand, right? But taking a bit of a risk to dig for it, it did not pay off, unfortunately.
I think, like, I might have waited a turn, but I respect it. I respect the attempt at it. I respect the attempt at it, just because if you do hit it, you're in a very, like, nice position. If you don't, then you don't. But sometimes you just gotta go for it.
Yeah, sometimes
I'm not
you
sure
gotta risk it for
yeah.
the biscuit. And I could totally, like you said, respect it, because imagine in the world where he did hit it, that was the play. Everyone would have thought he was a super genius, but when it doesn't work out, doesn't feel the best, but it is what it is.
He could have been a bit more patient with it. I think he could have been a bit more patient with it, like waited one more turn. However, I do respect people who like the actual commit. Like, look, nothing annoyed me more than watching some people play the new like Sivir or MF Aurora decks, and them not just full sending all the called shots when they're on 9 runes. I'm like, you're playing Aurora to hit the Aurora. I'm just spend every single called shot and just pray to God that you're gonna hit the Aurora and those. You just gotta go for it.
Yeah, you
Because
have to
you're
send
gonna
it
lose
from that
otherwise.
situation. But it looks like Ezreal trying to make the slow trek back into this game. Pickpocket conquering up to 2. And that's the first point of the game, and then goes out and develops out a Vex. So you don't have any runes to fully utilize this Vex ability, unfortunately. But you do have at least a strong battlefield presence, defending with 8 total might. But we've seen those potential Blood Rush in the hand. A Blood Rush on the Phoenix would just be perfectly enough to get over that battlefield. If there is, that might just be of a blowout of a game.
This board just kills it. Like the Vex and the Pickpocket are 8. The Phoenix is a 5. The Pora is a 3, so that's 8. And then the Birds one more,
Right.
So that's 9 on their own. Am I missing something?
No, you're totally right. That is enough might currently on board. Just thought he would try to be a little bit more efficient with it if he doesn't want to spend every single unit to do so. Or not every single, but at least 2 units. But it is 2 for 2, so you don't feel too bad about that. But an Imperial Decree coming down almost feels unnecessary. But I guess...
like this Phoenix. It makes it so that Phoenix on its... Oh, what?
I like what you were saying, though, because Phoenix would have taken a 2 for 1 there. So I like that play, but saving the Phoenix for a Conquer. Interesting. What? Wait. Why is he sacrificing all his units? Wait, man. I am totally confused.
Ruling... Like, this is why, like, it ended up being the same way. Like, the only difference here is, like, you have a Phoenix instead of, like, a Poro. No, not Poro. Instead of a Soaring Scout. But like rulings wise, like that is the thing that you have to assign like lethal damage before going on to the next, and Imperial Decree doesn't change what's considered lethal damage. However, I don't know about sending this Imperial Decree. Like again, spending the power is so big, and we didn't need to. We could just swung. Unless I'm not sure if I'm forgetting something from the Ezreal side that it could have done anything. But I don't think there's any Ezreal call that can be cast for zero energy. Like there's called shots, but called shots don't change what's considered lethal, Oh, and that's overtime, I think.
Thank you for pointing that out. So active player, I think it happened during Ezreal's turn, or I didn't get to catch it. Did you just see the timer just hit 0?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, we'll see how they ruled it, because if it was just right at the end of the turn where he passed, Rexai might be turn 0. I didn't get to see. I probably need to have this overtime a little bit, because I didn't know we were the official point, but I think it's all but over. Doesn't matter, as that is the 8th Conquer point. GG, well played. Rexai will be going undefeated in these first 3 opening rounds of the Games Island Grand Summoner Skirmish today. That was a good showing by Rexai. Usually Ezreal has enough tools to remove the units, but sometimes he just goes a little bit too fast.
Rexai is definitely a deck that I want to build. It's just so much fun. I don't know. I haven't. There's so many decks. Like this is why a big reason I want like some hit to Draven, just because like it is kind of limiting to all these cool decks that I want to play. Like you can't really play. I want to play Lucian. I want to play Renata. I want to play Rexai. I kind of want to play Leona. There's so many cool decks that I'm like, they're just too much weaker than the best deck for me to play them. But they're just so cool. Like the Rexai deck. The idea of it is very cool. Like the Renata deck especially, man. Renata is one of my pet decks just because like it's so much fun. Like going and I like playing her more aggressive than most people do. Like I have like 11 2-drops. Like 6 more 3-drops. Just I want to go as aggressive as possible, and then just get to 5. I just want to get to 5 before anybody can stop me, so that I can go time warp, watch or something.
Right.
But there's just so many cool decks in
There's some potential with Renata. I want to see someone really pop off with her. We saw a little bit of it. We saw like a glimpse of what Renata can do out of one of these regionals. It might have been the Chinese regional, thinking about it. But I think just the power level of Draven. What was it?
Yeah, I think it did decent. I think it did somewhat decent in Bologna.
Okay,
I
nice,
think.
nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of these big old meta decks kind of put a bit of a hindrance on those more fun decks, if you will. But we did see, I believe, coming up at the end of the month, or funny enough, I believe in just 1 week from today, there's that big
Yeah.
Chinese
It is
national, and as
annoying.
a side event, did you get to see that? They decided to do a big side
Yeah.
event with banning
Yeah.
8
Yeah.
total legends,
Yeah.
which, interesting enough, Ornn was one of the banned legends.
Yeah.
What do you think about that,
Think.
man? That didn't
I
make too
think
much sense to
it's
me.
weird. It's very weird. But I think it was purely like a player rate ban. I think it was like the top 8 most played ones were banned, and there wasn't any real consideration to like, oh, power level wise. I think just because like if you're gonna do power level wise, you're gonna have to ban like the other 2 like red purple champions as well. Like you're gonna have to ban Jinx and and Annie just because
Annie.
they're basically they can do the miracle Draven thing a little bit worse, but they can do it too. If you're doing, I think they just did. I think it was plainly thing. Ornn is also one of the decks what I thought was like super cool, but you know when your opponent can go like Bryn here Thermo Beam, you just kind of die.
Yeah, doesn't feel the best. And yeah, I think it's more so because I think it's a best of one because all the city challenges are best of one. Now it's a
Oh sure,
modified best of one. So you get to look at the
yeah
legend,
yeah yeah
you pre-side beforehand, and then you go ahead and play your best of one. So they could have been
yeah.
trying to save the player experience. Maybe players don't like versing that protect the king style gameplay. I don't know. I think Ornn was unnecessary. I think Azir was a bit of an unnecessary build or an unnecessary ban. I would have just liked to see a tournament with Draven ban, Ezreal ban, Aurelia
Yeah.
ban, Kaisa ban, and maybe that's it. But maybe what would come out ahead if those 4 were just simply banned, in your opinion?
So like we're banning Aurelia, Kaisa,
Draven and
Draven,
Ezreal.
and Ezreal, and let's say Called Shot is banned. Just
True, true, true.
let's just do that. Sivir's Sivir's also a miracle deck.
True.
I mean, that Lucian's gonna be good. Fiora's gonna be good. I think Lucian Fiora are probably the top dogs at that point. Yeah. Maybe Ari. Like Ari
True.
has some surprisingly good matchups. Ari has like it's like sometimes she's like, oh, like haha Ari, and then like wait, she's actually kind of decent into like these few decks, but is unplayable into this one main deck. Like last set one, she was really bad into Kaisa in my opinion, but had playable matchups into everything else. So, like, but being unplayable into like the biggest matchup, I don't want to play her. Same thing here was like she's kind of decent into Draven, but then unplayable into Aurelia. At least that's what my friends tell me who play Aurelia a lot. Oh, not Aurelia, Ari a
Who's
lot.
currently
So
unplayable into Aurelia?
Ari, that's what my friends
Ari,
tell me.
okay.
At least I have zero experience. It's just what I hear in like the group chat. They're saying, oh, we think we have like not a good Draven matchup, a playable Draven matchup,
Yeah.
but it's they feel really bad into Aurelia. But I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like maybe she can play because I really like blue green, but I haven't had a legend that I like. Ornn is kind of specific. I think he's gonna be good with more gear.
I
I think
think
he's gonna be
so.
good.
We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see him
Ari
shine
is
bright
okay.
eventually. You know, speaking of Ari, we did see someone that recently just got into into Riftbound. He's a big content creator. Some of you guys might know him as Magua, or not know him as Magua, but some of you guys
Oh
might
yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
Magua. I think he just
Yeah,
picked
yeah.
up Riftbound within the past month, and he is
Okay.
adamant that Ari is the true queen of the meta. Maybe not so much
Okay.
as to say
Okay.
that, but he is big on
Okay.
saying that you guys are sleeping on Ari. I have a decently good matchup against Draven, against Ezreal. I want to see it. He might be onto something, but something's telling me he's like in the early stages of Riftbound, where like you
Yeah.
think you got the deck, but I don't know. He does have a good competition as locals. I believe he
Yeah.
goes to the same locals as Allen. So if there's any time to test your
Yeah.
deck, it's gonna be against players like
Okay.
that. So maybe he's
Okay.
onto something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure. And like I think she's underrated. I think she's under. I'm not saying she's good, but I do think she's underrated.
Yeah, I think so as well. She's a little bit underexplored in set 2. She was really, really good in set 1. But do you think there's any other legend that could kind of fall in that same category that is good? I know you said Renata, but anything else that perhaps people aren't giving it
No,
enough
Renata's
credit?
Renata's entirely my own pick. I don't think she's actually like great, but I'm just looking at the legends list. I think Timo was underrated. I
Okay.
think Timo was definitely underrated. And then Jax, like I would have said Jax, but Jax has been picking up recently. Like
Yeah, he top
Jax
8.
stocks are up. Yeah, Jax stocks are up, especially after the top 8.
Oh yeah.
And of course, my boy Seth. Like
Yeah,
if
Set's
purple,
definitely
yeah,
underrated.
if purple isn't being played, if purple isn't that popular, like, you know, then Seth's really good.
100%
That's
agree.
really
Any
good.
Set fans in the chat? I mean, Set was doing so well in set number 1, and then everyone started putting rebukes into their main board,
Yeah.
put main boarding
Rebukes,
3
fight
fighter
or
flights,
flight.
pushing those
Yeah.
back. So it kind
Switcheroo.
as man
Just-
said, purple kind of puts a big old hindrance on that game plan, but Set is good. I mean, in Spiritforged alone, he got so many tools. He got that Fade Dragon.
Yeah.
He got Warmong's
Yeah.
armor. He got
Yeah.
a lot of tools in Spiritforged.
Yeah, it's just
so
a lot of. Hopefully, and I'm excited, so excited for the spoilers. I love spoiler season. I love spoiler season.
yeah,
It's
same.
so much fun, like trying to find combos with all the, you know, all the old cards. Like, oh, this could actually go so broken with this thing. And so like this is just my favorite part in any TCG.
Yeah, it's gonna be honestly a blast to see who and what is being revealed going forward. From the legends that are revealed, where are you kind of gravitating towards so far? Because I said it earlier on stream, I'm kind of leaning towards Vex for now. I like that green purple color combination. I think Vex being like a little emo character is kind of funny. I can vibe with that. But what about yourself? What are you kind of leaning towards?
Like, I think one of my friends would be really sad if I don't say Rengar, just
Okay.
because we used to play a lot of, like, he used to play Rengar and I'd play Yumi, just so that we play the two kitty cats just running around League of Legends, just being as annoying as possible. So I think from the ones revealed, I think Rengar, just because I think the card we have is just a very cool concept that
Yeah.
you play it only when you're attacking. So I think there's a lot of space there. But other than that, I think I do also like Vex. She seems very interesting. Like, I hope she's not too leaning into the thing where, like, your opponent's spells cost 1 more and things like that. Where it's
Right, I hope not as well. I
so
hope it's totally
frustrating.
different than what we would expect.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vex, Vi, and Rengar might be the top 3 for me as well. But real
Yeah.
quick, man, I believe these players might be starting to set up. So I know we committed for 2 rounds, but those 2 rounds kind of flew by. What about you? Did they kind of feel long, or did they feel a little bit quick?
No. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, it was good. You said this was your first time casting. I feel like you're a true natural here in the booth.
Yo, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
For sure. So guys, big shout out to Mange helping us out for these couple rounds. I know chat, you have a good amount of friends / fans in the chat. It was like, oh, it's the Mange. So they might know you from either the Discord or just being a great community member / judge. But it was definitely awesome to have you here in the booth. If you got any little shout out / closing remarks, now would be the best time.
I mean, again, shout out first of all to Runes of Risk for, like, the streams, the ranked ladder, everything. Even if you don't want to take credit, it's you know, it's very helpful to the entire thing. And, like, shout out to Challenger TCG, the guys. I've been, like, I sub to their thing, and it's helped me a lot get better. And, you know, follow me on Twitter. Like, I've been doing. I posted like 1 YouTube video so far on Riftbound, and so far people have liked it. So I'm trying to post more. I haven't gotten my branding yet, so, like, my channel is like my random name. I'm gonna change it so that it's actually good branding and you can actually find it. But, you know,
yeah, is it just
follow me
the
on Twitter
Mange right now? Because how can people find you? Is the Mange
I'll-
on Twitter if you guys want to follow him? But on YouTube, how can they find you?
I just typed it in Twitter. It's like Mohammed Al-Sabah 2119. It's a whole
All right,
thing.
guys, he'll get it. He'll fix it soon enough. So you'll probably see it pop
Yeah.
up on your feed coming soon. But man,
and it's
it's
in share content. It's in share content on the thing.
Perfect. So guys, check it out in the share content. I'll post it once everything's set up though. But man, looking forward. If you ever want to cast in the future, I think like I said before, you're true natural. I feel like we work well together. You might even work well together with a couple casters we currently have. So we'll be in touch.
All right, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
For sure. Take care, man. Talk soon.
Have a nice day. Bye bye. See ya.
All right, guys, it looks like these guys are setting up soon. So I'll go ahead and bring our next caster in while the setup is going, and I'll set things up. Usually we go on a waiting soon screen while I set things up. So you guys are going to have the fortunate pleasure of watching me set up things live. So clicking that round 4, I will take a quick second to go ahead and tag our next caster. So let's go. Okay, but as you guys are seeing on the screen, it looks like we have our very first Aurelia of the game. So let's go ahead and change these legends. So we'll go Aurelia on the left, and it looks to be the Menace one more time. Draven coming out to play. But will it be a Miracle Draven, or will it be a mid-range Draven that we haven't seen? It looks to be the Draven player is left-handed, so the legends are going to be on the same side. And oh, Gemma Boy, can you hear me? Danny, mic check, mic check.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Ojama, how are you doing today? Thanks for coming in. I can't hear you now if you're talking, but I heard you just a second ago.
Oh, it says I've got a problem with my camera, which is a little annoying. But can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I'll look at the camera here shortly, but I think I can hear you, which means chat can hear you. Okay, chat, can you guys hear Ojama?
Hello, hello. Nice to meet you, chat.
Yeah, either or. Welcome on in, Ojama. Hope you're doing good. What time is it around your time right now? Is it about middle of the day for you?
Yeah, not too far off. It's 1 a.m. nearly to the dot. We are 1 hour behind the local time for the stream for Germany.
Not too bad. So right smack in the middle. Have you been catching any little bit of the games before, or would this be the first one you're catching?
I've caught a few of them. I've seen the very interesting plays from our free switcheroo from the Draven. I've seen the Bellows breath in combat followed by the Watcher. It's been a very interesting stream so far. But yeah, good gameplay around that as well.
Yeah, and funny enough, it looks like these players already off to the races. I was just a bit busy bringing you in / getting things set up, but it looks like 1 point already online for the Aurelia player. So, Ojama, if you're ready, let's go ahead and just dive right into this game. It looks to be quite the rune-filled game as a double obelisk of power to start game number 1. Have you played in a game where it was double obelisk before?
I've not got into a double obelisk of power game before, but it is very quick on the start with the runes, especially being able to get your Draven champion out very early. It looks like they've opted not to do that in this game, though.
Yeah, interesting enough, but going a bit on the offense, it looks like Aurelia already up to 2 points herself, develops out a nice little Guardian Angel. But you know, Jama, from set 2, what legend have you recently been playing most of?
I've been playing a lot of Fiora since set 2's come out. Absolutely loving it, especially the hook variant. It's very high rolling, which is always fun to do. I've been starting to love Jax a bit more as well, though, because of the rules change with how you can interact with his legend and re-equip things to the Aurelia so you've already got out.
Yeah, that is a very fun legend indeed. And you know, funny enough, I just looked over at the name and wait a second, I still have Rexai on the screen. Let me go ahead and change that. I thought I put Aurelia on there. Apologies for that, chat. So Aurelia is on there, but it looks like Rexai was above, and there she is. Aurelia is our player on the left, but as the point I was making out, I think Natural, I don't know exactly how you say it, I recognize him. He's actually a very prominent player in our online tournaments. He's played in quite a few, and he's done well. He's topped 8 a couple ones, so I think this is Aurelia player might be pretty high skill, so we'll see how things go ahead and develop out going forward. But what's your experience with Draven / Aurelia from your side?
In my local community, I've not played against Draven very much. It's definitely a bit more on the Aurelia side of thing. It's one of those decks that if you can match it on tempo and if you can get ahead of it, it can be quite manageable. But as soon as you give it any space to breathe and it's leaving runes up on your turn, it can be really hard to interact with and to stop it from getting that 2, 4, 6, 8 points.
Yeah, you know, funny enough, this might be one of the newest variations of Draven to hit the meta. It looks to be a Detonate Draven. Have you caught wind of this variant just yet?
I have seen it in some of the Chinese regionals, absolutely. Being able to pop your own gold for draws, as well as being able to interact with things like Guardian Angels, we can see on the Aurelia side in a pinch, is, very powerful. That kind of modal spell, being able to choose between that card advantage and getting your Miracle Engine online versus being able to hold your opponent back from doing what they're trying to do, is very interesting to see it live in person.
Yeah, honestly, I think it might be hands down the deck that draws the most cards in a single game. I've never seen a card or seen a deck draw as much as Detonate. Detonate alone draws 2. You go ahead and take out your treasure trove. That's an additional draw. So you're drawing an impressive draw 3 when you do that picture perfect play. On top of it, you could even combo it with things like Scrap Heat, as I believe this Ezreal or this Draven player ended up doing. So you could play hard cast as Scrap Heat, detonate your own Scrap Heat, and then Scrap Heat, you draw 1 for killing it, and then you draw 2. So there's many ways of drawing 3 in this deck on top of your purple champion. It's ridiculous how many cards you see in this deck. It almost feels unfair, honestly.
It is absolutely incredible, especially with one of those 3-4 cards you draw and probably being a cool shot on Ezreal online. It is very hard to come back from once your opponent gets going with that kind of card advantage.
Yeah, it really is. It almost feels like you have every single answer needed to kind of close out the game. But if there's one card or one deck that could give him a bit of run for his money, it might just be this Aurelia deck, already establishing 3 points ahead of his opponent, feeling good about that, setting up a hidden card, which I'm willing to bet has to be something like a Fight or Flight, just to kind of send your Stellar Core back to safety. But Jama, it looks like we're going to find out rather soon what that hidden card might be, as he pushes both Ezreals forward quite ambitiously, because if this is a pump spell, something like a Defiant Dance, the 2 Ezreals might be taken down. But no, keeping it straightforward as we predicted with the Fight or Flight on his own Stellar Corn for now.
Yeah, wonderful play being able to get that extra draw and leaving those Ezreals on the battlefield. So the Draven player really needs to make a decision here about how hard they're going to push with their runes and how much interaction they're going to hold up to stop the Aurelia from bouncing back and killing those 2 Ezreals. It's a very interesting decision from the Aurelia player as well, with the Guardian Angel unequipped, definitely choosing to keep hold of their runes instead. It's probably a good play with purple and red not being decks that are very well known for, or colours rather, not very well known for being able to hit the back line. So feeling is the earliest pretty safe back there.
Yeah, the only exception being, of course, will be that Falling Star, but I think that is a bit of a bait. If he wanted to go ahead and invest something in a Falling Star, you're going to be costing yourself 4 recycle rune, 2 for the spell, and then 2 for the deflect. So it's almost like not attaching the Guardian Angel is a bit of a bait, saying go ahead and try to attack my Aurelia. Not only is it going to be extremely expensive for you, but potentially I might just have a little combat trick to buff my Aurelia out of the range of Falling Stars. So it could be a bit of mind game being played out, because I'm right there with you. Attaching Guardian Angel feels like a decent play, but maybe just try and be a bit conservative on runes, because if I know anything about Aurelia, that is where the skill difference really resides in, is knowing when and how to use your runes effectively throughout the game. It really separates a good Aurelia player among the best Aurelia players. So we'll see. I think Natural might be an Aurelia main if he's 3-0 undefeated so far with her. So I'm impressed so far.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of options when you're playing Aurelia. Being able to draw so many cards with Celicon, having so many combat tricks, you really have to think about a lot of different game actions and different lines. So it really does make quite the skill ceiling for the deck.
Yeah, it really does. So we'll see how he approaches this turn, as he has to try to take down 2 Ezreals on that battlefield, as well as a hidden card, which might on his own be another Fight or Flight to push back and making a combat win. But okay, sending in the Fervent to start things off. You have a whole rune up. You have a whole lot of runes up available for combat tricks. One of those being the Discipline, as we're seeing here. That's going to be a +3 for the Fervent, 1 for the Choosing, 2 for the Spell. So going up to 4, so I believe attacking for 8 total might. I think we might just very well we might just see that hidden card reveal now. But keep in mind, everything that chooses Aurelia from your opponent's side is a deflect cost. But okay, it looks like he's splitting the difference. So taking 1 for the trade, or not the trade, but 1 taken to the trash, and then 1 taken back to base. But a hard bargain. Oh my goodness, Ojama boy, that is a ridiculous blowout for that battlefield.
Huge blow, especially with if Ezreal's going before the Miracle players managed to get too much advantage from them. Only one cool shot being played so far. It does very much put the Draven in a position where they've got to work hard to catch up now and regain that.
And you know what? And real quick, you prefer Danny, right? From when we talked before, I'll call you Danny instead of Ojama, or either or.
I'm happy with either. I tend to know the Jar in the online world, but a lot of people know it's Danny as well.
Okay, I'll interchange
I'll
them here
stick
and
to
there.
Ojama for now. That's all okay.
Yeah, but either way, a huge thing, a huge swing for the Aurelia player. Not only was he able to conquer that battlefield, he also had a charm for the backline Draven. So we thought Draven would be the deck with all the answers. It almost feels like Aurelia is the deck with all the answers. And to make it even sweeter, it looks like Guardian Angel will finally be attached on Aurelia just to keep her safe from any troubles going on this next turn. So little by little, Aurelia getting a huge advantage, especially when we consider the simple fact it's already 4-0, Danny. That is an aggressive push so far in this early game.
4-1, I believe, isn't it? Because the Draven managed to hold with those two conquer with those two Ezreals. But yeah, absolutely. Especially with this Aurelia with runes up and Guardian Angel equipped, it's going to be quite hard to stop them from taking this early lead even further.
You know, something I do want to point out, that is a main board hard bargain. A lot of Aurelia players, especially the ones out in the regionals that have topped recently, none of those players were main boarding a hard bargain. But I guess it makes sense. Hard bargain is such an effective counter, especially when your opponent is low on runes. So I like that, a little bit of a spicier pickup, a bit of a spicier counter ability from that Aurelia. And it looks like Draven will start things off with that Bushwhack just to try to get things a bit more on the offense. So if you have things like Rasa, these might be the perfect time to use it, but it might just be another hard bargain. That's more than one main board. I'm impressed. I've never seen an Aurelia build quite like this before.
He clearly has got a lot of reps in with Aurelia, knowing what his outs are and how he's going to win this fight against Miracle. Both players managed to gain quite a lot of cards in hand, so we will see a lot of answers available for both players. But with Aurelia taking this lead, it's that back-to-back gameplay. It's going to favour them if they can keep answering each other.
Yeah, and you know, the counter on the Bushwhack was a big hit for the Draven player, not able to push forward. Rasa comes down, but it no longer going to be no longer going to be readied here. So he played it ready, but it should come in exhausted unless I'm missing something. Oh, no, he paid the 2 for hard bargain. That's what it was. So the Bushwhack does indeed resolve.
Very strong being able to have this answer now, especially with those 2 runes being used by the Aurelia player. Now only 1 rune up to be able to stop this push. That and the Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah, so just doing a little bit of math. He has 10 total might to try to push this Aurelia off with just 1 energy. You have to take account with only 1 Defiant Dance being online, or at the minimum something like an On Guard. So Aurelia defending for 5. A Defiant Dance would take her up to 8, but just deciding to trade 1 for 1. But of course, the Guardian Angel keeping her safe for the time being. But Draven gets the +1 draw for the combat win and does go up to 2 points for the time being. But now with only 4 runes available, I would imagine you want to leave something up for the likes of Spinning Axe, as we're seeing 1 in hand, which a lot of Miracle decks don't tend to run more than 1. I believe the most recent successful Detonate version was just running a single Spinning Axe. Since you draw so much, you often see that 1 of in your deck.
I'm players hoping to take the Aurelia player by surprise with it. Though it's probably not the matchup that's going to be the best in, with Aurelia being able to put a lot of might up and being able to put a lot of might up and reaction speed as well. But it seems like they're going to need quite a lot of might here if all of these units are going to be moved onto a battlefield.
Yeah, and I cannot believe what we're seeing. Just like that, I believe he played 18 total might just for the Razas, so 28 total might all together in a single turn. Only 1 deck can go ahead and do something similar to that, and that is the Draven Miracle deck. So this Detonate Draven just completely popping things off, but it looks like Aurelia keeping his composure, understanding that those might just be the majority of the threats in the deck right now, because there's 1 Battering Ram in the discard, 3 Rosses on the board. If he's able to deal with these units, of course, it's a whole lot easier said than done, because taking care of this amount of might with just 2 units on the board, I mean, it's not an impossible task, but it is quite mountainous to do so. But to my point, if you do clear these units, there's not too many threats remaining for the Draven deck, especially this variant of Draven. So let's see if they're able to get that done, because maybe there's a window of kind of getting back that advantage in your way, because right now that battlefield is firmly in the control of Draven for now.
Absolutely, it would be an incredible feat, but like you say, with only 5 moves remaining for the Draven player on the next turn, and most of the threats gone, it would put the Aurelia player in a very commanding position. We do see ganking potential in hand as well as a rebuke, which is going to help out, but it's going to be a very difficult line to find if it is there.
Yeah, and as you point out, ganking is available with those boots. So place out the boots for 3, attaches it for 1. So Aurelia will be going up to +2 just off the increase on might, and then +2 from being chosen. So up to 8 total might, because 4, 2, yep, 8 total might. So almost getting there, but I mean, you have to do so much work to get over 18. So he might just be interested in going the battering ram route, but then you have to deal with the hidden blade. This Draven player is playing very expertly, knowing how to split the differences in might among both battlefields and knowing where to hide cards. So here we go, Danny, trying to go up and away in that might department. Can he get over the 2 battering rams, or is it all going to be nullified with that little hidden card? Because if it's something like a switcheroo, it's a bit of a feels bad. Let's see.
We don't get to see the hidden card yet, with the spinning axe coming in first instead. Hopefully trying to bait out a little bit more interaction from the Aurelia before revealing whatever their hidden card is, which he does do with a discipline coming down.
Yeah, that's an additional +3, and it looks like he's targeting the legend ability, so that's going to be an additional +1 for being readied. So it was at 8, goes up to 11, then +1 more is up to 12. Spinning axe brings those battering rams up to 13 though, unless I'm, oh no, and the boots. So wait, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to the 13, and it looks like the fight or flight to not choose the deflect target might just be choosing that battering ram. So does get the conquer, doesn't get to any draws for the Draven because you win the combat, and it almost looked like he was attempting a defy on that fight or flight, but I think this is fine since you did get the conquer and you are ready. So you're almost thinking about a potential gank, but how much combat tricks does he have left is the question, because he just used so many, didn't he?
Absolutely, lots from hand. It is interesting going for his own battering ram with the Aurelia Legend tapped. Being able to fight or flight the fervent might stop the plays here, but like you say, being able to play around not so fast as we can see in the other player's hand could make the difference here on whether to swings Draven's way or not.
You know, interesting enough, he just needs 1 more on guard / discipline to equal the total might of Rasa. You do trade out your champion, but we are talking about an effective 3 for 1. It almost has to be worth it, but with just a single card in hand, or what looks to be a single card in hand, Aurelia might be out of... Actually, no, what am I talking about? There's 4 cards in hand, but none of those cards seem to be any buff increases. So ganks on anyways. Let's see what they have. Do you at least have 1 more bit of an on guard? Defiant Dance actually
may
wins
just be
this
the rebuke
combat.
here. Wow, with the rebuke coming in.
Yeah, a bit of an ambitious rebuke with the 2 power, but it looks to be a necessary one. How do you feel about that rebuke there?
I think it definitely puts the Aurelia player in a difficult situation now, being tapped out and all of those answers being spent on this turn. You placing the Rasa back in hand and letting that battering ram live may make it difficult if the Draven player has the answers here. But knowing that the card is blanking from my mind now, the one that readies the units entering.
The Bushwhack.
The Bushwhack. Seeing the Bushwhack already gone, with that normally being a one-off in these lists, it may be that the Aurelia is forcing the Draven player to have it here and saying, you know what, I'm going to remove your threats if you don't have the answer, and it comes back to my turn. I've put you back enough to win this game, but we never know what the Draven player could pull out.
Yeah, very true. We never know. One thing I will add, though, not only is the Aurelia player low on rune economy, it looks like the Draven player also even lower on that as well, as they're going up to just 4 total runes on this turn. So it probably doesn't have the most impressive play, but I will say Aurelia is completely tapped out. Not a comfortable position to say the least. So a simple push onto the Aurelia will get the Conqueror. Does get a draw for the Draven ability. So going up to 2 points, I believe, or 3 points, I believe, for the Draven player. So Man, whenever you take out the queen as an Aurelia player, you don't feel the best about that, but you are at 6 points, so you just need the final double conquer hold, and Aurelia Legend makes it decently easy to do so, but it all depends. Can this Draven put up a big defensive wall on one of these battlefields to try to buy him some more time? In your opinion, what can Draven perhaps do here? Do you think play something directly onto a battlefield? I just don't know what he has.
Just to add very quickly, I believe the score is 6-4 because we had the Draven player conquer with the Ezreal, and then they conquered 2 battlefields last year, and he did double conquer. But the Draven player, certainly with all the cards he's been drawing, may have answers. We've seen a treasure trove in hand if he needs to dig for even more answers. The Vi in hand as well. It may be that he's feeling with so much of the Aurelia's resources being gone that he can kind of play a bit more safe and prepare for future turns. But he does play that Rasa straight to the battlefield just in case the Aurelia can make a big play off the top.
Yeah, and it almost seems to me at this point, you might as well just try to go for the hold for the win game plan. Go ahead and send the Stellarcorn, get a draw, attach the boots if you want to go ahead and add a little bit more defensive capabilities on that next turn from Draven. Because right now it feels a bit risky with 3 runes available for the Draven player. I don't feel too confident pushing into that left-hand obelisk, so it does go for the straightforward conquer and up to 7 point. Danny, just 1 more point for this Aurelia player, and they will be getting that game number 1 of this round number 4. Let's see though, does Draven have anything to say about that in these next coming turns? Because I think that might be the most Aurelia feels comfortable doing. Might just keep a couple combat tricks in hand to try to defend that battlefield. So we'll see. I mean, in your opinion, Danny, is Aurelia looking pretty good to close things out, or is there some outs for the Draven player?
Well, we've seen the Bushwhack and the Vi in hand for the Draven player, so that completely counters the Rebuke, being able to play the Vi, and if it gets rebuked, being able to play it again. Though actually saying that, at the moment, he doesn't have enough Fury runes to play the Vi twice and the Bushwhack, so it definitely depends what they get on top of their rune deck here. But with the second Stellarcorn and base, it definitely allows for a very similar situation in the next turn, if the Aurelia player can draw some more answers. But it does look like it may be difficult for the Aurelia player with only 2 runes available to keep this Stellarcorn alive.
Yeah, you know, you nailed it perfectly. I believe with the Rasa already on the board, so you're able to at least just push forward. Actually, no, Rasa was in the battlefield, so trying to do a little finesse. And oh, that guy had really cool hair. Did you get to see that? He had like a little bit of a leopard print on his head. So yeah, coming out to play. But as you were pointing out, a Bushwhack into a Vi, you have a plethora of discard pile you do have so many cards in your discard pile, and it looks to be a Bushwhack. Might just be, as you point out, the Vi coming in ready. You use what, 30 cards in the discard, it looks like, and that should be able to conquer unless there is a Rebuke. Is there a world there's another Rebuke in the hand? He had a double hard bargain. Does he have a double main board Rebuke? That would be the only saving grace currently.
We're seeing another difficult situation for the Draven player here, though. Is that an empty draw pile? If he's not able to... Oh, well, actually, I'm completely feeling what Vi's doing is absolutely filling up that draw pile, so he's got no need to worry about burning out here and giving that final point to the Aurelia that way. So all in all, a very good situation for the Draven player.
Yeah, feeling good. And just doing the quick maps here, saying how much should I really invest, because I'm not going to go on a full Hail Mary play and spend my entire discard in case he does have a Rebuke. Let's be a bit more mindful. So I'm just going to do the exact math. He's at 3 might. The most he can do is a double Defiant Dance is what I would play around most likely, which is crazy to play around, honestly. But just
I mean, that would put your Stellarcorn to 7 plus the 4 decrease for Vi. So Vi needing to go at least up to, is that 12 to be able to get around a double Defiant Dance here?
Yeah, you know, I did catch a glimpse of what's in hand. I think he does have the double main war Rebuke. No spoilers, but I think I see it. If there's not a hard bargain in the current hand, which I don't think any Detonate Draven main board's a hard bargain, it might be a GG for the Aurelia player. So before he passes on forward, looks like Aurelia wants to take a peek at what he decides to put back into the deck, or what he decides to leave in the discard, it looks like. And here we go, 2 runes available, exactly 2 chaos runes. I think you just have to send it. There's no other option. And interesting,
wow.
maybe I missaw. Maybe he doesn't have it, because in your opinion,
He-
what would be not using it there for?
He does have the rebuke, but he knows that if he rebukes the Vi will just go back to hand and then enter ready again because of the bushwhack. And then being tapped out at that point, you would only need to recycle 1 more card to get that Vi over the Stellacorn.
Very true. I completely forgot about the bushwhack being online for the entire turn. So well said. And yep, does make a whole lot of sense why he decided to let it go. But now this complicates things very much so, right? Now you have to conquer both of these battlefields. And that's a Rasa battering ram and a spinning axe on one of them. You can no longer go ahead and play that hold strategy. I think Draven might have swung things around with that bushwhack Vi, didn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, am I getting the scores right with it being 7-6 currently? If the Aurelia is able to knock the Vi off that battlefield on the lower obelisk, it puts the Draven back in a very similar situation as before, where there's a Stellacorn ready to hold from 7 to 8, and he needs the answer.
Yeah, so maybe trying to trying to prevent that play, sets up another unit on that battlefield, pitches the treasure trove, picks up a card we didn't catch up, but oh, that's going to make things very difficult for Stellacorn. A hidden card, which I was able to see because... And what was that?
I just said absolutely slams that hidden card after it comes off of the traveling merchant there.
Yeah, found exactly what he needed. He knew it was right around the corner, but it looks to be a fight or flight, most likely hitting. Usually in the case of Stellacorn, you don't feel too bad getting fight or flight, as it does incur you another draw, but it looks to be the only unit available. I think there's still a world you could conquer, and with Draven only going up to 7 points next turn, if they're out of bushwhacks, if they have no physics to bring that bushwhack back, I think Stellacorn might just hold a slight little chance of getting there. Let's go ahead and see how Aurelia decides to play out this turn, because there's a way, even if you get pushed back, to ready the Stellacorn after everything's said and done. So let's see. This is a tricky late game for this game number 1. A whole lot closer than I was expecting. This is a game in hand.
It's really going the distance, especially with that not so fast the Aurelia player has been holding on to for a very long time now. It really lowers the amount of answers the Miracle player could have if it does swing onto that battlefield and holds there for the turn.
And here we go, deciding to push. So decides that he probably better off going with the counter on something like a fight or flight. We saw a not so fast in hand, so not so fast most likely will be coming down. And you have enough might to take care of the Vi traveling merchant. I'm wondering though, do you fight or flight your own Vi? Yeah, that looks to be the likely target, because you're not winning the game as Aurelia, but the not so fast. Wait. If you target the Vi, you can't not so fast it, can you?
It seems that he must have targeted the Stellacorn herder, so definitely forcing the Aurelia player to have the out there. I agree with you though. If he fireflied the Vi, it puts him in a very nice situation to be able to hold on the next turn.
The top deck of a century. I think you just picked up the fight or flight on Stellacorn, restand it, but no. I don't think I'm doing my math right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not nearly enough for the Rasa battering ram. So won't be fortunate to do though, but you are able to hold up a fight or flight to push back any incoming damage on your opponent's turn. So maybe
since he is using it. Oh, just playing a sneaky deck hand down and then hiding the fight or flight. Very good. Just presenting more might onto that battlefield, making it harder for the Draven player to be able to swing over it with whatever answer they may have.
Oh yeah, I could totally understand how these players are both undefeated. They're both playing so well. They're both playing towards their outs, and they're so close of closing out both games. We find ourselves in a 7-7 situation. Both of these players just need to hold for a single one more turn, but of course Aurelia with the point tempo does get there before the opponent does. So let's see, trying to dig for some cards. So treasure trove, detonate, draw 3. If you have some answers, let's go ahead and see. Digs into a whole lot of draw spells. I don't think that gets him there. That was a call shot stack deck, has 3 runes available. Even if you had a bushwhack, you need a Rasa here, which I think the rest are actually in the discard pile, unless he put them back in the deck.
Very possible with that Vi. I've only just realised as well that his deck is at the bottom of the screen when I thought he had an empty draw pile at the top there. So burnout never really being away.
Yeah, I believe this is a left-handed player, so his Legends on the left and his main deck is on the left, but he's digging so deep into the remaining cards left in the deck. He's looking for a Battering Ram, but how are you going to accelerate the Battering Ram, and did not find his out, so Aurelia will be holding to victory, getting that very first game number 1 of this round number 4. What a game, though. Very impressive by both sides.
Absolute masterclass. Definitely happy to be casting this game. I really feel like we're in for a treat as we have our players going into siding. What are we expecting to see as these players begin siding?
Oh, and I'm seeing here in chat, as I'm catching up with chat, they're saying the Vi was the target. Wait, chat, how do you guys know for a fact he targeted Vi? We're not over there. We can't hear the audio. How do we know he actually... I did see him point, though. Danny, did you see him point Vi? Because I saw him point Vi.
It did look like he pointed to Vi. I would only lead to believe that he decided not to target it in the end. Perhaps, like you said, we're not being able to hear what the players are saying. Perhaps they were discussing something separately from the situation.
Okay,
but yeah,
chat
very odd
saying because he
situation.
pointed Vi. So yeah, I mean, we both said it here in the booth that he shouldn't be able to counter that because Not So Fast specific says your friendly units or your friendly gear. So interesting. So that would have won him the game. No, Vi recalled back and then you push it forward just like he did the previous turn.
Well, we know he still had that rebuke in hand, didn't we? The Aurelia player. He hadn't used it to that point, so perhaps that could have kept him alive. It definitely would have changed the way he set up that turn instead of playing the sneaky deck hand. Or did he use the rebuke
on that turn? Where we were saying where he could have played the Vi again, like rebuke, and then the Vi comes down again from the bushwhack. Is that the turn you're talking about?
Yeah, well, he definitely didn't play on that turn because I remember that discussion. So when it went back to his own turn, we didn't see rebuke on then, did we?
No, yeah, he never ended up playing out the rebuke. The rebuke stayed in hand. But you know, I'm seeing all kind of opinions from chat. Guys, we don't know for a fact if he chose the Vi or not, because he could have been like he chose Stellarcorn and then regretfully said, "Oh, I probably should have chose the Vi." But who knows it? All we know is Aurelia did come out ahead in that game number 1. I will say, I think Draven being on the play does have a decently good advantage. You're able to get things rolling, able to conquer things, because Stellarcorn or Aurelia as a legend, it takes a while, especially, I mean, being on the draw doesn't feel that bad because you do have more runes. So actually, this might just be a good game in general. I think both players, whether they're on the play or the draw, feeling decently good, as I know one of these players might be electing to go Obelisk of Power. It might be...
Well, we saw the double Obelisk of Power last game, didn't we?
What am I
we're
talking
not going to see it again.
Yeah, we can't see it again. I always think when one of these players win or lose, we always see, at least when I'm playing against a Draven, it's like either when they win, they go Obelisk of Power because they guarantee the Draven champion on turn 1. But yeah, you're totally right. We saw the opening Obelisk of Power, which is very unconventional in these games.
Normally you would see something like a Dreaming Tree for game 1 from Aurelia, but perhaps they're choosing to go second with it. Oh no, Sunken Temple. So planning to push in some mighty units to stop whatever Draven is doing. I feel like it's going to be a very tricky battlefield playing into Miracle with them being able to put up a lot of Rastas and Battering Rams, but they're going to draw cards other ways anyway, so perhaps not something the Aurelia player needs to worry about too much.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to think about like how much more is just a single card versus the 8 to 10 cards currently sitting in the hand of those Miracle players. So it's not the worst, but you're totally right. Battering Ram gets a free draw. Rasa gets a free draw. So virtually all the units, all the impactful units kind of favor from that Sunken Temple. And Zomwarn's just a nice little pickup for, or nice little battlefield for Draven, as they do most likely keep the scrap heats in that game number 2. At least I would. What about you, Danny? Would you keep those scrap heats in?
If you're planning to go into Zomwarn's, it's definitely a battlefield where you want to have that option, that free discard to fill that graveyard, as well as being able to keep your hand full. It does seem with both of these battlefields we're going to have a lot of answers in both players' hands again, as we had in game 1. Lots of back and forth.
Yeah, I think in general, Zone Wars or not, you're just not cutting, as chat saying. But yeah, especially considering the fact that we are going to Zone Wars that second turn. But now it's time for the Queen to come out to play. And now the Fervent does get established onto the battlefield or onto the board itself. Is there a world that gets punished though? Because perhaps Detonate Draven doesn't have too much effective removal, as you were pointing out before, unless the sideboard's coming into play here.
Yeah, perhaps the Aurelia player is thinking, he's seen a lot of the Miracle Players deck game one, did not see the Falling Stars, but certainly a possible side option when you're going into something like Aurelia and you need to remove those units from the backline before they become too impactful. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, funny enough, there's not even a double Fury rune for the Draven, so a bit out of luck there. Even if he did have a Falling Star, wouldn't be able to utilize it this turn. So just doing what Detonate Draven does best.
Oh, we do see the
cycle,
Falling Star there.
draw. And yeah, two treasure troves off the top from those stack decks.
As well as that Falling Star that we were just discussing. So perhaps something the Draven player is a little annoyed to see with only the one red rune available.
Yeah, probably would have been an instant pickup, because I think at this point you just go ahead and sacrifice.
He's playing it anyway. Oh no, yeah, sorry. He's discarding it off the top. I thought he was playing it anyway.
No, yeah, he wouldn't be able to play without the Fury, but man, he's playing quick. You could tell he has a whole lot of reps on this Detonate Draven, so playing super fast, acknowledging that these play patterns take a whole lot of time in your turn. So, I mean, he did a good amount, but he didn't really accomplish taking care of the Aurelia, which I think it was almost an impossible task given he only had a single Fury rune. So Draven, Merchant, Battering Ram, and the purple Ezreal to set things off for the Draven player. Feeling decently good. I don't think there's a way to truly punish this back line. With that said, there might be that one card we saw in game one to try to dwindle that back line ever so slightly with something like a Charm. So we'll see if he has it in hand.
Definitely a great color combination for having answers with purple and green, whether it is actively with something like Charm or even just being able to sit there and say, I don't care how much might you have, I can lower it with Defiant Dance, I can increase my Aurelia, I can get over whatever you're pushing. Lots of answers in hand, as we can see with Defiant Dance, Discipline, even as you say, the Charm, if he chooses to use it.
Yeah, from your opinion, what would be the most likely target for Charm? Are we trying to take down the Draven, or are we thinking of that Ezreal to try to neglect him any kind of call shot powers?
With two Seals of Discord already being deployed on the Draven side, he could definitely play without the Ezreal. I feel like we're going to see a lot of might hitting the board either way, though, so whether the Draven is going to be too impactful remains to be seen. I think there's lots of different lines to consider here. I think I would probably get rid of the Draven. It's the one of there's going to be a second Ezreal coming down before long if the player keeps drawing as many cards as he has.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if he wants to go up to 6, he has to spend his only Fury rune. So most likely he's just going to let that go to the trash. So Charm over to Aurelia. Aurelia currently doesn't have 6, so he's trying to bait it out. He's saying, do you want to go ahead and invest your only Fury? And it looks like the answer from Draven might just very well be yes. So goes up to 6. I think I'm seeing one or maybe more than just one. So he's making him to use it. He's saying, if you want to go ahead and get this battlefield, or if you want to get this Draven out this battlefield, I will force you to use it. And interesting, decides to ready the legend, the keeper, into the safety of the base. I love the way the Aurelia player is playing, because he's just going to recall it back. Yeah, sometimes a lot of people forget about that one final step. Not only do you clear the Draven, get the Conquer, but you want to make sure she's safe, because there's no Guardian Angels as Zhonya's Hourglass online. So that's a big heads up play for Aurelia.
Yeah, definitely a very well considered line there, knowing that the Draven had that option to tap the Aurelia player out for the cost of the red rune. So knowing that Aurelia is going to stay safe while clearing the Draven is really impactful.
Yeah. Let's see. He does have to leave that sneaky deck in, though, on the Zone Warren. So a simple Conquer from the Battering Ram will allow him to get a couple draws, one for the Draven ability, and then the Zone Warren's draw as well. So does decide to do the Draven first, of course, because combat happens before the combat pitches the Falling Star, though. So that's 2 Falling Stars. It looks like he probably sideboarded at least 2 of them, it looks like.
Absolutely, and that recycling of the red rune has come in to bite the Draven player a little bit here. Still only 1 red rune and the Falling Star not online for the second time in this game.
Yeah, imagine a world where Draven is lacking the Fury runes. He usually has a good amount, because don't Draven builds run majority red, or am I crazy?
I'm not entirely sure on that. There's a lot of power costs in Draven with Rebuke and the option to pay switch in hand. It being a miracle build, of course, you need to be able to get your seals online. But with the 2 Bushwhack, Falling Stars coming in the side, there's a lot of demand for red as well. I think if he's not main balling the Falling Star, perhaps he is not feeling like he needs to run too many Fury runes. But now that it's in the coming from the side, it has come
and
into
it looks like
effect.
chat has confirmed with me. Yes, I am indeed crazy, guys. And yeah, I completely misspoke. For some reason, I had it the other way around. Of course, the seals, the Rasas, everything, as we point out, the rebukes as well, cause chaos runes. So it does make sense. It's probably a 7-5 split, if you ask me. So running a little bit short on Fury, wishing he had more. But overall, on the grand scheme of things, you definitely want more purple runes than Fury, of course. So it does make a whole lot of sense. Let's see what he decides to do with this 6 energy on this turn, though, because he does get that second point. Feeling decently good against an Aurelia, because Aurelia feels a whole lot better with the Guardian Angel and maybe with a Stellar Corn developed out. So not a whole lot of gas on her side of things. On the other side, Draven feeling decently good about the current board state.
Absolutely, and I don't know if you caught it, that Bryn here in hand from the Draven player. So if the Aurelia does push, feeling like they've got all those answers in hand, the Fire Dance, sorry, as we saw, it could very well go in the Draven's favor here with no Guardian Angels to speak of.
Yeah. We'll see if he has. That's a double hitting card. Aurelia looking to not get anything accomplished this turn. Granted, you do have to pay a deflect, but I think that is a necessary evil type cost to pay. You have all your runes available, so saying come at me if you dare. I'm bluffing at least 1 spinning axe, maybe even a rebuke if you want to go ahead and invest a whole lot of resources buffing up this Aurelia. You're at 5, so you don't honestly need the most, because currently 1 for 1 on all these battlefields. The 3 from the Ezreal, 2 for the Merchant, and then 5 for the Baron Ram, of course. So 5 to 5 on both, not taking into account the hidden cards. So Defiant Dan does go online. Let's see what the targets will be.
It would definitely tell us which battlefield the Aurelia player is hoping to fight here once we know what they're targeting. The issue with Rebuke in a situation like this is you'd be recycling 3 runes trying to get rid of that Aurelia, and we saw it not so fast as well in the Aurelia player's hand, so it would be a whole lot of runes for not a lot of gain if that was a line that the Draven was considering. A Fight or Flight comes in instead, so hoping to slow this Aurelia player down and keep his Ezreal alive.
And I think Aurelia is considering, do I just go ahead and let that resolve? And the answer is yes, because I could go ahead and use my legend ability, but that might be a... Oh no, I thought he was passing for now, but goes on the offense and spends another Defiant. And this is quite the expensive turn, so I would imagine, going for the eliminate all the hidden cards. I don't like this concealed information. Might very well go towards the other battlefield, so it is an expensive turn. Already 3 runes recycled on this turn, but that's what Aurelia does. There's that one point in the turn where you just kind of go ahead and expend a good amount of runes, but no, keeps it towards the zone warrants, interesting enough.
Still trying to get rid of that Ezreal, perhaps deciding that they don't need to lower the might on that battlefield too much as they're already winning it, and perhaps almost bluffing a little bit to this Draven player about how they might get across to that other battlefield. Perhaps something like Ride the Wind, so the Draven doesn't want to use his energy saving this battlefield if it could cause him to lose both.
Yeah, I love that. If there's indeed a Ride the Wind, not only do you go ahead and get +2 on your Aurelia, you enter ready onto that battlefield. So if it was a fight or flight, and a big heads up play for Aurelia, not defying or not so fast in that fight or flight, saving it for the all important rebuke. So paying 2 energy, and you didn't counter it before, but you will counter now. The not so fast coming down, but even harder, the hard bargain. That is a devastating play, to say the least. Is there anything Aurelia could do about this?
I don't think there was enough runes there for the hard bargain to be repeated, so the Aurelia could just pay the cost here, even though it does put her in a bit of a slower situation.
Was there a world with Ezreal being only 3?
Oh, I believe it was because we had those 2 floated runes, didn't we?
Oh,
So
that's what
perhaps,
it
yeah, just
was. They
not
were
enough
floated
energy.
energy. That makes so much sense because it was deflected twice. Okay, that does make sense. So had just enough for a repeated hard bargain, and that's gonna be completely a huge flip on the game plan for Aurelia. Had something in mind. He might have even found a line to have its way over to the other battlefield, but Rebuke, I think, is hands down the hardest card for Aurelia to deal with. If you don't have a good counter and not so fast, it kind of blows you out with just that single card. Rebuke is such a powerful card.
Absolutely. Going down to only 3 runes now for the Aurelia, 5 when they untap on their turn. Just enough to play the Aurelia, but not really able to fight this Draven on 5 points and holding both battlefields. It's going to be very hard to come back in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Insanely tough. Not only are you going up for the double hold, so going up to 4 points currently. It looks like Aurelia with 3 runes right now, 5 runes going on the next turn. You don't have too much units in the entire deck in general. If you don't have 80 runes, but of course the Aurelia already in hand because of the Rebuke, so can play out the Aurelia, but can't really do much about anything going forward. So that's gonna be another double hold for Draven. Things are getting a bit out of control, to say the least. I think Draven's looking really good at close this game number 2 and might find ourselves into game 3 sooner than later, actually.
It definitely does seem to be going that way. Perhaps the Draven player playing a little too fast and not quite sure where to put their traveling merchant, putting it onto one battlefield and quickly changing their mind. Even though just being on round 4, it's still a long day for these players, and perhaps we're going to get to a situation where these really complicated lines, these 10 cards in hand, is going to be difficult for them to pass through. But the game does go the way of Draven for this game too.
That's right. So Aurelia seeing the writing on the wall, saying, why waste more time? We know you take 10 minutes per turn. Let's go ahead and save some time. We have about 16 minutes remaining to try to end things in this game number 3. Aurelia most likely going Dreaming Tree to go. You know, it's tricky though, because since you have cards like Sneaky Deckhand, you don't oftentimes like playing with 2 runes, aka you don't oftentimes like going first, but you don't want to let Draven go first as well. So what are we thinking here, Danny? Do you go ahead and just play on the play as Aurelia since you lost and just pray you draw something like a Guardian Angel at the minimum, or would you still go second with Aurelia?
I think with the Sneaky Deckhand being able to curve straight into the Aurelia, you've got that good option for going second. But we did see the Falling Stars being discarded. The player does know that playing the Aurelia undefended is going to put them in a really tricky situation. So perhaps not thinking too much about their curve in that sense. I would probably choose to go first here, like you said, hoping to get a Zhonya's or Guardian Angel to curve into a Stelicon and get that early advantage, that draw power from the Dreaming Tree to, you know, in some way trying to match the insane amount of cards that the Miracle player can access.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to accomplish just that, as this is the final game. Only one of these players will be walking away undefeated after this round is all said and done. Will it be Aurelia? Will it be the Detonate Draven? A big fan favorite to take this whole tournament down, because it just, I believe, took down the 10K from Star City Games. Was it just last weekend or maybe 2 weeks ago now? I swear it might have just been a week ago from now. Do you remember
Definitely
that tournament?
I don't remember, no, but it's certainly a variant of Draven which is on the rise with
Right.
the showing that we had in the Chinese tournaments and as you say, in the Star City Games as well.
Yeah, I think a big reason why Detonate Draven has catch a lot of popularity recently is because we saw in Bologna how well the Aurora decks did. At the minimum, if you don't use the Detonate to draw, you know, your entire deck, you could also use it to kill the Dazzling Auroras. Yes, you give 2 cards to your opponents, but I would rather give them 2 cards than give them every unit in my deck, right? So I think it's a win-win kind of situation either way. So yeah, I think that's why we're seeing a bit more Detonate Draven come into play these days.
Absolutely, and we are seeing that Dreaming Tree in this game 3 as well as a Veiled Temple on the Draven side of things. They're hoping to untap those seals and get as much advantage as they can, perhaps even hoping to counteract the Aurelia in some way. Being able to pay those deflect costs with their seals would be really impactful for the Draven.
Yeah, I believe just like we saw in the Rexai game earlier, you go ahead and float the power. You could use the power from the room, from the seal, and then ready to seal and then get it all over again. So getting an impressive amount of power generation with just that single battlefield. And as you point out, looking to start things off with that Stellar Corn Herder. So develops it out as early as that second turn. And feeling decently good about that, because if you're able to protect it with things on that Dreaming Tree, you're going to be able to draw so much of your deck, not only for each move, but I think I saw things like Discipline in the hand for Stellar Corn. So I like this play from Draven, saying if you want to go ahead and deny me some points, I'm going to force you over the Veil Temple so you're not feeling comfortable at that Dreaming Tree. So I like these plays so far.
It is a great play. Looking to draw as many cards as they could, perhaps, with the Dreaming Tree initially, but spotting that play line from the Aurelia, how they really want to be moving over there. The 2 cards from the Traveling Merchant and the Stellar Corn might be enough for now.
Yeah,
we are seeing a lot of answers in Aurelia's hand. Sorry, I was just with those 2 disciplines being shown, we are going to see a lot of cards drawn from the Stellar Corn, from the Discipline, from the Dreaming Tree, to get that Aurelia player online.
Yeah, the only thing that would stop that game plan would be something like what we saw in that game number 2 that wasn't ever used but was in the discard. Something like a Falling Star. It doesn't feel the best, but at the minimum, you don't have to pay deflect cost to deal with the Stellar Corn. Stellar Corn's a card that you just want to deal with it by any means necessary, and it looks like a bit of a break, maybe a bit of a judge call from the Draven saying, I have a question / I need to go to the bathroom. There's 12 minutes though. You gotta pick it up, because I don't think there's gonna be too much extension. But real quick during this little break, Danny, were you able to get the camera on that Vid Ninja if you scroll up on Caster? Because after this game, we'll hang out a little bit in the Caster chat. So I want to make sure I have your camera set for that.
Absolutely, I'll give it a look and see if I can get it on. Oh, okay. Failed to reconnect my microphone. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, so I just had a little issue there with my microphone trying to fix the camera. We'll see what we can do.
If not, no worries. We can figure it out otherwise, but just if you can.
I will give it a quick look in this interval. So we did see the player leave the table as well, didn't we? It seems that they're back. Are they back? They are back, moving along.
And it looks like they did go ahead with the ambitious Falling Star, which seemed to be a necessary Falling Star. As we pointed out, if you leave Stellar Corn alive, she's going to be generating so much resources for Aurelia. That's one for the move, one for the discipline, being on a unit on the battlefield already. And then you get protected with Fight or Flight, get another draw. So I think you just had to do what you had to do. And this is a whole lot of rune economy getting expended on this second turn for Draven. Look at that, Danny. Just a single rune. Man, this Miracle deck popping off, but it is coming at a hefty cost.
Absolutely. Perhaps what that was part of their thinking with removing the Stellar Corn, knowing they're not going to have a lot of answers on these next few turns, trying to slow the Aurelia player down as they increase their onboard tempo. We'll see how it works out for them now as the Aurelia player untapping. Not a lot of runes available if they choose to bring their Aurelia into the game now. They're definitely slowing down as they try and fight this onslaught.
Yeah, and it looks like they're picking up the pace of play, realizing there's only 10 minutes remaining. Both of these guys just at the beginning of the game. Aurelia hasn't scored a single turn, but I think just that simple fact of not doing too much early game, Aurelia Fervent just getting online right here, right now. It's a bit too much of a wiggle room that you're allowing Detonate Draven not only score up to 2 points, but to go ahead and just get things more and more online. That's 2 battering rams already set, already established. Do you go ahead and try to protect it? Because you already invested that hidden card, right? So you probably don't want to use it just to recall things back if it is a Fight or Flight. So I guess you're just going to have to go ahead and try to hold it down. 10 might on that Veil Temple. If there's one unit that could get over 10 might, it just might be Aurelia. It gets up to 5 for the turn, and then 1 discipline gets her already up to 8, so doesn't need too much more after that. And oh, if you saw the card he just got picked up, that's some spicy tech for Aurelia. Did you see that one?
It's a Janna, is it not? Being able to save your units or call them to base. Maybe even the fact that you're targeting your unit, allowing it, or playing it proactively, even allowing you to almost gank over to the other battlefield with the Aurelia Legend. A very interesting bit of tech.
Yeah, nice little tech. I don't think I've seen a Janna in the likes of an Aurelia deck, so exciting to see if that does come into play this game 3. Maybe it just might be a perfect opportunity to go ahead and use that card. Sends in the Aurelia to try to test the waters. saying, you know what, you do have to invest in 2 pumps though before passing priority because you're not winning the battlefield as it stands. So goes for 1. It might just be a Defiant Dance. I think 1 Defiant Dance ties things 1-1, doesn't it? 8-8.
We had 5 for the rating, didn't we? 1 for the targeting. So yeah, 8-8 here.
Oh, but the ready 9-8, of course.
Oh, there we go. So that Aurelia legend being used here. Hopefully winning this battlefield, we're going to have to see what the Draven player can do to stop them losing all of their advantage they gained from their larger cycle turn. Seems to be a spinning axe coming in here to even present more might that the Aurelia is going to have to come over.
Yeah, and this is actually a perfect play. Now that you know you're completely tapped out, or not completely, but that you know the rebuke is no longer online, now it's time to pump and away this Aurelia. You know you had more than just 1 combat trick, so now the discipline gets applied. That's up to 12 total might for the Aurelia, and I believe they're protecting it. Oh, the fight or flight, the misplay of the Sentry. Aurelia is ready. It could just come back over. Wait a second. Perhaps forgetting that Aurelia is ready. You're pushing it back. But it's not a standard move, right? So it just comes back readied?
Absolutely the case. Perhaps hoping to get the draw off of the winning combat from Draven. Not going to do a lot to save them this turn, though, with only that 1 rune available.
Wow, unbelievable. I think that was a blunder. Perhaps a bit of a bathroom break he took, got him out of the mode or something, because I mean, it was as clear as day that the Aurelia was ready. Some players try to be a little bit sneaky by like hiding the fact that it was readied, but it was readied, pushed back, paid the deflect, and that might have been the play that caused Draven this match because he was looking decent up until that moment. But this guy's undefeated. He might have something in mind, so he could make me eat my words. So let's see what he does going forward. But that almost seemed like a bit of a misstep, to say the least.
Absolutely, and here we go. The Rider Wind finally coming into gank over, deny that conquer, as well as giving an extra point to the Aurelia player. So definitely swinging in Aurelia's favor here.
Definitely, and I believe he did 1 for the conquer, 1 for the hold, and then goes ahead and moves on over the other battlefield with the Ride the Wind. Oh, no, he did that on his opponent's turn, so he hasn't held just yet, so that's a conquer for the Ride the Wind, going up to 2. Now he goes up to 3 for the hold. I thought he had passed it on forward. This Aurelia is looking really good just from that single play, changing everything. Once Aurelia goes online, it almost feels like she is the win condition, which I guess a lot of people can agree. I think Fervent is the MVP for every single Aurelia deck. She just has to be the best unit in green decks in general. It almost feels like she's such a powerhouse.
Very, very strong card to play around. Especially in this situation with the Draven having so few runes available, that advantage that they gained early, being completely wiped out by the Aurelia player in terms of score and removing both of those battering rounds. It's going to be hard, I think, for the Draven now to conquer or rather get over the amount of card draw that the Aurelia player is able to put up.
Yeah, now that you have the point advantage, it looks like you can kind of play it a bit slower than you had to before. Goes ahead and recalls back to Aurelia, develops out a Stellarcorn Herder, and then passes it forward with that 3 runes available. Of course, this is a potential double conquer point for Draven, but if you leave some units on the battlefield, that might just be easy pickings for the Fervent, as you most likely will be drawing into some combat tricks, slash the combat tricks you already have in hand on top of the Dreaming Tree, as one of those units most likely will be on that battlefield. And wow, Draven is usually not playing the patient game, but I respect it. I think he realizes that he's not going to be able to defend his units. Let's go ahead and wait till the Aurelia overextends their welcome, keeps their units on the battlefield, and then I will utilize my units to try to take down those units. But I just don't think it's a fantastic position, but you have to play around the best you can. So I like so far what Draven's trying to do to try to set up a push this next turn. He has a whole lot of might able to do so.
A whole lot of might, and that rune count slowly increasing as well. Developing out a Draven and a Rasta, removing a lot of the runes you have available for that turn, it could be very hard to play into the combat tricks that Aurelia can put up. So perhaps hoping to have more runes available for when he does extend. So we've got the Aurelia moving into Dreaming Tree now, going up to 0.6 now. Is that putting the Draven in a situation where they very much have to start being active if they want to come back into this game.
Yeah, let's see. I would imagine Aurelia doesn't have to do too much. You can keep a whole lot of runes available, especially on the Aurelia Fervent. If you want to, okay, the Boots of Swiftness does get played out. And then let's see if he goes ahead and passes it with all these runes. Taps the green just in case he needs to keep, I guess, in case he wants to. I'm wondering why he did that, actually. I don't know if it matters too much, but more so he wants to go ahead and hide a card. That's what it has to be about. He wants to save more Chaos runes. And interesting, goes ahead and uses a Chaos rune to attach the boots. I thought he was hiding something, but I think it will be something like hiding with the green rune instead of a purple rune. So, and he has more green than purple currently.
Seems to be the case there. The double hide, so needing all of those runes to make this play and to be able to put up this challenge to Draven. How are you going to stop me from holding up to my 8 points? Is it a 6 point stuff for you, Aurelia? He's got 5 on his legend there.
It's 5 currently, yeah. That's what
I see. No, 5 sounds like it was 3 before he got that double conquer. I thought he got a hold as well on the Aurelia. No, he didn't.
It was ride the win. He conquered 1, ride the win for 2, hold to 3, and then this is where we started the turn at.
That makes sense. Okay. And a Falling Star coming down now, hoping to remove one of those hidden cards as well as their unit of choice.
Yeah, Falling Star does come out. Looks like the targets were just the Stellacorn, doubling up on Stellacorn, but trying to take it out of the range with 1 discipline brings it up to 5. So having to invest a little bit more than that because he didn't recycle any other for the deflect cost. So I could only assume that's a double targeted Stellacorn. So Aurelia
must have been
thinking about it.
It must have been to target both units because otherwise the 5 might would not have been enough to get over that double target. What's the deflect cost played with the seal?
That's what it was. It was a double. So deflect cost with the seal and then double recycle from the Falling Star. So he did target both. I thought they were still resolving it. I thought he was going to invest 1 or 2 more pumps, or at least 1 more pump on the Stellacorn, but you're absolutely right. So does decide to target both, spends the seal or the deflect. But Stellacorn survives, where there's 3 mark damage on both of these units, but we know what's hiding behind those hidden zones. I think Aurelia feeling decently comfortable about their position. Even if there's things like the hard bargain we saw before, he has just enough runes to try to counter the counter, if you will, by paying that energy.
Seems to be the case. We've got only 1 Ratha moving in here, forcing out that hidden fight or flight. Putting the Draven in an okay situation now, being able to push in with the other one. And we've got the damage as well being moved, as that was a combat, even though we didn't go to combat damage.
Yeah, so the mark damage does indeed heal, so everything back to his normal might. And you know, we said that card that could come into play is exactly for energy. Is tricky. I mean, it's not going to be able to heal, but it will act as a pseudo fighter flight. And you already have 5 total mind. The Stellacorn is the Janna coming down to play on this very turn. He has actually 2 in hand. That's a big sideboard tag. I am loving what I'm seeing from this undefeated Aurelia. A bit unlike what we've seen in the previous high level regional Aurelia. So I'm really digging the list so far.
It will be interesting to see it come into play. We'll give him another draw off Stellacorn if he chooses to use it. Chooses not to use it in the end, probably saving it for that Aurelia in case Draven has any more tricks for the hidden card.
Yeah, I think most likely saving the Janna for that Aurelia, but I'm curious to see. I almost feel like the fighter flight could have been used on your Stellacorn. Get the +1 draw on the Stellacorn. Let them conquer. They ended up conquering anyways. And then you try to defeat it with your Aurelia the next turn with the Boots of Swiftness ganking over. I could be missing something, but it almost feels like that was a bit of a better play. But the hard bargain trying to punish the On Guard. You no longer have 4 runes available. The On Guard will still get the +1 for the choose. So it's 5, 6, 7 to 6 currently.
We can't even see the hard bargain in response to the hard bargain, with 2 runes being available for the Draven player to stop that. So it looks like it's going to resolve. And we get a draw from the Dreaming Tree as well.
Yeah. So one, you still get to chose. So I think they're gonna call a judge here. So you're a judge as well. You can confirm with me, right? You still get the one for the Dreaming Tree plus one for the choosing, and that is a GG. Completely forgetting about the choosing trigger there. Aurelia will be walking away with this with 2-0 or 2-1, and that stays undefeated for his time being out in Hof Germany. They told me to add more of a O emphasis. You think I'm saying it right? Do you have any idea how to say it, Danny?
Well, it's very interesting. I've been learning German for a few years now, but I'm not very good. So it sounds right, but Hof sounded right to me as well. So who knows is my answer.
Okay.
Hof does sound quite nice on the tongue. So
I'm
I
getting
think I'll go for
confirmation
that as
from
well.
W King out there in Germany saying I got it right for once. Okay, I would go back to the commentary booth, but let me know if you were able. Okay, I got you here. Let me go ahead and set that up before I go back. So chat, give me 1 second, then we'll go ahead and rendezvous over to the commentary booth while we wait for the next round to set things up. But I do have to take a quick little 2-second break just to go to the bathroom, just like maybe one of these players had to do. So let me set you up. And then Danny, if you could hold it down for just a split second, let's head on over here. And there he is. Danny, got your feet up. And, you know, as I did before for the previous caster, just now, or just a couple rounds ago, we just jumped right into the action. So you didn't get to officially introduce yourself since you are newer to the commentary team over here at Runes and Rift, or our streams in general. If you want to let people know who you are, maybe what kind of TCGs you played in the past, I think now will be perfect since we got a little time.
Wonderful. So yeah, my name is Danny, or Ajama Boy. I do a bit of judging for Runes and Rift as well as our previous caster Manch. We work well together, giving lovely actually moments to make sure we're all being accurate. I've played a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh in the past, a bit of Magic the Gathering, but Riftbound is the one. What an absolutely beautiful game, and some beautiful rules as well to work with.
Yeah, it really is a heck of a game. Do you have any experience with the IP in general? Were you a big League fan, or just getting into the TCG side of things?
No experience with League itself. Absolutely love Arcane. I think that's probably the thing that drew me into playing Riftbound was seeing those big posters of Jinx and going, oh, I wonder what this is about. So yeah, the first time playing a game from the League universe, it's been an absolute blast so far.
Same. The most experience I have from the League IP, I know this is crazy to say, like everyone should play League of Legends if you're playing Riftbound, but the most I had was with Team Fight Tactics. I know no one says the full name, just TFT, but TFT, I played it decently a good amount, so I knew the legends from there, the champions from there, but I never really got into League of Legends itself. And as you brought up, I still need to watch Arcane. I haven't been able to check it out. Is it a must watch? Like 10 out of 10, I have to go watch it after the tournament today? Because I don't know. I tried one episode and I couldn't get into maybe that one episode. But, you know, some shows start slower and then they really make up for it. Is Arcane something like that?
Absolutely. I'm half tempted to say cancel the stream now and go and treat yourself. It is one hell of an experience.
Okay.
10 out of 10, especially the first season. The second one, I think people have mixed feelings on, but once you get past that first episode, that second episode, and you start to love the characters, it is just a joy, and just a joy to watch as well. The animation is beautiful. Must watch 11 out of 10. I very much agree with that comment.
Everyone in chat
well.
saying goated, must watch. Okay, chat, I have to give it another shot. Granted, I was watching it maybe a couple. When did it come out? I think I was watching it like a year or two ago now. But that was before I got heavily invested into Riftbound. I think now that I'm more invested into the actual legends, seeing Jinx, seeing Vi, things like that, it's going to make me more intrigued on the actual story that's going on. I think before I just didn't have too much of like, you know, attachment to that IP just yet. So I think now I probably would enjoy it. So for sure, turn off the stream now. Let's just have an Arcane watch party.
There we go. Cool. I can get behind that. No,
yeah.
Too much exciting Riftbound ahead of us. I think we're going to have to hold back as much as it pains me to say, and all watch Arcane after.
Yeah, that is right. So I'll probably end up watching it tomorrow or something. But yeah, we do have a whole lot of exciting Riftbound action still remaining. We are right about in the middle of the Swiss round. So we already accomplished 4 rounds going into round 5. And shout out to the production out there, to the organization team out in Games Island / W King helping them out as well. You guys been picking some awesome matches to spectate. Undefeated players, on top of being undefeated, quite the spicier decks as well. 2 Jannas in that Aurelia. We didn't get to see them shine too brightly that game, but we saw the potential. It would have been cool.
Absolutely, it is a shame. I mean, we saw the players discussing it after the game, the Aurelia players showing they had it in hand. I would have loved to have seen how it came about. I've just had a message from someone from my community as well, adding me saying it's absolutely illegal that you've not seen Arcane yet, and I've got to make you watch it. So it's nice to know that this is an
I'll watch
opinion
it by next stream, by next weekend. I'll tell you guys how I found it. So it should be good. And Arcano is not 8-round scrimmage; it's 7 rounds cut to top 8. So a total of what, 11 rounds? Or no, not 11, 12, 10 rounds total. So yeah, we're about going into round 5, so 3 more Swiss rounds remaining, and then there's the final top cut. Just to remind you guys what these players are playing for, I could go ahead and flash it here on the prizing scene. This isn't the full prizing, but there is an incredible amount of support out there in Hof Germany. 4 cases going out, distributing among top 8, with first place getting a choice of either a Spiritforged case or Origins case. I asked the manager this earlier, but Danny, if you had the option between those two, what are we going for? Are you missing anything for Spiritforged, or are you going OG with the Origins?
I've got to get my hands on an over number Fiora at some point. I think I would dig straight into this the Spiritforged. I think any over number that I pull, if it's not Fiora, it would go straight into trying to trade into a over number Fiora.
Okay.
As much as I love Origins as well, I know that Spiritforged is perhaps not the right choice from a monetary standpoint, but it's got some incredible cards in it. I'm always hyped to open anything in Spiritforged, so it's probably got to be that for me.
There we go, guys. You heard it here. It's not always just about the money involved. Sometimes it's about the sentimental value of what you can pull in those decks. And it looks like Fiora is that for Danny here, which I can respect that. I have to lean towards Origins just because it's that OG set. And to be fair, I didn't get to open too much product. Spiritforged, I have a decent amount of cards, but I can't think of one card that I like must have from Spiritforged. But I guess I can say the same about Origins. I'm just going based on value, I guess. But to answer Arcano's how many players are in today's tournament, you guys could check out the bracket on your side of things with ! bracket on YouTube or on Twitch. I have that set up. But there is 113 total players competing. It was 121 before the tournament started, but you know how some people don't show up and stuff. So yeah, 113 competing to try to sneak their way into top 8. We saw one Draven get taken down. Can we continue this trend, guys? Can all the Dravens continue to get slowly but surely knocked out? And maybe we just have 1 or 2 Dravens in top 8? What are your predictions, Danny? Who do you think might be taking it all the way?
Well, it's 2 Dravens now, isn't it? Because we also had the Lee Sin being able to overcome one in round 3? No, round 2.
Right.
So it seems that a lot of these players are very well prepared to be playing against Draven, as you guys said at the time. Lots of experience into the deck. So I do think we're going to see a lot of Draven still sneaking into that top cut, but perhaps as we get further and further into Spiritforged, we're going to see less and less dominating the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think from here on out, we might be catching the top tables because we got a little bit spicier matchups, as you point out, the Lee Sin, the Rexai. Granted, I think we have spicier matchups, but they were still undefeated players. So it was just the top tables in general. So shout out to the community out there in Germany. You guys know how to pick your legends and do really good work with those legends as well. Now, for this next round number 5, what are we hoping we get to cast? Any legends you really want to see? I would maybe guess Fiora is on.
You know what I'm going to say? Show me the hook. We need to see it here live. We've only one Fiora player playing today. It probably isn't on the hook variant, but one's got a dream, haven't they? If I'm going to choose anything else, what have we not seen? It would be really cool. Perhaps some more set 1 legends. They're always a joy to see fight against the new ones that we see come in from Spiritforged. Perhaps an Annie is one that we don't get to see so much nowadays. I would love to see how that deck continues to evolve.
Yeah, that would be fun. And Gunny, the Mr. Runes and Rift, you're Orlando, right, guys? I know I go to my locals every now and then. I believe Gunny in chat is someone from my locals. He calls me Mr. Runes and Rift, which I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm glad to see. And Orlando, that is you. Welcome on in, man. Welcome on in. And it looks like we're getting the table on the back end set up super soon. We won't be catching table 1. But maybe that's an indication that we're going to get a bit of a spicier matchup, as we're going to be tuning into table 11 coming here soon. But yeah, we no confirmation on the legends just yet, but we haven't seen any victors today. We haven't seen any, I mean, I don't think there's any jinx, but one legend I would love to see is Volibear. Volibear Dragon / Volibear Aurora, feeling like a decently good deck sometimes. But I don't know. How do you feel about Volibear? Are you a fan or not too much of a fan there?
I'm a fan of Volibear. It's one of those decks you really always want to see do well. Whenever it comes on the stream, it doesn't always get to show its best. So I would love to see a Volibear come out and absolutely dominate whatever opponent it goes against. I believe we haven't seen any Aurora at all so far, have we?
True. I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing... I mean, I maybe sound crazy saying that. I wouldn't hate seeing like a Silver Aurora, a MF Aurora. Those are always fun to watch. Fun if you're the player. Maybe not so fun if you're the opponent playing against those. But okay, we do have confirmation. It will be at least one Draven. Granted, guys, we are tuning into the higher level table, so at least one of these players might be on Draven. But okay, someone in chat might have manifested it. I believe it will be a Rexai, as I'm seeing an Order and Fury domain coming out for the things. You know, while we continue to talk, let's go ahead and join them as they set up. I'll turn off the timer until they actually start, so we know exactly how much time is left.
Wonderful. Let's get into it.
And chat, remember, I usually have a waiting soon screen while I actually set up, so you guys are going to have the fortunate pleasure of watching me set up live. So guys, real quick, it takes me a couple seconds, so reset the timer, reset the scores. We are going into round 5, so round 5 is that. And then I just need to put the names and then the legends. So I'll click here. It looks like Rexai will be on the left, and Draven's already set up from last time. I believe both of these players are 4-0, so I'll go ahead and change the records. But how are we feeling about Rexai, Danny? Are you a fan of Rexai as well?
I'm not a fan of playing against Rexai. Cool the Week is a hell of a card, but it is one of those decks that does some very impressive things, some very interesting things. Any deck that looks at the top few cards of the deck and says, this is what I'm going to be playing, that random element always does add excitement to the game.
Yeah, a little bit of variance always feels fun, especially when you hit the exact cards you need, when you need that falling star and it comes off the top, and no other feeling like that. So yeah, we'll see what exactly type of variant. We saw a Rexai earlier take down the likes of Ezreal, and Ezreal, I would imagine, feels like a tougher matchup because of all the removal. We saw that dreaded Bellows Breath Watcher combo. Draven doesn't have as much removal. I honestly feel like Rexai has a better matchup against Draven. What do you think, Danny? Do you agree with me, or do you have any counterpoint?
I think Rexai is very good at being able to clear units. If we are not seeing Miracle here, then whatever Draven does try and put on the board, Rexai can clear away. Being able to Falling Star and hit a Treasure Hunter as well as a Draven's greatest fan is something that can be very powerful, that 2-for-1. So if we see a mid-range Draven here that is trying to develop a few units a turn and it gets Falling Stars, Cold of the Week, and all those removal cards, it can definitely go the Rexai's way.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. It obviously depends. I know Rexai would love to be on the play, so the dice roll commences. That is a 4 for the Rexai, and that is an 8 for the Draven, so Draven most likely will elect to go first. That's a Zonwarn revealed and a double Zonwarns. What is going on, Danny? We opened up the show around number 4 with a double Obelisk. It looks like it's a double Zonwarn, so a whole lot of discarding and drawing, to say the least, for this opening game.
Absolutely, and we see in the Rexai's player's hand, it doesn't look like they're choosing to get rid of it, but there was a Cold of the Week there. So if the Draven player does develop that Draven champion even, and not much else, it could come back to punish. Looks like it's being mulliganed away. Perhaps not something that the Rexai player is worried the Draven is going to do.
Yeah, we'll see it. We saw 2 back-to-back miracles, or perhaps they weren't exactly back-to-back, but we've seen 2 miracle versions. Let's see if this is more that mid-range version. We can't tell. Actually, no. A Zone Warrens is definitely indicative of a miracle package, isn't it?
I believe it would be, and we do see, or I believe I saw that battering ram in hand to start off with as well. So we are likely going to see miracle deck here, unless I missaw.
What do you mean? No, it's definitely a miracle package if that was the question.
Oh, I maybe missaw the battering ram in hand.
No,
Seems
yeah,
to
the
be there.
scrap heaps, the mid-range, there's no world they play the scrap heaps. So this is
Oh, that's true.
99.9% going to be the miracle package, unless they're doing some kind of in between the 2 decks. But I can't see a world as he goes ahead and deploys out his Draven champion to close out that turn number 2, passes it back over, leaves the traveling merchant rather exposed as you're completely tapped out. The Rexai does indeed have 3 might, so just most likely will be taking the Conquer. Oh, and he's saying you missed the Conquer trigger, so you have to discard 1 more card before you pass that turn.
Very true, having the traveling merchant and the zone wardens both requiring you to discard a card. Now that's all sorted though, we are going to get that combat between the traveling merchant and the Rexai.
That's right, so it does get that Conquer, first point on the board for the Rexai. So triggering 2 things on the stack currently. Decides to do the Rexai ability first, and a Falling Star might be the... Oh, okay. I was thinking about taking down the Draven, but being a bit more conservative on the runes / a Call of the Week does it a whole lot more efficient. So Call of the Week doing the same result, but you don't have to invest so much runes. So well done and getting the tempo. Huge swing of things for Rexai. Not only you get the Conquer, but might be able to get the hold as well now Draven's eliminated.
Absolutely, very quick choice there on the Honest Broker, but being able to not only not recycle your runes, but get that extra gold to go into things like your your Immortal Phoenixes later, does put the Rexai player in a very commanding position here to start.
And I'm getting confirmation these guys aren't completely undefeated, but they're X1, so they're still in contention for the top 8. So thank you, W, one more time for keeping us keeping up to date with exactly what's going on. So virtually undefeated, but just X1, so still in a great position going forward as Draven starts off that turn with a simple stack deck. You know, I've seen the decline, if you will, of Noxus Hopefuls in these miracle decks. How do you feel about that, Danny? Because I feel like Noxus Hopeful is a strong unit, especially following it up from a stack deck / call shot. Why do you think we're cutting Hopeful so much?
It is a very strong card. I believe it gets more value in a mid-range deck being able to put down that extra might, but you get somewhat diminishing returns when you are playing Rasses and battering rams. You're most likely choosing to play cards that are going to get you even faster into those cards. Things like Treasure Trove as we see here, so we're on another Detonate list. Being able to play lots of cards, being able to get those Rasses in hand as quick as possible is perhaps one of the reasons that we're not seeing the Hopeful as much with all the might we can produce otherwise.
That does make sense. I guess in this in the Detonate package, you just have one too many good cards. So instead of playing a unit, you're putting in cards that go ahead and recur them for more additional cards like the Detonate, like the Treasure Trove you pointed out. So does decide to recall back that Rexai for now and just go ahead and developing out a massive amount of board presence in a single turn. That is an Honest Broker followed up by Hopeful. So there's one of these decks that's still deciding to keep the Hopeful dream alive, and that's Rexai.
That is incredible. It's certainly something that might make the Draven player wonder if they should be running these Hopefuls. A lot of might being able to put on the field from the Rexai player to match what the Draven player is producing.
Yeah, exactly right. And unlike the Ezreal player we saw earlier, this is a big board that Draven doesn't have an efficient way of dealing with it. Even with the likes of a Falling Star, a lot of those units like the Hopefuls are right out of the range. So you're able to take down, yes, the Rexai, yes, the Honest Broker, but you won't be able to effectively take out the Hopefuls, which are the more valuable units in this position. But here we go, starting things off with the purple champion, discarding the Bushwhack, drawing 2, and that is just one too many cards in hand for Detonate. I don't think they ever get lower than 8 to 10 cards in hand, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of the miracle pieces being deployed here, and now 10 cards in grave. So the Rasa is online, especially with the Seal of Discord being in play as well. So we are probably going to see a lot of might being able to be placed out here from the Draven to match what the Rexai has produced. it gets to this point in the game where the Rexai has developed a lot of units, has used a lot of their resources, and if the Draven player can match that while also keeping a full grip on their cards, it is going to be a difficult situation for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So we'll see. Goes ahead and pushes forward on the left side. Warrens gets the most likely to conquer as Rexai doesn't have anything to do about it. So discards the fight or flight, picks up another card in hand. I think that's 2 fight or flights in the discard, so it only has 1 to work with. Of course, there are cards like Fizz, but thinking about it more, I don't think the Detonate package actually plays cards like Fizz. I think there's just a whole lot too many good cards in Fury, too many good cards in Chaos. I think they might have cut the Fizzes as well. Do you remember?
We didn't see any from the Draven player in the last game. I believe we did see a last right, so as one potential way to get those cards back in the deck, but it would take a lot of digging to get back to them.
Oh, and look at that. Rexai doing what he does best, revealing the Under Titan from that Rexai legend ability. That's going to be 2 energy on top of getting to play something out. So you have 2 floated energy from revealing that Under Titan. And why isn't it popping up? I'm trying to show people at home who aren't familiar with the card. There he is. So yeah, Under Titan, when you reveal it, you get 2 energy. You don't necessarily want to play it, but you just have him in the deck to have him for the Rexai legend ability. So it does get up to 1 conquer. Now has to consider, how are we removing the Battering Ram? Step 1, it looks like develop out a Sundisk. Step 2, exhaust the Sundisk so your next unit comes in ready. What unit will it be? It looks like he's tapping 4. Is that going to be a Draven? Yes, it will be. So Draven coming in, potentially swinging in for 6 might. Exactly what he needs to get over the Battering Ram. And you know, every time Draven has 1 energy, he might as well just be tapped out, right? Because I don't think there's any card for 1 from Draven.
Yeah, nothing I can think of that we're going to see, especially without seeing Vexes in these lists from Miracle Draven. Another Under-Titan being discarded has, so chose not to play that. It would have given an extra 2 mites to all of his units if that came out instead of the Draven. But perhaps instead choosing to just develop more high-impact units to be able to fight off the onslaught the Draven player is bringing out now. We did see the Draven player count out his graveyard, so we know that the Rexai player is very aware that Rasa is a potential.
Yeah, definitely being considerate of that. Rasa says 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 total cards in hand. So the Rasas are 100% online. Has the seals to go ahead and efficiently play out the Rasa seal for seal, as we see a lot of players do. Now has to say, how am I taking care of both of these battlefields? Of course, one of them a whole lot easier than the other one. That's on his broker, being like a straightforward conquer, just setting in the champ for now. I think you just go ahead and let that go. Get your go generation while you can. The trickier one is trying to defend the Draven. Are we letting that go? It almost looks like he's trying to defend the Honest Broker. He could be playing some mind games, but no, decides to tap 2 and a Hidden Blade on your own. Okay, you were lacking in card advantage. Trying to bring that a bit back. And wait a second. Why was the Soaring Scout discarded there?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the Soaring Scout's gone now. Of course, Hidden Blade only being able to target a unit at a battlefield, so it's not the case that he just allowed the Honest Broker to die and decided to kill 2 of his units. I'm not too sure on that at all.
Yeah, well, I honestly don't even remember a Soaring Scout being on the board. Do you, or am I going crazy? I might have looked away setting up these battlefields, but I saw he Hidden Blade on the Honest Broker. I don't know, chat, let us know if you caught up to speed exactly what just went down, but I think I looked away for 1 second and I missed exactly what that Soaring Scout did. But at the minimum, it was a draw to play for Rexai, so having a bit more answers for this following turn.
It's not the case as well of the players realizing they didn't discard and draw from the Zon Warners like we saw at the start of the game, because he definitely did that. I believe the Soaring Scout was in base. So hopefully we do get confirmation from chat what happened there. We are seeing is that last rights coming out as well. So the Draven being able to be overcome by the Battering Ram.
Oh, I believe it was a discard. Reverse Uno Zone warns opponent wait, no, you're messing with me. I thought you were being serious, Darv. Okay, either or, that is a double conquer. More importantly, though, a last right trigger. So what does he have in the discard to try to play out for the remaining of these runes? Has a Draven in the base or in the discard if he wants to go ahead and play things out, but little by little, Draven is dealing with each and every threat, setting up a good defensive front and leaving up some runes to try to defend these units. And man, do you see the grip of cards in Draven's hand? That's half the deck right there. You literally can shuffle the hand.
That is just an absolutely insane amount of cards that the player has. It's going to be very hard for the Rexai player to overcome whatever answers he's drawn into. Got the battering ram being played from grey straight to the battlefield, so being played for 2 energy there.
And we're getting a bit word from chat saying the Soaring Scout was just accidentally placed in the discard pile, which I would imagine you want to get the resolution off from that Death Note trigger. So a bit of a misstep for Rexai, maybe trying to take into account one too many things, but I don't think it's going to be a huge difference maker going into the remaining of this game. We are just talking about a 2-might unit. So we'll see. I mean, maybe the one rune comes into play, but seal for seal and just has 2 more cards remaining. Are these 2 cards exactly what they need to try to get back in this game? Because Rexai started off so strongly, but just ran out of gas. Just little by little wasn't generating any kind of card advantage. If he didn't hit a billion previously, he would be completely out of cards. But I think just from his mannerisms, I don't think he has it, Danny. I don't think he loves
doesn't
what
look
he's seeing in
happy.
hand.
I mean, he has potential to see 2 more cards here if he pushes into the Ezreal with a Noxious Hopeful. So perhaps making that plan now, playing out Sun Disc so that he has the Legion and can play whatever he sees off the top ready.
Yeah, let's
Seems
see.
to be
So
playing.
at the minimum, as you pointed out, he does have a conquer. So saying pick your poison, who are you going to be sacrificing? If I was a Draven player, I'm heavily leaning towards the Ezreal on the battlefield, as we're seeing there, since it most likely was going to be going down either or. So Immortal Phoenix comes online, does enter ready because of the Sun Disc. So I love this tech coming down. I'll go ahead and show anyone at home who doesn't exactly know what Sun Disc does. It does have Legion Exhaust Me. And then the next unit that comes online goes ahead and enters ready, as we're seeing that Immortal Phoenix come online. So is there a world he wants to go ahead and try to push into that impressively strong Zone Warrens down below? What is that? That's 12 plus a 6, 18 total might. That's a little ambitious, but I mean, I know, no, there's just no world. I don't, even with a repeated blood rush. Yeah, I don't think so. So he might just looking for more card draw. Void Rush is a perfect way of getting your card economy back, though.
Even if he tapped that second Sun Disc so that the Immortal Phoenix he gets off his Void Rush would enter ready, that would be a total of 13. Well, no, we've got to accelerate on the Rexai, so 14 might potential going into that 18 might battlefield. It's just not enough.
Yeah, definitely just not enough. The most you can do, go ahead and try to trade for one of these units. But when you go ahead and just simply trade, you're giving a draw over to Draven. So goes ahead and plays that Void Rush. Looks at 2 more cards at the top. Maybe the Soaring Scout will ring a bell saying, wait a second, where did my Soaring Scout from before go? But no, didn't jog his memory. Goes ahead and just puts it in the hand and decides to Void Seeker one of these units to try to trade a little bit better.
Seems to be the case. Perhaps looking for any answer off the top, maybe even another call of the week. But with the Ezreal on the back, it is very hard to force the Draven here to make a play that isn't in his favor. Pushing it now with a total of this 9 might on the battlefield.
Yeah, or I believe the Rexai was a +2 assault as well, or just a +1? +1, right? Okay, so you're totally right. 9 total might. And it reduced it by 4, so we counted it as just 1. So 6, 2, 8 plus 6. So it does trade you just 2 units. So more importantly, he denies him that last right hold. So I think that's what he was going for. But you still get a draw for the Draven if he remembers, or he might have done it already.
I didn't catch it. It looks like he has forgotten it, so it just goes straight to his turn now. 7 runes available, a lot of answers in hand with that, and the Rexai player being tapped out, it's going to be quite hard for the Rexai player to be able to produce any units to keep up with this onslaught.
Yeah, it's looking really tricky. Luckily, he has a bit more cards than he did in the previous turn, so let's see if he's able to accomplish anything going forward. But if Draven can establish a bit more board presence, which I could only imagine he will be able to do this turn, looking at the entirety of his hand, and he wants to go ahead and play something from the last right. So Rasa number 1 coming down. Interesting enough, decides to play it on the battlefield, or on the base rather, which I think at this point, you feel decently good holding for the win, in my opinion. But I guess Rexai doesn't have the most amount of accelerated pressure. Some Rexai's playing Darius, some Rexai's playing Kaisa, but I don't think we've seen any of those cards from this Rexai player. So maybe he feels comfortable just leaving the 2 cards he currently has on the battlefield and then just developing out the base in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps worried about those sun discs of what could be produced by the Rexai player here in terms of ready units, trying to make sure that he's got an answer on the next turn. With a lot of Rexai's pressure coming in from Assault, it is much easier to retake these battlefields as it would be to hold.
Okay. Yeah, it does make sense. If there's any units to go ahead and firmly conquer, it will be a Rasa battering ram. So just in case these units do get dealt with, you have those backup options. I think Draven is putting down the final solidifying marks on this game. He's looking really primed to close out this game number 1. Even with a lot of removal, that's just 1 too much units. Call of the week is good, but you just go ahead and sacrifice 1 of your units. So let's see what he has to say about this turn.
Just a lot of might being produced. This Draven player is definitely not looking in his rearview mirror at the obnoxious hopefuls he's left behind. It's a lot that he can produce, and enough to get over the Rexai player for game 1.
That is right. So Rexai has seen enough. He's saying, you know what? You have just way too many answers in hand. Even before I get to see them or bait you out, I know these games tend to go long, as your turns alone take half of the time limit. So let's go ahead and just move on forward. Game number 2. Let's see if I have a little bit more of a fortunate draw. But man, that was rough, but I guess that's just Draven on the play. Draven doing what he does best. And Azon Warrens with the scrap heats feeling really good, but now game 2/game 3 could go a little different. I would imagine, as we saw before, the Detonate Draven from before, I believe it was a Veil Temple on one of them. But oh, I'm forgetting the other one. I think because one of them had a spicier pick in Minefields. What is the more traditional one? Is it more the Targon's Peak, or do you know?
It was the Obelisk of Power we saw in the last Miracle Draven. Remember, we had the double Obelisk of Power game 1.
Of course.
We might end up seeing a Targons. I mean, it's something that Dravens do play a lot, but I feel like it's more on the mid-range side of things that comes into play.
Yeah, honestly, it looks to be exactly as you said, the Obelisk of Power, so that you can go ahead and play out that Draven champion on your opening turn. Always feels good, as Rexai, we've given the option, most likely 10 times out of 10 will be electing to go first, of course. So sideboard additions coming in, maybe more removal options coming in for Rexai. We saw the Falling Stars, we saw a Call of the Week. Does he want to go ahead and add even more? I see a little bit. I saw a couple salvages, I saw a couple Blood Rush, so kind of removal in a sense, taking care of the spinning axes. Blood Rush is to try to push your units over those units from Draven. But it's going to be tough. It looks like Draven, when allowed to do what he does, develop out those Rams, getting the Rosses online, there's very little things Rexai can do about it, because he has like single target removal, but he doesn't have mass removal, right? There's just 1 too many units to deal with, and that poses a huge problem for Rexai.
Yeah, definitely not something we see a lot of in Riftbound, the board wipe potential. Something we get a little bit with Downwell in purple, but of course not seeing a lot of play at the moment. Perhaps with this salvage is just trying to slow down the Miracle game plan, getting rid of those last rights that gave a lot of advantage in that last game, getting rid of the seals before things get out of control.
You know what? Do you want to hear my hot take for set 3, Danny?
Absolutely, yes.
Guys, mark my words. I think set 3 will be the first set that we have a clean board wipe. Every card game has a board wipe. We kind of have one in Unchecked Power, but I think a battlefield, or with the Baron Nashor coming out being untargetable, I think there's going to be a card that reads destroy all units on the battlefield. I don't think they'll go as crazy as destroy all units in general, you know, something like a dark hole from Yu-Gi-Oh, but I think there will be a card that simply reads destroy all units on a battlefield. Do you think I'm crazy, or there's a chance?
I think we should just go all the way, destroy all units, give us a dark hole, give
I
us a
love
Wrath
that.
of God. We don't go to time enough in this game. Just set us back to round 1. I want to see it.
Yeah, of course, we already have the bounce all units, which is the board wipe. Yeah, downwell is the board wipe, but I want to see a destroy, and it might just be in yellow. Yellow is the kill thing with vengeance, with hidden blades, so it might just be a yellow spell to try to get a little bit more power levels. But then Prison Victor might be going too crazy, so we'll see. I mean, purple in itself is already a little bit of a loose cannon, so I don't know. Just a little hot take. We'll see if it does come into play.
It might be in Fury. I mean, we've already got a bit of a board wipe for Gears with our Thermo Beams. Perhaps we'll see something similar just so that red decks can absolutely kill everything.
Yeah, and true. People were saying Rexai would go a little bit too crazy. Maybe it's a color we need more love in, but it doesn't make sense to do it. I mean, unchecked power in blue. Green is not really too much of a kill domain, but we'll see. I just feel like with the presence of Baron Nashor, you need more cards that kind of target everything to deal with cards, and to take care of a 12 might unit, you need something like a remove all spells. I think you're only bringing those cards into a set with proper answers. So I was trying to think what could be a proper answer besides the Imperial Decree, besides, I guess, of course, unchecked power. So I feel like one of those cards might get printed in set 3. We'll see.
Perhaps we'll see something in Calm to counter it, almost like a for the rest of the turn all the units can't be destroyed, and just a full board protection, something like Teferian protection that you get in Magic the Gathering. Would
you know what would be really cool to see from Calm decks? If a card says pretty much negate all text on cards. All cards are vanilla for this turn. Something like that.
That would be very cool. In the game, though, we've got the German player continue to draw just an absolutely incredible amount of cards with that Detonate combo online. So keeping himself very healthy going into this game too.
Yeah, exactly right. Doing what Detonate Draven does best. Draw, digging through your answers throughout the rest of the game. But Rexai is actually at 2 points because of the arena's greatest. I had it mixed up. So Rexai goes ahead and recalls back that champion. See, once he wants to go ahead and develop online the Voidling or Void something, right? What is the little guy called? Oh, Void Hatchling, right.
Allowing himself a little bit of vision here before he resolves his Void Rush, not liking what he sees on top. So 2 new cards to see.
And nice. I believe you should be able to play out both of these. Actually, no, they didn't come off the Void Rush. So does decide, oh, you can play both. One for the Void Rush and then one for the 2 energy. So developing out a really strong board very early on, as Draven simply has 1 Ezreal. But we've seen it time and time again. All it takes is a single turn for these Detonate Dravens to really get things rocking and rolling. Just in 1 turn, I think we saw 28 total might getting deployed out. It's ridiculous what these decks can do.
With any luck, the Rexai player can slow it down a bit if he has drawn into those salvages to stop any last fight shenanigans, because that was one of the really key factors in game 2 to allow the Draven player to produce so much might accessing their graveyard like second hand.
Right. So yeah, we'll see if it ends up being a little bit similar story. Looking at the top 3 from that stack deck, we saw a Scrap Heap, but I couldn't actually make out the other 2 cards. So we'll see what he decides to do. We didn't get to see it too much, but goes ahead and puts the cards at the bottom of the deck. And that's action number 1. It's always good with these miracle decks to really think about the actions being played. That's action number 2, or not action, but card number 2 being played out. So 3 more and 2 more and Battering Rams come out for a single energy.
Action number 3 now, or card number 3, slowing down that Rexai player while also building up that count for the Draven player. We'll see if it will lead to a lot of might or whether he's going to run out of resources fast. 4 runes available though, it's very likely that he's got more in the tank.
Yeah, he definitely has more where that came from. First things first, goes ahead up to 2 points from that Ezreal Conqueror. Hides a card, doesn't count as a card play, so that's still just 3 cards played this turn. it almost looks like he's setting up towards a Battering Ram, maybe paying 2 cards or paying 2 energy for the Battering Ram, as we're seeing right there, to try to support that Arena's Greatest, keeping it from getting conquered from the likes of Rexai. But there's one unoccupied battlefield, so that could be a straightforward conquer for one of these hopefuls. And then a little look off the top of the deck to see if he finds any other answers for that secondary battlefield. So yep, hopeful goes for the conquer, most likely achieves it, so goes up to 4. And let's see what's off the top. Not the worst, maybe not the best, but that's +4, so you're swinging in for 8. Still just a little bit short though to try to take down Arena's Greatest.
The Blood Rush definitely card that would have helped in this situation if he had more to back it up with, but opting for the Immortal Phoenix instead, hoping to get it online. Maybe he's got a lot of removal to continue here. It does seem the case with the Falling Star.
Yeah, Ain does take care of the Battering Ram, leaving that Ezreal exposed. Has one hitting card who he decides to use it on, so pushing back the Noxus Hopeful. That's going to be a combat win for Draven, so a +1 draw, unless he's saying I have a removal spell. So it does pick up the draw there, and might just be able to hold his way up to 3 points himself. So tying things up, plays the Sword Scout and ends the turn. So Draven, feeling like he's slowly but surely getting back in this game, had a bit of a slower start, but with the more time that elapses in this game, the more cards he has in hand, the more potential answers he's going to be able to achieve, be able to find. And oh my goodness, Danny,
Once
that is
again,
another draw 3. This guy can't have enough cards in his hand, apparently.
He's feeling the rush from his absolute stacked hand last game where he had half his deck. He wants to be there again. He doesn't want to give Rexai any room to face him here.
You know,
also
have you
worth
dabbled
considering
a little bit with Detonate Draven just yet?
I haven't. No, I was just going to say worth considering. It's putting a lot of cards in that graveyard as well. We know he's got Rasa in hand, so perhaps that's also part of what he's thinking, that he's loving to see these cards hitting grave. No, it's not something I've experienced myself, but it does look like it's doing the work here. Perhaps it's something I'm going to have to look into.
Yeah, I've been testing it just because of a recent surge in popularity, just to try to prepare for people playing against it. And it's absurd. You very consistently see your entire deck way more often than any other deck realistically can. So it's a really powerful deck. The only downside, sometimes you spend the majority of your turn digging through your deck. Sometimes you don't develop your board, but the best players can do a bit of both, right? Because of Ross's only being a single power, because Battering Rams, if you play out your turn right, come down for a single energy, you can draw all the cards you need and play them out on the same turn. But it's a bit trickier. It takes a high skill pilot to get that done.
There's a lot of advantage that is offered by these miracle decks, but as you say as well, a lot of actions have to be taken to get there. One wrong move could very much put you down to not enough runes or not enough might to be able to overcome what your opponent is producing. So it is a lot of considerations to make.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many decision points, as we pointed out earlier. I think there's no other deck that has so much intricacies in a single deck / in a single turn like a Detonate Draven, like a Miracle Draven in general has to do. So yeah, I don't envy these high-level players, like trying to play a Miracle Draven at a regional when you have 60 minutes, or even in this event where there's so much on the line in your 60-minute. Any little bit, not exactly slow play, but any unoptimal plays / trying to think a little bit longer than you should, you're most likely going to be leading into ties. So it's a tricky deck. You want to have to put a lot of reps to kind of perfect that build.
Worth remembering as well, these players being X and 1 here in round 5, this could be one of the deciding factors of whether they are going to make it to top 8 or not. So I know that I certainly would have crumbled by now. I do not envy their position.
Yeah, it is a tricky one. But, you know, just a little side note while these guys go ahead and play out this turn. Are you mainly playing Fiora for now? Or you tried other legends?
Yeah, I've been playing around with Jax as well. As I said earlier, with that rule change, it's a very interesting legend. It can do some very interesting turns. And with one of my favourite cards in the game at all at the moment being Blue Ezreal, I'm loving playing a bit of Ari casually as well. The silly things you can do with that guy is a lot of fun. Even if it's not going to stand up to anything we're seeing on the main stage today. Yeah. So for me, if I'm going to a skirmish, it's definitely my Fiora. If I'm playing a bit more casually, I'll dabble. I'll play a bit of whatever I'm feeling on the day.
There we go. I think that blue Ezreal is a bit underrated. I think he definitely has an interesting ability. And oh my goodness, getting back into the game, that is a double falling stars. 4 runes getting recycled for Rexai, but it looks to be a necessity as the falling star killing everything on that right hand side and doing 3 damage on the batter ram. And I think that's going to be perfect enough as Draven is effectively tapped out. So Noxus Hopeful should be exactly what he needs. And that's going to be a double conquer turn for the Rexai. He's trying to think about it, saying, do I want to get my Immortal Phoenix to trade? Or would I rather keep it alive? But against the odds coming down, just so he
very
survives
strong
the turn.
Especially being able to remove the unknown from that hidden card while also denying your opponent the draw off of the fight or flight is a lot of advantage gained here by the Rexai player to put him back into the game.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think against the odds might just be the #1 sideboard tech to try to defeat these Miracle decks, since they tend to try to hold with a plethora of units, Battering Ram, Rasa, Ezreal, Traveling Merchant sometimes. Against the odds, getting +2 might for every single unit is a bit of a counter to these Miracle decks. So in this case, they only got the +2, but sometimes I've seen it in some situations where you're getting +8 total might because there's 4 units on a battlefield, and that is a huge difference maker type play to try to get you over the hill, over that crazy amount of might these Draven players are able to put on the battlefields. So I actually love that card. More players need to be playing that card against these decks.
What do you think about this first Forerunner we just seen hit the grave? Obviously not going to come into effect in this game, but perhaps a sideboard option, knowing there's a lot of removal coming in against him, trying to maintain that might advantage throughout.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I think it is not a main board piece, but it definitely is a sideboard against the likes of Victor, against the Rexai that, as you point out, has so much removal options that you want to kind of get a bit of a payout for those cards getting removed. The only thing is, as we're seeing here, Detonate Draven doesn't have a lot of runes to work with more often than not, so it's kind of rare to see him in that 6 rune department. I think even the previous one, we didn't get to see too high on rune economy, and even worse, we're not seeing any Fury runes. So even if he wanted to play out that Ferris Forerunner, which makes sense why he went ahead and discarded it, because it's very unlikely he goes ahead and deploys it this game.
In his position, I'd be much happier spending only 1 Chaos Rune for 6 power instead of those 6 runes.
And there we have it. Looks like that. Oh, wait, I reset. I thought he's conceding, right? Am I going crazy? He stacked all the runes. Yeah. No, that's a concession.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like,
very
wait a minute, what's going on? Because it almost looks like the Rexai player left the runes up, but no, he hasn't shuffled them back yet.
It does look like the game is over, going to a game 3 as Rexai picks up game 2.
Yeah,
what battlefields are we expecting to see now then as we go to our final game?
Yeah, we did see the Obelisk of Power going on for a Draven. I would imagine most Detonate Dravens are going on the Veiled Temple just to restand the seals, get a little bit more power resources on their turn. For Rexai, I don't know for 100%. What did we see from the Rexai before? Maybe chat can remember. We saw it was Zomwarns. We saw
Veiled Temple is a battlefield that we see from Rexai as well. They also like to be able to restand their seals and get that power potential to get their falling stars for free.
Yeah, honestly, as a battlefield that would benefit both of these, as both of these are kind of relying on that seal just to generate those power for those falling stars. And you said Ferris Forerunner on Rexai, on Draven, right? Because I kind of see a Ferris Forerunner on the Rexai's deck, actually.
Oh, we definitely did have one on the Draven side as well, but perhaps both of them, thinking very similarly. Ferris Forerunner being a very good card for you to be able to crash into a Rasa, removing the might from the opponent without taking too much of a loss yourself.
Yeah, it looks to be in the sideboard set aside, so it has 2 Bringers in the sideboard, so not the best addition, but Under Titan as well maybe got sided out. It seems to be just like a good card to catch your opponent off guard or get lucky hits, but maybe just getting sideboard out. Salvage seems to be a proper inclusion to take those spinning axe when your opponent least expects them. But still thinking about the final addition to the main board. I love the Against All Odds. I think Salvage can be included as well, but making sure there's exactly 39 cards. And he actually ended up decreasing the salvage for an Against All Odds. I don't hate it. You are going to be on the draw, so maybe you're not expecting to play. Oh,
You
throwing
can
a
have that
card
one.
at your opponent.
Very similar color sleeves as well. It's lucky that we didn't have any confusion there.
Yeah,
The
it
Soaring
looks
Scout
super
wants to
similar.
be
One's
anywhere.
slightly more glossy.
Absolutely. That Soaring Scout Pat's trying to get anywhere but in base. Doesn't want to be facing against this Miracle Draven with the amount of might it can produce.
Oh, you know, that makes so much sense. The Candlelight Sanctum synergizes so well with Rexai, right? You're able to look at the top two and then go ahead and use that Rexai legend ability. So that seems to be pretty much the straightforward option for Rexai. And as we predicted before, the Veil Temple seems to be a bit more of a straightforward pick selection for Draven, especially the Detonate, or specifically the Detonate Dravens. And Draven does go on the play. We saw how advantageous that was for him in game number 1. Will we have a bit of a repeat story, or is there a world where Rexai and those against all odds could change the odds of game 1 and maybe find themselves victorious in that game 3? It looks like we're going to get all the answers in this final game number 3 of this round number 5. Can Rexai take down the Menace, or will Detonate Draven continue to climb and try to make a good push into that top 8 cut today?
I'm very excited to see this game 3. Both these battlefields being ones that both players are going to be very happy to see. So we should be seeing a lot of the potential from these two decks as they really hold on to their tournament life here.
Yeah. Honestly, one more loss and they most likely won't be getting in, because you're getting a loss in round 5. Granted, there's just 2 more rounds left, but those 2 rounds tend to be the toughest one. They're the people that are still playing in those final 2 rounds. They're the ones trying to compete for that top 8. But here we go, Void Seeker coming down, taking down Traveling Merchant, trying to deny as many points as possible. So taking that down, getting a draw 1, and then I almost saw a Soaring Scout, but even better, the Hopeful getting played out alongside the champion. So trying to curve out to the best of your abilities for the Rexai and feeling decent. I'm wondering for Draven now, are we choosing to just go ahead and play out the champ out of the champ zone?
Absolutely. Without seeing too much draw from them so far, I mean, we've had the Traveling Merchants in the stack deck. It's not likely that he's got his Miracle fully online yet. Getting that first Forerunner out instead, taking the opportunity while it's there before he's spending all of his runes, just to make sure that if any massive removal does come in from the other side, he's still got that follow-up play and that space to breathe as he combos off.
Yeah, honestly, that makes so much sense and well said. You want to go ahead and deploy it before you expend all that power for those Rasas, for those seals. So yeah, I like this play. What's better than a 4-might Draven? It will be a 6-might Pharaoh's Forerunner that goes ahead and gets another 6-might, effectively 3-might unit each. Doesn't feel that bad, but swinging in for 4, add the Blood Rush, swinging in for 8 currently, so 8 to 8 as it stands, and looks like the Death Note trigger will be going on a whole lot earlier than Draven might have expected.
Yeah, we are seeing some of that perhaps more unconventional removal from the Rexai player, not using his spells, but trying very hard to keep this Draven fighting for points in the early game so that he doesn't get snowed under.
Yeah, I think these are every little inch here in this game number 3. You don't want to give anything to your opponent, so I respect that play, just trading 1 for 1, and then go ahead and pushing on that Candlelight Sanctum with the Hopeful. So I believe that is his first point of the game, right?
This would be his first point of the game. He developed his champion legend in the last turn, so it was not ready to push in. I wonder if he was looking for a unit off the top there, something to bolster up the Candlelight Sanctum, because currently the 2 mechs are able to go over the top of the Hopeful and stop this kind of advantage.
Oh man, and even better, you don't have to defend it. They no longer exist. So the perfect sequence, a perfect card combination there. The Falling Star coming in, and with that Void Seeker adding 2 energy, that is 2 units getting developed out. The Honest Broker plus the Soaring Scout. Rexai off to the races, even though he was on the draw, feeling like he was ahead for now.
Very strong position, but like we saw in game 1, lots of resources being used here. So 3 runes left and 3 cards left in hand to be able to stop whatever the Draven presents to him next.
Yeah, and with that said, we are talking about Rexai with a single point as it stands, so you're feeling decent ahead, but just like that, once you run out of that steam, with only 3 cards remaining, you have to go ahead, and I mean, you have low might units, so they're not too impactful. So, I mean, he's ahead for now, but there's really not too much of a difference between 1 point and 0 points. So Draven not completely out of it whatsoever, as passes it back forward. Rexai does get the second point online. Most likely will be able to get up to 2, or I should say 3 points. I'm wondering though, does he want to go ahead and do the little cheeky play of power for the seal, conquer Veil Temple, restand the seal? And if he has another falling star, that might just be a falling star for simply 2 energy, which you love to see it. Very reminiscent of the Kaisas, but even more efficient than that.
It does seem to be the play that he's going for here. Hopefully looking to see one off the top like we saw before. And he does. Wow. So we are going to get that very, very cheap falling star.
Yeah, everything is just going perfectly for Rexai. You want the removal exactly when you see it. This is where Rexai feels like the best legend in the format, isn't it?
It's dealt with everything, even with that first Forerunner, Draven not having a single turn where he's had to untap any of his units, saving his list, it seems. So quite polite of the Rexai player in that sense.
Yeah, let's see if Draven has anything to follow up these next couple of plays, because if not, little by little, Rexai is going to be getting a bit out of control. Currently at 3 total points. Will hold up to 4 and then conquer up to 5. That's 5 to, I believe, Draven hasn't been able to score a single point in this game number 3. But if you didn't have the answers, you should be able to find these answers with a Scrap Heat Detonate combo. Another way of drawing 3. Like, how many ways can this deck draw, right? It's truly impressive. Many.
I believe this Draven should be on 2 now, because he's conquered that Candidate Sanctum twice now with
That's what it was, Merchant. Okay. Yeah, usually the players have Dicer. I see the marker down there, so I see the Rexai ones, but I completely misspoke. So he is 2 from that cannon, like as you said. So has a couple bit more energy to work with this turn. Recycles 1. Might just be something like, oh, it's actually a Bushwhack. Okay, so trying to go a bit more on the offensive. I could only imagine a Rasa might be in their near future, as well as a Battle Ram to try to contest one or both of these battlefields. So let's see what Draven has in mind. There's definitely enough cards in the discard pile. I know that for sure.
That is somewhat the downside of the amount of removal that Rexai has been able to develop here, is that he has been feeding that Rasa from the start. So pushing into the Veil Temple now, we could perhaps stand the gold. Here we go. So we've got a little bit more power online if he does want to develop our Rasa. Seal instead.
Seal instead for now. So thinking about maybe putting on another unit onto the board. Pays 1 seal, might be a bit of a Rasa, but pays 2, so it could be something else. It looks like a non-Ezreal discounted repeated call shot. So looking at the top 2 twice, so picking up 2 more cards added. And at this point, he's looked through so many cards of his deck and counting up the discard. There's definitely more than 10 if that was the question he was looking for.
It does show the skill level of these players, the line that he's found being able to go for the Bushwhack into the tap gold and using the gold straight away, finding a lot of answers on the cool shot, but nothing is going to help him in this turn as he does pass it over to the Rexai.
Yeah, nothing at the current moment. He does pass it forward, so not able to hold anything, but feeling decently good about a conquer, at least on one of these battlefields, getting up to that even point tempo of 4. But I know he definitely wants to try to answer this batter ramp. So first things first. Oh, that is the 3rd falling star. A bit unnecessary as there's only a single unit on Draven's side. So most likely will be inclined to pick up that Call of the Week. And you already have 2 free energy. So you only have to flow a single order rune, which feels decently good. You wish you swung in first with the Soaring Scout. That way you kind of double dip on the value from that unit. But you have a couple other units to work with. So Soaring Scout does die. You do get an Exhausted Rune. And you still set up that double conquer turn. So it looks really good so far for Rexai. It looks like the Rexai hits this game have been astronomical, haven't they?
Yeah, all of those falling stars coming off of the top of the deck. So he's definitely very thankful for them as they've stopped the Draven from really producing anything to stand against it.
Yeah, it honestly couldn't get any little bit better for Rexai, hitting everything exactly when he needs it and trying to be considerate of perhaps a more aggressive push. That was a 1 Bushwhack. We know Detonate Dravens tend to run at minimum 2 Bushwhacks just to be a bit more aggressive than your traditional Miracle. So trying to see if he wants to go ahead and expose that Hopeful onto Candlelight since he doesn't get the Rexai ability anymore. and interesting. Plays the even tempo game and a bit more patient than I would imagine.
He definitely seems to be liking his odds here. Not being too worried about the points, just knowing that Draven is behind and has no units to push in too fast. He has drawn a lot of cards though, so whether he's seen that second Bushwhack is something that we will see as he plays through here. Digging even deeper.
I almost thought we were going to see a scrap heap, but okay, just draws just 2 cards instead of 3 cards this time. But looking to maybe go for, okay, I thought it was going to be a call shot, but is a stacked deck. Very similar card, and all these cards just draw you into even better cards. The only caveat being you're running out of runes to play a unit this turn, so you developed out your Ezreal, but if you don't have anything to kind of play units either onto the battle or onto the board, you're not feeling all that good. But of course, Rosses could come down for some power costs, but at this point you're going to be paying raw power costs as all your Zeals have been used this turn. So we'll set you back just ever so slightly, but I think at this point you need to put some board presence on the board. If not, Rexai's looking really good. Most likely we'll be able to get up to 6 points, and when you're at 6, I think Rexai feeling pretty good about his odds of closing out this game number 3. But man, if Draven did not have the answers that I said before, he definitely has the answers in hand. How many look-throughs of the deck has he done?
That's the Ezreal, the 2 stack decks, and the cool shot. He has played lots of cards, so he's got his battling rams online. We know he's got a Rasa in hand, so this is a very pivotal turn for the Draven player, as you said, with the Rexai potentially going up to 6. This is probably the point that he's hoping to use most of his power and energy to push himself out. There we see with the double Rasa paid for with the runes.
You know, with the lack of board removal from Rexai, I think these units might just be exactly what Draven needs to hold on for dear life. He didn't get to conquer anything. As Rexai goes up to 5, he can send in the Soaring Scout to go up to 6, of course. He knows he doesn't have to worry about a Falling Stars. Even if he did have a Falling Star, these units are just a bit too tall, just a bit too out of range to get taken down. So sends in the Scout for now. And let's see, is there any card we're missing? Because even a Call of the Week wouldn't feel all that great. But let's look at the top 2 nonetheless.
Does the Rexai have a Falling Star? I remember he had one revealed. Was it revealed from the Legend or the Void Rush that would place it in his hand?
It was the Legend, so it's down at the bottom. So very unlikely because he hasn't looked through the cards. But okay, the options are Call of the Week, funny enough, and then a Ferris Forerunner. Definitely has the runes to work with. But this is a tough spot. I think if Draven goes ahead and establishes a whole lot of units onto one of these battlefields, or even better yet, kind of splits the difference strategically, kind of a good amount of might on one battlefield, a good amount of might on the other battlefield, I think Rexai running out of steam might not be able to actually close it out interesting enough.
Definitely getting into a tricky situation here. It was a good play there, denying the Draven another draw by removing his Soaring Scout, but it doesn't really matter at this point with the amount of cards Draven has seen. As you say, he's got to have the answers by now. So it's getting a bit trickier for the Rexai as he's on 6 points but running out of steam.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I guess he's prioritizing the discounted ability from Ezreal because he decided to take down a Rasa instead of the 5 might Ram or the 3 might Ezreal. The Ezreal I can understand, but do you think the Rasa was discarded because of the last right capabilities?
I was going to say, I think that might be exactly what he's thinking. Rasa is something players often consider very free discard from hand, knowing they can play it again from later. Perhaps it works very similarly on board as well, knowing he can get it back with just last rights.
Yeah, it does make sense. So let's take a look. What can this Rexai do to best prepare himself to try to take down what might just be a huge defensive front getting displayed out from Draven? Has plenty of runes to work with. 2, 4, 5 runes, decides to pass. So did he not have any units? Because I feel like you just kind of play out as much as you can and try to close things out because you're at 6 total points. You have one more turn to try to double conquer. I just don't know if hopeful Phoenix and a broker is going to be able to get there, but we'll see, of course.
I can't think of too much that the Rexai would be hoping to do as an action. I know he's got the long swords in his deck, but that's not going to make a difference as he's got no units on the battlefield. Perhaps just hoping, to save his runes if most of the cards in his hand have a power cost. Really hoping for a big push next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we have to take into consideration the information we've had so far this game. So we know 2 Call of the Weeks are in the trash. We know 2 Falling Stars are in the trash. So feeling a bit low in terms of removal spells. So recycling 2 cards back into the deck, one being Detonate, the other being the Scrap Heat to attach the last right. And then, yeah, to answer someone's question in chat, why did you discard the Rasa? Just to be able to play out a simple Rasa with the Seal. So super efficient play. Just taps the Seal, brings back the Rasa. I would imagine he's going to follow that up onto the battlefield because you're at, you're staring down 6 points. So you know that final push is inevitable. You have to set up the biggest board you currently can. I think on both battlefields, funny enough.
This is a lovely play as well with the Veiled Temple, removing the last right so he can equip it again and place even another unit from Grave onto that battlefield.
Oh, is that the secondary text from Veiled Temple? Detach and equipment? I vaguely remember that.
If the gear that you target to ready is a equipment, you can choose to detach
it, right? Oh, and the size to
placing it straight back onto that battering ram. So perhaps here looking through Grave, not seeing anything too impactful to play out off of it, rather instead saving his runes for the defense.
Yeah, makes sense. Just might as well add 2 more might onto that battlefield. Call shot number 3, I want to say, which makes a whole lot of sense why he kept the Ezreal alive for this turn, because this very well might be the last to second to last turn available for Draven, whether he holds to victory or Rexai has his way in this final game number 3. Draven finding what he most likely needs, but he, as we said before, only has 4 energy remaining for this turn. But I can't recall how much actions or cards have been played out this turn. I'm willing to bet enough enough to probably play a battering ram or 2, but I don't know how many are left in the deck / hand. But oh man, the Falling Stars coming down, dwindling the presence of the attack for Rexai.
Wow.
I think this might be the whole Draven is hoping for.
This is going to be very tricky for the Rexai player to return from. If he has any saving grace, it is the fact that his Noxious Hopeful stay over the top of the Falling Star, with the Draven being forced to target the Immortal Phoenix. If he has a Sun Disc, there is potential that he can remove a unit and replay the Immortal Phoenix ready, which may help him a little bit. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Now. It looks like a big mountainous task. Can he get things done? At the minimum, he could go ahead and try to conquer 1 battlefield and just try to hold with those long swords, as we pointed out, with those against the odds, and actually bringing up against the odds. That's going to be a +6 might, bringing up those Noxious Hopeful up to 10. Of course, still a little bit shy of that impressive, 17 total might, staring them down. Man, is there any outs? I know the Rexai player is digging so deeply, saying, okay, how do I close this game out right here, right now? I just don't know if there's truly an answer, unless you're seeing it another way, Danny.
I am not. Even with the against the odds, it's actually 19 might, considering that last rights. So
True.
with a Noxious Hopeful and 2 against the odds, that would bring you up to just 18 might and not allow you to get over that battlefield with the single Noxious Hopeful.
Yeah, I guess a bit of a pseudo buff spell. It will be the Undertie and +2 might on all your units. So it does get over the Ezreal quite easily. Looking at the top 2, and let's see. It makes sense that Rexai has been hitting the majority of good cards he needs this game because of Candlelight Sanctum, allowing him to kind of scry exactly what he needs, sending what he doesn't want at the bottom, hence finding those Falling Stars that have been a huge impact in this game number 3. But, I think he needs like a double longsword. Against the odds is also on defense, isn't it?
I believe so. It's just to do with the enemy. Yes, it's the enemy units that are on the battlefield.
Yeah, so I mean, you need like a longsword against the odds to try to defend. I mean, at this point, Draven's going up to 7, and all you have to do is pray they don't have a Bushwhack and Vi. Okay, a Hidden Blade doesn't feel all that bad. It doesn't matter how much cards your opponent draws if you can win this turn, but with just 6 might on the Hopeful, And against the odds would bring that up to what, 10 total might? No, I'm not seeing it there. So puts the Hidden Blade back, plays out the Broker, plays 2/3 for the final third Hidden Blade. He's going for it, Danny. This is the hold for the win game plan. I don't see it any other way, and it looks like Rexai trying to find the out he currently has.
I wonder if there's an argument to be made as well. To have played the Noxious Hopeful first on against that Ezreal, allowing him to play the Under Titan and the Honest Broker to that battlefield. Of course, he couldn't have known he would have been in this situation trying to hold. He was certainly trying to clear both battlefields the way he was playing, digging through his deck.
You know, with that whole strategy in mind, why didn't he push forward the Noxus Hopeful? I mean, was he truly? I mean, even if Vi comes down, you lose the game. So why wouldn't you play the Broker or the Hopeful on? Okay, he's saying it now. He's like, oops, I meant to say it. If he loses the game by exactly that might, let's see. Oh my goodness, that could be the blunder of a century. He's saying, are you going to let me take it back? This is only a Summoner Skirmish. It's not regionals. There's just 4 cases on the line.
Very clearly wanted to buff up that battlefield as much as he can. Perhaps not realizing his opponent was that 1 point from victory, thinking instead that if the Draven player does get over this other battlefield, whether he can push in with all this might on the final turn. But this does look like it will end up being the final turn here.
And side note, very true, Altelos, the real blunder of the century was that Aurelia one. So this one's just a misstep, to say the least. But isn't that a double conquer? Or if I'm missing the points, is Draven just going up to 7 now? Because I thought he held to 7, conquered to 8, but I must have missed the points. I thought someone told me there was a hold for 3. I guess, wait. I must have it wrong, because this would be GG, but neither player is scooping. So I would imagine that is the 7th points. Apologies for debating you guys at home. I debated myself. I thought Draven was on the cups of winning it this turn.
I mean, it does not look like it would make that much of a difference unless the Rexai player can really pull this out of his bag, requiring the double conquer here if he has any opportunity to stop Draven.
Yeah, and it looks like he is conquering up to 7, so just 1 point behind. I think I got debated in chat. I had it at 2, and then someone told me they held for 3, and I'm like, oh, I must have been looking away. So I had it at 2, and I quickly changed to 3. Regretfully, I did. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be any other way. We see a spinning axe in hand. Under Titan doesn't apply the +2 as a passive. It's on the playability, so things are just going to be at 5, 2, and 4 collectively, even just on that battlefield on the Veiled Temple alone. All Draven has to do is hold one of these battlefields, and with perhaps something like a Rebuke and a Spinning Axe to utilize those final 4 runes remaining, I think Detonate Draven should be able to walk away as the winner. We'll see though, unless there's some crazy card combinations for Rexai. I think Draven is locking this one in.
It does look to be going Draven's way. The Rexai player knows it too, counting his opponent's deck, trying to figure out what those last 4 cards in his hand could be, what options he may have dug into at this point. It's very likely he's got answers. We know we've got the Spinning Axe. It is a monumental task here for the Rexai player.
Yeah, you could say that again. It looks like a really, really tough predicament for the Rexai. Trying to look through his grave, saying, what are my outs? All 3 falling stars are in the trash. 2 cold a week. What can I possibly dig through? I could try to conquer one of these battlefields, look through Rexai, but how are we realistically dealing with 18 total might plus a hidden card? Yeah, I am not seeing it, but you never want to give up. You at least have 2 minutes remaining in this round plus OT, but I don't think we're getting to OT. Bring Your Thunder Song. Ooh. Normally a fantastic card, but in this position, I don't know if
the reaction on
spinning much.
With the reaction tag on the spinning axe, it's going to not make too much difference here, but those last 2 runes from Draven may go to waste.
Yeah, you know, I think he cut the salvages as well. Normally, salvage could do decently good job at taking out the last strike, taking out the spinning axes, but I don't think he actually has it in the main right now. 2 cards remaining. Are those the exact 2 cards he needs? Something like a against the odds repeated, which doesn't exist, of course. But Under Titan, just to trade 1 for 1, given the... Oh, no. He's trying to do quick maths here.
He doesn't like it.
doesn't like it. Seeing the picture being painted from this Draven player, I think is all but over. I think Rexai just being slightly stubborn, doesn't want to concede just yet, which I can respect him, of course, but he's saying it. I think he's realizing it. I think he realized it before, but just trying to do everything in his power to make sure he's completely covering all his bases, making sure he's not missing anything. But even if you spend a good amount to conquer the Candlelight, okay, long sword
here we
as
go.
we expected.
I mean, there's clearly a lot of numbers that he's got to work out here, but the numbers don't lie, and they do seem to be coming up Draven's way as he pushes in, hoping to perhaps get something off the top of the deck with that Candlelit Sanctum, with that Void Burrower. We'll have to see if those last 4 runes are going to be able to be utilized, but 3 Rasses and a hidden card, even if that hidden card is not going to be able to be played, is still a very tricky situation with only an Honest Broker ready.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really uphill climb from here. Brynjar's exhausted. You have quite literally an Honest Broker at 2 might to try to deal with a hidden card and a Rasa number 1, 2, and 3 currently on the battlefield. So yeah, looks at the top 2 now as Rexai trigger. Call of the week, not the worst. That will be diminishing that battlefield down to 12. But where are we getting the plus 10 might needed to overcome, especially considering the fact that there is a hidden card and that is a concession. Okay.
12 is still more than 2, and Draven takes our round 5 match.
Yeah, well played. I could have sworn Rexai had a really good shot in that round number 3, but just running a little bit out of gas towards that mid game. And Draven, especially the Detonate Dravens, they are just getting started in the mid game, so feeling comfortable about his position. If they had a little bit more might early on, something like an Arena's Greatest, they would have won, because of course they get up to 7, but just not able to close things out. Insanely close game, but Detonate Draven will climb his way further and further to try to secure that top 8 spot. Fantastic game nonetheless, though. What'd you think about that game?
Absolutely, a joy to watch. I mean, like we say, we got a lot of early potential out of the Rexai, but perhaps that was the thing that was his downfall in the end. He saw all of his falling stars, 2 of his cold weeks, and when he really needed it in the final game, they were gone.
Yeah, he needed. I mean, it almost seems like he needs 6 falling stars in the main, honestly, because there's just one too many units from Draven, or especially Miracle Draven.
If he had any chance of getting over those Rexais, it would have been the case. But even then, once you start putting those last rights to put them up to 8, or the spinning axes, Falling Star doesn't even cut it there. Just so much might that Miracle Draven can put onto the board is so hard for these other decks to overcome.
Yeah, honestly, it's not just the Rexai decks. As you pointed out, a lot of decks have a really trouble. I mean, I can't think of a single deck that feels like they're favored against these Miracle decks. I mean, maybe chat knows better than I, but no, every deck.
What are you guys running into Miracle Draven?
Yeah, like honestly, I don't think anyone wants to go ahead and find a Draven Miracle deck / Detonate Draven sitting right in front of them, especially at a higher table, because at a top table, you know they know how to pilot it. You know they know their lines, and they're going to be playing quick to not get into that time. So chat, I believe we have a bit of an interview from Dubby King. So we're going to be interviewing, I think, the Detonate Draven, but stay tuned because I don't think we have the video just yet. Let me make sure. Give me 1 second to see what he's saying. Okay, well, shortly, we'll hang out for a little bit. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. Danny, can you hold it down for just a minute?
I could do my best, absolutely.
All right, guys, I'll go away for a split second. Be right back, guys. Keep Danny entertained. It's honestly for just 1 minute. Ask him some questions. I'll be right back. But I've been standing / being on stream this whole time. I haven't taken any breaks, so slight little bathroom break.
It's been an absolutely incredible show Plus has been putting on so far. I mean, how early he's had to get up, how long he's going to be streaming from today. I think he certainly does deserve the break. Kate, you're absolutely right. The hidden card could not have been played because of Bryn. I spoke about it being in the game, but of course, yeah, it was just the Rastas that was able to hold there in the end. Did we see what it was in the end? What was potentially a threat if it weren't for the Bryn here? I don't know if my chat is just not loading up or if we don't know. Interested to see what we see as we go into our next few rounds. I won't be casting them, unfortunately, but have had an absolute blast with the ones I have been able to cast. Hopefully we'll see that Fiora in the end, but as we're going into just these top tables now in the last 2 rounds, it is likely that we're going to see even more Draven, even more Aurelia. We recommend cards like Forge of the Future as anti against Miracle. Yep, absolutely being able to remove those cards from the grave. But as we're seeing with this new Detonate build, being able to put those 2 cards in grave while also drawing 3 cards to Cycle Rune is just a lot of cards very quickly going into the grave. Forge of the Future is able to slow that down, able to counteract it a bit. But once they get going, they get a lot of cards. It is hard to deal with.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. I am back. Nice little quick bathroom break. So let me get up in here. So chat, we do have an interview, so let's go. I think it's about 2-3 minute interview while these players set up for the next round. So let me cut the background music for a split second, and let's see if we could tune in and see what these players are thinking out here in Hof Germany, out in Games Island. Let's head on over to this scene, and let's see if I could go ahead and press play.
Jay, who is participating in our tournament tonight, piloting the Aurelia, and is currently 4-1?
4-1.
4-1
Yeah.
standing. So, how are you finding the event so far? How have your matchups been?
I love events like this. Like in general, like I'm a huge competitive player, so every time like I have an opportunity to go to like a bigger tournament, like exactly my thing. I think it's very well organized. People are nice. All my opponents were nice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the matchups were more diverse than expected because we don't have metal cards to win here. So yeah, so I got like I think 1 Victor, 2 Mirrors, 1 Draven, I think, and 1 No-Show. But yeah, it's not 5 rounds of Draven.
Yeah,
which is,
exactly.
which is good.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's pretty much as I expected. Germany likes Aurelia and Victor, so yeah, I don't see many Draven players at my locals either. So
yeah. No, that's one thing I was noticing too when I was going around here. I'm seeing a few more Ezreals and Dravens as well, but Aurelia is just very popular, it seems, in here. And you know, you played your Aurelia and Leona, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Have you changed your deck up much for like this event specific? Do you have like a different style you've been testing out that you're happy with?
I think it's pretty close to my Bologna list. Like it's not that much different. Like obviously a few slots changed, but overall I stick to basic vanilla standard Aurelia version most of the time. I test a lot of different stuff, like different versions, but I always like for events I always go back to like the normal version because for me it currently just works the best. And yeah, so I will probably still play any version that is like close to that.
And coming in today, what were like your expectations, right? Because it's a top 8 cut that go to the finals to get our big grand prize.
Yeah.
Were your expectations coming in like this, you know, my goal is to win it all? Were you like, what kind of competition were you expecting, and how has the competition lived up to your expectations?
I definitely come here to win. Like I never go to a event and like not try to win. So obviously that's my goal. And also that's why I play Aurelia, because I think she has the potential to win. She hasn't won anything like big yet. So I hope that I can make it happen. And yeah, I expected some good players from across Germany to come here, which seems to be true because I've met some of them. But yeah, I would say like it's pretty similar to my opponents in Bologna, like from like skill level wise. And yeah, like, we have good games. Like it's not like 3 wins or anything. And yeah, I hope I can make it into top cuts.
Yeah, so for you, very, very important these next 2 games coming up, right? Because those will probably very much decide if you make it into the top cut.
Yeah.
And just one last question: if you get to the final and you win it, what are you choosing? A case of Origins or a case of Spiritforged? Sealed case as well, yeah.
That's a good question. So my friends tell me to pick Origins and keep it sealed.
Okay.
I honestly don't really know. Like probably Origins because I have everything from Spiritforged and like I miss some Origins cards. So probably Origins, but I don't know.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, great. Thanks so much for the chat, and I wish you good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, guys, that was a quick little interview. Shout out to Dubby King getting that done. And I think that was an Aurelia player from earlier, or what did he say? I completely missed the opening of that. That was an Aurelia player, but did we get to see them on stream, or was there just a player out there?
I didn't catch where it was on we heard earlier, but it was definitely an Aurelia player talking about their experience so far, and it does seem to be a popular deck for good reason. It is doing very well today.
Yeah, and I think Europe is known to have some of the highest level Aurelia players. I believe I've been following someone online on Twitter. He actually played the game I previously played, or similar. I don't know if anyone knows that Dragon Ball TCG game. Before it was called Masters, and I think the newest edition was Fusion World. I think he's the regional champion in Fusion Worlds. He's playing Aurelia, and he is at the event. Actually, that might have been him. Wait, thinking about it, he looks very similar to what we saw. Was that the Natural player? You know, Tara, I don't know if that was him because Natural had that hat. It was either his hair or that hat, so I don't think it was him. But yeah, I think Aurelia, it might be overdue to take down a big event. I know it's won locals, they won some summer scrimmages, but is yet to take down a big event like this. 100 plus players, 4 cases on the line. It's done well, but does it have what it takes to be crowned champion here today? What is your prediction? I don't know if we completely talked about it. Or did I actually this already, Danny? I might be going crazy with this stream already.
I think we talked very briefly about what we were expecting to see the top. I mean, the way we've seen Miracle Draven playing so far. Is that the 3rd time we've had it on stream so far? So a lot of players choosing to bring that today. I would be very surprised if we don't see them come into the top. I wouldn't be surprised to see it win either.
Yeah, it is tricky though, because I know that is the #1 deck to beat, so people were prepared for it, but sometimes the best decks tend to be the best decks, especially when the best players are behind those decks. So I think that might come into play here today as well. So I'm expecting maybe not 50% Draven, hopefully not, but it might very well be something of the neighborhood, because keep in mind, just like they said in the interview, there is no best of metal cards here in events like this, so you're not necessarily incentivized to play those spicier picks like you are at regionals, because if there weren't such thing as best of metal cards, I think regionals would be very similar to what we're seeing here today. A good amount in Aurelia, a good amount of Draven, a good amount of Ezreal, and very few picks, just because you're trying to go to the regional, or most people are trying to win or at least place highly at the regional. So it makes sense why if you're going to compete at this place, or if you're trying to compete at this level, you're probably, of course, going in for fun, but you also want to go ahead and try to take home some prizing. There's a lot of prizing on the line. But hopefully these players are still having a bit of both. Some fun and then some good competitive nature at that too.
It is still a skirmish at the end of the day, where these players probably getting together and just having an absolute blast spending their day playing Riftbound.
I know I would have a great time. And let's catch up with chat real quick. Tatiana's saying the big problem with Aurelia winning when it comes to winning events is that she isn't named Draven. Tatiana Phi, are you a Draven main this set? I know you were playing Kaisa last set. Have you hopped over to Draven? I would imagine so. And Oni Shadow saying my top prediction is Aurelia, Rexai, Fiora. I'm sure they would show up like we had at Origin with Anti-Timo or Any-Timo. Okay. Okay, we got some Fiora lovers in chat. I know you're happy to hear that, Danny.
Always happy to see some more support for Fiora.
Definitely.
Don't know if I see her getting top 8 for this event. I believe, was it the case that we only have one in the event today?
Let me double check. I know W King sent me a message of the legend, so we don't have like a chart to display for you guys, but I think it was like a single Ori, 2 Lucians, 2 Orns, 2 Luxes, 1 Lee Sin, which funny enough we got to catch on stream, 1 Leona, funny enough we got to catch on stream as well. And yeah, you're totally right, Danny, we have a single Fiora today, and then the rest is a bit of the meta favorites. The only ones I'm seeing that has a good amount of legends that we haven't been able to see is Azir, Kaisa, and Victors. Those are like a bit more represented than the single 1s and 2s as we said before, but we haven't got to see those. I am a fan of Azir. What about you, Danny? Are you a fan of Azir?
I think Azir is lots of fun. While it can be quite difficult if they run out of steam, it's hard to recover without that Arise. But the amount of might it can produce, the big flashy turns it can pull off with the Arise are very cool to see. And hopefully we do come across one today on the stream.
Yeah, hopefully so. I know there's one player, I think his name, let me know in chat if you guys know who I'm talking about. I think it's something along the lines of Rocco. He's been kind of prominent, you know, the most prominent Azir player in these regionals. He played in Bologna, got the best of metal card Azir out there, and then played in Vegas, and one more time got the best of metal card Azir. So he is just filled with those Azir. I mean, if I was him, I would sell one and maybe just keep one, or perhaps just sell both. What about you, Dan? Are you selling both if you were fortunate enough to pick up two, or are you keeping one?
If I had a metal card, it would be framed on my wall,
Oh,
dead
nice.
center. Get rid of the TV, just have it there instead.
Okay.
I don't think I would achieve anything greater. If I had two, I think I don't think I would keep them for the splashiness. Unless you're trying what Lindsay Hugh is trying and just wants to collect all of them. Being the
A play
Kyber of
set,
the
right?
Azir world. Yeah, there we go.
That could be cool. But yeah, I think I'm leaning towards selling one. Honestly, with a baby girl, I might be inclined to just sell both of them and call it a day there. But you know, you're not wrong by collecting it, because if they're worth that much now, tens of thousands of dollars, they're buying it for a reason. They're buying it with the expectation of things appreciating over time. And we are talking about set 1, set 2 legends. So they probably could very well be a little bit more than that. I don't know if they're going to be, you know, the 6-figure type cards that we see sometimes in One Piece and Pokemon, more often Pokemon like the OG ones. But maybe, I don't know, guys, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, if this game is still somewhat popular, which I would imagine. I mean, it's crazy to even think about a game that far ahead. But of course, I think the IP alone will be staying around for, I think, forever. I don't see League of Legends going. I mean, it's been around for what, 20 years already? What's another 20 years from now? I think it's only going to be growing in popularity.
Absolutely. Considering as well that these cards are going to, phase out eventually. You give it 2 years, and we won't have any more Azir metal cards anymore being produced. So if the game does have the staying power, I can see these metal cards in these early sets really rocketing one day.
Yeah, I could definitely see that as well. And yeah, Sky says, can I ask a ruling question? Go ahead. Danny's a judge, and I fairly know the game decently well too.
I feel like we're going to confuse people being Danny on screen as well with there being another Danny prominent in the Riftbound.
Yeah, for anyone in our Discord, we do have a Danny as the judge, an awesome guy as well. But yeah, this is Ojama Boy in the Discord. His real name is Danny. But yeah, hopefully we're not confusing too much. League has been around since 2009, I believe. Riftbound is one of the big upsides that League of Legends communities. And real quick, Sky, because I think these guys are getting set up, as we'll go ahead. If I repeat Rocket Barrage on, say, Ari with a GA and kill the gear plus 4 damage, does Ari die at the end? So I'll let you handle that, Danny. I know the answer, but I'll let you handle that one.
Awesome. So if anyone wondering, Rocket Barrage being a modal spell, you can choose to either deal 4 damage to a unit in base or to kill a gear. If you kill the gear and deal the 4 damage, the gear is killed during the resolution of Rocket Barrage, and then the unit dies during the cleanup that occurs after the resolution. So by that point, GA is already gone and will not save the unit. If you set it up slightly wrong and tried to deal the 4 damage twice, thinking the first 4 damage would clear the GA and the second 4 damage would then kill the RE, that would not work, as the 2 sets of 4 damage stacks up to 8 and then will kill the unit during the cleanup after, and in that case the GA will save it. So killing the gear and doing the 4 damage is definitely the play there to clear the RE.
Nice. So there we go. So if you did it the other way around, trying to apply double damage, it wouldn't work, but you have to kill the gear first, right?
I've got your list as well. Always there to answer your questions.
All right, Danny, as these guys go ahead and set things up, let's go ahead and do a little bit of closing remarks. I think we committed for 2 rounds. And how was 2 rounds? They kind of flew by on my end. Was it good on your end?
Yeah, I feel like it was awesome. Again, thank you so much for having me on. It's been a massive experience. I love watching your streams, so being on the other side of it and taking part, doing that extra bit to be part of the Riftbound community is something I'm so happy to be doing.
For sure, and it was a pleasure having you on stream. Like I told Manj, you guys are pretty natural on stream. We got to get you guys more on stream eventually. I know we run a whole lot of events here at Runes of Rift, so I'll keep in touch going forward. But if you got any little shout outs, any little closing remarks, I think now would be a good time before this next round starts. Yeah,
I would love it. I'd love to be back. First shout out, I suppose. I said it while you're away in the when you were away on your toilet break, but thank you so much for running these events. It is absolutely smashing, being a full day commitment for you, I know. So for a shout out. It's definitely the plus. Big shout out to the Runes of this community. I know that Manch said it, but me, Manch, Danny, as we mentioned, and a lot of other phenomenal judges. I think Jasper would be mad at me if I didn't mention him as well. Definitely come on over and play some Riftbound with us. And I think that's it for me. I'm not really on social media. I do have a Twitter at JailBoys. It says on the board. Feel free to come follow along. If for some crazy reason you enjoy my voice, let me know, and maybe I'll make some content one day.
There we go, guys. I'm looking forward to that. But for sure, all right, Ojama, I'll go ahead and let you go. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch as always, guys. Show Danny some love, either on the Discord, or answer some questions, or in general on his Twitter, and perhaps in the future, if he does decide to create some content. I'm looking forward to that. But let's jump to the feature match now, and I'll bring our next caster. So thank you so much, Danny.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
See you, Zip. All right, chat, let's go ahead and set things up. It looks like these higher tables one more time. Aurelia, Draven. I don't think we've had this exact matchup. Actually, we did. We had an Aurelia or a Draven Miracle versus a Aurelia. So I think we're just at the higher tables. Let me get confirmation if these guys are undefeated. And real quick, mic check. Pro Hell, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hi, Pro Hell. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I was waiting and I was watching the stream, so I'm excited to see some very good games here.
Yeah, I am right there with you. Super excited to have you on. Super excited to get into our round number 6. And even more excited, I just caught the name of the player. I was telling you guys I've been following along with a player online who's a previous regional champion in another TCG. It looks to be this player right here, JTCG, really strong player. Maybe one of the fan favorites to try to get things done with Aurelia. Have you heard of Jay in the past, Pro Hell?
Sadly, I didn't. Which
Yeah.
is my bad. So
No, not at all. I mean, you know, the Riftbound itself is a little bit niche, but oh my goodness, we have our most recent champion from our events is PewQ. Do you remember PewQ at all? He usually plays in our events.
I do.
That is
He's
awesome.
So, well, let's see. We got an Aurelia developed at 5, so we are taking her right into the battle, and it seems like it's probably a
Yeah,
miracle.
let's see. I'm just go ahead and fixing these scores. So they're not completely undefeated, but one more time, they're just X1. So they're still in good contention for that top 8 cut. And this is a master class of a feature match. PewQ, multiple time champion in our Runes and Rift event. Funny to see him in person. Last time he was playing Ezreal on a recent tournament. Looks like he's turning over to the dark side, if you will, with the Draven. And I kid, of course. Sometimes when there's just so much pricing on the line, you have to do what you have to do. And it looks like he's picking Detonate Draven as his chose of deck. How do you feel about Detonate Draven, Pro Hell?
Well, it's very oppressive for sure. I kind of hate playing against it because I'm usually playing Ezreal, so the games tend to be very long because of that, and it's just not that fun to play against.
Yeah,
but it's very strong for sure.
As you said, it does feel sometimes a bit oppressive. It feels like sometimes, I know I said it before, it just feels like they're playing a totally different game. Like we're both in the game of Riftbound, but you're playing Riftbound 2.0 or something of the like. But either
you're playing solitaire meanwhile.
Right. It does feel that way sometimes. But either or, it looks like Aurelia will be able to get her first point on the board with that Conqueror Obelisk. And you know, Pro Hell, funny enough, this is the second game we start double opening Obelisk. Why do you think players are choosing to do that this tournament?
The thing is that Aurelia's started to do that against Obelisk players because they are kind of hoping for that they can start every single round with at least 3 runes.
Okay.
And the Draven can counteract that with also playing Obelisk on turn 1, so they can just reverse Uno card the Aurelia player like this.
Yeah, that does make sense. You know, I believe there was an interview with the top 4 player from Aurelia, and it was a top 4 player that took down Randy. For you guys that keep up with the competitive scene, Randy TCG, multiple top 8, I believe, out in the regionals. He beat Randy, and he said in his interview the reason he was able to find success against the likes of Miracle Draven Randy is he opened Obelisk. So I will credit him for giving that idea to everyone. You know, putting that thought in everyone's mind, saying, okay, if you're able to take down Draven with an open Obelisk, I guess that's a good line. So I guess these guys are taking a page out of that book. But so far, decently good. You got the GA to kind of keep your Aurelia in that safety realm. And Draven just trying to do what he does. That's a triple draw, detonate into treasure trove if it resolves, because there is a world where you could defy it.
I mean, you kind of don't really want to defy that. It's just a 1 energy, 1 power. And the gear still will be there for later. For another detonate or another treasure trove.
Yeah, it doesn't feel all that impactful. And on top of it, looks like a scrap heat getting pitched. Unless I'm missing something. How did he pitch the scrap heat? Was it the Ezreal?
Yes, it
Okay.
should have been. And also you need to kind of defy the bushwhack, because that's the most oppressive card that you want to actually defy.
That does make sense. Do you think it's smart to kind of defy the call shot sometime as well, or are you specifically looking to just counter the bushwhacks?
If you have a good hand and you have more defies and the Draven is low on resources, you can, and it's definitely good. But if he has a lot of cards, then you kind of don't, because you want to save that for bushwhacks. You only want to do that if you see that Draven kind of have a brick hand and can do much. But it's kind of hard to judge that from a situation itself.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Detonate Draven and Brick Hand don't really go hand in hand, right? You seem to just have all the answers, all the draw capabilities, but Aurelia holding on strong. I believe she's going up to her 3rd point of this game. 1 for the hold and then 1 to push forward from that Pouty Poro or the Lonely Poro. Looking to recall back to Aurelia. And I like how patiently PewQ is playing this, right? Because he didn't want to try to go ahead on the offense, and try to take down Aurelia, recognizing how tall that unit can get. I think now is time to put some points on the board. Or how are we approaching this, Proha? I know you play Draven quite a bit. Do you play more of the Miracle Draven or the mid-range? I think we talked about it a little bit.
I kind of played the mid-range way more, because playing Miracle and Ezreal is kind of the same deck, so well, it differs, but the main engine of the deck is the same, so I was playing mid-range for this reason. Draven has a huge board already, so that can be a saving grace, but he really has the point advantage and also has a herder to refresh hand, and also that Aurelia is kind of really strong, so it can be buffed up pretty much. And as I think I saw at least 1 Defiant Dance in Aurelia's hand, so that can be a huge problem for Draven.
Yeah, it definitely poses a decently good problem. I mean, more so, it almost feels like Draven setting up a big problem for Aurelia to solve, because there's just one too much might on the current back line for Draven, pushing on forward with 1 battering ram. I don't think you want to invest into buffing up this Lonely Poro, so I think we're letting him go ahead and drawing 1, but that's a draw 1 for Draven as well for that conquer and the combat win. So each player are drawing 1, and PewQ I think has displayed the highest skill expression from this Miracle package or Detonate Draven so far, because he's just so smoothly, it feels like, working through his cards, drawing what he needs so far. I feel like he has a good amount of reps on this deck, unless he's just a really fantastic player, which I could see that as well.
I think he is a very good player, so for sure. But the deck itself is very strong, but I would say is not that easy to pilot as a lot of people think.
It is actually tricky. You think it's like an auto
Yes.
GG win, but if you ever played it yourself, it's a whole lot trickier than a lot of people give it credit for.
I totally agree with that. You need to manage your resources very well, even your mites on board. So also, you kind of don't really care about cards, but you do really care about other resources such power and might and other stuff.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
you also kind of needed to commit those 2 units to just die because you couldn't score points in any other way. But that Ezreal and that Ram will definitely die this turn.
Yeah, I believe so. I think a bit of a sacrificial units. You have a whole lot more units in the back line. That's 2 merchants, 2 Rams, a Draven, and a chosen champ, or a Ezreal champ in general. So sending in the herder, drawing 1. Looks like he will be investing it on guard at the minimum to try to buff up the herder. But I am keen to see if they want to try to save the herder down the road, maybe hiding something like a fight or flight. Oh, electing to restand the herder for the potential double draw play. I like what I'm seeing. So they played 1 and then recycled the same energy they played. So it looks like they didn't play anything this turn, but it just happens to be the same energy he just spent. So double draw. I like this play so far from Jay. Not something I would think about too often.
That's really good, and also that could be another play if he would be on odd points, not on even, because he is now 4 or no.
I think with the Conqueror of Aurelia is 5 now.
5 now, okay. That I would say that he could have restand the legend just to save Aurelia and pull her out, but it seems like he wants to hold. Or no, he is restanding it now and then he will pull it back.
Wow, so really prioritizing the safety of her units. More importantly, prioritizing denying any combat victories for Draven. Either or, usually an effective strategy against the likes of mid-range Draven where they're running a bit low on cards if they don't have the combat wins. Detonate Draven kind of works around that, right? You're never truly deprived of cards, so that strategy doesn't work well. I think at this point, you're just doing it to save your units most likely.
Yeah, it's definitely very good to avoid combats against mid-range Draven. Against Detonator Miracle, well, you kind of want to avoid combats anyways, but they can draw that many cards, so it doesn't really matter. But this way you can totally avoid them. And I think I saw at least 2, but maybe 3 not so fast in Aurelia's hand.
Right.
So if this is the case, then that Aurelia can definitely hold, and Defiant Dances and not so fast, it will be a really costly thing to remove her from there, but
playing it safe, it looks like.
Play. Yes.
Which is interesting because with those amount of combat tricks, on top of having 2 Guardian Angels to keep her nice and safe, and on top of that, you have the not so fast for those dreaded rebukes against Aurelia, still deciding to retreat it back. I think she's trying to use those Guardian Angels on the offense, right? Trying to buff up your Aurelia, send her in, trade for a couple units. Yes, your opponent draws, but you get so much more value, I feel like, doing it on the offense, which a lot of people don't play Aurelia that way, interesting enough.
Yeah, it's way stronger if you have the initiative. You exactly see how many might is in the battlefield. Your opponent cannot play more. You know exactly how many runes they had remained. And yeah, you can force out plays that they think that they can win, but every single card they commit, they just lose more, and you can force situations like that if you play like that. So
it looks like his intention was to
win.
leave it on a battlefield at the end of the day, but instead of leaving it there, wants to catch his opponent a bit off guard with the ride the win, and it looks like PewQ going with the rebuke or the fight or flight. Okay, deciding to push back the Aurelia here.
Yeah, but it's really good since we have three not so fast in hand, so that's really good, and we can win next turn if this one can stay. But it seems like we are letting fight or flight go through.
Thought about it. He thought about it. Said he wants to save those rebukes. He wants to save the not so fast for the rebukes. And it looks to be a secondary fight or flight. You only have final 2 runes remaining. Do you let that resolve and let Draven get the combat win? or are we going to be utilizing that second not so fast? I don't think Jay is, oh man, I love how Draven is playing. He's putting Aurelia in a tricky position. With that said though, how do you like that ride the wind play? I feel like with the full amount of runes Draven had open, it was a little bit ambitious, wasn't it? I don't love that play if I'm being honest.
It was, but if it would succeed, then we could have win the next turn, because we would get to 6 or to 7, and we could just need to conquer the other battlefield to win. So I respect the play. It didn't work out, but it very well could have.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, you have a point, right? Because Aurelia holds, she has 2 Guardian Angels, you have a Defiant Dance in hand, you probably have 2 Defiant Dances in hand. I don't think they were expecting 2 pushbacks, 2 fighter flights, and I like the simple fact that PewQ invested just fighter flights, and luckily he didn't really have to pay for the deflect costs because of those seals, so most likely still has at least 1 rebuke in hand, so he's kind of baiting out the not so fast with the fighter flight, and then probably at the end where Aurelia thinks they could go ahead and try to push in for the final push, try to catch JTCG when he least expects it with that rebuke. If he has it in hand, I haven't been able to see if he does have it or not.
Yeah, but PUQ's play was very good. And you kind of forced Aurelia to even take the fight or flight, even if you don't have the rebuke in hand, because if you do, then Aurelia just lose the game on the spot.
Oh yeah.
So it was very good, even if you don't have it.
Yeah, I'm right
Good
there with you.
Very respected.
Yeah, exactly right. Super high level play being displayed from both of these players. Aurelia does get pushed up to the merchant, so I like how Draven is playing and approaching this matchup, realizing that Aurelia has an easy time conquering, just pushing little sacrificial pawns onto these battlefields. He doesn't really have any inclination of trying to hold these battlefields. He's rather looking to go ahead and conquer. So if Aurelia is trying to hold, which I would imagine Draven being at 4 points, you don't necessarily have to hold too strongly here. I think you're better doing exactly what Draven is doing a little bit of, trying to push forward and conquer on your turn. So looks to attach, and then Aurelia Legend to bring the Stellarcorn back, so goes ahead and draws an additional card, or I think he might draw one.
Yeah, he should. And Aurelia has a Guardian Angel, so in case it gets killed in combat for some reason, she will still survive. And the Draven needs to commit so much still.
Yeah, I mean, does have to commit a good amount, but I think he has the tools available to him. 2 Rosses, that's going to be 12 might. 2 Batarams, that's going to be 22 might. The Draven plus 6, 28. That's 31 total might collectively for the Draven player. So feeling like he has enough might to deal with these units, but I believe Draven is just at 4 points if I'm doing my point total right. I don't know, bro. Have you been able to keep eye on the points for Draven? I have him at 4, but maybe I'm counting.
It's 4. It should be 4, I think.
Okay.
But the point is that if he commits a lot of might to the Aurelia, he will still just only get the GA from her. So, which is pretty good for the next turn for a higher push.
Right. And I do like this hidden card from Jay, because even if he does have to deal with something like a rebuke, you have most likely that hidden fighter flight at reaction speed to save her from that battlefield targeting from that rebuke. So feeling comfortable about that, or just trying to save Aurelia. The only thing is that's still a combat win for Draven at the very minimum. And oh, look at that double fighter flight recycled back into. So we're seeing what cards he's prioritizing putting back in the deck. That's interesting.
It was a cold shot on the fighter flight.
Oh, that's what it was? Okay.
Which is very clever, because you can draw the other from the cold shot. So anyways, and you get 1 more free card.
Yeah, does make sense. Goes ahead with the straightforward conquer on Obelisk of Power down below. That is a last right trigger unless there is a pushback from Aurelia's side. We saw a fighter flight getting hidden. Is there another fighter flight / rebuke? It doesn't seem correct to go ahead and invest a rebuke here. I think you just have
No,
to go
not.
ahead and let this resolve, unfortunately.
Yeah, you pretty much do. Because if you rebuke it, then he can just reattach. If you fight or flight it, well, you need the fight or flight later, definitely. for the next turn at least.
Yeah, Draven putting Aurelia in a bit of a pickle, so let's see what he decides to do. Draven already got one battlefield, looking to most likely conquer the other battlefield because you're behind on points right now. Aurelia looking to close things out as soon as this very next turn, pitches the Bushwhack, picks up 2 more cards, and interesting to play 2 Ezreals on that battlefield. Do you think he just wants to go for the full-on hold for dear life strategy, or what does he have in mind, on your opinion?
The header is 5 mites, so if you put more than 5 there, it's harder for the Aurelia to clear both.
Okay.
But we know that Aurelia has a Boots of Swiftness in hand, so if she get that powerful enough, then she can just gang there anyways. But PUQ doesn't know that, so.
Yeah, we'll see. So just kind of splitting the might between these battlefields. So sends 16 total might over to Aurelia's side. I think you're just dipping out of there. Fight or flight reveal, choosing Aurelia as a target. Unless you feel confident, there's just 4 runes remaining. You could fight or flight one of these units back. And then let's try to do the math.
We can play our unit just to clear their units. So that fight or flight is mainly because of rebuke. Or maybe we can win the combat with it, even if we can buff Aurelia strong enough by pushing back a ram.
You have to be super careful, though. You have to make sure. I mean, I guess you don't have to be the most careful. As you point out, there's most likely that fight or flight. I was going to say you have to leave at least 2 runes available for that not so fast, unless there's such thing as a main board hard bargain in this detonate build, which I don't think too many detonate Dravens are running a main board hard bargain, but chooses from the chooses the Aurelia, of course, so +3 on her side. So that's 7, 8, 9 total might. And -2, so bring that down to, I believe, 14 total. So 7 of 14, you still have to do so much more heavy lifting.
Aurelia needs to be way more than 7. Because she has a Guardian Angel and 2 Guardian Angels, I think. And she was ready this turn as well. Oh no, she wasn't. No, I'm dumb.
Yeah, and wouldn't be able to ready just yet as the legend is exhausted. You know, this is the problem where you have one too many counters in hand, not too many combat tricks. Because right now the 2 Baron Rams are swinging in for 8, so 8 to 7. Or what am I talking about? Is 7, 8, 9.
We have the Guardian Angel. Yeah, 8 to 9. So it seems enough, but we don't have an answer. I mean, we have still a not so fast to answer the review. So it's fine.
He's tapping 2, sending the 3rd fight or flight of the game Aurelia's direction. Does he want to go ahead and invest in that not so fast? This could be the bait of a lifetime, right? If he goes ahead and knocks so fast as a fight or flight, imagine he has the rebuke in hand. PUQ has played this so cleverly this game.
Yeah, I do think that he has it. Yeah, we are checking the trash, but yeah. No rebukes there. Very well played from PUQ.
Yeah, look at it. It's right there at the top of the hand. He's baiting out all the counters, and Jay sniffs it, saying, you know what? I don't like my odds against that final 2 energy. I'll let you get the combat win. I'll let you get the conquer. So Draven finds himself at 6 total points, feeling good. But now's the hard part. You have to set up the big defensive hold on both of these battlefields. If either of these battlefields go, that's going to be Aurelia is already at 7, so that's going to be a draw at the minimum. But I guess you just stack everything on 1 because they need to double conquer.
Yeah, you pretty much do that. But the play was really good from PUQ. And probably Aurelia went back down to 3 runes, so now she has 5. In this case, probably you don't have enough combat tricks and runes to as Aurelia. But we will see.
Yeah, At the minimum, they do have that little cheeky way of getting over units by sending in a unit, Guardian Angel, keeping the buffs you invested already, and then readying it with your Legend. But I think there's just one too much might. There's 22 on the Oblas of Power up below or up above, and then there is the 8 total might. So you could definitely take care of Ezreal. Is there a way you just hold your way to victory? Kind of, you
can't really. You don't really have the runes for that. You have 5 and you still need to conquer 2. And Draven has another bushwhack for sure because he just discarded one. So I don't think so that you're able to hold.
Okay. It's going to be tricky. I mean, he would have to have a Rasa and a Battering Ram, or I guess the most straightforward answer would be a Bushwhack Vi to take down anything or any likes of holding from Aurelia. Because I would imagine you try to conquer the Oblas down from the Ezreals and then just hold with any kind of combat tricks, keep a not so fast available. And hopefully if you just have to deal with the Draven, you could deal with the Draven. But if you have to deal with anything on top of Draven, that's where it gets tricky. You think with the Bushwhack, he has a couple more units in hand?
Yeah, for a Vi for sure, because this deck kind of needs to run one just for the recycle, at least. And probably there is more. There should be one Rasa as well that we are holding back, or we didn't find it. There could be a Ram, and we can draw cards because we are Detonate Draven. So.
Oh, and they do have the purple Draven to try to close things out. If there was a world you could play him and then push forward onto the battlefield, but you're just 1-2 little bit short. Actually, more than just one. You can't even play out the purple Draven, yet alone ready him on this turn. And you still have to consider the Rebuke currently in hand for PewQ. I think this is a bit of a checkmate position for PewQ, feeling rather confident from this position. JTCG trying to run through all the calculations he can. What is the winning line? What are my potential outs? But I just don't know if he's going to be able to find one. He could go ahead and draw one for Stellacorn, trade for one of the Ezreals. But that's another pickup draw for Draven as well. Sending everything. Oh, no. I think just sending one Stellacorn to try to deal with one of the Rams so far. No, he does. He sends everything over on the top side. This is not what I had in mind. Did you?
Well, no, definitely not. But we are trying our best, it seems. We will probably do the play that you mentioned earlier, that we just let Aurelia die and then restand her and try to conquer. And we still have the boots in hand, so if that could succeed in any way, then
Prohel, I see the vision, because the herder most likely dies, so the boost of swiftness goes back to base. That's going to be allowing him to target the boost of swiftness. If Aurelia survives, or of course Aurelia survives because of Guardian Angel, right? So Aurelia trades a good amount. Hopefully you're taking down at least 3 of these units. The boost of swiftness can attach, ready it, conquer.
Aurelia is 7, herder is 5. Yeah, so we have 12 total might. We can kill 2 of the Rasas with that.
I believe they just picked up one Defiant Dance from the Stellacorn draw, so doesn't want to invest it just yet. Wants to prioritize it when you can use it to ready her. I almost feel like a Defiant Dance wasn't terrible there, because wouldn't you be able to take down 3 units? You go +3 Aurelia, -2 on the Rams.
Yeah, but in this case, if you pass, you know that you have enough later, because if my math checks out, we are targeting Aurelia now. We can go back to the battlefield, probably to the Ezreals because they are lower on might. And then we can restand the Legend, retarget Aurelia with the boots or with the Defiant Dance, and we can gank to the other end and we can win, and we still have the energy remain for the not so fast.
Oh my goodness, let's see if it goes ahead and plays out the way we're thinking. So Aurelia should have enough to take down the Ezreal, forcing PewQ's hand on this Rebuke, but we know there is one counter and saving it for the bitter end. So it goes down goes the Ezreals. So you have to tap one. Oh,
yeah,
you do
and
have
you
your
still
flow to
have
energy. So
2
tap
more.
one.
You still
Defiant
have...
Dance.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, Pro Hell, this is beautiful sequencing from this Aurelia player. We both didn't have exactly what he had in mind, but finding the outs available, I think this is almost 100% guaranteed GG because of the not so fast in hand, no?
Yes, it is. From this point, we won. Because we Defiant Dance, we gank to the other, we restand Aurelia, and we have a not so fast stream.
Unbelievable. Despite
Very well
the
played.
amount of pressure that Draven was able to put out on this game one, Aurelia still finding a way to maneuver her way and dance battlefield to battlefield. Truly impressive stuff. I want to say this is one of the more higher level Aurelias we've seen.
Yeah, it's a very, very high level play from both of the players. GG.
GG indeed, sending it all on the hands of that rebuke, but of course holding it for the bitter end. And I will say JTCG doing an excellent, both players doing a fantastic job, but I want to say holding on those not so fastest just specifically for the rebuke, because there was many players that would try to not so fast those fighter flights, but sometimes you need to save those counters when they completely matter most. And when you're close to closing out the game and winning, that's when you have to go ahead and deploy that not so fast. So really well done. I think a lot of players in chat, or maybe people at home, probably thought Draven was taking that down, because I thought Draven was looking good for a second there, right?
I also thought that Draven probably has it, but with that drawing that Defiant Dance with the Stellacorn into the battle, well, he played his chances and he got it. What can I say?
You know, I totally forgot that was the top deck, right? Because I think that's why we didn't think he had it until he drew that Defiant Dance. Either or, as you said, play towards his out. More importantly, you still have to sequence your cards properly. You know, he sent both of his units over to the Battering Ram battlefield. Stellacorn died, Boots came back, and then decided to go for what we thought was more of the straightforward conquer in the Ezreals. So yeah, you still had to do the job despite the cards you had in hand, and that he did. So truly impressive. Love to see it. Can JTCG do it one more time and go X1? Because if he does, he might be looking pretty good at a top 8 finish this time, or this tournament.
Yeah, probably if he wins, he kind of clinches it, because they are 4-1, right? Yeah, if they win,
you can just ID, right?
Yeah, you kind of ID it the last. But if you lose, you definitely need to play it.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. If you lose, so Pukyu's praying, even if he loses, even if Jay loses, you still have to play it out, because X2 should be able to make it. Granted, there's 113 players. I'm willing to bet there's going to be a handful of X2s that actually won't make it into that top 8 cut, because top 8 is a little bit brutal when there's 100 plus players. But I think there won't be too many X2s. Or how familiar are you with standings at the end of a tournament?
Well, I was playing in Bologna, then there was 1,600 players, and top 8 was the top cut as well. So that was a bit frustrating, because I dropped at 4-2 just because that I had no chance to make to the top cut. Anyways.
I know, it's so tricky. I know in Houston it was the top 20 or 128, I believe. It was either top, yeah, I think day 2 was top 128, 60. Wasn't it?
Or I think it was 64.
64?
But maybe
okay.
It was, yeah, I think so. But yeah, that's a way better top cut for 1,600 players.
I believe so. And, you know, interesting enough, we're seeing a little bit spicier text for this Aurelia player. Heart of the Dark Eyes is a card we've seen, or not seen personally, but I've heard of talks of being a great card against the Miracle decks. Heart of the Dark Eyes can strictly give you +4 on your Fervent, and more importantly, you get to choose it every single time. So it's just an easy way of using your Aurelia Legend ability. So we'll see if that card comes into play, because I think you just need a lot of might. Just like we saw the Defiant Dance closing things out with that 4 might difference. I think Defiant Dance could be somewhat similar. How do you feel about that card?
Yeah, that's really good. And imagine the Draven usually plays Veil Temple as well. So you can do what, +8 in the same turn if you just restand it with the Veil Temple.
Oh my god, yeah.
And you can just retarget the Aurelia with the +8 and gank to the other, maybe in a dream scenario. So it can be very, very, very strong.
Yeah,
This card
imagine
is
that.
pretty much underrated, I think. But very, very only good in specific cases.
Yeah, it is a niche situation with those Veiled Temples, but nonetheless, at least one proc is good enough when we're talking about Fervent getting +4 at the minimum, so feeling decent about that. So Draven starting things off and just passes the turn as against a Draven. You like to see that, right? No merchants, no opening play, so having a bit of breathing room. And to make it even better, that is an opening sneaky deckhand. Aurelia curving out as optimal as you
All
can
we
for
need.
start of game 2.
Yeah, that's all we need as an Aurelia. Just 2 points.
Ain't no pro hell. How do you feel about a Boots' swiftness to get the hold for the conquer, or for the hold, and then you conquer over with the boots? Are you a fan of that play, or it's a little bit too crazy?
Not really, because in this way you kind of guarantee yourself 2 points, and you can just go home without sacrificing any energy because you want to be on even points. So if you gank to the other, you will be on 3, and that's kind of not really worth when you can. I mean, you are not risking your sneaky later, and you can develop your Aurelia.
Yeah, that does make sense. You're also neglecting them a card draw from that combat victory as well. So I think just go ahead, as you mentioned, recall back the sneaky deckhand, develop out your Fervent Champion, your MVP card. If there's something like a Falling Star sideboard tech, do you just send it here? You're paying 3, so it won't be. So no Falling Stars
You are paying 4. You are paying 4.
I know.
Because you are targeting Aurelia twice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's worth it, but to take down the MVP Aurelia in your position, would you do something like that?
If I was a Draven, no, not really. But as a Kaisa, you definitely want to do that, for example. Because you don't really have any ways to destroy or to kill Aurelia just when it's tapped out, basically.
Yeah,
but
honestly,
good Aurelia
she's
players
such a problem.
not playing. Yeah, good Aurelia players are not playing Aurelia on curve against Kaisa. Because Kaisa will happily pay the 3 power just to get rid of Aurelia.
Mm-hmm. It does make sense. Kaisa players also have access to something like a Singularity as well. So another way of dealing with her. And you just have to go ahead and pay, obviously, 2 for, so just 2 runes, right? Because you pay 1 for the Kaisa Legend. But either or, Draven digging through the deck, treasure trove, stack deck, looking to find, or even the call shot as well. 2 runes remaining. Taps the 2, most likely going to be playing out the final card of this turn. It might just be, okay, double Battering Ram to conclude that turn. And man, PQ does his turns really well. I'm impressed by his turns.
What is turn 3? We got the engine going. Okay, but Aurelia will be on 4 points, so that's a trade-off.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tough position to be in against Draven. Draven, you want to be ahead. And I heard someone say, I believe it was the top 4 player from Bologna, the Aurelia player that got the best of there. She says, Aurelia is a deck that once you're ahead, it almost feels impossible to lose. And this is the exact situation we're finding in this round number 6. Aurelia starting really fast start with that sneaky deckhand opening. Not only a conquer, but a hold as well, since they miss a 2-drop. Looking decently good as you're conquering up to 4 points, as you pointed out. And oh, he sided in Adaptatron. I feel like that card doesn't feel the best, but I guess taking care of seals is always pretty good, no?
Yeah, it's good. It's not as good as against, for example, an Ezreal or against the other Miracle Draven. Okay. Because power is not that much of a problem for this version, because we are playing treasure throws. But usually it's not a bad card. You can get rid of spinning axes too, and you can just target it with Aurelia in the moment you need. So
yeah, I don't think the worst card is trying to discard it now from the Zon Warrens. Looks like there's no, I mean, there's a seal, but I think conquering with the Adaptatron sometimes poses to be a little bit tricky because of those battering rams. Adaptatron swings in for 3, and you don't necessarily want to expend those might increases on something like an Adaptatron, but playing out the purple Draven, that's a card we haven't been able to see all day long. How are we feeling about this purple Draven? Are you a fan or a little bit overrated?
That's really good because now we definitely cannot do double Ezreal bottom battlefield, first of all. And we can save Aurelia as well. So we could develop, we could hide the fight or flight, so Aurelia will survive. Still has deflect, so Falling Star doesn't kill it, or they must commit a lot for that. And we are playing fight or flight on that combat, so we avoid the other combat on the bottom battlefield, which is also a very clever play.
Yeah, very heads up play. So knowing that there was going to be
kind of a misplay.
Go ahead. What happened?
PQ. Yeah, so PQ kind of misplayed it with giving the chance for Aurelia to avoid that combat. So if he just moved to the Sunken Temple first, then Aurelia should have.
Perhaps not anticipating the fight or flight being played out, because usually it's like, oh, I'm not even swinging on that battlefield. Why would he go ahead and reveal the hidden card? But as you point out, it denies them the Draven draw, because he was always going to swing into that battlefield anyway since your opponent's tapped out, feeling comfortable about that, of course. So I think a bit of a misstep, as you point out. Probably should have swung into the Aurelia first and then into the sneaky. That would have been one extra draw, and sometimes that one draw might be able to change the game. But who are we kidding, right? It's Detonate Draven. One draw, he should be able to see every draw he needs.
Of course.
Right.
But still, drawing 4 is better than drawing 3, you know?
Right. It's very true. I mean, more draw, more power.
Yeah. As an Ezreal player, I can say that you cannot draw enough.
Exactly. So I think Draven does go up to the second point of this game number 2 of this round 6. So let's see where he decides to place that final ram, decides to back up his brother ram in that Sunken Temple. But this is a tricky spot to be in. Aurelia has double deflect units in the back line. There's just 2 runes available. If there's something like a Not So Fast, I am feeling decently comfortable about this double conquer. That's a defy, but oh, Pro Hell, I'm not seeing the Not So Fast, so I'm kind of treading carefully about this rebuke we saw in game number 1, because that 2 runes is very suspicious if you ask me.
Yeah, but you don't know that we don't have that fight, that Not So Fast, so we probably won't rebuke it. We are not risking that because that's 3 power to recycle. We already used the seal.
Yeah, and I like this play from Jay so far. So sends in, I mean, it feels wrong calling it the less valuable unit, but against the likes of a Fervent, it is the less valuable unit. So pushes in first, does ready it, so he's able to save it if it goes indeed and survives. And right now it's swinging in for 8 total might because of the discipline, so has just enough to take down the Draven. That's going to be 2 conquer points, one for the combat, one for the conquer, of course. So, PQ has a really tough decision whether you rebuke it, fight or flight. It almost feels like a lose-lose position because Draven is ready. So really well played for Jay, knowing exactly when to utilize that legend ability, because fight or flight was the way to do things. But now that it's ready, it doesn't matter.
Defies. Yeah, and we have two defies in hand, so fight or flight doesn't necessarily goes through. And we get 2 points with this conquer, like you said. So we don't necessarily need to clear the other battlefield, but I think we can, which is very worth it if we do can be able to do that. We have 2 disciplines in hand, and we have still a mana for defy.
Yeah, and I'm actually catching a glimpse of a flash as well. So in case your unit goes in and you do see that rebuke, go ahead and flash your unit back to safety. But let's see if they want to go ahead and play on that even point tempo for the time being. As you said, that's 2 points, so 4 to 6, just like that. In a blink of an eye, Aurelia almost feeling like a bit of an aggro deck. You know, I feel like she's a semi-aggro deck. It's a protect the queen strategy, but she's able to get those points on the board a lot faster than most decks.
Yeah, he kind of has the same kind of aggression like mid-range Draven. So I wouldn't call that as an aggro deck, but it's way, way, way faster than most of the decks, yes.
Yeah, I am a fan. I'm a fan of this playstyle. I know it's like Draven. Either you love Aurelia or you absolutely despise Aurelia. I'm a bit on the fan side of things, so we'll see. Maybe because Draven's just been so popular, but I can respect Draven as well. I think they're both really good decks, and I just like seeing high-level Riftbound players go at it, just like we're seeing here in this round number 6. These guys are trying to hold on to their tournament run. And Draven goes ahead and conquers up to 5 points, or 3 points, funny enough. So he's decently behind as of now. Or 4 with the hold.
Yeah. We got a dream hand as we did at this point. The only thing what we miss is not so fast, but we still have flash in hand for a rebuke as well. We are kind of in a very, very, very good spot. Like right now, if we move to Ezreal with the Draven and we conquer the battlefield, we just won. We're just not interested in the bottom battlefield at all. I mean, well, we don't win yet because we get the point first.
Yeah, not yet. From 7 to 8 you can, but not 6 to 8, of course. But either way, effectively win, because I think Aurelia should be able to conquer nonetheless that other battlefield. So there could just be one more turn remaining. Aurelia looking to close things out. I will add, though, I'm not seeing too many combat tricks in the hand. I'm seeing Defy, a Flash, a Fight or Flight, and I believe just a single Discipline.
And 2 Defies, yes.
So
we would need a Charm to top deck, maybe.
Oh, imagine that. A Charm would be brilliant here in this situation. I mean, most decks tend to run at least 2. Some decks are running the full 3. I know Charm is probably one of the better cards in Aurelia these days.
Yeah, because a lot of players are playing Vexes as well, so it's very good to get rid of Vex when the opponent is tapped out, so you can choose when to fight Vex instead of they, which is very strong. And also, you can just move a unit from the battle. You can use Charm as a fight or flight as well, so that's also a very good usage. So you can just move an enemy unit from a battlefield to base, basically.
Yeah, it really is a fantastic card. It looks like PQ, knowing that this round 2 might not be going, or game 2 might not be going his way, trying to set up some kind of defensive front on that Sunken Temple. Is this might enough, though? Because right now, Aurelia doesn't necessarily have to completely conquer both battlefields. A Draven push gets him up to 7. And then, of course, if you go ahead and try to hold on that Zon Warrens, that's going to be a 7 to 8 points. So trying to split a bit of the might difference across both of these battlefields just to make it a bit tougher. But honestly, it's Aurelia we're talking about. I don't think there's any might that she doesn't feel too confident taking down. But with the lack of combat tricks, it could pose a bit of a problem, but let's see. 2 runes, or 4 runes available for Draven currently.
What did we get in hand?
I think he picked up a Guardian Angel, so not the worst. You are able to kind of double dip, if you will. Send in an Aurelia, trade for some couple units, get it back, attach the boots, send it in one more time. But I think he's trying to conquer with Draven Audacious. Or let's see. I mean, I'm going to let Jay decide what he wants to do, because he has just a whole lot of foresight, able to think 1-2 steps ahead of his opponent. And I am here for it. I'm loving his way he's playing it so far.
Yeah. Seems like we will go to the reverse row, probably. We won't be able to conquer both this turn, probably, because we have both hidden cards. But if we just go to one of them, we can hold it, because Draven had to use kind of everything to prevent double conquer this turn, but we are still a 1 turn behind in tempo, so if we conquer one and hold it, more than enough.
Yeah, it should
Or
be
we
more
can-
enough. Even if that card on Draven's side is a fight or flight to push back the Raza and then send in the Raza, you should be feeling decent, especially if you have a fight or flight of your own to push the Raza back, which I believe he does have in hand. So he's trying to think very carefully, trying to run through all the permutations of what he can do this turn. Attach the GA onto the Draven, of course. That's going to be swinging in for 7 total might as it currently stands. He's floating a purple, so attaching the Boots of Swiftness, it looks to be the game plan. So swinging in up to 9 total might. That's still a
Yes,
little
and we
bit...
have the double defy for the fight or flight. 2.
All right, let's see if this is going to be swinging in for... I mean, he's swinging in for 9, but let's see if it's going to be getting a conquer/combat win for his troubles. Has the defy, as you said... But, you know, if PewQ catches win, and maybe you just have to risk it sometimes. You just have to risk if he does have a not so fast fight or flight targeting the Draven, floating an energy for the deflex so far. Are we defying this? I think we have to.
Yeah, we have to. Or he can take it and go back with Aurelia. That's also possible. Or we can just target Draven and use our legend to restand it and go back right after. So discipline on Draven, or that one. But also a line of play could have been just to target Draven, use legend, and just walk back in.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but perhaps trying to save the legend ability for right now while he's currently on the battlefield to try to go ahead and gank his way over to the other battlefield. But it almost feels unnecessary. So trading 2 for 1, the GA goes to the trash. And now if you're able to restand, you still just go up to 7. Oh,
Yeah,
I
but
guess...
we can go in with Aurelia, and or we can just want it just cleared. It's conquering is definitely good here because we can draw 2. I mean 1, but we will go to 7. So the next conquer will give us a point anyways. Didn't you give us a card? Sorry.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel that bad. So it goes ahead and resolves, going up to her 7th point. Aurelia just one more hold away, one more point away from closing. You know, who would have thought if Aurelia wins this, they are really well practiced into this matchup, because I thought Miracle Draven or even Detonate Draven is a decently tough matchup.
We drew a not so fast from the zone warrants, which is very great at this point, because now we can defy the bushwhack and not so fast the other cards. So we kind of won withholding. If he does, PewQ doesn't have double bushwhack, we kind of just won on the spot.
Yeah, on top of that, you even have a flash to keep that Aurelia nice and protected. You're already at 7 points, so all that Draven Audacious has to do is 1 conquer. If you push up a unit onto Zon Warrens, that's almost what Aurelia is hoping for. He wants you to have 1 unit on Zon Warrens for Draven to just go ahead and take it down. Because I don't think they're looking at Sunken Temple anymore, right? They're just going to be ignoring it for this turn, for this game.
Yeah, probably. It will be decided with Draven point or with Hold point. Or if you leave the Sunken Temple, then maybe it can rise an opportunity.
Yeah, he does bring that might down to just 10 total might. Sends in the Rasa, so 6-4 as it currently stands. Discipline gets invested, so that's going to be going up quickly up to 7 total might. So just out of the range of the 6. Now it's PewQ's turn to try to decide what he wants to do to try to make sure this combat goes through.
Yes, and we still... I think that fight or flight first was just to bait out a defy. If there is in a hand, because we are hard bargaining the discipline. Wow, which is a very clever play, because if we take that, then we are risking Aurelia's life, which we cannot do really. So we kind of need to defy this, or if we pay that too, we are risking it a bit, but Draven doesn't really have anything in hand, no spinning axis, so it can be good.
They still get the +1 for choosing it, so it's just at 5 total might. Could ready it with the legend ability and make it, I believe, 6-6. But oh, it resolves, so pays the 2, so Aurelia
he paid.
completely exposed. But I think the bigger priority here is Draven Audacious, so I think they feel okay if it gets Rebuke or any other spell on top of that.
Yeah, and probably, as I saw Pyukyu's hand, he doesn't really have anything in to counter this. Like, we could maybe hold this even.
Yeah, I mean, that is 7-6. Do they have any little bit of a might increase? See, something like a spinning axe, but
That's a
has to do what you have to do. The rebuke gets played out, so Aurelia back to the hand. That's a combat win for Draven. But look at that, Pro Hell. That is a single rune. A single rune for Draven. I think this is all but over. Aurelia putting on a masterclass of how to beat Miracle Draven as Aurelia. Super impressed by his play.
Yeah, I'm very impressed about both of them. They played very, very well, but yeah, definitely made very good plays and very good calls throughout the game, both games.
Oh, and look at that. Has more than one Fervent in hand. One that just got put back in hand, and I think he even has the alternate art. So a lot of Aurelia players just going with the simple chosen champion, but it looks like he has more. So runs the purple Dravens, runs more than one Fervent, has the Adaptatrons. This Aurelia player definitely cooking up something a bit different than we're seeing in the previous regionals. Similar, but a little different.
So we probably don't have that many 2-drops. Maybe some Poros, but maybe they are sided out against Draven as well. So that's how Adaptatrons got in. I think
this should be GG. I believe there's a fight or flight in hand. Oh no, there's not a fight or flight in hand, and there's no might increases, Bro Hell. How is it getting over?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, it's so unlucky. Holy.
Yeah, he really just needed one out of the hand of 6 cards. He doesn't have a single on guard, a single Defiant Dance. Granted, he got decently lucky in that game number 1, so sometimes the luck tends to kind of equalize itself out. Has just 8 total might. And oh, Jay not really seeing it there because Draven up to 6 total points. A double conquer does gain him the victory. Jay sends it in.
Yeah, and we are replaying the Aurelia just to conquer, and we are giving a 3 points to Draven.
Yeah, free
and
conquer.
we want to draw something with the Aurelia at this point, at the Defiant Dance.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to make these really hard decisions. So trading Draven, giving the points. So wait, maybe he's not at 6 because wouldn't he hold for 7? Unless he's going to try to double conquer here. I thought I had him at 6. 1 for the hold, 1 for the conquer.
I think he's 6, but he's 7 because he won a combat against the Purple Draven.
Right.
So that's a 3-point. Detonate on. Oh. That's good, but it can be not defied or not so fast in.
And decides to not play the detonate.
It's not an action. Or is it?
I don't think so. Let me pull it up here. I believe it's not an action.
Yeah, if it's not an action, then we just misplayed it.
Yeah, it's not an action. It's not action.
So probably that's what happened. He tried it, and JTCG just said that nope, that's not that you cannot do that.
Oh, the Ride the Wind is the perfect card. There is nothing in hand for Draven. You know you're going to be able to get over 10. And if you play around the not so fast because you're in-ring readied, that is 8, 9, 10 total runes or 10 total might. A stack deck just to see what you could have drawn the next turn. But this is as good as over. How did Jay squeeze this one out? Did he just draw the Ride the Wind from the Zom Warrens and the 7th Conquer?
Yes. And
Unbelievable.
I mean, he played for the chances. He
Exactly.
deserved it. Yeah.
It was +2 draw, right? One for being at 7, one for the Zon Warrant. So the chances were there to find something to get him out of this position. And a fight or flight pushes the Aurelia back and back at it one more time. Aurelia should be closing the chapter on this book of round 2 or round 6.
It's just a trade. It's just a trade. It's not over yet.
8 to okay.
Draven has
Yeah,
to
8 plus
remain.
2, 10, 10. Fair enough. These are the tough position for Aurelia, but one of them can accelerate their units a bit more easily than the other one. But of course, I mean, we haven't been keeping track of exactly every single unit. How many
but we kinda
Rosses and
lost every
Batarams
unit.
are left?
Not that many. We can see Brynhir's in hand. Brynhir is a very good Aurelia counter card, but not in these games. Oh wow, it's over.
Oh
Yep.
my goodness. Wait, was the sneaky
Sneaky-
deckhand always there, or was that another one from the top? I don't remember seeing it.
Got the one sneaky and one ride win from the Zone Warrens and from the 8-point draw.
That is unbelievable. Well done, Sneaky Deckhand. One of the MVPs in the deck. Some people cutting Sneaky Deckhand. I don't think that's correct. I think Sneaky Deckhand works so well in Aurelia, where sometimes you just want to be a little bit speedier on the get-go, and sometimes just to close things out when you're completely dry on units. And there we have it. Jay and his Aurelia progressing on forward. Most likely won't be seeing them in round 7, as they might just intentionally draw with their opponent, because X111 or X11 is guaranteed top 8 position, and then you just have to duke it out from there. So we most likely will be seeing Jay and his Aurelia in our top 8. I'm excited to see him play a little bit more.
Yeah, it's very good, very nice to see some high level and clever Aurelia plays.
It was nice. And real quick, before I go to the casting booth, Prohel, did you see the little Vid Ninja thing, the little link I posted in the caster chat?
Yes, I did. I just need the password.
Yeah, join it now. And then before I move it, that way we're not going into a blank screen. I guess it doesn't matter if it's a blank screen, but just before we move on over. But chat, what did you think about that game? Did a lot of people think Draven was taking that down? Because I'll be honest, the way PQ was executing those earlier games, earlier turns, especially in game number 1, I thought it was over for Aurelia. I thought there was just no deck in the world that could take down what Draven was dishing out. But apparently Aurelia can, and I'm super impressed. And oh, look at that, chat. We get a little glimpse of the sideboard. So I believe it's a Heart of Dark Eyes, 2 Adaptatrons, an additional Fervent, a Charm, a Hard Bargain in the sideboard. Oh man, you guys know we're gonna do our best to try to post a deck list, and oh, even a Factory Recall in the sideboard. This is a very spicy sideboard. A lot of the sideboards we've seen before isn't exactly like that.
Yeah, Factory Recall is really good against, for example, Last Ride, because you can just Factory Recall it right before the Conquer, and they just don't get the free unit, for example. Or you can just drop back a Guardian Angel to the opponent's hand right before killing that unit.
Yeah, exactly right. So I do have your camera up, so let's go ahead into the commentary booth. So I say it before, since these rounds are a little bit quicker than what I expected, we just end up jumping right into it. So I do want to give you your time to go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone here today. I'll give you a quick little intro, guys. He is the #1 rank in our Runes and Rift rank ladder board. So I was impressed. I was like, you hit me up. I'm like, okay, I think I know. I think I can trust that you know what you're talking about, because you displayed such skill in that ladder. I think I asked you before, but maybe some people at home want to know, what have you played to climb your way up through to be #1 right now?
Hello guys, I'm Prohel. Well, I was playing a lot of Ezreals, Control Ezreals, and mid-range Dravens to climb up, and spamming a lot of lots of games. So basically, that's how you can get high. It's just play a lot. The community is very good. The players usually are very nice. The judges as well, they are very helpful. They are there 0-24 4 all day, so I just can't push it, and it was said already today. But come, guys, play it. It's very good.
There we go. But
still
yeah,
fun.
guys, Pro, as we said before, is the #1 rank right now on our leaderboard. So shout out to that. And I know you said this is your first time casting here, but have you played any TCGs in the past? Like, where's your background from?
I was playing Hearthstone and Runeterra and other stuff, but not as competitively. I played One Piece for half a year. It was pretty competitive, but then I stopped playing when I heard that Riftbound is coming out.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of people are just getting into Riftbound for the first time. We're getting to TCGs with Riftbound, at least the physical TCG side of things. Were you always a fan of League of Legends in general, or just knew it was a really well-made game?
I am playing League of Legends from 2010, I think.
Wow.
I was playing Dota 1 before that, so I was there, Gandalf, and
That's
started,
awesome.
yeah.
I guess I'll ask an OG like yourself. What is your favorite all-time champion from League of Legends? Are they in Riftbound already, or maybe you're hoping to see them in the future?
I'm pretty much an Aurora fan.
Okay.
But not the dazzling one. But the champ, the bunny. I have a playmat of her as well. So
You're looking for it?
I can, yeah, I can grab it just.
If you want. I mean, to be fair, I don't know my Legends too much, so I don't know exactly who that is. I know someone in chat would know, but if you want to grab it, I can answer some questions in chat.
I will show it.
King Louis say, what was the results? Now, King Louis, if you didn't watch it, JTCG did take down PewQ's Miracle Draven in a 2-0 fashion, so well played for him. Honestly, if you asked me at the beginning of that game who was going to take it, I swear it was PewQ, so really, really impressed. And are the standings anywhere? Oh, I think I recognize her. She's definitely not in Riftbound yet, though, right?
No, she's not, sadly.
Okay, maybe
But,
one future.
I'm waiting for her.
Yeah.
If she will come out, I will play her all day.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to see just a whole. I mean, eventually they're gonna get the majority of Legends, I would imagine, into Riftbound. But real quick, guys, if you want to see the standings, or maybe can I pull up the standings on my side? But what I was getting, an exclamation point bracket. If you guys want to keep tuned on the bracket, on the overall standings in today's tournament, I mean, we might be able to see JTCG squeezing his way up in there, or anyone else. Honestly, if you guys recognize those names, there's a lot of fantastic players playing today. On top of that, I see a question saying, what is the ladder? I don't think I have the command, which I could probably set up the command after the stream, but it's just on our Discord. So if you're on Twitch, maybe exclamation point Discord works. If you're on YouTube, it should be in the video description, I believe. If it's not in the video description, it's somewhere on the channel, honestly. I think exclamation point Discord should work if you guys want to hop up in there. And Prohel, were you familiar with Games Island before today's cast, or just hearing about them?
I'm just hearing about them.
Okay, because where exactly are you from? I know you're EU.
I'm Hungarian. So
okay, super cool.
The furthest I traveled for skirmish was Wien, in Austria.
Okay, super cool. I think
Vienna.
my mom was just out in Austria, funny enough, just like last 1 or 2 weeks ago. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but usually I'm playing in Hungarian local tournaments.
Nice.
Mostly.
How is the Hungarian community scene right now? Is there a decent amount of players, competitive players?
Yeah, we have a lot. I mean, we were in Bologna. We came home with a lot of sidewall metal cards as well. So yeah, they are pretty good, I would say.
I could imagine. And real quick, guys, let's go ahead and check the full standings. I'm gonna hit a quick refresh. That way we can see if we recognize any players in contention to lock in this final spots. But I think it's still round 6. I thought we were around 7. No, am I? Oh no, yeah, we're round 6. For some reason, I thought we were round 8. You know, the stream has been 1-2 minutes long. But yeah, we're around 6. So let's go ahead and head over to the scene just so we can take a look. And Proho, are you able to see this on the screen as well?
Yes, I do able to see it.
So I'll try to zoom in slightly so you guys can see at home. So I believe, our Aurelia player Naturel is still in contention because it's a tie. So perhaps he was undefeated and a double ID gets him there. Because, so I think Naturel should be squeezing. So at the minimum, we might be seeing 2 Aurelias joining that top 8. So that's honestly a little bit more than I was anticipating. What else legends do you think will be making it into top 8?
There should be at least one mid-range Draven, I would say. 2 Miracles, that's my guess, and 1 Ezreal, 1 Kaisa, 1 Azir, because they are pretty much played.
Yeah.
But we sadly don't really know what these players play mostly.
Yeah,
Natural
look at that. From round
Aurelia.
5, it looks like there was 4 undefeated players. So one of them being Aurelia. We don't know what boost she's on, what Typhoon's on, and Malediction? We'll call him Mali. We don't know exactly what they were on, but probably maybe 2 Dravens within that mix, I would say.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
or
so just 4
it can be
players.
So something funny. Maybe our Fiora, our run Fiora can make it. Who knows?
Yeah, imagine that. And a funny name I'm seeing here, Silent Flight. You guys all know and love him. Silent Knight from YouTube / sometimes he joins us here on the commentary booth. But Silent Flight out in Germany doing quite well, 2-0ing his opponent. So perhaps he's looking pretty good at getting a top 8 position as well. I'll go ahead and try to refresh the standings to see if they go ahead and... So we'll see what happens when we refresh. So everything, so no, it doesn't give us like the final standings for top 6 yet, or not top 6, but for round 6. The UVS site still could be improved in many ways. See, it was worse before. They've made slight improvements, but yeah, it definitely could still get a little bit of improvement. So I'm excited. I'm super excited to get the very last round of Swiss underway. I don't think we're completely ready just yet. Let me see if anyone's at the feature match. No. All right, guys, we'll head back to the commentary booth for now.
The game was pretty fast, probably.
You know, I looked over at the time. It might have felt decently fast for us, but it said overtime. Unless that was just my vision playing tricks on me. Guys, did these guys go into overtime? There's no way, right? Because it was just 2-0.
No, it was too fast for that, probably.
Maybe the time didn't reset from when I started it.
Do you see the timer on the UVS site?
Oh, you know, King Louis, and hey, King Louis, for real quick, welcome on in and get to see you. First things first, but second, I think King Louis, you're out there at the shop, right? Are you out there in Games Island? Because King Louis said it took the whole time. So, you know, bro, sometimes when we're in the heat of casting and we're so entrenched of the game, we don't even notice the time. So it felt like it flew by to me too, but I think it might have taken the whole time.
Yeah, well, time flies when we are having fun.
Exactly. Very well said. And King Louis, you're not out there, Sally. Okay. But everyone's saying it was the full time, so we should be decent. Looking to start rather soon. I did get word from WCast over there on the organization team. They're saying because all the top players are intentionally drawing, we're not going to get the highest tables, but we're still going to try to get a good match for you. This might be time for the spicy picks. Chat, let us know what legends that we haven't seen today would you love to see. Maybe we could try to give them a little shove, a nudge to try to bring those legends to our attention. And it's not the highest table, but table 5 is pretty up there. So these guys might still be fighting for that top 8 run. And they're just confirming if table 5 is playing. Oh, no, they're confirming. So they don't want to take the risk of intentionally drawing or getting bubbled out. So table 5 is still playing. So these guys are definitely high top tables. We're seeing a couple votes for Darius. Guys, I don't think Darius is chilling at these top tables. But Proto, who do you want to personally see yourself?
I really want to see an Ezreal. A very good one.
Okay, yeah, I mean, a very good one is a sight to see, right? Like whenever we get the pleasure of seeing Alan play, it's like mind blowing,
yeah.
right? Those arcane shift type plays, the bellows breath. I mean, it's like, where did he think about doing these plays sometimes, right? So I would love to see a
Yeah.
good played Ezreal as well. But honestly, I'm down for anything. We have seen a good amount of Draven, so I would like a match, perhaps not Draven, but more Dravens have lost on stream than won on stream. So I don't know what we can say about that, but that hasn't been too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Dravens are very strong, but they are not unbeatable. They are
Exactly.
far from that. So, um, I would say if Cold Chat or Purple Ezreal would get something, maybe a limitation or a ban or whatever, then that would be healthy for the meta.
Mm-hmm.
Just not exactly because they are that strong. I mean, Cold Chat is very strong. It's too OP for sure, but they make the games way longer, and they just don't have time to finish 3 games in 1 hour.
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be decently healthy. The only counter I would have, I don't absolutely love the idea of doing bans as early as a set 2 in a TCG. I feel like it's just a bit too early. Maybe play out how set 3 goes and kind of interacts with the meta. Do things stay broken? Does Draven just kind of go middle of the road like Kaisa kind of did in set 1 from set 2? But I do respect, I think Call Shot is a card that is only getting better with each and every set. I am a big proponent of saying if it costs 0, it probably shouldn't be on a card. I've played previous TCGs before. Every single card that has come down for 0 mana / 0 energy, it hasn't been healthy for the game. So I don't know what they were thinking, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of 0 cost spells.
Yeah. Like Pot of Greed in Yu-Gi-Oh was banned for eternity, and the only thing that card does is just draw 2. That you do nothing else. You just draw 2, and it's crazy strong.
Yeah, it really is. And Proho, it looks like these players are setting up. So we do have one more Draven since we are at the higher table. So table 5, these guys are playing to perhaps squeeze their way into top 8. I think, let me take a look at the bracket. I think one of these players might be X1.
And the first two tables are already intentional drawed. They didn't even think about. Are we watching table 5?
Yeah, table 5. What is their record? And here, while they're setting up, we'll go ahead and join them.
Let me check. They are 5-1-0.
Okay, so they're X1.
X1, yes.
Wow, and guys, that is impressive. Ori going X1. Maybe she has what it takes. I would imagine she faced off against a lot of Dravens, so this could feel the exact matchup they've been training for. Ori is a legend. A lot of us are really not giving a whole lot of credit to in the Spiritforged meta, but I think she's a strong legend. How do you feel about Ori in the Spiritforged?
The problem with Ari right now, she is really strong, but right now she wants to play the holding battlefield type of game plan, and with Draven in the meta and being so oppressive, it's kind of a very risky play to do, because if you lose the combat, you kind of lose the game. So you really need to hold and keep on holding.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's a very fine line between. I mean, Ari is a better legend to hold than most, but Draven is just a powerhouse of a legend. No matter how big the defense is, it always seems to find a way, especially these miracle ones with Bushwhack, Raza, Ram, right? So it's a tricky game to play. But maybe there's something we're missing here. Perhaps this Ari going X1 in today's 113 player tournament has something in mind, and a Mystic Mirage, or what is that battlefield called? Is the one Ezreal sometimes plays.
Mirai Spire.
Myra Spire, right. Yeah. I think is the one that gets repeated costs 1 less, or let me look it up.
Yes. That makes repeat from us. So we probably play Feral Strength deck, which in repeat gives 2 might for 2. That's also a really good card on this battlefield. We can play Twonks, which also very strong.
Yeah,
We
a
can
repeated
play-
Twonk feeling pretty good, but I think it's as long as you control the battlefield, right? Let me see. Yeah, when you control
Yes,
it, so
yes.
it is on defense as well.
Yes, so you can play guards, the Sand Soldier making one. You can play Feral Strength to give +2 might twice. You can play even Frigid Touch to lower the opponent's might. So green and blue has a very good tools to make use of Mirai Spire.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, I think for the first time in today's Swiss rounds, this will be a mid-range Draven being a bit indicated or telltale sign from that Reaver's Row. Is usually start things off with either Obelisk or Zon Warrens, but I think for the first time, as I said, it will indeed be that mid-range Draven. Can mid-range take down Ori or vice versa? Because I feel like mid-range can be a bit more predictable, a bit more straightforward, which feels good in a card game. Whenever you know what to expect from your opponent, you feel like you don't have too much of a disadvantage, but that is a card we don't get to see too often. Are you familiar with this card?
Yes, that card, if he's on the battlefield, he makes your spells cost wellness.
Do you remember the name of that card?
Eager Apprentice, I think.
That's what it was, Eager. Yeah, so it does make sense with Ori. So when I'm at a battlefield, energy cost for spells you play are reduced by 1. So a little bit similar to how Vex reduces things, but you have to be holding instead of in a combat. And as early as that second turn, go ahead and developing out the Ori chosen champion onto the Spire. So feeling good about defending that one, especially because Kaisa is on the other side. So probably doesn't have another accelerated unit to try to contest that battlefield. It does come at a bit of a cost, because Draven does get up to 2 points there as Ari gets her first point online, of course. But let's see what they decide to do. They do have cards like Darius. Stacking to Darius doesn't feel the best, but it's not even enough.
They can have a falling star too. They can have a falling star. But we can have a Feral Strength in defense to give +2 might to both, because we can play that. Yeah, that's probably a falling star.
You know, mid-range Draven does tend to mainboard those falling stars. A lot of miracle decks kind of forego that and keep some of those in the sideboard, but no accelerated pressure, so that will be a hold for Ori. So feeling decently comfortable about that. Now the question is, do you want to continue with the holding game plan, or do you go ahead and try to take your recall back while you can? Because Ari wants to desperately hold, but I see something spicy in the hand. I don't know if you saw that, Pro Hell. It has a Poppy unit in there, if you know which card I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, but don't know the name of the card. But yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes into play a little bit later. But for now, the Blitzcrank Charm in a card coming down. That's an impressive 5 might. It also has tank, so you're protecting your blue Ori at the very same time. And what a great way of dealing with this Draven, because the Eager Apprentice and the tank from the Blitzcrank is going to be able to keep that Draven out of reach for the Ori, because 5 plus 3 is 8. He's only going to be swinging for 6 currently.
Yeah, but now he is forgetting the tank. Yeah. But it's high OPL, so he kind of used it. So
yeah, no take backs. You already invested it, so you can't take it back. And I got to give it to him. You don't see Blitzcrank too often, right? So it's completely understandable to forget about it. The only reason I remember is because I had my soul crushed by a Blitzcrank, and sometimes when it hurts so much, you tend to never forget. So Blitzcrank got me real good in the past.
Yeah, but right now, this guy will learn it too. Probably. Yeah. He won't make it again.
I think that's honestly the best way to learn. You have to learn the hard way, because sometimes when you just think you learned it, it's not like a permanently learned lesson, right? I think sometimes when it hurts so bad, that's like a lesson you're taking for every single game forward. Similar to how the very first time you forget about Master Yi's legend ability, it stings. You're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. it's like a lifetime lesson.
Exactly, exactly. For the remaining of your Riftbound experience. But as we were thinking about the previous turn, a Falling Star is in the main board and is looking to target that blue Ori / Eager Apprentice. Of course, there is a potential of a not so fast getting deployed out. Why did he tap it for 1? Oh, the Eager Apprentice. Wow, wow, wow. Put it in work already.
Yeah. And also, you could have played Feral Strength repeated as well, because it's 4, but Eager Apprentice gets to 3 and the Mara Spire to 2. So you could just outmight the Falling Star as well.
Yeah, so many outs to this deck. It feels like Ori, interesting enough, has a decently good matchup. Has counters to the Falling Stars, has counters to the Dravens that a lot of people go ahead and tap out. Blitzcrank, such an impactful unit, especially when you pair it up with the likes of a Ori. Everything that comes in gets -1. When you push an Ori, actually, isn't it -2 on the defense? Let me pull it up.
The Ari Legend gives -1, the blue Ari gives -2.
Yeah, you're totally right. It is a -2. So that Draven was swinging in for just 2 initially, and then it got up to 4. So it wasn't even enough to take down the Blitzcrank alone. I completely forgot about. Actually, that was -3. 1 for the legend. One for the
-3 because of the legend as well. Yes. It was 1 and went to 3, which is not enough. Yeah. And now the Blitzcrank goes back to the hand because it has the second ability. If I hold, then you return me to hand. Which in this case, we can just hook in the other Kaisa he just played.
Yeah, it almost works to your benefit. It looks like a Blitzcrank, same one, but number 2 might get deployed out in this turn. But first things first, let's see a little bit more cards in our deck. So channels 1, just to draw 1, form that runes. Actually, I totally forgot his name since we haven't seen him so long. Clockwork was his name.
Yeah. Oh, and we are playing Ravenbloom Student, not Blitz. So we are holding with the runes up.
Man, this is so interesting and so different than what I thought this game would have been playing out as, because we said Ori loves to do this, right? Ori loves to hold, but it's a bit harder to hold against the likes of Draven, but she seems to be just smooth sailing, understanding the matchup very well, and saying, you know what? I feel so confident about holding. I'm just going to go ahead and add a bit more might presence on that battlefield. Let's go ahead and add the Ravenbloom Student. So you have a potential of 3 spells, but there is a Mind Splitter to try to take away some of those spells. You do have some reaction speed to consider, but if you have more than 1, might as well just have them take a look. And wow, 2 Pharaoh strings, a Twonk, 3 Pharaoh strings.
That's a lot of might. Oh, that was the bait. So if he comes, he will just buff to everything, to millions.
You know, Prohel, that is a hand. that is a hand. If I am that Mind Splitter, I am not feeling too confident about my chances going forward.
Yeah, but you need to destroy the Blitz, because if Blitz it would be alive, you could have just Blitz hook the Mind Splitter, goes -3, and that's 4 might total, and not able to kill the Blitz. So it's just a free kill on the Mind Splitter.
I agree. So it does take care of the bigger problem in that Blitzcrank, since he's able to hook things back from that back line. Now this Kaisa completely tapped out, or Draven completely tapped out with a Kaisa online. Trying to consider, does she want to go ahead and try to take down some of these units to try to bring that might presence down? Maybe just trade it for an Eager Student. But honestly, it's just a bit of a lose-lose situation. So just goes ahead and passes. And Ori one more time. That is the 3rd hold of the game. Usually players score by conquering. It looks like Ori doing exactly as we wanted her to do. And that is a hold her way to victory. So far, so good.
Yeah, and imagine if we have a green Ari there as well.
Yeah, imagine. Blue Ori seems to be doing it work though, because it makes it so much harder. -3 on any unit that comes in. That makes a big difference.
And also we conquered Reverse Row without any issues. Which we will give a card to Draven, but we are at 5, which is very good for us because we will hold to 6 if it goes through. And now we are 1 turn away to victory.
Yeah, one more turn
And
away.
we have, we have, we have, we
Or
have
two
8
more
mana up.
turns.
We have 8 mana up with 3 Feral Strength in hand, which costs 2 to repeat. On
Yeah,
the
just 2.
Mara Inspire and the Eager Apprentice, it seems like very, very, very hard.
Yeah, such a high value play. We're basically getting a +4 discipline, and I think it's 0 power, right? It doesn't even cost power. Just to repeat, it costs 2 energy to do so. So that is such a great card in this Aura, and we're seeing exactly why. Or is it even cheaper because of the Spire?
Yes, and because of the Eager Apprentice.
Yeah, so it'd be -1. So total it costs 4, but -1 for Eager, so 3, and then -1 again. So yeah, just 2.
Yeah. A Bryn here could be very strong for Draven. But we can still play our Feral Strengths in response of Draven, in response of the Bryn here, but then we will be forced to. So Bryn here could be a good play at this point.
Yeah, it does feel decently good play. You're kind of forcing your hand, trying to at least bait out 2 of those Feral Strengths to try to hold on this battlefield. But if you go ahead and play out that Thunder Song, that's gonna just be the majority of your turn. That I believe you have 2, 4, 6, 7 total runes, unless there's some hiding back there. It might be somewhere about 7 to 8 runes for the Draven player. So we'll see.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't even have it. We don't know.
Yeah, he might not even have it in hand. So weighing out his options, thinking about what can I possibly do. I cannot believe that this Ahri player has stood in front of me holding turn after turn. The disrespect is real, and Draven is not having none of it. But I don't think he could do too much about it because we took a look at the hand. There's just one too much buff spells back there. So I think he's going to have to let that be.
If that would be a Bryn here, we probably could have seen it already. Played.
For sure. Probably would have played that out already. So playing things out in the other direction towards that Reaver's Row, most likely sending in, I think you want to send in the Kaisa, but I could be a little bit scared of 1 Feral Strength getting invested on the Clockwork. Since you have 3, it doesn't feel all that bad.
Well, you don't really want at this point. You kind of can't really send in a Kaisa because one Feral Strength will give +4 to the keeper, so your Kaisa will just die if you send in 1 unit. But if you commit more, then he will just use the Reaver's Row and go back. It's a really tough spot to find. Yeah, I mean, you at this point you need a Bryn here to do something.
I agree.
Because
you need to bring you to feel confident about conquering one of these battlefields. I say one of these battlefields, but of course the Reaver's Row being the likely target, as the Spire seems to just be a bit out of reach. I mean, we could do the math, but even if you send in everything over to the Spire, just the fact that you have so much Feral Strength in hand, you definitely won't be successful in that conquer. That almost seems that it has to be a throw to do so. So testing the waters first against the Clockwork, I would imagine there's a spinning axe, because if not, this is going to be tricky to overcome.
Well, if he has a spinning axe, it's still not enough, because Kaisa is 3, and now we play a Feral Strength, or a Discipline even, and we go to 5, and yeah, but we go to 4, and Kaisa is at 3, so... And we still have 3 Feral Strengths in hand. I don't think it's a good... We have Fight or Flight. But we still have Defy or Not So Fast in hand. It's probably a Not So Fast, but we can let this go through if we want.
Hey, you know, honestly, I am blown away, and not so fast for a single energy. Pretty much effectively a Defy for all means necessary. But the Rebuke, oh my goodness, look at all these resources getting baited out of the hand to deal with a single Clockwork. That is impressive from this Ahri.
A single Clockwork that only got Discipline, nothing else.
I mean, this is a win. Yes, Draven gets a draw, but you got a Rebuke out of the hand. You got a Fight or Flight out of the hand. I mean, it's a double draw, of course, so that is impactful for Draven, but that's a whole lot of runes expended, and then
Yeah,
a whole
4
lot of
runes.
cards out of the hand as well. So I don't think I'm feeling too bad about that clockwork going down.
And we can't even conquer the Spire because we still have all the Feral Strengths in hand. It's just very tough. Very tough for Draven.
Yeah, very tough. He does go up to 4 points on that conquer. So sending it back over to Ari, that is her 6-point, 5th hold point of the game. Little by little, this Ari and her chosen champion getting out of control. It's all on the backs of eager apprentices as well, doing a fantastic job discounting all her spells. A meditation exhaust the Ari to draw 2. So, man, this Ari, I am impressed. It looks like you have card advantage tools. You have a lot of might increases to try to hold these battlefields. You have the Blitzcrank to catch your opponent completely by surprise. The Clockwork, another card generating tool. This Ari seems to have it all so far.
And you can also play Janna in the deck. That's also very strong as a combat trick. Janna, you play it to the combat you are in, and it just fight or flights an enemy unit out and heals everything.
Yeah, Janna's impressively strong on defense, of course. So it works, as you said, the fight or flight, and you heal the damage in case they try to do something like a falling star and then send in a unit to clean things up. So Janna, definitely underrated, perhaps underrepresented in the current Spiritforged meta, but I'm a fan. I think this is a perfect deck to make full use of Janna. At the minimum, I kind of expected something like a Sona in Ari. Do you think that one's a bit too crazy to pull off? Because she seems to be doing a good job already.
I think they should play Sona and Janna too.
Okay, play both.
Yeah, it can very well make it. Because we have a lot of true 2-drops, so we need some stronger units that can be powerful. And the double student at the Aris side, it's really strong. And that's more might than a Miracle Draven can present at the battlefield at this point.
Yeah, posing a big problem for this Draven player, and honestly, too much of a problem. Though he has a bit of wiggle room, right? You're only going to be holding up to 7 point, and you know, this entire day, or I might even add, this entire Spiritforged season, we haven't seen a game quite like this where a single player holds, conquers up to 1 and then holds for the remaining of the game. And here's the Bring Your Thunder song we mentioned before. So if there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for this Draven player, is it here off the back of the Thunder song? But there is the reaction speed, so 1 repeated Pharaoh Strength added onto the blue Ari.
Yeah, and that's probably enough. We don't need to commit more.
Decides to commit 1 more though, so it definitely feels like enough. That is a +2 increase on each of those students, so that is what 4 might on each. Pharaoh Strength going up 8 might on Ari, so swinging in or defending for 11 total might. -3 on one of those units, -1 on every single unit from the Ari Legend. Things are not feeling good to be Draven, and to make it even sweeter for Ari, that's a Zonia's in case your blue Ari does go down.
Yeah, it's really I don't want to be Draven at this point, for sure.
Yeah, I am not feeling too keen on being this Draven in this position. You know, something that we said in the beginning, it looks to me that Ari is very well practiced into this matchup. It almost looks like he didn't give any breaks against Draven. Even though she was playing a bit more of a defensive game plan, she was still a bit proactive of taking care of the more problematic cards like the Blitzcrank coming down, taking care of the Draven, forcing you to run head first into the blue champion. So I like what I'm seeing so far. We might have to give this deck a whirl because I'm a bit impressed. I don't know how good against it is into the other meta decks, but against Draven is looking decently good.
Looking decent, but I don't think that it's that good of a matchup. I mean, it's winnable for sure, but I don't think it's good for you.
You're saying for as an Ari player, it doesn't feel too
as an Ari player, yeah. So you kind of in a risk of all the time of the falling stars, and that's a huge risk because you can't really tap out in the early game, and if the early game is caught by Draven and he don't let you into a battlefield, and he has the tools to doesn't allow it. In that case, your game is kind of screwed, because if you can't conquer and you can't hold, then you can't hold. Simple.
And you know, Pro Hell, the Draven player realizing there's no other option but to send everything in. He's quickly doing the math. So if I send everything, that's -1 on every single one of your units, and then -2 additional might from one of those from that blue Ahri. We're seeing a couple ride the winds, interesting enough. I don't think those would be too impactful this time around. You need something like Rebuke, Fight or Flight, Spinning Axes, because you have a lot of runes to make use of this turn. But is it enough? My heart says no. My brain says no. I just don't think he's getting there.
Oh, wait. With spinning axis, bouncing it, it can make difference.
Yeah.
But sacrificing with all of our runes, that can be a possibility. Oh, we have 2 spinning axes.
Yeah, I mean, we could do the quick maths here. So 4, 3, that's 7, 7, 14. That's another 7, so 21 plus the 4, 25, and then plus the 5. So swinging in for 30 without the reduction. So 30, then minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back down to 25. So back down to 23 might is what he's going to be swinging in with. And to make matters worse, oh wait, where's the twonk?
Oh, we have twonk.
Oh, he's actually swinging. I thought he was doing the math. This is combat currently.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because he twonked. He repeated twonk on the thing. So I thought he was just lining the units up, but this is actual combat.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. That twonk is +1 on the students as well. We still have a feral strength. I know. This. We are fight or flighting a student. No, it's this attack doesn't go through. Wow.
Yeah, and we're seeing in chat, nothing was tapped, so it was a little bit confusing on our end, but I mean, you can't play a twonk unless it is combat. So I mean, I think both players have talked about it. This is the last turn, whether you take down the battlefield or you don't take down the battlefield, and Ahri takes it for the game number 1. So I think they're just kind of shortcutting it a little bit. So the 3 units remaining, I don't think there's going to be enough might. There was still a discipline in hand. And
still a feral strength.
Exactly.
Because we only played 2.
And that is a GG. Who would have thought taking down the menace of the meta, mid-range Draven, the most recent winner of that Vegas regional, getting brought down by what a lot of people would consider a bit of an off-meta pick, or where honestly would you rate Ahri? Somewhere like mid-tier, or is she maybe able to hang up there?
I think it's bottom of mid-tier. I wouldn't say it's one of the worst, but it's very close. The meta is not shifting towards holding strategies. If you can set this up, it's very good. But usually you can't really do that. A lot of spells can take out units from the battlefield. Yeah, but if you can conquer it in the early game and just move units there, and all of the units remain, and there are more units each turn, then yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, she was truly impressive this game, so we'll see if she could carry that momentum going into that game number 2. If they could 2-0 a Draven, that's 2 Dravens that got 2-0'd on the feature table. The Draven fans are going, they're going in the bushes. They're a little bit embarrassed by the performance. And then on the other side, the non-Draven fans, they are rejoicing. They are ecstatic to see these results. I'm a little bit in the middle. I like to just see, as I said before, just high-level players go at it. And that was some high-level play from Ahri, things we've never seen before. So Targon's Peak and Dreaming Tree, we will be those battlefields. And oh, look at that, Pro Hell. That is the green Ahri coming out on the draw.
That's really good. You get out from Falling Star range 2 which is huge. You do get into Piercing Light range, which is not good. But you have tools to protect her.
Yeah, I think with the simple information that got revealed to him in that game number 1, he was running Falling Stars. He wasn't running Piercing Light. A lot of Dravens choose one or the other, so I'm willing to bet he's more on the side of the Falling Stars. So if he didn't have 3 in the main, which I don't think a lot of Dravens are main boarding all 3, I think he has to, as you said, have to add a bit more from the sideboard, because the Falling Star would be quite impactful, but trying to keep one step ahead of his opponent, siding in the other alternative champion for your chosen champ. And as you pointed out, 4 is 1 more might than the 3. So Falling Star was going to be forcing to double up, keeping one of your units alive. And that's if you don't have a reaction speed spell to try to keep her out of that 6 total damage range. So this should be a good game nonetheless.
And if you can set up what you set up last game, then you are getting 2 points each turn. And you can sit on Dreaming Tree for more cards. Definitely can work out, but we need to get into the battlefield first.
You know, if this Ahri scores 2 points from her legend ability, not legend ability, from her ability in general, I'll be impressed, because sometimes it feels good on paper, but when it actually comes down to a real game, especially against the likes of Draven with the sideboard, it sometimes makes things so much more complicated. But I am here for it. I want to see this Ahri get all the points on the table. So we'll see. We'll see. It looks like starting things off with that traveling merchant, or not traveling merchant, the treasure hunter and the eager apprentice, one of the low-key MVPs of that game, I will say. I was impressed. I didn't know how well eager apprentice worked. But in the likes of this Ahri deck, it does so much heavy lifting, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely. The Eager Apprentice is really, really strong.
Yeah, and I believe it just says when you're holding, right? Or in general, is it not confined to like
when I'm at a battlefield.
Okay.
It doesn't need.
That does make sense. So it doesn't get a full free, because then you would just keep him in the base, right? You don't have to expose him to danger. So it does come with a bit of a risk. So sends up the Hunter over to Targon's Peak, taps out for the Draven, but you do get to ready 2 runes. I would hope he remembers, because he's the one that played Targon's Peak.
He doesn't remember.
Oh no, Pro Hell. That is his battlefield. Granted, I don't know if it would make too much of a difference, but a Blitzcrank coming down,
just work on
spinning axe would be okay.
Yeah, so right now we can just walk on the treasure hunter and kill it without any retaliation.
I think that's a missed trigger at high OPL, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely. He's not able to get it back at this point. After he passes, it's over. Yeah. Like if you pass and then you say okay trigger, then it's fine. But if you don't say or don't show anything, then you miss it.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long day. These players have been playing for over 8.5 hours, or coming up on 8.5 hours. So they've probably been super clean, but when it comes to this very last round, sometimes just things slip your mind. We did see even the likes of the great Allen missing a little bit of an arena's greatest out in Houston. Granted, I don't think he'll ever do that again, but sometimes fatigue gets the better of you and you can't be 100% sharp. And it looks like it didn't matter too much, as the Draven didn't get punished, but it kind of gave it straightforward for Ahri. You didn't have to think too much about it.
The treasure hunter got killed without any retaliation, so he kind of got punished. So Ahri couldn't just walk in with the apprentice to the treasure hunter if he Draven had 2 runes up. But this way it was free to move in.
Yeah, and you know, chat's pointed out, it looks like Ahri also missed that Targon's Peak trigger. I think she missed it because she had enough to do with the 3 runes. So it didn't matter too much for her. But yeah, both players not paying too much attention to that battlefield. And they conquered it now, so has to wait another turn to see if they kind of remember going forward. But now, decent amount of runes to work with for Ahri. We saw things like a Blitzcrank. In this situation, might not be the most ideal. How much is Blitzcrank? Is it a 5-drop?
5-drop, yes.
Okay.
Oh, we have the Sona as well in hand, which is also really strong. We have a Twonk, but don't that many combat tricks besides that.
Trying to do the math here, looking to establish out the green Ori online, because you know there's not very few things. I mean, the most thing that's going to be coming your way, we didn't see any Dariuses, so you just have to consider the Kaisa survivors coming your way, and this is going to get out of control very quickly for the Draven player. If Ori's able to hold, that is 2 points every turn. It's exactly like a Trinity Forge. You're holding from 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8 to close things out. So we'll see, holding up 2 runes for now.
Yeah, and also Ari just went, okay, you take that battlefield, I take this, you can hold that one, I will hold this one. And yeah,
yeah, my
we will
battlefield
see,
scored more
we will
than
see who will
yours.
get to 8 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, race to the hold race, or you know, going on the hold race is exactly what Ori wants to put your opponent in, and it looks to be favoring her ever so much because of that Ori ability. One for the hold, one for the legend, or not the legend, but for the champion. Let's see if there's anything this Draven could try to do to contest that battlefield, because it's looking quite difficult to do so.
Probably a Darius and... okay, then no Darius. I just wanted to say that Darius and the Spinning Axe could do something, but we have a Twonk in hand, so it... But he doesn't know that, so... I mean, that was something to try on. And we are holding for 2 points, which is great.
Yep, so Ori is going up to 4 points on this hold, and you still have a good amount of runes to work with, 2, 4, 6, and then going up to 8 runes, so you still have the potential. I did see a Blitzcrank in hand. I even think it's a double Blitzcrank if he's able to get that off going forward, but I can't make out what exactly other cards he has, because if you're able to try to take down some of that back line, you make it a little bit easier to hold. More importantly, that Blitzcrank also has tank on it as well, so you don't have to be too fearful of your green Ori going down. So it looks to be more of an ideal play on this turn. The question is, what unit are you hooking in? What are you looking at?
Well, we need some defenses. Like Sona is really good, and we need our combat tricks as well. The unfortunate thing that we cannot play Blitzcrank and Sona in the same turn, which would be very good. We can't really hook Draven. The only unit we can hook is the Hopeful, because anything else would just kill the Blitzcrank.
And it looks like the option is clear. Blitzcrank does get deployed out. Now the question is, who are we hooking in? As we said, let's see if they're going to be picking the unit you were thinking about. So picking the Draven, sending it all in. So Draven swinging in for 3 currently. Does he decide to get up to 5? Because that's 5 to 5. At the minimum, you're looking to 1-for-1 trade the Blitzcrank. If there's no other combat tricks for Ori, which it is Ori we're talking about, they had 3 Pharaoh Strengths in hand, so I don't like my odds, so just takes the L silently and goes on his merry way, as Ori looking to hold next turn and perhaps find themselves from 4 to 6 points. This green Ori is doing so much work.
If I were Draven there, I would probably just use my red runes just to force out a card from Ari's hand. Like, if it probably it will force out a card anyways. So I would go with that. For one power, it's a good trade-off, probably. Oh, and we have a Mind Splitter in play. So we will see now what our Ari has.
I think I'm seeing something like a Desert Call. That's something I did not expect to see in an Ori deck, and that is a Desert Call, so it makes sense if you're running battlefields like Spire that you do get discounted repeated costs. Sona, a Twonk, a Desert Call, and I couldn't make out the last card there. A Watcher.
Watcher? Yeah. Yes, that's a Watcher for sure. And a Discipline.
and a discipline. So having a good amount of spells, decides to take out that stun just in case he wants to go ahead and push on through with the Ferris Forerunner and the Noxes. But he's only going to be able to swing in for 8. But is 8 enough to take care of the Ori? Because you know the discipline is in hand. If you have a spinning axe, you go up to 11.
We have a Twonk. We have a Twonk that can be repeated. Oh no,
he might split it in.
Yeah, Mind Splitter. We can we can get the Ari if we have something in hand. Oh, and yeah, we are looking at the tank again. Sure.
As honestly a sneaky card. You wouldn't expect too much from a Blitzcrank. Not only does he have a powerful spell like a Charm, but he also has that all-important tank as well. So it honestly feels like Blitzcrank was designed with Ori in mind, whether the blue chosen champion or the green one, just to protect the queen, if you will, because it's doing a really great job at doing that. So he's saying, count the math for me. It's round 7. I don't want to do the math, so tell me what I have to deal with.
Yeah. That's a lot. Like, you will go in with 8, you need 9 damage to kill both the Blitzcrank and the Ari, and Ari has discipline. No, you can't really do anything. You kind of need to fight or flight or rebuke the Ari at this point. You can't do that.
Yeah, exactly right. I think you're looking at one of those options. Funny enough, we haven't been able to take a peek at the Draven hand since he hasn't really revealed it to the camera so far. But keep in mind, those Eager Apprentice will be discounting 1 energy off every single one of those spells. So things like the Not So Fast, as we saw in that game number 1, it comes down for just a single energy /1 power. The Discipline is just going to be a single energy. And I'm trying to remember what other cards he has in hand, because I think the only ones that are going to be interacting during that combat, it might just be the discipline / whatever he draws from the discipline. So there could be a world.
Yeah, but I think it's enough, to be honest. That discipline alone be enough. Or I mean, if he plays a spinning axe and then moves in with 1 unit first, so the hopeful first, kills the Blitzcrank. Oh no, and then discipline still survives. No, cannot really.
I think the goal is just to simply to take down the Ori. So swinging in for 12 plus the 416 -3. So swinging in for 13 total might. Discipline brings the Ori up to 6. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So you're going to win the combat. But I think he simply wants to take down the green Ori.
Yeah. And the Blitzcrank.
And the Blitzcrank, of course.
And we will draw something. Yeah, the Blitzcrank is still a tank. Just checked.
You know, not the worst, because you do slow it down, because right now Draven, I mean, you won't get the Conquer, so I believe Ari still has point tempo, because either you're holding, I mean, you wanted to hold to 6, of course, with the double points, but you're still going to be holding up to 5 points, while Draven is still hanging out around 4 points currently. With that in mind, though, that's a 4 mech tokens getting developed in the back line. That's what?
Yes.
12 total might getting online after these Ferris Forerunners die?
I pretty much like this play. Like Tide turning out the Ferris to be able to go through the Blitzcrank and the Ari, that was a play that is good enough. So if he can clear the Blitzcrank, the Ari, and the Eager Apprentice at once, then that's a win in my book.
And guys, I am getting confirmation from the judges on the current floor. There is a deck check going on. I believe someone, I don't want to say accusing since that's a strong word, but I believe maybe there's shows some signs of having more than 39 cards currently in the deck. I mean, I don't know how you guys can identify that. Pro Hell, any insight on that? How are you truly able to tell that someone has more than 39 cards in the deck?
Well, I was there in the last tournament when the chat figured it out, so I was just watching that. How on earth would anyone figure it out? I have no idea.
All right, Chad, we're going to cut over to the commentary booth for just a short intermission as these players figure things out, because it looks to be a bit more of an intensive judge call. I think it's more on the Draven side. Or let me recheck, because someone was trying to call things out. I think Mikkel saying having more than 40 cards is illegal. I'll scroll a little bit up. How did you guys think he's running more? And Zephyr, welcome on in. Hello, hello. I'm trying to start at Witch Hunt, but unless I'm completely blind, it was either 43 or 44 cards in deck. Okay, IDKGG, how would you see that? How did you guys see that? I just want to get some insight on how you guys were able to tell. Did you guys literally count the cards in the discard?
I have no idea.
So Nicholas is saying 6 cards in the pile, and he got he got it 7 times. Wait, 6 piles? Wait, 6. What am I missing here, Pro L? Okay, we count that. Fair enough. Maybe when the heat of casting, we can't keep track of it all, but okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you made the piles in the beginning, when you were shuffling, you made 6 piles with 7 cards.
Ah, that makes
And
sense.
So in this case, it makes a total of 42? Maybe. I don't know.
Ah, I got you guys. So you're not actually taking into account what we're seeing right now, because I'm like, how do you tell the main deck, right? The main deck is kind of like a thick pile. How can you actually count that? But you guys were counting from the pile shoveling, and guys, we are getting confirmation from the staff. It looks to be the Draven player had, or let me read it before I leave you guys the information. So it looks like it will be a auto loss for Draven. So that, I think the Draven kind of had a bit of a misstep here. He had 5 cards in the sideboard, so he forgot to take 3 cards out of the main. So I think you guys were onto something. Whoever counted up to 42, you guys have a sharp eye, because he does indeed have 42 cards. They will decide to continue to play it out just for the feature match table, as I kind of want to see how things play out anyways. But having more than 40 cards in your main deck is, of course, a punishable offense. That is a game loss at the high OPL, like this Grand Summoner Skirmish is being judged at. So unfortunate, but it almost looks to me that Ari might have done that anyways. What do you think, Pro? Do you think Ari would have pulled out anyways?
I think so, that Ari would have won this. So I think our Draven player is very nervous at this point and tired.
Mm-hmm.
Too many misplays.
You know, the biggest way of knowing if you have extra cards is just count your sideboard, guys. Something we always tend to do as competitive players. Whenever you're going into game 2, into game 3, make sure there's 8 cards in your sideboard. As long as there's 8, that means the other decks are pretty good. Do you do that as well, Prohel, when you play in person?
Yes, definitely. When I'm playing in person, I'm always just counting down the sideboards. I'm usually the kind of player that likes to shuffle in the sideboard and the chosen champion to the main deck. So it usually takes me more time to be ready for the next game because of my stupidity. But still, in the end, I count my sideboard. So
it makes sense.
Want to check. Yeah, and when I pile shuffle, I still count the cards, so I still have the 38.
Same. You want to just like double, triple check, count out the 39 cards, but to these, give these guys a little bit of benefit of the doubt. I again think it wasn't intentional. He's like, I'm not gonna leave 3 cards in there just to get better cards against his Ari. I think it was a complete oversight from the Draven player. Just forgot, you know, as we said, 8.5 hours these guys have been competing. So it is a little bit of a tricky situation. Draven and Ari do decide to play things out. I think we're going to head back to the feature match super soon. I just want to make sure these players are going to play it out. If not, we might have to take a little bit of a short break. But okay, I'm getting confirmation from the judge at hand that the games are continuing. So let's head back to our feature booth, our feature table.
Yeah, let's move.
And guys, keep in mind the clock just reset it, because every time I go to the new scene, the timer restarts. But W, I don't know if you're listening in, but there was just 17 minutes remaining, just to keep that in mind. So when 60 minus 17, you guys do the math there, that's when this round will go into overtime. And yeah, J Park, the cards were removed from the main board, and then they decided to continue on playing just for the sake of the stream. So Fair's Forerunner, all those cards trigger the Death Knell triggers. So 4 Beck tokens developed out in the back line. The green Ahri does hit the ban, and it's Ahri's turn, so Ahri will be able to hold up to 5. So 5-4 as it currently stands. Let's see if they're able to close things out properly. They do on paper already have the win, but let's see if they would have ended up playing it out anyways. What would have been the result? Decides to play out the treasure call, most likely repeated to try to get 2 Sand Soldiers online. And bro, let me know if you're still in here. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries. Okay, guys, Prohel had to step out for just a slight little bit, so I hold it down in the meantime. And Prohel, don't feel bad. I know we've been online for quite a bit, but Sand Soldiers 1 and 2 getting played out into that Targon's Peak. And is this going down during combat is the question. Actually, no. What am I talking about? He just has the mech tokens a little bit too close to the battlefield because it was Ahri's turn, so there's no combat. Those mech tokens are indeed in the back line. So Ahri is just setting up the defense of a lifetime. He doesn't have the green Ahri to fully make full use of that defensive might so far. But little by little, he will be able to get there, holding up from 5 to 6 next turn. And then you guys know from 6 going on forward. But it is going to be rather slow, right? We're talking about 3 total turns at the minimum. Is that just enough breathing room for the Draven to get back in this game, develop out enough units, and try to outweigh and outtake this battlefield? Because if there's a world where Ahri loses the battlefield, that's GG. You lost the game.
Yeah.
All your units are
kind of.
invested into that one battlefield.
Yeah. So now we really want to clear at least a few units or something because we eventually need to get through.
Yeah, sends in a couple mech tokens as well as the Mind Splitter, try to dwindle down that battlefield presence. So Sand Soldier's going down. I would imagine the Apprentice also should be going down, or he's telling his opponent to do the math again. You know, Pro, when you're playing in person, are you want to do the math yourself, or do you tell your opponent to get the mic for you?
I usually do it myself, but most of the time I ask my opponent. So, for example, if it's an Aurelia or something that gets might all the time, or a miracle deck playing a Mundo, for example, that moves the trash all the time, I really want to know what the exact number of the unit is.
Right.
But everything else I do with my calculations only.
I'm right there with you. I want to make sure I at least fully understand why they have that might, as well as kind of a double check. Yes, I can believe the might you said, but maybe let's go ahead and be sure. So it honestly costs so many units from this Draven player. He does get the Conqueror up to 5, of course, or perhaps he's even at 6. 1 for the Hof from Titan, or 6 for the Conqueror. And now Watcher coming down at accelerated speed. Plays the Sona. wait. I'm assuming he swung with. Wait.
Yeah, it was fight or flighted back last turn. From
That's
the
what it was. Okay.
So it was on the base. And now we probably, as a Draven, we are in a good spot to finish the game, probably. But we will see.
Yeah, we'll see. And you're saying the Draven feels like in a good spot to close things out?
If we have a Bryn here and something, yeah, we could push out Ahri from the battlefields. At least, for example, rebuking the Sona and...
Doesn't Sona bring back 4 runes? Why does he only have 3?
Yeah.
And then the Targon's Peak was... He could have readied everything, no?
Yeah, he could have, but Targon's Peak is a blank battlefield in this game, so...
Oh, yeah. Round 7 is a little too late for these players, so
Double
it is
Darius?
a vanilla battlefield.
Oh. Darius and Kaisa. Double Darius would have been better.
And here we go, guys. Just one more conquer away from Draven, bringing us into that game number 3. I'm curious, though, will game number 3 be
Not enough.
played out? Because we do know the results already due to a bit of the unintentional
That's
illegal
six
deck
might
size.
attacking. 6 might attacking to 7. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a Zonya in base. So if we had double Draven and Ari had nothing in hand, then we could have win this with Draven. And Ari didn't really have anything in hand.
Yeah,
So
you love to see it. You know, despite
double Darius
having a
could
bit
have
of the
been.
judge call, Ari still won fair and square, didn't she?
Yes. I'm very proud.
Yeah.
He played well. It's a well-deserved win, for sure.
Extremely well deserved. Let's head back over to the casting booth and chat. With that already done, and there you go. I think your camera disappeared for a second, but you're back online. With that considered, are we about to see a Ari in the top 8 of this of this tournament today? Because let's see if we can pull up the results. Because they were X1, right?
Yeah, they were X1. So probably Ari's clinched top 8 with this win. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'll pull it up here.
Because of all of the intentional draws, he's 100% in.
I believe so. Let's go ahead. So there was 4 players with the IDs, right? So 4 players are locked in. So we're just fighting for 4 spots. So I think TTV Katsu Tax was our Ari player, and they just 2-0'd. What was his record before? So he was X1, right? So X1
yes.
definitely gets in. So we will see our Ari in. Who else makes it? Where's Jay? Jay was at 10 at X1 as well. Let's see if Jay ended up winning, because that was our Aurelia player, and they 2-0'd their top table, the top table 6. So he's also going to be moving in. So super impressive.
Yeah, very good. And he played it very well, so that's also well deserved. But both of the matches we were watching, they got top 8, so they both very well deserved.
Yeah, can't go wrong with that. And you know, Prohel, a bit more diversity than I was expecting. I was expecting a whole lot of Draven without any best of metal cards kind of incentivizing more spicier picks. I thought Draven would really overpower. But maybe, just maybe, these players are really hanging on in there and knowing how to approach that matchup. Because Natural was the Aurelia player as well. So we at least have 2 Aurelias in there. We have 1 Ari. And you know, I can't help but root for the Ari. She is a bit of a spicier pick, and she does so well. I'm wondering, though, how do we feel that Ari versus Aurelia? Because I think with some counterplay, Aurelia being able to get so tall and then having deflect, it feels like a bit of a tough matchup.
Ari also can be very tall.
True.
Like if you have double Rivenbloom student on the Spire, for example, and you just spam all the buff cards, then you outgrow the Aurelia pretty fast. Because you are getting +2 from every spell, Aurelia only gets +1 from every spell, so...
Okay, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I am down to see a little bit more of that Ari. I'm down to see a bit more of the Aurelia player as well. I think that was the very last round of Swiss. So 7th round in the books, and somehow it flew by. I know I say that after every cast, but I don't know about you, Prohel, but did it feel like 2 full rounds? Because technically we've been, was it, how many hours was it? I wasn't keeping an eye on it.
Well, it was 2 hours still, but we saw the 4 games, but they were very slow games in this regards, and we had the judge call too. But yeah, these were very quality players and very quality games as well. So I'm pretty happy that I could stream with you.
Yeah, I'm super happy to have you on as well. I know this is your first time casting, but you definitely have a lot of experience that these players get a little bit of insight from you as well. So it's been awesome. we do have, if we were excited to see these rounds going forward, or we were excited checking out these matches, we do have the final top 8 players remaining. I don't know if there's going to be a bit of an intermission break. I'll try to keep eye on what WCast is letting me know, because I don't know if they're just going to jump right into it. If there's anyone tuning in that you guys are out there in Games Island, let us know what they're expecting to do, because if they take a little bit of a break, I might go run and make a bit of a snack myself.
Yeah,
we'll
they probably do deck checks at the top 8. They kind of forced to do that, so that will be pretty much that many. So half an hour there should have been either way.
Okay.
So your snack time is probably clinched.
It does make sense. So guys, I think we're going to go on a short little break. I'll try to be back as soon as we can. Well, what 8 decks playing top? So Arcano, we'll get all that information when we return, because I think some players are still finalizing the results. I don't think everyone is in. So based off tiebreakers, you guys know how it works. We will get the final top 8 legends when we get right back. I think for now, we're going to go on a short little break. But before we head out, I do want to say, Pro Hell, it's been awesome to have you on the cast. Hopefully you had a good time as well. What did you think overall? Did you enjoy the first time casting? Because it wasn't really your first time. It didn't feel that way.
Casting, it was my first time, but I was teaching some people how to play Riftbound, so talking about Riftbound is not hard for me. So and I really enjoyed it, and thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to cast more if it's possible, because it was a very, very fun and very good experience.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch. You have the little caster row in our Discord, so we could definitely be in touch for future events. You know, guys, keep an eye on Pro Hell. He's an extremely well experienced competitive player. He says he wants to make a name for himself in the competitive scene, so you might be able to see him. Do you have any regionals that you're able to get a ticket for coming up? I can't remember if I asked you.
Sadly, I could only get the admission tickets for Lille, so I will just play side events there. But if I won enough metal cards, then I will go to the USA as well. So
yeah, grind away. It feels like it's worth it, because I can't think of any other TCG where the regionals you could play a side event and then walk away with a couple $1,000. That's insane.
It's
like
crazy,
come on,
crazy.
Riftbound knows what they're doing, especially as early. I mean, the game technically just released several months ago. October 31st was the English worldwide release. I think they're doing a phenomenal job in that short time. I cannot think about the great stuff they're going to be doing in the future with Riftbound. Real quick, before we head on our break, what are you most excited about Unleashed? Set 3 coming out, because preview season is right around the corner this Monday.
I'm very much want to see what cards will go around that bottom and the bottom plays. So how will that shake the method of getting in the third battlefield and the other cards that will go along with it? I'm pretty much waiting to see.
Yeah,
I don't think that I don't think that it will be good in Aurora decks, to be sure, but I do think that we will get some decks that will be able to, like, it's a purple card. Purple can do whatever they want, basically. So yeah, I'm pretty much excited about it.
Any legend that has been revealed already that you're kind of leaning towards? Maybe it's the Vi or the Vex or the Rain Guard.
The Vex is pretty much pretty much interesting for me. I don't think that I will play Vi because I don't really like her. Rengar could be fun too.
Yeah, honestly, I think Unleashed is going to bring something that we've never seen. I mean, there's always going to be introducing those early mechanics or early new mechanics, just like we saw Quick Draw, Weapon Master, Repeat. So we know a couple new keywords are coming to Unleashed. But I want to know what other crazy shenanigans the Riot team has in store for us, because spawning a battlefield from a unit, that was not on my bucket list. So Baron Nashor flipping the meta on his head, or flipping the way we interact with Riftbound in general. So I'm excited, super
I'm
excited.
I'm very happy that usually the cards and like set 2 was not that much of like, I mean, they didn't mess up set 2. Like all the decks are playable, all the decks have chances against each other more or less. The best of meta cards are forcing players kind of to play every single legend in any kind of big tournament. So good job, Riot.
Yeah,
I,
hands,
I,
pat
I,
on the back for Riot Squad. I think we're in good hands, guys. Whether they ban or not ban, I think we will eventually, because since they're already talking about a ban list, we will eventually have a ban list. I just don't know how soon will it be done. I don't know. I know you're leaning towards banning call shot. I know a lot of players would love to see call shot banned. I want to kind of see how set 3 plays out first, and then see if we still have to ban anything. But I don't know. I'm either way. I would be happy with regardless what they decide to do.
yeah, but the main problem is that Lil will also be set too.
True.
So if cold shot stays this oppressive, then people will be will cry a lot because it's
Yeah.
1 month still.
Yeah,
To cry
I'm right
about
there with
cold
you. I'll
shot.
cry as well. I'm heading myself to Atlanta, and me and my brother will be competing out there. So if call shot's not banned by then, I just don't know if they will ban before a regional. But there is some time, so maybe they ban by the end of March. I know we get those couple new rule clarifications, but we'll see. We'll see.
Probably if they ban it, they will ban it at the end of March.
Okay,
If
bro, we'll
they do
go
that,
ahead and head to a bit of a break here, guys. Stay tuned. We're going on a bit of a 5 to 10 minute intermission break while the top 8 players are wrapping things up. Or not wrapping things up, but setting things up. And when we get back, it is down to the final 8 players, starting the tournament off with 113 total players competing for an impressive 4 cases of prizing. Who's going to be taking an entire sealed case? Guys, I emphasize sealed because how in the world do you get a sealed case these days? You need to be like a bit of an insider to get that. So either a sealed case of Origins or a sealed case of Spiritforged. That's what's on the line for first place. So one of these lucky competitors will be taking that home. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with that final top 8 for today. Be right back.
Thanks for having me, and have fun for Top Cat.
See you. Thank you so much, Provel.
See you.
Let's say, is it Miracle Silver? Did you catch the list?
I think we just caught the tail end of the Ezreal list there, and I think it will be an interesting sight to kind of discover this Silver list as we are being introduced to it and the match develops.
Okay, thankfully I did. I got the screenshot, and yes, it is Miracle Silver. So it's gonna be like the triple Ezreal. So this one is playing the Nocturnes. I don't know if you've seen too much of that, but very explosive stuff. It's a very spooky deck to play against. Have you actually played against any of the Miracle decks yet in any sort of testing?
I mean, in the environment, you can tell that the Miracle decks, from personal experience, really feel like that Feast or Famine atmosphere to it. To where I am kind of wondering, whereas like when you do manage to get like 10 wins in a row, how much of that was piloting? How much of that is just RNG?
I mean, I can say I've tested the Miracle decks a fair bit, and it is a very difficult deck to pilot, but you have a lot of options, and I think that's one of the best things about this Fizz card, is that it gives you a toolbox of half the spells in your deck off of a single unit, so it gives a lot of decision points as a player, and I think that as a player, that's something I like to see, because I am not kind of stuck in the situation where I only have a couple options, and well, maybe they just have the outs. So instead, I am able to. I'm in the driver's seat. How about that? Is it? I think that's the better way of saying it, and I think that's why some of these top players do tend to gravitate towards some of these Miracle lists, because you are the one who gets to make the decisions. You get to be in the driver's seat. It feels like you're in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, and I think when you are looking for a deck that suits you in a way where the sky is truly the limit. You only have to go back a single round. You see what Alan can pull off, where it really shows you what lays ahead in the universe when everything you can afford is laid out right in front of you. So coming into these matchups, I think you're really looking to hit that critical mass as soon as you can.
Yeah, and so what's actually interesting is he is up against this ramp Ezreal deck that we did see actually in the last Runes and Ref. Though it does look like he has decided not to include the Malzahar, as that was one of the cooler little texts that we did see, but still opting to play the Treasure Trove, still opting to play the Pack of Wonders. I'm a huge fan of the Pack of Wonders card. I think it's one of the coolest cards from set 1, and it's really cool to actually see it getting played now outside of that MF Aurora deck. Did you have much experience with it at all?
I don't think I've personally played against a RAM package before, but we've seen the swath of options that are laid at your feet when you only have to look at, let's say, the Fiora deck, right? Another deck that really can ramp up really quickly, and it's really only restricted by the amount of cards you can hold on to. So I think when you're sketching out the picture here, the sky is truly the limit, and you can describe it either as a race to the bottom that we're in right now, or a race to the top.
Yeah, and we do have a peek of the Sivir hand. It does have double Ezreal, which is quite a bit of gas. And Sivir is kind of in the driver's seat here. You do need to put on this early pressure. Otherwise, the Mind Splitters start coming down, as we saw in the Runes and Rift tournament. Lots and lots of hand rips. And hand rips, I mean, pretty good against a deck that's trying to make these big combos, right?
Yeah, exactly. It is a scramble to find all these puzzle pieces, not only for your engine itself, but also for the situation and what it demands from you. And it's a tight line that comes down into deck building itself, where you have to prioritize. All right, how much do I want to invest in getting my own engine running? And how much do I want to invest into being able to interact with the situation that's laid out in front of me? And I think that is such a thin line that Ezreal can walk really, really well when it has access to all of that interaction. However, when you need to get your engine going, that interaction feels like maybe hitting a bit of a dud in the moment. Meanwhile, later on, if you got your engine going and you grab more engine pieces, they kind of feel like that. So it's a real tightrope to be walking.
Choosing the cycle here with the Stupefy. We are not at the magical 7 rune breakpoint yet for the Mind Splitters, so still just trying to ramp it up and get to that board state where you can start doing that. Stupefy into a Wages, allowing a draw off the Ezreal leader, and now does actually have the Treasure Trove too, so we are going to start hitting. Did you see if there was a Mind Splitter in his hand? Okay, so there's not. His hand is actually pretty dead. I think there's a cold shot at least, maybe? I didn't quite see.
Yeah, and a cold shot can quickly domino into a whole lot more. Now, when I do see a lot of seals being played, I am always very thankful when it is being answered in kind on the other side. No real runaways just yet, except for maybe a bit of concentration of the Chaos Runes on our left side here. So that is something to be a little bit worried about, as information is being spat over left and right, and no lunges being made just yet. We're still in that developing phase of the game, still getting a lay of the land before any real exits are made or any real risks are being taken so early on in the game.
Yeah, that was a really impactful sabotage that ripped the cold shot out of the Ezreal hand, and now the only thing remaining real remaining play besides top decks is if he can rip into the so you do have a draw off the Treasure Trove either with acceptable losses or its own ability, and then the pack, so you can go like play treasure. Oh, okay, this is the Sivir. I was like, oh, did he just draw that? Okay, no. But no, so you can go play Treasure Trove into the Pack of Wonders, bounce it, that's 4 runes, and then you can play the Treasure Trove again for 5 runes, or sorry, to 6 runes, and then you can play Acceptable Losses to kill it. So there are, like, you can see multiple cards, but you're pretty much locked out of playing the game next turn unless you top deck something, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think that is the exact kind of thing that is valued so highly the higher you get into the skill curve as well.
Mhm.
Not only being able to take away some of these essential cards, but especially when you're playing that miracle deck, it can feel like you're playing dominoes in a way, where you only need to topple a single stone, but if everything is spaced out just right, the hits just keep on coming. But taking out a single piece can leave you like deep into the mud, bubbling up to your lips.
So it does see the triple seals off the top. Not quite what you want, but this does still mean that he can get a couple draws here. I can't. Okay, so Bellows still no splitters. Unfortunate. No splitters, no singularities, no watchers. Still has managed to dodge all of his top end.
Dodging his top end now, also starting to hit his digging ability as well. And that is an unfortunate circumstance to be in, especially when there's already so many bodies. Well, so many. A handful of bodies are already facing you on the other side of the field. So this can turn dire rather quickly if they keep up the tempo. Already up 2 points, and they can expand on that by the second.
Yeah, thankfully Sivir started this game pretty slow. I mean, only on 2 points here, and Ezreal was very ramped up. Did finally see a Watcher, so there is top end available. At this point, quite obviously can't play it, but I don't think you really care here. I think, honestly, I'm kind of sitting pretty if I'm Ezreal here. Like, there's not too much scary on the board for Sivir here. Still hasn't gone for that big miracle combo turn, and I mean, pretty ramped up here. Pretty much can play whatever he wants. Is he? Yeah, one rune left in deck. So we'll be on 12 runes next turn.
And that is the power of that ramping coming through. Now,
Yep.
he is a little poorer when it comes to the cards in hand, right? Just the 3 between parentheses. However, when you are playing Ezreal, that is merely just a suggestion, as we see on the other side as well, where the hits keep on chaining together, making those synergies in the deck really pop off in a big way. However, just to kind of set expectations in the right way, we are really looking at this fencing style, right? Where we are building up, we are feeling each other out, and then in blink twice and a flurry of strikes can come through, and only the sound of the buzzer will tell us who will be coming out on top. But as of right now, 4 points in the lead is comfortable. That gives you that margin of error. You can be a bit more risky knowing you can recover.
Yeah, I'm surprised he just put a Rasa to the bottom of his deck, to be honest. I don't know the rest of the hand, as we've only gotten peeks of it, and it's every so often, but okay, we can see it. So I see a called shot, a confront. We know he just took a switcheroo. I mean, the rights is pretty good. This is the turn I would expect Ezreal to start actually interacting with the board. So we know the Watcher
coming
still does have access to a couple draws. I think he just drew a Singularity. Is that correct? It looks like it cost 6.
It's real short. It's real swift that you get a look at these cards. But now the Battle's Breath coming through, and well, the opening shots are being taken, and you know what that means when there is that Watcher laying in wait.
Yep, this is going to be a Watcher and clear everything. So pretty Watcher, Bellows, pretty powerful combo here. It looks like he's out deciding if he wants the accelerator or not and choosing not to accelerate it. Doesn't really need to here, as this does board wipe the Sivir, as they all took 1 damage on them, reduced their mites by 3, and they're all dead, which, I mean, that really hurts. Your board's totally gone.
I mean, it's absolute devastation to have the Watcher and Battle's Breath, and all of your units are in that threat range of either 3 or 4 might or less, and this Sivir does not have the economy to build.
Real quick, guys, back from a little bit of a shorter break, but I do have another player interview. I think this is one of the players that managed to get themselves into top 8, or I think this is a judge. Or let me see. I got sent a video, so let's go ahead and check out the interview out there in Games Island, Germany, and let's see this. Let's see what these guys have in store for us. I do have confirmation that the feature table is being moved, so we might have a little bit longer of a delay than expected, but I don't think it's gonna be a huge delay. But let's head over to the scene and let's see what WCAS brought us here for this winners interview, or the interview in general.
Andre, the head judge for this event today. And guys, it's been a bit of a wild event so far. We've had a lot of different discussions about things that happen on the floor and on the stream game. So how have you found the event so far, first of all, just from an organization standpoint?
Overall, the event was super fun and super amazing. You don't have like the voice like inside the stream, but it's like a super nice and calm environment like in the whole area. It's like we don't have like so many, I would say, like calls where it's like going to be heated discussion. It was like maybe one, but overall the players just like playing the game, enjoying the day, and this is like the greatest thing of all. And it's also one of the rare tournaments actually where the players are like super fast. If we're saying like, let's go, we're going to the next round, they're already all sitting, like it's super cool. It's super amazing here.
Yeah, and how do you find Ezreal head judge here? Because obviously a lot of decisions fall on you. It's a lot of pressure, of course, to make the right decisions when it comes to, you know, what do we do? Do we do a warning? Do we do a game loss and such? So what do you how do you make those judgment calls? What is your like method in that?
Yeah, so the method is like, of course, that I'm going accordingly to the rules of Riftbound and the tournament rules, basically. No, but actually what is like the reminder of this tournament is it's like, it's not a big regional, it's not like a big super money tournament. It's basically a skirmish that's going up for 128 players. So many players that playing here, they don't do the stuff like intentionally. It's like most players, if you talk to them, they're like, yeah, it's my first skirmish ever that I'm playing here. And so of course there's like a type of chance for me that I don't need to be like too strict for most of the players, and that we can talk with the TO about it. But on the other hand, there are like things that we need to be strict about according to the rules. But overall, I need to say the judge team in general, the floor judges are doing an amazing job. There are not so many times that I need to be involved to explain like further things. So it's like actually good, because like my most important sentence is, the more or less I need to be there as a head judge, the more better like actually the judges judging, or like the players believing and trusting our judge team. And this is like super amazing for me also as head judge, that I have like a super team behind me. But overall, it's amazing.
And how do you find it for the players that are on the, you know, featured table? Do you think there's more pressure in there? Because we're seeing mistakes, right?
For
it's
sure.
happened, but do you think that's coming down to just the pressure of being on a stream? Because I'm sure for a lot of players, they've never had that experience before.
I mean, overall, the players new, because they're watching like beside the games. They're like 400 to 600 people are watching this. And of course, there is a pressure. You see, like if they're playing there, they're staying calm, they're sitting calm, and there is so much pressure on it. And of course, they know if something is happening that I don't know of, like I missed something, I'm going to like being shown to hundreds of people. And of course, this is in the mind of the players. And I think we also saw it like in the mistakes that the players did. That is like misplaced, that they did like for the first time and the only time, only on the stream table. Like people that played like 3 rounds before, everything was fine. No one was saying like, oh, you missed this action or this call or this call. And then on stream, they're missing something. Like for example, now the last round, it was like the player, I can share this.
Right now.
I mean, I can share that. He was looking to me. I was like, hey, you have too many cards in your deck. And he was opening his boxes and he was shocked. He was like, no way, I forgot my sideboard. And then you see it like, okay, it was the first time of the player. He was like totally heated. He was like totally like, it was like a whole different situation for him. And I feel like this is like totally normal if
Okay.
you're being on a stream table. And of course, you need to say there's always the chat, there's always the caster,
Yeah.
there's always you that checking in
Yeah.
behind, there's always our judges that sitting in the front or on the table. And of course, there is more pressure because you always have like an eye that is looking to you. And if you have so many eyes watching you, of course, the chance of doing a mistake that you didn't want to do on purpose is higher than
You're gonna
usual.
notice it more.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
it's higher than usual, in my opinion, in my experience.
Yeah,
of
no,
course.
exactly. Like you said, when you
Yeah.
have like a people watching here, but you know, nearly 1,000 people at home, these mistakes will be popped up.
Yeah.
But it's always good that they are brought up because at the end of the game, we're here for fair play. We don't, you know, we're not looking for mistakes. And if they happen, they happen. We're all human. That's going on in the day.
Yeah.
And yeah, and thanks so much for the talk. I just want to have one last question before. At the very start, I asked you what your predictions were for the win. I believe you said a miracle of Draven.
Yeah.
Do you still feel
I still
confident?
feel like that. So, I mean, we studied Aurelia on round 6, and I mean, I'm super sorry for the Draven, but Aurelia totally smacked it. And it was like super crazy. But I feel like the Miracle Dravens could do it again.
Okay.
Especially like the Detonate variant, if it's going like still being in the top table.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if like a Detonate is being in the top table.
I don't know.
Was the
We'll
normal
probably
Miracle.
find out soon.
But Miracle is like, you have like the total boom in it.
Yeah.
And Renata and the player is just like playing it safe and super safety and know what he's doing, then it's almost unbeatable to get a miracle deck, in my opinion.
Awesome.
But hey, I'm just a judge, not a player. I'm also a player, but I'm playing now, so
But not today. Today you're the
I don't
judge.
know.
Yeah. Well, Andre, thanks so much for this chat. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you guys for the rest of the.
Bye.
All right, guys, that was an interview with the head judge out there in Germany, Games Island, Germany. They still have a little bit of about 8 minutes or so. So unfortunately, we'll throw it back over to a bit of the waiting soon screen. Guys, I know there's a couple other fantastic streams, so feel free to pop over to those streams while we get everything figured out on our end. And we should be back with you guys very, very soon. The final top 8 players, we'll get that final top 8 deck distribution. We know for sure there's at minimum 2 Aurelias, 1 Aure, but what else is rounding out the final top 8? We'll have all that information with you when we get right back with the final top 8. Be right back, guys.
Back up as swiftly as this Ezreal can, even though sitting on the 2 seals and having some equipment ready. This is such a major blow. It's 2 cards getting rid of, I think it was like either 3 or even 4. So a major, major back-breaking blow coming in from Ezreal. And I will say, even though you are ahead at the moment, 4 points, that can start to evaporate really quick if you are not careful and recover swiftly.
Yeah, and we do know Ezreal still has a singularity in the board or in hand, so it would take a lot for Sivert to be able to like maintain board presence here. We still haven't seen the big miracle turn where we're playing out a bunch of Rasas and really accelerating and forcing a lot from the opponents. I think there's just 1 Rasa in hand. I see a Nocturne. Does play the Confront here, so maybe looking to actually start pushing towards the 6 points and say, all right, this is the point where you have to stop me or I'm going to threaten lethal. Ooh, okay, finally sees a Fizz. That's good. Fizz Nocturne actually crazy hit.
That is double trouble from Sivir coming through, and we see Sivir showing some signs of life, some sparks, ready to ignite a whole deck if you are not careful. However, there is currently a bit of a lack of bodies when you're looking at Kubakulp, our Ezreal pilot. Yeah, you are in a very control-heavy situation right now, where you can lean on your opponent and kind of put pressure on them. However, you do need that backup. You do need that support, and it needs to come in rather quick.
Yeah, so now it does look like we may be going for a big turn. There's another Sabotage. This is going to rip the Singularity, which is pretty good here. Do you know if there's a called shot in the Ezreal discard? I have not, they have not shown it for a bit, but if there is a called shot in the discard, the Fizz does
it's an
see a
Ezreal
lot
deck.
of cards.
There has to be, right? At this point, there has to be.
You'd hope, right? You'd hope.
Yeah, one can dream. One can dream. But these Sabotages, once again, being absolutely detrimental to Sivir, maintaining her pacing in this match and putting some sort of resistance, some sort of spike into the wheels of Kubakulp, who is once again only sitting on 3 cards.
Yeah, so this is cool. Now we are attaching the rights to the Nocturne, and that this is going to be able to conquer. And when you do conquer with the rights on the Nocturne, under the Sabotage, it's coming out active. So you're just playing an Accelerate from your discard. So pretty cool sequence here is going to be able to double conquer. See what he chooses to play.
And when you are double conquering and you manage to put yourself on that potentially game-winning 6 points, those game-threatening 6 points, that is the moment where a single misstep can cost you the game, especially if Ezreal does commit to another big turn that leaves him entirely tapped out on the energy department, is when you should start to be worried. And I do believe that is the discard. No, that's on hand. There's yet another Sabotage available. Not even deciding to commit that right now, but just the opportunity to check in on that hand, make sure there are no traps ahead of us, is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, well, he did Sabotage early in the turn, right? So he just knows the hand and just decided that there was nothing worth sabotaging. I mean, the most important thing there is the Fizz, which you can't really do anything about. Actually, the hand is looking pretty dead here. I'm curious if he does opt to start looping the treasure troves a little bit to try and actually see like that splitter that we were talking about.
Yeah, what options does he have to his disposal at this point, right? He is facing down the barrel of a 6-point Sivir while being on no points whatsoever himself. He really has to start ramping up and start finding these hits and immediately fire them off as well, because if you keep him in hand, Sivir will punish that with that 3rd Sabotage.
Yeah, and he is forced to actually play the board here, right? There is 6 points on the board, both battlefields, and it looks like he just scoops it up. Wow, that was kind of crazy there at the end. I mean, when the Ezreal deck doesn't see its top end, in this case, he saw a single Singularity, a single Watcher, and that was it. 0 Mind Splitters? Like, that's rough.
Yeah, and that is rough. However, just to give credit to our Sivir pilot over here, the usage of Sabotage to make sure that there are less and less tools available to be digging down, to be seeing more cards, and eventually hit that top end, really can put a bit of a stranglehold on those Ezreal decks that, when they are firing on all cylinders, seem insurmountable. However, if you can take away the oxygen out of that engine, it is just a big, wet block of metal.
And so, looking at the sideboard there are triple Unyielding Spirit, and that's a card I'm actually going to like into this. As you saw how impactful the Bellows and the Singularity were that last game. Well, the Singularity would have been impactful if it hadn't gotten ripped from the hand by Sabotage. So, definitely can attest to the Spirit's going to be a potential good side card. Have they showed the Ezreal side deck yet? Oh, there we go.
They are doing so right now. And when you're peering through that, what is your number one priority, and what do you want to get right? Is there even something you want to change, or is it just poor luck that we didn't see the cards we wanted to see?
I think it's just poor luck, to be honest. Like, he drew a lot of cards, right, with the packs, or the packs and the troves being looped, managed to not hit any called shots. I think the reason he scooped is he didn't even have, like, a called shot to repeat with the Fizz. So, I mean, sometimes it is a card game. Sometimes you get unlucky. You just got to kind of accept it, and you can't let it tilt you. And you just push forward and say, I am going forward with my game plan. Game 2 is going to go better.
Yeah, but this gives so much breathing room to the Sivir player, who essentially gets to play a freebie here. Now, both of these decks are not as concerned with going second or first as some more of the more aggro decks that we have seen earlier throughout the year. However, its advantage cannot be understated, and having the ace up your sleeve, knowing that you get to decide who gets to go first in that potentially all-deciding 3rd game, brings you peace of mind that can make you play even more risky, even more calm and collected in this 2nd match. So it is really up to Kubakulp to now show he can stop this snowball from getting out of control.
All right, so exciting information. My friend Marcus from my testing group has won his last round, so he is X2 after the event, which looking like, unless there's like a bunch of weird IDing and such, it looks like he should top. So very exciting stuff from my testing group.
That is exciting. And, well, I mean, we are playing Swiss, right? So strength of schedule will be taken into account for tiebreaks?
I think so.
Yeah, that is that sometimes definitely it kind of feels like democracy. It feels like, yeah, it's not great, but all the alternatives, yeah, also not great.
For sure,
and
for
at
sure.
the end of the day, all we can do is focus on the game right in front of us and try our very best. And that's exactly what we see transpire right in front of us, as both of these players are aiming to make it through the top cut, but they both need a victory.
Yeah, so this is a way better start for Ezreal than the last game. We see a stack deck, we see the Ezreal, we see Seals. I saw a couple called shots in hand. Yeah, okay, way better start for Ezreal this game. Hopefully we do get to see more of a real game. It is on the Obelisk and the Vilemaw. It looks like it's probably Ezreal on the Vilemaw. I can't imagine Sivir would be on Vilemaw, though it does play Nocturnes and stuff, which would be interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely the Ezreal. You can see under their portrait which battlefield they are fielding. And man, they are... You can already tell that Kubakulp is playing so much more without tension, so much more relaxed. You can see it in his player cam that his shoulders are like a feet lower. And he is just going through the motions right now. And that is so important, especially after you played such a long day one and you're trying to go the distance in day two. You cannot have that wear on you when it matters most.
Yep, absolutely. You got to keep a strong mental state. It can be hard over these really long tournaments, right? Like you play, what is this, round 13, I think?
It's exhausting.
Like 13 rounds? Like that's a lot of games. That's a lot of games. And you have to keep you got to keep a good mental state through this whole time. Can't let yourself get tilted. It's hard. It's definitely hard.
And to add on to that, the environment around you, it's a big hangar, buzzing with people. So many noises, so many impulses that you're going to have to manage. It's a different environment. You're not at home. You are out of your comfort zone. But for some players, being out of their comfort zone is their comfort zone.
I mean, it's definitely like some players thrive in the limelight. They love getting all the attention. I'm sure not around these guys because they're on the feature match, but if you are on the floor, I'm sure right around the top tables, there's just crowds of people watching all the games, which is like, it's a really crazy experience. I don't know if you've ever been there. I don't know how much you actually play card games, but like when you do get on those top tables right at the end of the tournament, it feels like, so at least for me, it feels ecstatic. I'm like, okay, this is it. This is like the big moment. So it's so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that as well is all those people chatting about, right? And they're talking about your game, and you kind of have to zone that out. You have to focus on what you are doing, what is happening right in front of you. And just to compare the game stage right now, look how much healthier this Ezreal board is looking, as he is getting sabotaged, which might prove rather painful. But there's definitely redundancy with the double Stupefy and the Fizz in there.
Yeah, it looks like
card.
It was a called shot, I
didn't see which one I actually selected.
I think it was a called shot. Because I remember two at the opening hand. I think only one has been played.
And I think that is really what you have to zone in. And No Veggies has really clocked that. It was like, all right, to take away any breathing room for this Ezreal, you have to attack the cards that give him more information, that let him see more of his deck, find more pieces, and keep this engine going. So getting rid of the cold shock is definitely the way to go on this one.
Yeah, I wonder if he drew a wages with the way he just drops the Stupefy immediately, but it looks like no. Oh, there's an Arcane Shift, but no units to cast it on. Unfortunately, did you see what the card in the far left was?
In hand?
Yeah. Okay.
I saw it was a
well-
3 cost, but it didn't look like wages.
Oh,
And
there's
these-
wages in the discard. That makes this easy.
Yeah, gets the job done anyway. And that is kind of the power of this Ezreal as well. There is so much redundancy. There are so many backup plans for yourself to cling on to when things are not going your way. So the game that we saw in our first match did really feel like an outlier.
I do like this Ezreal list a lot. I don't know if you did actually see the full list, but not many one-ofs. It's like a lot of 2 and 3-ofs. So it's very very streamlined in that
And
it
that is a
feels like
shift
you're going
we've
to
been
see all the
seeing.
pieces, right?
It's a shift we've been seeing over the last few weeks, even in China as well. At the start of Riftbound's birth, I'm going to say that at the start of Origins, halfway through, it was all about that early game, all about going first and making sure you do not let someone stabilize throughout that early game. But as we see more and more miracle decks pop up and control matchups taking over, the early game, despite giving you more leniency in slowing down and recuperating some of that gas, it is no longer as important. And especially when you're playing these decks that are trying to chain together these activations, chain together these cards and keep the engine going, it is all about that. And the world around you kind of melts away.
So next turn will be a big turn for the Ezreal if he does find the Mind Splitter off the top. I mean, no Mind Splitters played yet across either game yet, and that is kind of an integral piece to this Ezreal deck, as you want to be playing the Mind Splitters, bouncing them with Pack, recasting them with Arcane Shift, but still has not seen one.
What worries me once again is look how pressured this economy of the Sivir is. Only a single seal, and the rune reserves are absolutely devastated, groaning under the power costs that the cards carry. And now, especially with the arcane shifts coming through, it's going to be hurting once again if that fizz gets to go off.
So it looks like there was a Unyielding Spirit played there. It's off camera, but trying to avoid the damage on the Nocturne, as he does know that the Ezreal has a Stupefy in hand. So heads up play there, remembering what is in the hand. This is recasting the Fizz. I didn't see what he copied with the Fizz. Did you catch that? Or it looks like he's still deciding, maybe?
Yeah, it is. I can tell you, it is the Stupefy. So, yeah, we'll be getting that through. And we saw how many cards on hand this Ezreal has. And there is this point, especially when the Watcher's coming into view as well, it almost starting to feel a bit inevitable, the doom that Ezreal can bring onto these battlefields. And putting even more strain onto the economy by getting rid of the seal.
Yeah, Pickpocket's a cool tech, pretty high value card. It is going to kill the seal for free, and you get a gold token. So very, very cool tech there. I do like that a lot.
Yeah, and we saw it in the sideboard. And, you know, when you do face a matchup that's quite dependent on those pieces getting on the board and sticking there, you can just field them in quite fine. You can even play them on turn 1 and kind of push your opponent back on their butt while developing with a body yourself.
All right. Oh, is that an invert timelines I see in hand? Ezreal has a huge hand. I mean, hitting him with invert would feel really good here.
That would be kind of your emergency hatch, I feel like.
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Okay, opting to hide. Is that hiding a card? It looks like. And there's the invert. Oh, this is gonna be brutal for Ezreal here.
And you can
Oh
you can
my
tell that there's
gosh.
some frustration going on right now. A big sigh as well, as he has been hitting a lot of powerful cards and seeing even more. The fact that he's still sitting on a single point is really hurting now. All of that work undone, but does have the economy behind him. He, however, doesn't have the cards anymore. So really limited in his options right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he drew. Hopefully he did draw some top end off of this invert, because it would be quite tragic.
Take a look. Now, there's a
No.
Fizz in there, that'll be powerful, and some more digging potential. However, not those Mind Splitters that you want to be seeing, not those Watchers that can really swing an entire game back in your favor.
Ooh, that's a good one. Does hit it and does get to get rid of the hidden card. Oh,
Ooh,
wait,
and there's
no,
the
there
Mind
is a
Splitter.
Mind Splitter. Yeah.
Doesn't have the power, the runes for it, the energy currently. But I mean, just look at what Sivir can do in a single turn. It is so limited.
All right, Riftbound players, we are back and looking to close out today's incredible event. We are down, as we said before we went on that break, down to the final top 8 players, the best of the best. Over 100 players came out to compete over out there in Germany. And with me today for these quarterfinals and semifinals round, it is Leroy Stinson. How are we feeling out there in France? We're like a global team at this point, right? We're over here streaming Germany events. You're out there in France. I'm over here in the US. How are we doing, Leroy?
We are doing really well. And yeah, honestly, really happy to be there, casting some live tournament. It will be really fun to see it directly, change of pace with online tournaments. Super hyped for China coming really soon. Super hyped for this game. Little Annie, we love Annie here. Any enjoyers in the chat?
Yeah, real quick before we talk about this match, guys, the final 8 legends, believe it or not, only 25% Draven. That's a little less than I expected, but it looks like these guys just came really prepared for Draven. So let's give you guys the legend breakdown. I don't have a fancy little graphic just yet, but I'll try to post that online after the event. But guys, our number 1 seed was actually a Victor player. It wasn't a Draven, it wasn't Ezreal, it wasn't Aurelia. It was Victor, keeping it true and classic to the set 1 meta. Granted, they definitely changed their strategy since set 1. So Victor's at number 1 seed. And then we have Annie, a Kaisa, 2 Aurelias, the Ahri player we saw, and then 2 Dravens. So 2 Dravens, 2 Aurelias, Kaisa, Ahri, Victor, Annie. That is the total amount of legend distribution in top 8. Who are we favored here in top 8, Leroy? I know actually on the break, but who do you like your odds of taking it all the way out of those legends?
We talked about it really quickly, and I think, if Kaisa manages to beat Aurelia, which will be really hard, apparently, some players just insta forfeit the matchup. Kaisa has a good shot, I think.
Okay.
But that Victor that you're talking about, it's number 1 seed. I think some of his worst matchups are gone. So I think one of the 2 can totally make it.
I could definitely see that. It looks like these players are starting to set things up. So they're just in the pre-mulligan phase. But let's go ahead and join these players because I believe I have these players flipped around. So let's go ahead and make those quick adjustments while we have the time before they get started. So it's actually Annie on the right, Victor on the left, and then I have to go ahead and flip the name. So I think Bucci is the Annie player, which I think was our number 2 seed. So let's go ahead and get that going now. So Bucci is Annie, and Leroy, we haven't been able to see Annie, and it's our number 2 seed. Actually, no, I think Victor being number 1 seed, Annie was our number 8 seed, so just barely squeezing into top cut. I'm wondering, do you think this Annie might be something similar that we saw out in China, or you think he might be cooking something a bit different?
It's hard to know because I've seen 3 different versions of Annie making the legend work. One was the Nepo animatronic that we saw. One was a miracle version, and the last one was actually played in the show match France versus US, where he played an Annie that was just an update from the set 1 Annie, and he made it work perfectly fine. And I saw this player actually play the 3 type of decks. So I think the main strength of Annie is that you cannot plan around it, and it's probably the most versatile deck in the meta.
Yeah, honestly, one thing you look forward to as a Riftbound player is when your opponent's completely tapped out. You know, anytime I see my opponent tap, I am smiling. I'm like, okay, I don't have to think about too much going into this turn. But Annie is never, ever tapped out. So they always have some available options on your turn, which makes it insanely frustrating sometimes to play against. You never know if they have that dreaded rebuke, whether they have a flash to keep their units nice and safe back into the base, or even just a simple fight or flight ride the win. There's so many 2-cost options available for Annie players, so it's just so much to think about. A lot of mental fatigue can arise just simply thinking about what this Annie can do. But if there's one legend that will pose a bit of a problem against this Annie player, will be our #1 seed Victor. Now, talking about Victor, I know we haven't been able to see him on stream just yet, but what Victor do we feel is the strongest right now in Spiritforged? Is it more so the Victor variant, or something we saw out in Bologna? It was a bit more, it was from Ghoster Driver, if you remember, a bit more unit focused.
It's hard to tell. Apparently, this one will have units because he's playing the yellow Victor, and we saw some of the decks in China running the blue one with only spells. It's, yeah, no idea which deck list we'll see exactly, but seeing what happened recently, he was more leaning a bit more toward units.
Yeah, I agree more. I think people are starting to realize just having nothing but spells, yes, it could be a decently effective, but sometimes you need to have some decently good units instead of just recruit after recruit token. So I think I like what you said there. Yellow Victor is exactly what kind of indicates not having exactly just full kill spells, but starting things off similarly how we saw Aurelia players start things off. It will be that turn 1 sneaky deckhand, and you can never truly go wrong with a turn 1 sneaky deckhand. Feels good for Annie getting her first point as early as that opening turn.
Exactly. And you said it, you are not afraid to do this because you will still have 2 runes to work with, and those runes, especially in purple, they are so scary. But you can do so many things with 2 runes. It's crazy.
And wow, Leroy, that has been some time since we've seen the Sprite Mother. Honestly, I can't even remember the last time we saw a Sprite Mother in Spiritforged, let alone a Victor deck. So this Victor looking to be more of an aggressive strategy, not only in the units, but we'll see down the line what else he has, but trying to get the conquer points at ASAP with the Sprite token coming in at accelerated speed, but the long sword stopping the Sprite token in his tracks. That's going to be a hold point for the man. I see why this Annie has made it so far. You have the 2 runes available every single end of turn, and you have combat tricks like longsword. I couldn't expect that from Annie, could you?
I think I would totally expect it, because it's so stupid the amount of good cards that you have in red purple with that you can play for 2 runes, and the longsword is totally one of them. It makes it so hard. You cannot. It's what you said at one point. You stop trying to play around any cards, because else you have to play around 12 of them, and you just go for your play. And committing like this, you have to make mistakes at one point. It makes the deck so strong.
It really does, and equipments, of course, never truly go away. Funny enough, Victor has a decently easy time dealing with equipment, especially when we consider the fact of sideboard options like a salvage. And I believe there's even another card in there, but a spectral matron coming down, bringing back the manufacturer. That's going to be 1 token getting developed out. More importantly, it kind of definitely signifies to us that this is a more unit focused, maybe Captain Vanguard type strategy. I believe we saw a little bit of the like from that Ghoster Driver, who ended up top 4ing out in Bologna event, or Bologna regional. So good enough to get him into that #1 seed. Will it be good enough to get him into that semifinals and perhaps all the way to the grand semifinals of today's Grand Summoner Skirmish. I am excited because we don't get to see Spectral Matron too often in Victor. How are we feeling about that card? Do you think it makes sense for Victor?
Yes, I think it totally does. But seeing this Matron makes me wonder. I mean, there's one obvious question that you think about when you see Matron. Is this Victor baited Duke deck?
That is a very good question. I think honestly with Victor, there's just enough amount of units in general to take full advantage of something like a Matron with those Captain Vanguards, with those manufacturers. And I know there's even another 3-cost unit that you can bring back. I'm just not remembering. Oh, that's what it was. Pickpocket. You could sideboard Pickpocket, you take away every kind of seal pressure from this Miracle deck. So you think you have seals, power resources for days, but no, Pickpocket getting 2 times resolved, right? One for coming on the board once it dies, and then another time from Matron. So I think cards like that are good enough to run even without the presence of a baited hook. And it looks like the piercing light coming down, taking down the Matron. And what unit was it? Just a single token he took down on Treasure Hoarder?
No, it was the sprite.
That's what it. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, the sprite
it was
mother.
a
So
repeat
repeated on
sprite
both,
and
doing 4
Matron.
damage.
Yeah. And funny thing right now, oh no, because there was the longsword, but I was like, is piercing like the first set 2 cards that we've seen this game? But no, there was already the longsword. But else, so far it's a lot of set 1 card.
Yeah, you got a really good point. Throwing it back to the oranges meta, Annie versus Victor. A whole lot of nostalgic type card. Let's say nostalgic, but it hasn't been too long ago. But yes, to your point, Spiritforged equipment's coming into play here, and it looks to synergize really well with the likes of Annie, as we saw in that second of the first turn. That longsword coming down, protecting the sneaky deckhand, and still doing wonders as it's staying alive, trying to hold against the 3 recruit tokens in the back right now. So let's see what Victor has in mind. Have they been able to face off against the Annie? Because I think in the field, it was just simply Dravens, Aurelia, a little bit of Kaisa, a little bit of Ezreal. I don't think there was too many Annies running around. So potentially not too experienced in this matchup, but he was our #1 seed for a reason. So he's probably well versed in every single matchup, as it looks to be the second sprite mother of this match, looking to try to contest one of these 4 might units on these battlefields. But I'm slightly nervous, Leroy. There's another 2 energy online for Annie, as there tends to always be. Where are we looking to attack? Because it looks like you only will be able to conquer one of these battlefields, not both.
Yeah. I think right now, okay, so he's choosing to not send any tokens, which, you know, I would have thought send your tokens more than your other units, because once the yellow Victor is developed, those units will be half recycled in another token, whereas the token won't. But he's much better than me, and he knows what he's doing, so he's choosing to go with only the other units.
Yeah, so does get the conquer with the sprite token, bringing up that total points for Victor, going up to 4, so tying things. I believe Annie at 4, Victor at 4. So these guys are going toe to toe. Who's going to be able to pull off ahead? I mean, there's that one point where Victor hits that point where you have just so many units online, so many units in the back, where things like Imperial Decree will be able to do wonders against any single opponent. I don't think a lot of Victor players are any longer playing that grand strategy. And I think, with the removal options like Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath, it seems to be more the go-to strategy. With that said, I don't think we've seen too much removal so far from Victor. I'm wondering if they still dabble a little bit with the kill spells. I would imagine so, right? Things like Call of the Week are still in that deck, perhaps?
Yeah, Call is one of the best cards, I think, in set 2. So
Oh, yeah.
it was already very good in set 1, and I think it got even better. It's so strong against the likes of Aurelia and so many really powerful decks. Yeah, there's no way he's not playing these cards. Maybe they will be sided out against Annie, but they have to be somewhere.
Yeah, they definitely have to be somewhere in that main deck. So taking a little bit of sip of water as these guys go through their turns. Anything about what they want to accomplish this turn. So they get one for the hold on Stinky Deckhand. Now trying to take down that Sprite token. It looks to be rather simple with just a 1-2 push from that Pouty Poro and the Traveling Merchant. But perhaps trying to save those for a little bit down the road. Plays out a Darius. If he has something like a stacked deck. But something I will add, I think Annie is dangerously low on hand economy, right? Is that just a single card in hand?
I think so. I think you're right. And I mean, it has always been Annie's weakness, I guess. And it shows again here.
Yeah, it always, she just can't keep up with the draws, as we've seen Draven pretty much effectively replacing her. So it's going to be interesting to say the least how they're able to keep up with card advantage, because I'm trying to recall back, how were they able to do it in set 1? It might have just been on the back of things like the Zone Warren's Dreaming Tree. And I'm actually remembering now, the Scrap Heap combo. We haven't been able to see it in this game number 1, but you are running Zone Warrens. So I'm willing to bet there might just be a Scrap Heap. He just hasn't been fortunate enough to draw into it, of course. But Victor will be tying things up one more time. That is 5 points for Victor, getting really, really close to closing things out. If this is a 6-point conqueror, Victor feeling I think he's feeling decently comfortable going forward. So that's 6 points. I'm very curious, how is he going to go ahead and develop that backline to try to secure a 1-2 conquer / hold to close out this game number 1? What are his closer / finishing units, pitches of Vanguard? And he has a good amount of cards in hand, so definitely has some answers here.
Yeah. Is another Vanguard? Yeah. That's a lot of backboard developed in base. Still a lot of might in base for next turn to try to close this game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely enough, especially when we take into account that Imperial Decree, right? You could just simply send in your tokens, trade 1 for 1 for 1, as long as you have 2 units in the back line to go ahead and conquer one battlefield, and then the other battlefield, you're feeling pretty good about that. Pitches the hard bargain, does conquer up to 6 points herself, so Annie really keeping up in terms of the point disparity between these two players. But I don't know if he's going to be able to hold against the likes of something like an Imperial Decree, because, you know, that hard bargain could have been best used to maybe counter the Imperial Decree. Or he might have countered the runes. It might have been a bit short, because he'll be 2, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8. I don't know. Perhaps the hard bargain could have been saved, unless he has another one, and he does, Leroy. He definitely has one in hand.
Yeah, he didn't just picked it up. No, he had it already. I don't know which card it just drew and which card was already there.
Yeah, very true. He did draw a couple cards.
He drew Flash, but I don't know if the Noxus or the Bargain was already in hand. But that, just like you said, Hard Bargain is probably a really good card to keep right now to avoid that Imperial Decree, Grand Stratagem. Maybe not play that much, but any card that would come to close up the game.
Does get up to 7 points, so honestly, Annie feeling good about getting so close, but can Victor close things out in that very next turn? You don't have too many cards in hand. We're seeing here a Noxus Hopeful, a Flash, and I believe a Hard Bargain. So 3 cards. They're not necessarily cards that you would consider closing type cards or holding the battlefield type cards. It's actually on the other side, right? There are more cards to keep your battlefield safe from the combat. So I think Victor, if he does have something like that Imperial Decree, and we don't see a repeated hard bargain, because with the repeated hard bargain, I think Victor might be 1 rune short from actually paying out that hard bargain cost, right? Because 5 is Imperial Decree, and he's going 3 more on top of that. So he needs 1 more to pay the 4. Unless Annie won't have the runes available for something like a repeated hard bargain.
Apparently. Which is Thing two, I think it will be a card that can be hidden.
And does decide to finally develop out her chosen champion, the Annie Stubborn, directly onto the battlefield. Just try to just split the might apart. In the world where you don't have that Imperial Decree, perhaps there is a world where Annie's able to hold on to one of these battlefields and, of course, hold her way to victory. So to sign among one of these spells, I would imagine is one of the more combat tricks like fight or flight, but it looks like he's going digging, Leroy. You're never truly tapped out, so whatever you find out of the stacked deck, I think it might be exactly what you need to try to get you into that hold position, whether it be a rebuke, whether it be a fight or flight. Taps completely out for the hopeful. That means he's only going to have enough energy for something like a stacked deck, because he doesn't have a fight or flight currently in hand. So that's just one rune. Is he just saying, if you have it, you have it?
Maybe he's thinking, oh, I need to top deck a Gust, because there are a lot of cheap units. If he plays Gust, it makes a lot of sense. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It does make a lot of sense. I remember a lot of Origins Annies used to mainboard a Gust just to try to counter each other in the mirror match. So it does seem possible. So a stack deck digging deep into a Gust. But honestly, there's just one too many backline units for Victor. So trying to play carefully here. Wants to make sure you're taking all the public information into account before deciding and committing to an exact play you need to close out this game number one of our out of our quarterfinals today, and has some good cards in hand. So let's see what he decides to do. 2, 4, 6, 8 total runes to work with. And you know, Leroy, the simple fact that he's thinking so much about it may be indicative that he doesn't have something like an Imperial Decree, or even if he does, that's 3 to 2. That's every unit to try to take down everything you have.
Yeah, exactly. So you would need something else, but if he uses the hard bargain, he makes sure that there's nothing coming up with the Imperial Decree. Okay, so this one is just gonna say, okay, we're trading here. He's fishing for, I don't know what, but he's fishing.
Yeah, fishing for some cards. Let's see. So does get the conquer. So going up to 7 points himself. He needs the final conquer point. Everything resides on the back of these final 2 little recruit tokens. What else does he have? We saw 2 Sprite Mothers in the past. Another Sprite token could be decent, but we're talking about, I believe, 4, 5, 6 plus the 5, 11 plus the 2, 13 total might is the total collective might that this Victor player has to overcome. A Xingqiao is a step in the right direction. Wait a minute, Leroy. Is this a... I am confused. Unless Annie's not at 7, is this a singularity? You don't have enough runes? A double hidden blade, maybe?
Okay, Coldo Week. Alright, so that's still 6 might. Okay, Hidden Blade. It's over, right?
Counter for days. Annie saving that final hard bargain for when it mattered the most. It looked like Xingqiao can't overtake the longsword. And can you believe it, Leroy? The longsword that he developed out as early as that second turn against the sneaky deckhander, with the sneaky deckhand saving the day and closing it out. The number 8 seed defeating our number 1 seed in that game number 1. That was pretty convincing, but granted, they went back and forth, conquer after conquer. No one was truly holding. The only hold that really went down was this final hold point on the Zone Warrens. So very well played, a very aggressive and a speedy feature match. I don't know if we're going to be here the whole hour because these players are playing pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Annie played like she knew what were a victor possibilities. She didn't try to, keep enough for double R bargain or anything. She was like, I just need to put up so much might that you won't be able to overcome this. And apparently it was the right choice, because
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got the
it totally
victory,
made
so
it.
it seems to be
Yeah.
the right choice indeed. I will say the main board hard bargain, more than just one hard bargain. That was at minimum 2 hard bargains we got the pleasure of seeing Annie play. So let's see what they have in the sideboard going forward. It looks like the main board was good enough to take down Victor in that game number 1, but now Victor has the options for sideboard as well. I pointed out a couple good cards that a lot of Victor players tend to lean towards, things like Salvage. If he had a Salvage, that would have been perfect enough to take down the Longsword, and then at the minimum trade with the Noxus Hopeful, with the Xin Zhao. So I think Salvage could be decent in this position. From your experience with Victor, any other cards that kind of come to mind for this matchup?
Honestly, right now, not really. I don't think Victor's play. I mean, no, Annie has a lot of small units, so maybe Bellow Breath could work.
Yeah, true. I think I like Bellow's Breath. That could be a great option for Victor. We didn't get to see any really late game plays, things like a Watcher into Bellow's Breath that we're used to seeing in the likes of Ezreal cores. But man, I really wish he would show the camera ever so slightly to just kind of take a peek what he might be bringing. But of course, we will be able to see it as the game commences. We don't know for a fact if it is indeed a sideboard tech, but usually the sideboard techs for Victor, if it's something like a Pickpocket, is not too effective. Annie, not really known for running any kind of seals, not really known for any token gold generation. So I think that kind of game plan goes out the window. You have to rely on your current removal spells. If you don't have the singularities in your main board, you definitely want to go ahead and bring in those singularities, take down the Kaisas, take down the Dariuses. So I feel like Victor has the tools. I think Annie just surprised Victor with that longsword, honestly.
Yeah. And you know, it's he's never playing this, but honestly, in this matchup, Victor's signature spell could actually do some work. Which, I mean, it's this spell is more of a meme, but since there's not that many direct removals in Annie's on Annie's side, and Annie's playing a lot of little units, Victor's signature spell could actually do some work.
Yeah, it really could. So we'll see if it does do some work in this game number 2. And I'm flipping the scores. It looks like Annie was our undefeated 5-0-2 with 2 intentional draws. And it was actually our Victor player, number 1 seed being X1 at 6-1 for him. So let's go ahead and fix that as we have a little bit of time in between the mulligans. And oh, a Tri-Fury Warcamp, obviously the best pickup for that Victor player, and an Obelisk of Power, so definitely a little bit different that we saw in the Origins meta. Is it just to always guarantee you can start things off with Sneaky Deckhand? Because I would imagine he's going to be on the draw, so most likely starting with 4 runes. Is there any 4-cost energy unit that you feel like he's prioritizing here?
Kaisa.
True, Kaisa could be nice.
Kaisa could be the option. Maybe he's using this on the play when he's playing against Draven and Kaisa to break their curve. Also, that's another option that I've seen in different decks.
Yeah, I could totally see that as well. Some Annies have gone ahead and played the Draven as well. So just as the likes of their brother domain pairing, if you will, the Fury and Purple deck that everyone knows and loves these days is Draven. So they end up playing the Obelisk of Power to start with that heavy Draven. But ooh, I saw another card that could be utilized in that second turn. If he doesn't expend any power, I think there's a Farrier's Forerunner in the very near future for Annie, and that's definitely a great sideboard addition. If it wasn't in the main, I think Victor has a really tough time against that card.
Yeah, that can totally be a good option against Victor. You said it best. And we're still seeing this, I can't find my words. The Piercing Light, I think, is really good in Victor also. Even if the Trifarian Wacom can be a bit of a problem.
And you know, just like in game number 1, Sneaky Deckhand doing what he does best and conquering before your opponent does, despite your opponent being on the play. So feeling decent about that, of course. So Sneaky Deckhand defending for 3 thanks to the War Camp. But I would imagine there's at minimum something like a Wages of Pain from Victor. Or to be honest, Leroy, I'm so used to playing against the more Victor prison style decks that have so much kill removal. And speaking of removal spells, it will be a call of the week to try to neglect any further points. And you know, Victor always has more recruit tokens as they're able to continue on generating. And Captain Vanguard falling from the Legion will be developing 2 recruit tokens on top of that. So having a good little tempo swing there, and he doesn't get any whole points. But as we expected, the big mech coming down. Fair's Forerunner at 6 thanks to the Obelisk of Power. So that could be a reason why Annie's going Obelisk of Power these days.
Could be another option, yes. I'm really curious to see how it's going to be played against Victor. The fact that the Death Knell is actually doing wonders, because once it's Victor has no problem removing the first Forerunner, but then the 2 little tokens are probably much harder to deal with overall. So yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. When you think you're good enough to take down that big 6-might unit, you have 2 more mechs to deal with. So Victor, chosen champion, getting deployed out, following a recruit token on. Actually, no, the recruit token. Actually, no, it was a recruit token. So it does pay 1 energy or 1 power, if you will, for that Victor chosen champion. Passes it back over to Annie with big Fair's Forerunner. You are comfortably able to conquer one of these battlefields, so choosing the bigger target in that Trifarian War Camp as Annie goes up to 2 points. Now let's see if they have any kind of accelerated pressure, something like a Kaisa Survivor coming down, looking to draw 1 point for the Conqueror. And you should have at minimum 4 runes for the defense, so you don't feel like your units are completely exposed, because I think we're seeing a couple great cards in hand. 1, it looks like you have at minimum 1 flash, but 2, I think I'm seeing that sneaky longsword one more time.
Yeah, exactly. Sneaky, the sneaky longsword, but there's also this piercing like the rebuke. There's a lot of option in Annie's hand, and she was running out of option during her last game, and now she has the options, and she already won last game. It's scary, honestly, for our Victor player.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a scary situation. I think alone the Fair's Forerunner putting a bit of fear in that Victor's eyes, but does play out the Zheng Zhao. Enters ready because you have 2 units at 2 is left, 2 is right. So thinking about pushing forward, he does have the option, or enough might I should say, to conquer all these battlefields. It just doesn't feel too ideal to go ahead and do that because of that Death Knell trigger we keep going back to on that Fair's Forerunner. But with the War Camp, you do benefit from attacking with more than 1 unit. That's going to be a total of +2 might. But I think he's kind of eyeing the Kaisa Survivor for the time being, because you don't want to send in your Victor just yet, right? You want to make sure you get the full value as long as possible. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do, and you have to send in a unit to try to deny any further point generation for your opponent. So 1-for-1 trade getting offered up. The longsword coming down. Is there any other combat tricks for Victor? And there is a hidden blade trying to counter out. That's a +2 draw, and he doesn't hate that. So a bit of a win-lose situation for Victor.
Yeah, my main issue right now for Victor would be that he has no more order runes, and all of his order cards are recycling. So he needs to pick some really quickly, or else he might run into some issues.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what he decides to do with the remaining units. If you go ahead and leave the Fair's Forerunner alone, it doesn't feel all that bad. At the most Annie will be going up to is 4 total points. and you're currently at 4, so point tempo is still favoring you, not immensely, but you still have a bit of that tempo advantage. Of course, you're holding before your opponent holds, so if you go a bit on the hold game plan, it could be quite fruitful to do so. But I think he's going for it, Leroy. He wants to get this mech out of here, thinking about sending the Victor and the Captain Vanguard to go ahead and guarantee a conquer. This is interesting. I don't hate it, but I think he could also play a bit more patiently as well.
Yeah, especially since Sunny does not have that many points. So right now, Victor did not manage to create one token, right? Yeah. So Victor was just used as a 4 might body, which, I mean, it did its job, I guess. But usually you want a bit more out of your chosen champion.
Right, he did a little bit. I mean, did what he can do best. And yeah, guys, I know Top Cut is on time. I just have the timer in there because I think it would look a little bit crazy if I just have no time. But I'll reset it just so it effectively is basically an untimed match. I could probably write in there untimed, but I'll just keep the timer in there for now so it's just not completely blank. But yes, top 8 cut is 100% on time as the Riftbound core rules state. But as you said before, that Piercing Light seems to be a fantastic card against the likes of Victor, and putting in that work, removing both recruit tokens from the board of Victor. So feeling comfortable about this double conquer push, one from the mech, the other one from the other mech from the Ferris Forerunner. So up to 5 points herself, and he goes, tying things up. And now only one of these players has a full breadth of units online. I think Victor having a tough time dealing with this back-to-back pressure that Annie's amounting so far. I think you said it good. Annie's posing a bit of a problem for Victor.
Yeah, and right now I don't know what card he has in hand, but they're even in point, and Annie's above in terms of board, in terms of runes, in terms of almost everything. That the situation is dire. Okay.
Extremely dire. Xin Zhao does get brought back to life from the matron, swings into the mech, but oh man, beaten. Oh, I thought it was gonna be another longsword, but no, the double flash to keep both mechs to save. So Xin Zhao does manage to conquer up to 6 points, but you are basically completely tapped out. You have one rune online, which sometimes is something like a Stupefy, but something's telling me this Victor player might not be running something like a simple Stupefy. So Annie could have easy pickings going forward, conquering up to 7 points, sends the longsword mech token. That is Xin Zhao out of here. Most likely looking at that Pouty Pour to go ahead and send in a little attack over to the war camp, because I don't think you're in any rush to try to hold, because the most amount of points Victor's at 6, so he could technically win the next game. So let's think about this. Maybe he does want to set up a bit of a hold strategy.
Yeah, but Annie's at 7 right now. Right?
Yeah, Annie's definitely at 7 currently.
So he needs to retake everything anyway, but how do you do that? You don't have any runes to work with. There's so much might compared to what you get. How do you do that, Plus? Tell me.
Yeah, it looks like a really tough puzzle to solve. He doesn't have enough runes. It looks like he has a good amount of cards, but we're talking about taking down all these battlefields. If Annie holds with either or, that is a 2-0 victory. Annie taking down our #1 seed of today's Grand Summoner Skirmish. No one could have predicted this. A lot of people had Victor as the favorite. We saw in chat, he's a very very experienced player. Silent Flight putting up a good fight here, but perhaps falling a bit short to the likes of our #8 seed in Annie. And Annie saying she is here to play. I made top 8 for a reason. I am not going to go down to #1. Perhaps I won't go down to #2 or 3. I want to make it all the way to the grand final. So let's see what Victor has in mind. Tap in 3, recycling 1. That's another Xin Zhao. Inners ready. But I think with 3 runes remaining, unless there's a kill spell one more time.
Now he's going to GG. And she's got some stuff in hand. I think she has a rebuke or something.
Yeah, for sure. Rebuke. I believe there's even
Oh,
another
it's over.
longsword in hand.
It's a GG.
Yeah, I don't want to call it too soon, but it looks to be
But
the
I'm doing
case.
it. I don't care.
Mhm.
I'm doing it. It's Jover. Oh, yeah, no.
Jover indeed. I don't see a world where these final 3 tokens can remove every single unit on both of these battlefields. Unless we have it a bit twisted and Annie's not at 7, but I think I've been doing a pretty good job on keeping points. I might be slower to the punch. I might not put them exactly in, but I think overall we know exactly what these players are at overall.
Okay, if she's only at 6, that sure.
No, Lear, I'm pretty sure she's at 7, which is why she set up a board on both of these battlefields. So Rebuke putting the Xin Shao back to the hand, the recruit token getting taken care of. You have 2 final energy, a call of the week to sacrifice your recruit token, and it looks like it just might be a little sneaky deckhand getting dealt with. Unless she's not at 7, because I feel like he would have conceded already. No, he did. He's looking through the hand saying Kaisa Survivor might have just inched out that game for Annie. Yeah, that is a concession, okay. Leroy.
And you know, it really felt like a set 1 victor. I'm trying to remember, apart from Xin, which cards from set 2 did we see in his deck?
Yeah, I mean, I can't recall too much from set 2, right? I mean, the Xin Zhao, I believe, is Spiritforged.
Yeah, Xin. And yeah, apart from him, may he rest in peace. Did you see the funeral comic? Oh no, you don't play League at all, right?
No, I really don't. I should. I definitely should. But what was up? Let's head back to our commentary booth in the meantime. I don't know if they're going to have something like a backup feature match, because I'm willing to bet this was the fastest match going on in top 8. If you guys don't know, let me pull up the remaining players. So we just witnessed our number 8 seed taking down number 1 seed Annie, 2-0ing Victor. On the other side, the player still contending is Kaisa, Aurelia. That's a matchup going on. Aurelia versus Draven. The Aurelia player being JTCG, the player we saw on stream. Extremely impressive. I'm hoping to see him in the future. And then finally, to close out that third round, or the third feature match, or not feature match, but third match in general, is Ori versus Draven. And on the feature table, we just got done watching a Ori 2-0 a Draven. Can they do it one more time in the quarterfinals? You know, out of those 4 matches here, what would be your best picks for the pairings there? Do you want to see Annie versus Kaisa or Annie Aurelia? And then maybe it's going to be a Draven v Draven. No. Let's hope for the Ori. Let's hope for the Ori versus either Draven or Aurelia.
You know I'm picking Ari any day.
Oh, yeah.
Do I prefer Annie versus Kaisa or Annie versus Aurelia? You know, I've not seen a lot of Annie Kaisa in set 2, and I would be really curious to see one. I think I'll go with this one.
Yeah, kicking it old school back to the oranges meta. We used to see a whole lot of Kaisa Annie. Those were the top dogs, or the top girls out in Origins. So we'll see. Maybe we get matched up with that kind of matchup in our semifinals. And Corin saying, I am rooting for Ori to take it all the way, guys. Imagine a world where Ori does indeed not only make it to the grand finals out of this big event, securing themselves a case, an entire case for yourself. You know, Leroy, what would you do with an entire case? Would you pop it open, or are you saving it as a bit of a collector's item?
No, I don't think I can refrain myself from
I guess the question is, are you picking, because the first place winner gets a choice between the Origins case and a Spiritforged case. Are we leaning towards the Origins, the more value, or is there something you're really digging out of Spiritforged?
No, I think you pick Origin.
Okay.
Not sure, it's just been released. The Aurora just got up to $150 euros. I don't know. You're
Yeah, with
picking a
the
repeat,
case, you're
I guess.
guaranteed to pretty much get an entire play set of Dazzling Aurora, so feeling good about that. On top of a couple other staples, but I'm wondering how much those staples are going to be coming into play come set 3. Do you think set 3 will introduce so much more diversity that a lot of the set 1, set 2 cards will not, be super, super important? Or will they always pretty much be important? Because usually in TCG, set 1 is pretty much a lot of staples for a really long time. I hope it's the case.
I mean, I think Aura will always be an archetype.
Right.
As much as I hate it, Aurora will be there. Falling Star will be there. There are some cards that Fight or Flight will be there. Or Rebuke. There will be some cards that will remain staples for a long time, just like you said, I think.
I think so as well. In theory, every set that releases makes Aurora a little stronger. Yeah, Corin, I think so as well. Aurora and Seals will increase in price until it's reprinted, banned, or rotated. I can see that, Kill. And guys, I just got confirmation all the other 3 games are still being played, and they're going to be keeping us updated who wins. I think it's a little bit too much to try to stop the players going into maybe a game 3 to bring them on to the feature match. In an ideal world, that would be awesome. I just don't know how realistic it is because, players got to go ahead and pick up all their cards, move on to a table. It will be good for the stream, for you guys here at home, but maybe a little bit too unrealistic. What do you think, Larry? Should I ask W if that's possible, or we just chill for a bit? Because I think that matchup finished decently fast, and with the round being on time,
possible.
I'm
There's a
worried we
game-
might be here for like 20 plus minutes.
Yeah, not them during the game, but between game 2 and game 3. If we can catch a game 3, that would be great, honestly.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I'm getting full confirmation, guys. RIP in the chat. Our fan favorite Ori. Our fan favorite Ori getting brought down at the hands of a Draven. 2-0 fashion as well, so no Ori in the semifinals. So that's 2 games already taken down. There's just 2 more games remaining. Kaisa and Aurelia Draven. So can the 2 Aurelia players that we've seen on stream, funny enough, one being Natural and then one being JTCG, can they go ahead and continue that great momentum? But yeah, guys, big sad in chat. I was rooting for Ori. I know you were too, Leroy.
Yeah, I mean, blue-green is my color, and it's always easier to root for a legend that is not like top meta. So yeah, I love Ari. Really cool mechanics and so on.
Honestly, she was looking so impressive. Maybe I think there was just a world where she didn't get those ideal draws, or this Draven was just running 3 falling stars, because I think a big piece of the puzzle for the path to victory for Ori was the champion in that game number 1, establishing it out so early where you just can't push in. And with the fact of not having any falling stars, I don't think this Draven had anything to deal with this Ori champion. So maybe on the other side, Draven caught wind of that, saying, you know what? I have the falling stars. Let me go ahead and mulligan for them just so I have a clean answer to this Ori nice and early. Because without that blue Ori, not that it's pretty easy to take care of the rest of the board, but it really poses a really big problem on your opponents, right? You're talking about a -3, 1 for the legend, 1 for the champion. So I can understand why he did fall 2-0, but I was hoping for a little bit more. I was super excited to try to cast that for the semifinals matchup.
Yeah, a bit sad to see Ari gone like that, but we were talking about this, I think it was off stream. For those who didn't follow, there was a tweet that was a bit funny, which I understood, by Alan ZQ. So for those who don't know, Alan ZQ is the best Ezreal in the world right now. I think we can say that.
I think so.
I think so. And he tweeted that Ari was quite a problem for him. Which is funny because the legend is I'm not gonna say garbage, but really mid-tier right now, and I'm really curious to see the list that made him struggle that much.
You know, I think I saw a little bit online. Alan plays at the same locals, or I should say the other way. I know I spoke about Magua a little bit earlier on the stream. Magua plays at the same locals as Alan, and I've been keeping up with their tweets here and there. He said he plays Alan in top cut of their locals, and he's a big proponent on pushing that Ori legend forward. And maybe it was Mogwai posing a bit of problem because he didn't beat Alan, but he took a game away from Alan, and that's a feat in itself, right? Defeating Alan, no matter in a one game or feeling, or I mean, better if you 2-0 him, of course, or 2-1 him. But I believe just simple fact that Ori got a win over the likes of the Ezreal player being piloted by Alan, that is a bit of a feels good moment for Mogwai. So maybe he's talking about Ori, or got inspired by that and kind of tinker with the Ori build of his own.
No, because I think Alan talked about Mogwai list, so it might be that. I don't know if, I don't know. Did you know if Mogwai posted the list?
No, I think he's keeping it a little bit hush-hush until Leo. So he might be bringing it over to Leo, because I know he is out in the European region. So I'm excited to see. I mean, I know the top 8 list will be published. We'll try to get them to you, whether we will post them or Games Island will post them, or honestly, we should both post them. So I will try my best to post them in the Discord as well as our Twitter. So stay tuned. I will have that Ori list as soon as we have them published from all these top 8 competitors. But guys, let's try to make a little bit predictions for the first, or for the final 2 matches remaining. Who are we rooting for? Rob is Kaisa, Natural is Aurelia. Are you leaning towards Aurelia, or have we seen too much success from Aurelia and we want to see a little bit more Kaisa today? How are you guys feeling about that matchup? I know, Leroy, you said you're leaning towards Kaisa, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think Aurelia has entered for me in the legend is too strong phase, and it's not even that hard to play. I mean, the standard Aurelia is quite straightforward. So yeah, I hate so much Defiant Dance with all my heart. And from there, I'm rooting for Kaisa.
There we go. And you know, someone made a good point in the chat saying Kaisa had all set 1 to shine. So we'll give a little bit more limelight to Aurelia. It makes total sense to me. I am team Aurelia just because that's the deck I've been playing most in Spiritforged. So I am always a fan of catching more gameplay, especially at the hands of Natural, especially at the hands of JTCG. But Jay has a decently good matchup to go against. He's Aurelia versus Draven, and sometimes Draven just draws the nuts. No matter how well you play, you can't really do too much about it. So is this Draven gonna get a bit of a high roll, or is just really high skill in itself? So, oh man, I wish I was a fly on the wall to be able to spectate out in Games Island, Germany. Show us these games. We're over here just trying to kill some time while these games finish up. But hopefully we will be getting that semifinals match for you guys rather shortly. Okay, Lyra, I know you don't like to hear this. They're saying they want to see an Aurelia mirror in the finals. All right, guys, I don't know about all that now. I don't know if I want to see a mirror match in the grand finals, but I can see one of them make it all the way.
I'm going to go with no. That's going to be my answer.
Yeah, that is a no for me, dog.
That's such a no. I don't like. I know that a lot of people like mirror matches because it's all about skill and so on. But I hate mirror matchup. It's boring to see. I'm sorry, it's boring. The interaction are meh, and I've seen enough Aurelia, guys. It's just when you watch. I don't know if you watch all the Chinese tournaments, but once you've done that, you've seen so many Aurelia, you're like, that's already enough for me. I want to see something else.
I can see that. And guys, let's go ahead. I see someone in chat saying, not saying, but typing exclamation point bracket. Let's see if this bracket updates on our end as well. I'll head over to the scene where we could go ahead and tune in on that. So yeah, just 2 matches already reported, 2 more left to go. And yep, this Rob player is our Kaisa player, Natural is the Aurelia, and then vice versa. Jay is the Aurelia, and then Typhon is the Draven player. So Bucci is Annie, and then this is Draven. So we have 100% confirmation, Annie and a Draven. We'll be moving on forward. But guys, if Bucci was our number 8 seed, Mali was number 5. Is there any chance they're playing? I don't think so. I think it's going to be whoever wins from these play either of these players.
I mean, from now on, usually, from now on, the seeding does not matter that much. Once you get into playoff, I don't know if this is counted as playoff or not.
Guys, and I'm getting word from production saying we have one result. Rob and Natural has concluded. Let us know your predictions before I spoil it. I know, Leroy, if you're in the caster chat, you know the prediction. I think
I'm not in the
someone
caster
might be a
chat.
little excited / upset. We have full confirmation. Rob taking down Aurelia in a 2-1 match. Can you believe it? I definitely can, because a lot of people consider Aurelia as a natural counter to Kaisa. You have the not so fastest for the singularity for the falling stars. You have the defies. You have so much counter play potential. How did this Kaisa do it? Now I want to see it, Leroy. Now I want to see Kaisa versus Annie or Kaisa versus Draven, because this Kaisa might be cooking and onto something in Spiritforged.
Definitely, and we've seen that happen once. I think we casted this game together. Kaisa taking down and Aurelia, or was I with Agito? I don't remember. And it was. Aurelia didn't draw particularly well, but Kaisa played also really well around all the Aurelia tools, waiting the perfect moment to like all in on the champion and one-shot it.
Yeah, we'll
so
see. I
let's see,
mean, I
let's
think he
see
just played
what
super well against Aurelia, because once you take down the queen, there's not too much you can do. Maybe getting a bit unlucky just drawing spell after spell, because I do like to say there's a bit of an Aurelia problem. Sometimes when you run so few units, those top decks can be so tough sometimes when you're just drawing spell equipment, and you have no units to go ahead and put some points on the board. And Kaisa is one of those decks that if they're built for removal with the singularities, the piercing lights, the falling stars, the bellows breath watcher combo, you're able to effectively clear all those units, and then you're left behind with just spells and equipment. You can't score with just those, so I'm willing to bet that's probably what went down. But yeah, I want to see this Kaisa player now. I definitely do.
Yeah, same. I'm really curious. I would love to see them, especially if there's another Aurelia left. If they have to repeat the matchup. That would be a cool thing to see.
That would be fun to see as well. But yeah, Shadow, Jay is the last Aurelia, the last hope for Aurelia. Can he come out ahead against Draven? I currently have word that is 1-1. Aurelia 1 game up, Draven 1 game up. It is down to the final game 3, which unfortunately I think just started. So guys, I think it might be another 20 or so minutes. I don't know if we should go on a short little intermission break. But Lyra, let me know how you're feeling. Do you want to just go ahead and try to kill some time together here, or do you want to take a little bit of a break?
No, whatever is best for you. You're the one streaming since I don't know, hours.
You know, at one point, Leroy, I just tuned that out. I don't look at the time. It hasn't been 10.5 hours / 11.5 hours since I've been awake to stream for you guys. But that's not what's on my mind. What's on my mind are these next upcoming matches. Riftbound action galore, semifinals, and jumping into the grand finals. That is what I'm thinking about. So I really do hope Jay pulls up through. You know, as much as I like to see Draven, or maybe not so much Draven, but I would love to see Aurelia in that semifinals match, either versus the Annie or the Kaisa. Because we've seen Draven already, so I would like to avoid the Aurelia Draven. I want to see how her matchup is against these other decks, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
But we could try to hang out for a little bit. Hopefully this match isn't going too long, because you know sometimes when Aurelia just opens sneaky deckhand boots, you go ahead and try to conquer one too many points. We did see some Draven v Aurelia matchups end in about 10-15 minutes, so we might not be here too much longer, as the setup for semifinals should be rather quickly. And you know, that's a good point. I wonder why we didn't see too much Azir today. I think it comes down to the pilot, because sometimes at this level it's skill versus the deck. So it's not necessarily, yes, you could play the best deck. Like a lot of people chose to play Miracle Draven today, but they didn't find too much success because it's a really tough deck to pilot. Leroy, have you dabbled a little bit with playing a bit of Miracle Draven before?
Yeah, I played a bit of Miracle Draven. It's ridiculously, all the Miracle decks are really hard to play, especially when you're offline. Some people don't realize how hard it is because they are only playing on TCGA, and once they have to get their hand on the decks and make the quick decision with Miracle decks, it gets super hard.
It does.
I played, it was actually on the Runes and Rift server. I played a game against an Ezreal, a Miracle Ezreal, and the entire best of 3 took an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh my goodness, you're playing a
And I was
grand
like-
finals match in the rank ladder.
And I was like, get me out of here. It was taking so much time to play everything. And I know the deck is hard and people are here to train, so I didn't say anything. But honestly, yeah, you're just here. You're like, I'm gonna queue up quickly before I go to bed. And an hour and 45 minutes game, it was like, oh no, please.
Yeah, I could totally understand. I don't know. I think 1 hour is where I'm capping now. I might just go ahead and give the victory to my opponent. But, you know, since we have a little time to kill Leroy, let's try and make a little predictions if you want to have some fun with the next set. What are we hoping for? Because I know, chat, if you guys don't know anything about Leroy, he is a true expert in League of Legends lore. So thinking about the jungle theme coming out from Unleashed, what are we likely to see from your opinion? Not that's been revealed, or I mean, you could touch on what has been revealed, but what are we expecting out of the Unleashed set coming shortly? Not too shortly. I believe it's May 9th coming to the US or the English regions.
We got 9 legends revealed, and 6 of them we've got their colors, right? I don't remember which one are the legends that we don't have. I don't remember exactly. I would need to see that. I don't remember what we've got so far.
Let me see. I know someone posted it in spoilers. Let me see if I can pull it up for the stream as well. Chat, let us know if you guys remember what has indeed been revealed or not. Because I know Vi's been revealed. I know Rengar's been revealed. Vex has been revealed. What other legends? Labak? Am I saying it right? I think there's a Labak legend. You know, my League of Legends lore or history isn't too...
It's funny because it's actually... the name is totally French. And people are struggling so much pronouncing it. In French, it would be Leblanc.
Leblanc?
And
okay.
Leblanc, and people are usually like Leblanc or something like that. And when you're French, it's really fun to see.
Yeah, that seems like a funny thing. And no, I believe there was a speculation that Poppy was also a legend. Because is she a jungler in League of Legends?
She's jungle, top lane, support. Poppy is really versatile. I'm trying to find the...
There, I put a list here on the stream. If you take a look at the current stream table, so I think these are the more confirmed legends. I don't know for 100% if Poppy has been confirmed, but I think it's a big, strong speculation. And we just see Master Yi's colors been revealed. He's no longer body and green.
Yeah.
He's actually yellow and green. What do you think about that going into the Leona realm?
I mean, it makes sense because Yi is a known spiritual leader in Ionia per se, so it makes sense honestly for him to be order and not body. Calm is definitely his color. Not a green Yi would be weird, but seeing him yellow is okay. You could even see him. It's funny because you could see him both body and mind. So yeah, there are a lot of possibilities. We know that Vi is red yellow, which is funny because they're taking the line of, okay, so this is Arcane Vi. She's joined the Enforcers now and so on, because if you know the more traditional League of Legends vibe, people would think probably more purple, but it totally makes sense that she's yellow if you've seen Arcane.
Yeah, to me, she kind of reminds me a little bit of Darius. I know they're probably not any bit related / associated, but she kind of just on the outside reminds me a bit of Darius. Oh, and guys, they're
Okay.
getting confirmation play by play, so we don't get to see the live action, but we'll try to keep you guys updated. Currently, Jay is 5-1 against the Draven player. Just as it stands, of course, we don't have any kind of indication, the hand size, the board states, the battlefield controls, but just simply off points, 5-1 is a tremendous lead. It's kind of hard to lose from that position. So I want to give it at least an 80 something % chance that Aurelia will be progressing forward into that game number 3, unless there's just a blow, unless there's a throw from this Aurelia player, because a 5-1 lead, it's tough to kind of let that one go. What do you think, Leroy? You think Aurelia locks this one out?
Yeah, I think so. 5-1 for Aurelia. I think she's going to lock it in.
Okay, we'll see. And it is JTCG, the better Aurelia player we've seen today. But getting back to the potential Unleashed set, what can you tell me about Diana? Because I don't remember her from TFT, unless I can't remember exactly what she looks like. Was she in TFT one of the recent sets?
Yeah, she's been in different sets. I know she had a Sentinel skin at one point, and
Okay.
she's in the set displayed right now in the Targon. Diana is a cool character made in opposition to Leona. She doesn't have the opposed colors though, but because she's mine and chaos. But I mean, any other color would have been weird. She's a mage in between bruiser and assassin, mostly toward assassin. And she's from the Lunari, so they're a tribe from Targon that split themselves from the Solari, Leona's tribe, and yeah, to praise the moon, basically.
Okay.
We know that Aphelios is from there also. Yeah.
Nice. And guys, it is confirmed about the Master Yi Legend. Let me go ahead and pull up another graphic. I'll try to find it here on the stream. Okay. Shout out to Riftbound Report. I know everyone, if you guys are into Riftbound, follow them on Twitter. One of the great resources. I don't know where the color is, but let me pull it up here. I thought this was the actual color. So we'll go copy image address, and then let me see if this pastes in. Because I think all these are legends that were actually confirmed. So actually, I thought this had the color. Wasn't there a graphic with the actual domain colors, Leroy?
Wait.
I saw the graphic because I remember thinking, I'm like, oh, Master Yi is
there was
green.
Rengar is red orange. I'm going to try to find this.
Chat, if you guys have the graphic, please try to post it in chat so I can go ahead and show you one. But I'm pretty sure, but that looks exactly how the Yi origin looks. No. Guys, I saw the actual legend card. Am I going a little bit crazy after 11 hours of
I
streaming?
saw them. Don't worry. You're not crazy.
Yeah, I think I saw it because I remember like, wait a second, they changed the color of Master Yi. I remember thinking to myself that. So these are a couple ones, and I think there was another set as well. So at least we get to see what they actually look like, but we don't get to see the colors. Who posted it? Because I thought Riftbound Report posted it, but if Riftbound Report didn't post it and I didn't post it, then who in the world posted it? I want to know.
Was it the official Riftbound?
No, I feel like it'll be too soon for official Riftbound. And Mike saying here, okay, Mike, bless us with the link. Do you have it in chat? Mike on YouTube saying he's gonna paste the link. The picture that confirmed AI based on assumptions. Oh, Sheep, you think it was actual, just speculation? It wasn't an actual release?
No. I have them. Oh, wait. I have them here. Oh, but no, that was a Riftbound Report that posted them. Wait, what?
Yeah, maybe we got your beta, Leroy. I remember specifically seeing it, the Master Yi. Maybe it was out on Reddit, maybe it was somewhere on the Facebook groups, but I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, wow, they changed the color for Riftbound or for Master Yi.
Because wait, I have some friends that reposted something. Maybe it deleted then because there was an issue, but some people reposted
I
something
think chat's
they,
saying that was a bit of fake news.
oh,
So
that
maybe it
would
was
be
chat. Maybe
why.
we all got debated. At least I got debated. So who knows the exact color combination for Master Yi? I mean, he does look a little bit yellow green if you ask me. Diana was purple blue, which kind of makes sense with the background. This looks very similar how Ezreal colors look like in his legend card. Raingor was Volibear's color, I believe. Or no. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah, yeah,
Volibear
yeah.
color. It was red,
And the thing
orange.
is, law-wise, all of these make perfect sense. So it's hard to think about them in different colors. Like Pike, I don't see anywhere that Pike isn't red purple, even if like
That's what, yeah, look
I
at
know
the
that
background. Red, purple. That's definitely the
yeah,
Draven color / the Jinx colors. But Mike's saying they
he's got
pasted the X link. Mike, where did you paste it at? Is it on Discord? And guys, we get a little a little history lesson about the word jebaited. I kind of ended up using that for, I don't even know where I heard it first, but just a little bait or a little funny way of saying baited into it. Perhaps YouTube censor links. Oh, let me go on the official. It might be censoring on my dual chat. Let me see if I can see it on the YouTube. Oh, you know, I think YouTube has some kind of moderation. Mike, would you happen to be on our Discord? You could paste it in the general chat so I could pull it up. If you're not on the Discord, we might just have to save it for another day. And guys, there's not a confirmed yellow purple, but they seem to be clashing domains out in set 4. So I could confidently
yeah,
say
set 4.
Akali most likely will be the first red and green champion. But for purple yellow, those are the Lakers / Kobe colors. I want to see a really cool legend in that. Who are we thinking
Yeah,
for that
people
color
were
combination, Leroy?
Viego would be the obvious choice. I think a lot of other people talked about Viego, and I don't see any champions that would be better at having chaos and order at the same time. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm gonna go with Viego. No hesitation, almost no hesitation.
Yeah, Viego could be awesome. And guys, I knew I saw it somewhere. Unless someone photoshopped the Riftbound Report logo on here, this is what we were talking about, Leroy. If you look here on the screen, we do get a bit of a release spoiler, if you will. It does seem, I don't think it's AI, but I do think it's fan made because of the frames. They forgot to cut the heads off, or not literally, but you know what I mean. They forgot to take out the frame from the actual units. So I think it is fan made, but it makes sense to me. And Sever is not official.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's not official, but I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And so we have also Poppy and LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc will be yellow blue. To me, it's the most obvious. If we have a LeBlanc, I would say yellow blue. And Poppy has to be body.
Okay.
So orange, and from there it could be yellow or green.
I'm excited about all these legends, if I'm being honest. I can't wait to test out the majority of these. You know, it's really a set where I'm like, man, I just want to play everything. I think Unleashed might just be that set. Perhaps I'm not leaning too keenly into Master Yi just because I wasn't the biggest fan of him, but he's cool. He's definitely a cool legend, but I didn't really get into Leona too much, so maybe that color combination, that is, of course, if the speculation proves to be right. So we'll see. LeBlanc, who is known as a manipulator, not being purple doesn't make sense. Why?
Yeah, but
she is purple, right? Purple blue.
No, that's Diana.
Oh, that's
But
Diana. True,
Le-
true, true.
LeBlanc is like, uh, but the thing is, order is for leader. That's what we've been shown with Rexai, and LeBlanc is one of the uh, three. Uh, I mean, the three aspect of Noxus. So she's the ruse. There's the might power and ruse, and so there's Darius, Swain, and LeBlanc, and so they're all the the tree thingy that leads Noxus Trifarian,
Okay.
the council.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess
So
that hasn't been 100% confirmed. I think the art has just been revealed, but a couple other art, I believe in that Baron Nashor alternate artwork, there was, what was the unit in the back line? I know Ashe was one of the units that was attacking the Baron Nashor, so I'm hoping to see Ashe. I was a big fan of her in TFT. I feel like she was always an awesome unit to go ahead and level up, but there was one I can't recall. It was a void unit.
I think we see Kha'Zix in the
Kha'Zix,
background.
that's what it was.
Also, Kha'Zix is the opposite of Rengar, so it would make sense for us to see him in this set.
And guys, we're getting final word. The last match of the quarterfinals has indeed concluded. And who would have guessed it? The final swing, Aurelia taking it down 7-2. Very commanding pressure displayed out from Aurelia. So Aurelia does move on forward into the semifinals. So let's break it down. Let's go ahead and pull up these legends and I'll get the names for you guys. So as we saw from our Annie versus Victor matchup, Annie ended up pulling out ahead and doing a bit of the underdog story, a bit of the upset, taking down the #1 seed in Victor. So Annie will be one of the people finding themselves in the semifinals. Aurelia got defeated at the hands of Kaisa, interesting enough. So Annie and Kaisa, two Fury decks locked in. And then JTCG taking down the Draven. So that's one Aurelia. And then we did get confirmation that the Draven defeated the Ori. So Draven, Kaisa, Annie, Aurelia. That is a full unique top 4. How do we feel about single legends in top 4? I don't think we could ask anything better than that.
I said it. I don't like mirrors. I'm a happy man.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. 0 mirror matches for the remaining of top 8. So I'm right there with you. I'm excited to see what these guys have. Now the question is, what's going to be the matchups, right? Are we going to have Aurelia versus Draven one more time? Is it going to be a Kaisa versus Draven? Well, you know, I'll throw it over to you guys. Out of those 4 legends, who do you want to see go head to head? Because I think we could try to influence Dubby in a way where he kind of puts those on a feature table, because it's 50-50, guys. I think we could decide which table we will get to spectate. Maybe we go for the longer one so that we don't have to wait too much. What would be the longer game?
Wait, the pairing is already done?
No, not yet. Or let's go ahead. I'll try to find the pairings here. I'll go ahead and pull it up on the stream. So let's head back to the scene and let's see when the pairings get things. And Arcano saying watch Aurelia. I mean, I'm right there with you. Oh, it's Bucci versus Mali. So I think that is the Annie versus Draven, which means Kaisa versus Aurelia. So JTCG trying to get some vengeance for Natural as his brother in Aurelia got defeated. So I think we're heading our way to Aurelia versus Kaisa. And you know, Leroy, we couldn't ask for anything better. You wanted to see Kaisa. I wanted to see Aurelia. We're both winning here.
Yeah, and we were like, how did she do it? And now let's see if Kaisa can manage to beat another Aurelia.
That's right, guys. So let's hang out for a little bit while these guys go ahead and set things up on the feature table. Once they sit down, we'll throw it over there to catch up. If you don't mind, guys, let me go ahead and start the little preparations. Actually, I probably should do the preparations on the fly, because I don't know if Aurelia is sitting on the left or I don't know if Aurelia is sitting on the right, because then I have to flip it off and do it all over again. So let me wait to find out when these players sit down. And Arcano saying, let's see if Kaisa, if they take down another... Arcano, if Kaisa takes an Aurelia down one more time, I don't think we can no longer say that Kaisa, or I should say the other way around, that Aurelia is a bad matchup for Kaisa, because I think this Kaisa could be onto something. But Jay is a heck of a player. He was honestly the favorite to take it. It was a fan favorite for a lot of players out in Germany. They're saying he has what it takes to be the champion for this event. So we'll see. He has a really tall task taking down this kind of an Aurelia player. But the players are starting to sit down. And, you know, while we go ahead and set things up, let's go ahead and join these players just to see who's going to be on the right/left of things. And it is semifinals time. And guys, I know you guys want the timer to count up. Let me see if I can set that up for you guys, because I completely forgot that I should take into account the unround times or the untimed rounds. So let's see while these guys set up if I could pull up on the stream elements thing and see if I could set the timer to go up. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I could try to finesse and see if there's a click of clicking just simply backwards or something.
And you know, one thing I'm almost sure about, no matter who wins, this game will be probably longer than the previous one.
Yeah, I think so as well. Aurelia tends to go a little bit longer. Even if with 2-0 against the Draven, it took up the full 60 minutes. So I think Kaisa versus Aurelia is going to be a heck of a matchup. Guys, I'll change the names. I'll change the battlefield shortly. Let me just make sure if I could change anything on this timer. So let me hit settings. No, I'm not seeing no option for the count upwards. Okay, I'll try to figure it out for the next stream. Show when the time completes. Guys, should I just write untime? Do you guys would you guys rather see a timer clicking or just the words untimed? What do you think, Leroy? Should I just write untimed?
Yeah, you can or just put 0, 0, 0, 0 people. Usually that's what people do.
I know it's Zakune. I wouldn't have had the timer ticking up, but I have a little widget. Make the time go up. I know, IDK. That would be the ideal situation, but I don't have control because the widget I currently have doesn't have that option. And there's no OBS widget that I could think of. So I would have to find the widget on my end, or, you know, find it online somewhere. Because I'm not seeing a count up option. Position, style, text settings.
Yeah, if you have it blank or full 0, people understand that it's on time.
Okay, I like Johnny's example, clicking kind of just the button. So let me see if I can set that up. So we'll go here, and then I'll put 1. And let's see what happens when I turn on the time. I think I put it to this 1 minute, and then it'll pop over those words. So yeah, let's see if it pops up. So Johnny, I copy paste your text, so it should be decent enough to get the point across. But let's go ahead and set things up. So Kaisa being Rob player, so let's go ahead and get Rob's name. And I think these players are I should have his record. Both went 6-1 in Swiss, so they're 7-1 currently. I'll update that on the fly as well. And you know, it is higher seed decide. So if you guys go exclamation point bracket, you can see who most likely will decide to go first. But Aurelia is a legend that if they don't decide to open Albas of Power, they might actually choose to go second. Because I think Kaisa isn't too punishing on the play. You do have those things like the Pondering Poro. You do have things like Raven Blue Students. Or even, I think those might be the only 2 costs, funny enough. So I don't think it's too punishing. You still could start that sneaky deckhand on that turn on turn 1 if you start second. So we'll see. And guys, is that okay? Does that get the point across of untime? I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's pretty clear to me at least. Yeah, usually you don't run more than 6-7 turn 1 in Kaisa.
And I know you rocks. Remember what I said? I said I'm fixing the names now. So I think you're just tuning in. So Rob versus JTCG. That is what we're going to have the pleasure of spectating here in our semifinals match. Who will be able to move on forward? Let's go ahead and find things out. These players get their preparation started. It will be a Dreaming Tree and a Void Seeker. So I could only imagine. So against the likes of Draven, they like to open Abla's of power. But against the Kaisas, it looks like Jay electing to go for this more straightforward Dreaming Tree option. Which, I mean, Dreaming Tree, you can never go too wrong. But I know Kaisa sometimes makes good use of Dreaming Tree as well. What do we think about these battlefields? Is it just pretty straightforward?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most standards for each legend. Aurelia can draw literally every turn on Dreaming Tree. Kaisa can use Void Gate perfectly. I mean, the battlefield has been literally designed for Kaisa. It just she's from the Void. Battlefield is the Void. It's damage. All of our kit is damage. So yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. It looks like really great battlefields. Now these players are getting the mulligan started. So Void Gate from Robin looks to be something messed up. I'll try to fix that on my end because it looks like the battlefield going in a bit. Let me see if I can erase that. Or it might be the name. I'll try to fix this. There we go. Raw versus JTCG. That is the semifinals matchup, and Aurelia will be on the draw, starting things off. Can they get fortunate and pick up that sneaky deckhand? But no sneaky deckhand today. Leroy goes ahead and passes things back as they're not really curving out as ideal. But as I say that, a Sentry is a Noxus hopeful is as deal as it comes for a turn and 4 energy turn play.
Yeah, really good develop for Kaisa already building him some strong board. On the other side, we will have that Stellacorn coming up on the field. This being said, Stellacorn is quite easy to deal with for the Kaisa player, and he will choose to have the Watchful Sentry on the Dreaming Tree while and is he going to go for the double conquer? I'm curious.
Yeah, thinking about the double conquer play, as I believe Kaisa just got her first point online with the Sentry. So thinking about going and puts the Sentry on the board. As you pointed out, this is an incredibly easy card to take care of for the likes of Kaisa. Piercing Light repeated onto the Sentry to try to take down. But is there one card to try to get him out of that danger zone? It will be on guard, bringing the total might up to 5. So just one more might. But is a nice little Stupefy in the hand of Kaisa to bring back the might down to 4-4, effectively killing the Stellacorn Herder.
Stupefy.
So yeah, Sentry does fall to the Piercing Light. Dreaming Tree, I believe, targeted it, so you are able to pick up the draw on top of the Death Knell trigger. Yeah. So that is a draw 2 card for the Kaisa player. So doing a lot of plays, taking advantage of your opponent's battlefield, which always feels good to do as a player, but has 2 runes available. I do see one card. I think he's thinking about just if it's worth the investment. Is Stellacorn Herder that much of a problematic card to go ahead and invest not only a repeating Piercing Light, but as well as a Smokescreen, because there's still marked damage, right? No combat has resolved, or no combat has happened.
Yeah, exactly. The damage will remain until the end of the turn. And okay. Another Piercing Light will be used to deal with the Stellacorn. That's a lot. That's huge investment, but it's a card you're really, really happy to kill. Every single unit on Aurelia's side counts the ball because they're so easy to protect. And once you start going for the kill, you need to finish it, else it's impossible to deal with them.
Yeah, excellent point you brought up. Now that there's 2 piercing lights removed from the Kaisa deck, you know, they don't really have that recurring spell capabilities like the likes of the Draven builds with those fizzes. So once those cards are in the trash, you can account that they won't no longer take into effect for the remaining of this game. So, you know, 2 of the more impactful kill spells have been removed so far from this game, so Stellarcore Herder is feeling a lot more safe going forward, but it looks like the Queen has been established on top of getting a GA online as well, so feeling comfortable about completely tapping out, which is not a situation you want to be in with Aurelia, but you do want to deny as many points as possible for this Kaisa player, as well as putting your very first point on the board. But I guess you definitely feel safe about this if you're going to go ahead and hide something like a Zhonya's or a Fight or Flight, so it is a bit of an expensive power costing turn, but after everything said and done, it seems to be worthwhile.
Yeah, and now that the Eden card is there, you cannot use like a Void Seeker to instant remove the Aurelia, because if you get if it gets it's most likely a Fight or Flight, so it won't do much. The only thing is that, yeah, your opponent only has 2 points right now, so you can kind of slow down things, build up a good rune economy, and yeah. And I'm curious, is that Itachi? And what's this card on that was under the Kaisa champion?
I'm not seeing any card. Is it just a sleeve? It looks like Fight or Flight will allow him to push back onto the base and then push him forward. So effectively a little bit of a pseudo Genki shortcutted thing. So Aurelia will be conquering up to 2 points onto that Dreaming Tree, playing out a Lonely Portal to probably round out the turn. But I'm seeing here in chat, oh, and you're saying, wait, someone in chat agreeing with you. Yes, is Itachi. He always had it. Wait, what do you mean Itachi? Oh, Itachi from Naruto. It looks to be right next to the legend. It was down below. I was looking at the main scene. But yeah, it looks like a little bit of a lucky charm for the Kaisa player. You know, a little genjutsu shenanigans to confuse your opponent. You love to see this kind of this, you know, kind of different cultures getting kind of mixed together with TCGs.
Yeah, and I was talking about Aurelia going kind of being low on point, but now she's, yeah, if she manages to get another ult, she will already be at 4 points. So you have to act quickly, and the Watcher is going to enter the battlefield and try to make sure that she starts at least wasting resources. And
and you know, this feels like an excellent play when your opponent completely tapped out. You were thinking the Watcher play was a really good play, but keep in mind there's still 3 might reduction on this Aurelia. So Aurelia down to just 2 might. You do have a bit of a saving grace with that Guardian Angel, because I think it brings it back just to 4. Or let me think about it. Watcher's just, you're at 5. Watcher brings it down to 2, plus the 2 plus you got from Ride the Wind. So it's 4 to 4 if Kaisa decides to trade in, but decides to forego it for the time being. So that's 1 for the hold, 1 for the conquer. Aurelia's already up to 5 points. An impressive display so far.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. The matchup is just so hard for Kaisa. Once Aurelia is online and she gets protection from that GA, it's ridiculously hard to remove and to do anything to deal with the champion.
Yeah, looking to be a tough puzzle for this Kaisa player to solve going forward. He was on the play. He did have the option as he was the higher seed, but Aurelia just looking to have all the tools available. That Ride the Wind is sometimes a bit of a tough card to deal with, but I don't know. I think he was just really hoping that this Watcher went through. He was just praying that he had a simple Fight or Flight to push the Watcher back perhaps, but didn't take into account the Ride the Wind scoring on your opponent's turn, because 5 points to the 3 currently for the Watcher doesn't feel all that great of a position for the Kaisa player to be in. But now there's no units contesting these battlefields.
4 points, right? She had 4 points, right? Because with the ult, there was 1-2 at the beginning, Noxus and Sentry, and then 3 Conqueror and 4
One for
from
the
old
Conqueror and one
combo.
for the Hold. You're totally right. So 4 to 5 currently. So Kaisa not too far behind. Now has a couple runes to work with. Has to be cognizant of the 3 remaining runes for Aurelia. Because I would feel like something like a Singularity wouldn't feel all that bad here. But you might be diving head first into that not so fast if JTCG has it, of course. So this is a trickier turn for Kaisa. Let's see how he decides to maneuver it this turn.
You know, maybe just a Falling Star to remove potential draw. Since the one thing Kaisa has for herself is a good card advantage. And so removing the draw from the Poro and the draw from the Stellacorn could be something. So no, as you said, the Singularity. Oh yeah, but still will go for the 2 little ones.
Yeah, doesn't want to pay any more power cost than he needs to, with that deflect being, of course, on that Aurelia. And she is a unit that can get out of the range of Singularity quite efficiently with a simple On Guard, a Discipline. So I think you're just kind of doing what you can, taking out the draw advantage card in that Stellacorn Herder. And now it doesn't seem to be in a fantastic position. But honestly, an Aurelia with the Aurelia Fairvent already online with the GA, you can't ask for too much more. It only gets a little bit better if there was a Boots of Swiftness attached to this Aurelia. If he has a Boots of Swiftness already in hand, I think he's going to be able to double conquer if he chooses to do so. But that's a Watcher in hand. We know at least there's a Smoke Screen as well in the hand of Kaisa, because we saw it in that opening hand. So that 2 runes, a bit of a telegraph sign that he has some combat trick interactions on the opponent's turn. Does Jay kind of anticipate that though?
Probably as a retreat, and he's keeping the Watcher on the battlefield to get an extra draw from the repeat through the Dreaming Tree. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, it looks like he's trying to get up to that 6 point. Just conquering one of these battlefields should be sufficient enough to try to feel in a comfortable position going forward. So going for the Void Gate, so scoring up to 6 point. Does he go ahead and try to take down this Watcher? Because all that Kaisa can do was be to score up to 6 points herself next turn. So this almost looks like a Draven coming down. The purple Draven. Draven Audacious actually does indeed get developed out on this turn. So even if your Aurelia falls, you have a little bit of a backup plan. And what I love most about these cards is they're both deflect. They're such a nuisance to take down. It honestly poses a huge problem for your opponent.
Yeah, the fact that they have deflect is what makes this deck so strong, honestly. You have to pay so much just to not even remove them, to try to make to get one Vanguard out from your opponent. You have to pay so much cost, and it's really hard to deal with these cards. You said it.
You know, funny enough, if this Aurelia player is able to hold, you are knocking on the door of a game 1 victory, because Draven, if you're at 7 points, you are able to conquer up from 7 to 8 just on your ability alone. On top of that, you did conquer both battlefields at the minimum too. You held one and conquered. So even despite Draven, it looks to be in a good position going forward. The only thing that would be a big problem is something like a risky Acathian Rain, perhaps. That is a massive blowout in your rune economy, but at this point you might not have any other outs. Sometimes you just have to risk it for the biscuit and pray that those 3 runes aren't something like a final not so fast.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Falling Star. Another Singularity would be a huge blow, because now we just saw like Aurelia's hand, and I don't think I saw any.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't think we saw any kind of counterplay. We did see a Defy, so isn't able to play, isn't able to the not so fast the Falling Star, and he decides for the Draven in the back line. Interesting, because I guess the GA isn't too good to go ahead and target, because Draven was the one unit that most likely would close out the game unless he does top deck into a Boots of Swiftness, of course, or he could have another way. He was trying to test the water, saying, do you have a not so fast? Go ahead and use it on this Falling Star. I'll try to deploy another spell to try to get rid of the Fervent, at least from this battlefield, so that you're not actually conquering up to 7, and you need to conquer both battlefields on your turn, buying me a little bit more time to go ahead and try to close things out on my end. So I don't know if they have another spell in mind, but they only have 4 energy to work with going forward on this turn. So I think Fervent might just be surviving to see another day.
Yeah. You're still in a tough position as Kaisa, because you cannot completely go for a power hold because you need to conquer next turn, and now it's the moment where you have to play around so many things as the Kaisa player, and it's really tricky. That ride the win that we saw earlier made such a huge difference, accelerating the Aurelia player so much.
Oh man, Leroy, look at that. It looks like it was a top deck Boots of Swiftness. You tend to run at least 2 to 3 cards, two or three of these cards in the deck. So you were bound to see one of these sooner or later. So Boots of Swiftness gets played out. Do you want to go ahead and attach it to try to gank on over? You want to do some math here, because what is the most amount of might reduction / damage that Kaisa can apply? Because that is a total of 9 total might you're having to take down, and that's not even considering the simple fact of any kind of mark damage apply. But you do have a Guardian Angel, so I don't think you're feeling all that bad. I think the bigger question, do you have any combat tricks, any Defiant Dances, any Disciplines or On Guard? Because out of these 3 cards, I'm just not seeing it, funny enough.
I think I saw Defy for potential smokescreen.
True.
But yeah, we are getting to the to the critical point, basically.
It looks like using the legend ability, and funny enough, they decided to use the legend ability in the base, because you could have saved yourself 1 rune, couldn't you, by just go ahead and ganking on over? I wonder why he decided to do it this way. Oh, to get the additional +1, right?
Yeah, get the +1. And there it is. GG.
GG. Yep. That is a straightforward conquer. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 total might to swing onto the Dreaming Tree. And man, no disrespect to Kaisa, but JTCG making it look rather easy. It looks like he just had all the answers, had all the units at the right time, and Kaisa not really too good despite having a double piercing light opening. I don't know, what do you think went wrong for this Kaisa player?
It's just, yeah, I think again it comes down to that ride the wind that accelerated the Aurelia so much, and so Kaisa did not have the time to build a big enough rune pool so that she could deal with the deflect.
I couldn't agree more. I think it was that simple ride the wind play when you completely tapped out, because sometimes you go ahead and deploy something like a smoke screen. Yes, you get the conqueror, but if Kaisa could go ahead and trade 1 for 1, you're taking down the Aurelia, and that was her MVP every single game. So it looks like we might have to play a little bit more patiently. I know the Watcher was necessary to try to get some point advantage back in your favor, but I don't know. I think anytime you tap out against Aurelia, you're risking something like that ride the win. And I like that we're getting a bit of a glimpse into the main board. So sides in another Fervent in this matchup, sides in a Hard Bargain, sides in a Defy. Oh, no. It looks like those went out of the main deck. So just 2 card additions for the sideboard. I think we saw the Fervent, and I think we saw a Hard Bargain in case he has to deal with the likes of a Singularity. Even an Acathian Rain could get countered out by Hard Bargain. Hard Bargain is pretty good.
Yeah, and you see, that tells a lot about the matchup, because there's only 2 cards sided for Aurelia, and I think Kaisa sided like 6 cards. What was that? Yeah, it just shows how much harder it is for Kaisa to naturally deal with this matchup. But maybe there are some really good side decks for this player that completely changes the pace of the game, and maybe we'll see why they won the last game so easily.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean, not
totally
so
right
easily.
because Natural is
Why
a
they
really
want?
good experienced
Yeah,
Aurelia player as well. Maybe off the backs of something like a Thermo Beam to get rid of the Guardian Angels, making it so much easier to deal with those fervents. Maybe even the Thermo Beam to get rid of things like the Boots of Swiftness as well, the Zhonya's Hourglass. So I think Zhonya, not Zhonya's, but I think Thermo Beam might be one of the steps going forward to try to get you into this game, or get you into this game number 2 and try to do it one more time in a game 3 situation. So we'll see. I mean, what other cards off the top of your head can you think about for Kaisa against this matchup?
I don't know if he has Pharaohs in main, but I think Pharaohs can be a really good card.
I think so, yeah.
Oh well, you talked about Thermo Beam, and we just saw one, but Pharaohs asks a lot of removal, and it's not something you can defy. It's not something you can play around as Aurelia easily. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, let's see. And an item equipment does get deployed out as early as that opening turn. The GA feeling good because now you can go ahead and play out your chosen champion on that second turn and attach it and push on forward. Just like we saw in that game number 1, you feel a little bit safe about that, especially if you could go ahead and hide a card like Fight or Flight to keep her nice and safe in the base in case you don't want to go ahead and use or waste that GA just yet. So it has 5 rooms available. Is just as straightforward as play the Aurelia Fervent. It feels a little bit better knowing there's at least a second one in the deck, because sometimes when she's your only big unit like that, you can be a little bit hesitant. So I like that you're adding another one from the sideboard, because honestly, what's a little bit crazier than just a single Aurelia Fervent? It has to be 2 of them, right? That sounds like a nightmare to deal with for Kaisa.
Yeah, because once you struggled so much to remove one, and you've done it, and you're like, okay, it's done. I'm gonna win. And then the other one pops out, and it's like, hello.
You wasted so much resources dealing with the one, and now you have to deal with another one. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play this turn. But it looks like another Guardian Angel. There could be a world, as you point out, the Thermo Beam is in hand for Kaisa. If Jay overextends ever so slightly with all these equipments on the board, it could be quite punishing, probably catching Jay completely by surprise. But I think when you have one GA already established, I don't think you're any big rush, especially against the likes of a Fury deck. I could be speaking out of hindsight, right? Hindsight 2020, I know all the information in hand, but I would like to think that you don't necessarily have to go ahead and attach a second GA. Any other matchup that doesn't have as much gear destruction maybe feels better, but against a Fury deck after sideboard, I would imagine you're thinking twice about something like a Thermo Beam.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same. I don't think you attach, and you have to play carefully, a bit more slowly, and this is why this time he didn't go for the Conquer instantly. The situation is not as good, and Aurelia is already on. Kaisa is already on 3 points right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good lead. Of course, Aurelia is going to start to move in first Conquer, but oh, not so fast. Oh, okay.
Feeling a whole lot safer after that pickup, of course, completely nullifying those singularities, the falling stars. On top of that, you have a good amount of fight or flights as well. Of course, those kill spells that we mentioned doesn't really have or aren't limited to a specific location on the board, so wouldn't really impact that unless there is some try to damage spells coming into the battlefield. As we said before, those Hex Tech raids, those Void Seekers. Funny enough, I don't think Kaisa is running too much Void Seekers. Did we see any in game 1? I can't remember.
No, not that I can think of. But we know that some Kaisa do not play them. Is it instant Thermo Beam? No, that's a Kaisa. I think you're waiting for the kill opportunity to play the Thermo Beam, right? So
yeah, I think he wants to get a little bit of a juicier Thermo Beam, but I think 2 GAs might be juicy enough if you ask me.
Yeah, no, that's juicy enough. You just want to be able to instantly kill Aurelia because your opponent is just thinking, oh, I'm safe, I'm protected by my GAs. And actually, no, you're not. I just killed both of your units and your GAs were gone, and now you're gone too. And that's a lot of investment right now coming from the Aurelia player, and we might see a huge turn from Kaisa coming up right after that, because she has a lot in base, she has a lot overall. Draven will win one combat, though.
Yeah, it looks
Gonna
to
be
be the
one more
case.
point.
I mean, there's 4 runes at the ready for Kaisa, so perhaps you can do a little bit of something. But the Draven Audacious is a bit of a power costing play, because I think it was 1 for playing out Draven, 1 to attach it, and then 1 to ready it. So that's 3 runes down to the rune deck, as it seems to be worthwhile, especially if you're able to conquer here, because Aurelia gets her second point from the hold, and now going up to 4, trying to tie things up effectively. And if you're able to hold up a couple combat spells, of course, the Defiant Dance would be ideal here, but at the minimum, you should be able to hide some cards to keep some things safe if you don't want to go ahead and waste that Guardian Angel. But as we pointed out, there is GAs on these cards, so you're not feeling all that threatened out. But is it time, Leroy? Is it time for a Thermo Beam to get played and try to take down both of these Guardian Angels, making them a whole lot more manageable to deal with?
Yeah, I think you're playing Thermo Beam any day and applying at least some pressure to these cards, trying to show them who's the boss here.
Right, let's see if Kaisa can get things done. It is 4-4, so effectively right in the smack middle of things, entering that mid to late game. Kaisa or Aurelia does decide to hide one of the cards, so that is a 4 energy turn for the Aurelia player. But I think that's just what Aurelia players or high-level Aurelia players tend to do. They try to decide one turn to not go necessarily all in, but it's a turn to kind of to play out your hand, establish some good control. And I think this is where she's definitely turning the corner, as she does indeed tie things up, as we pointed out. Now it's up to Kaisa to try to solve things from here. So sending in the Survivor, sending in the Paladin Poro. So 6-5 as it currently stands.
Yeah, and you want first for you want first to use your resources from your opponent. Thermo Beam is action speed, right? So you don't mind your opponent playing all these, and now you can safely play that smoke screen, going to counter the discipline, and I think you will be able to go for the kill on Aurelia right now.
Yeah, keep in mind we still have that hidden card, of course, so -4 from the smoke screen, +3 from the discipline. So you basically just have +1 and trying to decide who is the target for this fight or flight, because you can push back the Kaisa. You go ahead and hold tight, hold the battlefield, but I'm a bit worried if there's something like a follow-up Darius Executioner decides to push in the Kaisa. But now at least you do have something like a Guardian Angel to save the day from this Darius, because a lot of Kaisa players do tend to run Executioner.
Thermo Beam into whatever, and the Aurelia is dead, right? Because Thermo Beam is action speed.
Yeah, Thermo Beam is action speed before the cleanup. So Thermo Beam coming down, and that's -4. So GA gets cleaned up, and there's no mark damage, right? I don't know, the mark damage from the Paladin Poro, the Hex Tech ready to add a little bit more salt on the wounds. So I think there's a world where Aurelia finally, for the first time in this entire tournament, it feels like, has been effectively dealt with. And to make it even worse for the Aurelia player, combat trigger spell after spell to remove every single unit, just like Aurelia did this previous turn, expending a whole lot of power to get things done. Look at the power cost it took Kaisa to take down both of these deflect units.
But as we said, now you went for the kill and everything is dead, and it's harder for Aurelia, I think, to rebuild the board and for you.
Yeah, I mean, I swear. I mean, let's try to count how many runes they went ahead and recycled. That's 2 for the Falling Stars. Kaisa was tapped out, so that's actually 4 for the Falling Stars, 1 for the Smokescreen on Deflect. So 5 runes back to the bottom of the rune deck to get recycled out. Let's see though, because if Aurelia has no more units to get things done, I think this is gonna be a super straightforward. You have the Survivor. You're going up to 6 hold, Conquer to 7. One of these units might just be surviving. Luckily for JTCG, he does have a unit, Stellarcorn Herder.
Oh. And they're
Oh, he's
talking
at
about,
6 right
oh,
now
the
because
Poro-
Poro survives.
Yeah, the Poro should have survived, and he traded because he was on autopilot, I think. But yeah, I was wondering the same honestly when that happened. I was like, oh, I thought the Poro survived because of the X-Tech Ray, but yeah.
Does
Now
make
let's
sense, right? Smokescreen brings it down into the range of Hextech Ray killing, of course. So, oh, look at these desperate type plays, just playing out a sneaky deckhand into the base, trying to go ahead and discipline slash just one kind of might increase. So it's going to be a little bit inefficient, but sometimes in these kind of desperate situations, you have to do any bit you can. But think about what he's doing, because if we try to extrapolate a couple turns ahead, yes, you get the Conquer, but Kaisa will be able to hold to 7, a Survivor in the back line. This is tricky. Unless there's a Defiant Dance currently in hand for Jay, this might just still be a GG for the Kaisa.
There is, we saw one. But yeah, by playing this first.
And I love how he just threw it down. He's saying, do you have a play to counter this? So targeting the sneaky deckhand, countering the Kaisa. If there is another spell for this Kaisa player, that will be all she wrote. Survival would cleanly conquer up to her 8th point and bring us into that decisive game number 3. At the minimum, you should be able to trade here. Actually, no, yeah, you should be able to trade. But who needs to trade when you could go ahead and hold from 7 from this position? Aurelia is just simply at 5 points as it currently stands.
Yeah, this being said, it's not, you don't have that much might, and it's not that hard for Aurelia to conquer again. So
Oh,
it's
what a
not over.
fantastic top deck from this turn. The Boots of Swiftness for the sneaky deckhand. You know, Leroy, Boots of Swiftness, that's 4. A Discipline, that's 6. There's 5 total might. If the hand is dead for Kaisa, there is a world where sneaky deckhand off the back of a Boots might just be able to get the thing done. Let's take a look. So Boots of Swiftness most likely will get developed out. Attach it to sneaky deckhand, and I do see that Discipline all the way at the final end of the hand. That's 6 total might. But of course, this is Kaisa we're talking about. Something like a Smokescreen can completely nullify that game plan. Something like another Hextech Ray, a Stupefy even does the job as well.
Yeah, and
oh, Reaver's Road target, so sends the Sentry back, making it just that much easier to deal with. So 4 to 4 does have no other choice but to point out that Discipline. The retreat isn't met by something like a Defy, but wait, a retreat gets you up to 5 or gets you up to 6. So I love this play. I love this play. So I think, and what was I saying, GG? For some reason, I thought Aurelia was a bit higher on the points department.
okay, this charm is huge. Charm is huge, but you're tapped out now. So if there is only like a Stupefy or something, this being said, I'm not sure that we saw even one Stupefy being played. Okay, that's dead. That's for sure. As a certain French guy said it once.
What did he say?
The French president said for sure. You didn't see that one?
I don't think I caught it, but that is funny. But the Falling Star taking out the sneaky deckhand, leaving Jay with no other option but playing out the Stellarcorn Herder. So you are able to get up to 7 points for Aurelia, but we do know there's a Kaisa survivor. Thanks for the retreat, bringing it back in hand. One conquer from the hopeful, one conquer from the survivor. But wait a minute, Leroy. The ride the wind, going on to the sunken temple, conquering up to 7 points. And now, oh, wait a second, the boots of swiftness readying, and out of nowhere, Aurelia sneaking it out, getting up to 8 total points. Unbelievable. The ride the wind, clutching it out as it tends to always do. What a great card. Maybe some people will say a broken card, but either or, that is Aurelia holding in, never giving up, keeping her composure, and that is a grand final seat for JTCG. Extremely well played. A lot of people maybe would have given up from that position.
Yeah, but you know, I was like, it's not over, and the boots did so much work there. The charm also, securing the kill on the sentry. There were a lot of interaction that made it possible for the Aurelia player to come back. It was really well played. Honestly, it was such a great game, showing both the rigor level from the players and like what this matchup is about. Honestly, really good game. GG
Extremely good game. I love how Jay didn't give up, because, you know, trying to do what we thought was a bit of a desperate play, which ended up being pretty much the only correct line of play. The sneaky deckhand into the base, attach onto the boots, push it on forward to try to deny the points from Kaisa. We're seeing in chat, they thought Kaisa threw with not playing a falling star instead of the Ray. He did have an extra Fury rune, or funny enough, I think he just had one Fury rune, so I don't even know if he could have falling starred in that predicament.
I can't recall exactly.
Yeah, we might have to rewatch it again. You know, this is a matchup I wouldn't mind too much rewatching it one more time. But yeah, Gunsy, I don't see how Falling Star would have changed it, because you still kill the sneaky deckhand with the Hextech Ray regardless. Stellar Corn Herder. So yeah, I don't see how the Falling Star would have changed anything. Use the legend ability to do wake up. Sign true, just like he did for the Hextech Ray. Yeah, exactly right, guys. And to be fair, I've been online for you guys for 11.5 hours now, but I am beyond excited. One more round to go. Grand Finals time. We have a guaranteed Aurelia in the Grand Finals. JTCG has been piloting this deck to a lot of success recently, and he strongly believes Aurelia is the best deck currently in the Spiritforged meta, and he is here to prove a point. I did see a question saying, what is on the other side of the semifinals? It is a Draven versus a Annie. So far, I'm getting full confirmation that Draven is one game up against a Annie, but I think that is the only thing that I hear from. So I think Draven is currently up a single game, but we might have to hang out here for a little bit while we get that final second feature match underway. Or not feature match, but while we get the secondary match finished up.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I think Draven is favored because it's Draven. But the final should be interesting, depending on the archetypes, depending on a lot of things. Aurelia versus Draven can be either 50-50. I think either like Draven favored.
Yeah, it does come down to skill. It does come down to the player playing these decks, of course. So it's gonna be a great matchup. I'm willing to bet, though, Draven might be the most matchup that this Aurelia player has played all tournament long. So if there's one matchup he probably wants to go ahead and play against, it just might be a Draven, whether it's a Miracle Draven, whether it's a mid-range Draven. I feel like JTCG has the lines, has the tools, and is ready to show people that Aurelia can win a major. Not just a top 8, not just a top 4, but the champion crown. Can they win the entire Origins cage or Spiritforged cage if he decides to do so? Or will it be a Draven or an Annie? Because both a Draven and an Annie have, of course, solidified first place in previous majors before. So it'll be cool. It'll be cool to see Aurelia, but I just want to see a great matchup. I think Aurelia, or maybe Annie, gives Aurelia a bit more of a problem because, as we said before, reading 2 runes every time to try to deal with a rebuke, that's not what you want to face against as an Aurelia player, because you always have to think about that on the back of your mind. So I almost want to say Annie poses a bit more of a problem, but Draven is Draven, right? So who am I kidding? I think Draven might just be a big problem as well. So we'll see. I'm excited for this grand final nonetheless. But let's see.
I think Draven would be more of a problem than Annie for Aurelia.
Okay, and chat, thanks for the clarification. So I think the play we're missing there, Leroy, instead of the Hex Tech Ray, I think he saved the sneaky deckhand with a Defiant Dance. Now I'm recalling it, guys. We've seen so much Riftbound this entire day. These plays are just all meshing together, but I remember as clear as day now, sneaky deckhand with the boost of swiftness on the battlefield, or I don't even think it was with the boost of swiftness just yet. It was a sneaky deckhand, got Defiant Dance, targeted the Kaisa in the back line. He doesn't decide to trade. Yeah. Wasn't that the play?
Yeah. But did he have enough? I don't know. Did he already have the falling star at this point? Because he already used one on the Draven. Did he have the other already in hand?
Chat's saying it was in his hand, and we know chat is always right. So we'll see, guys. I'll run it back. I'll look through to see if there's any kind of misplay, but I don't doubt it. Those small little mistakes, just one mistake at this highest level is all it takes to kind of give that little bit of breathing room for your opponent.
So easy to make mistakes. Like we saw the Poro dying at first, and then he was like, oh no, it doesn't die. And it's hard to realize how tough it is to be in this situation if you're not there.
And guys, we do have full confirmation. The other side of the bracket has completely finished, and it looks to be in a 2-0 fashion. Draven will be moving on forward. We don't know for certain, though, if it is a miracle version or a mid-range version. We do know Jay has at least defeated the miracle version, and it wasn't just any miracle. It was piloted by PewQ. Leroy, do you remember PewQ from some of our events, or maybe some online events in general?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, PewQ was in this tournament today. It was awesome to see him. He was playing a Miracle Draven, and they had probably what I want to call the best matchup of the tournament. You guys definitely have to watch it. I think it was round 6 if you guys want to rewind the VOD. Round 6, PewQ versus JTCG. I don't think it gets any better than that. However, we are heading ourselves into a bit of a repeat moment with Aurelia and Draven to close out today's awesome event. Shout out to Games Island hosting and organizing this event. We're over here just broadcasting it for you guys live. So it's a little bit of a partnership, but they're the true ones posting and putting on the event. We're just trying to bring it to your guys' attention all over the world, because I know people are tuning in from a little bit of everywhere. You know, the event's happening in Germany. But, you know, I think a lot of people are tuning in. But with that said, Leroy, I know we committed for the semifinals round. So let's go ahead and do any little bit of shout out / closing remarks before these grand finals get started.
Yeah, guys. At 10th of April, we got a show match against Italy. We've only set 3 legends. So if you guys want to see some good cookings, watch some top decks, because there would be only great players. So what some top decks could look like, go ahead upon and come watch with us.
And no Leroy, problem. Where would what date did you say that event's gonna happen?
It's right after the release, so it's the 11th, 12th. We don't know exactly, the weekend of the 11th.
So the weekend of the 11th, which is May 11th, May 12th. So guys, tune in on Leroy's April, right. April.
Yeah.
The release, the Chinese release then.
Yeah, it's the Chinese release. Yeah, awesome. It's right at the beginning. So if you guys have no idea how to build a legend and you want to see good decks, come on and watch.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So, guys, tune in on to Leroy's stream. I put them leaks in the chat. If you want to keep up with the potential, or not even potential, but it is going down, the France team taking down or trying to take down Team Italy. That is something to be excited for. Even more importantly, it's under set 3 rules. So, I'll definitely be tuning in, Leroy, for sure. But for now, I'll go ahead and let you go, as it looks like WCast wants to go ahead and join us for this final match today.
Perfect. Have a good final chat. See you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Leroy. We'll be in touch as always.
Bye.
See ya. All right, I'll go ahead and give the clear for Dubby Cast to join us. Dubby, let us know when you're in here. I'll go ahead and start setting things up as these players go ahead and set things up. Mic check. Dubby, can you hear me, sir?
Hear you. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you loud and clear. I think it is a little bit of a different mic than we had before because you're live at Games Island right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I have found myself a cozy little hallway to sit in and trying to make the most out of the setup here. Definitely on the
Let me
go.
go ahead
But
and
yeah,
adjust a little bit on the fly because I had you set up for the at-home setup, but it should be good. I mean, these players haven't really started, but man, it's closing in on 12 hours of this event. How are you holding up out there in Germany?
oh, no, I'm doing good. It's been a really fun day, very long day, like you said. But just getting to watch all these players play and just develop as the day's been developing and such has been so much fun. And I was just very happy to just be able to feature a lot of unique matchups and not get too many of the repeats. Like, sure, yes, now that we're in top 8, it's a bit more of the expected meta, and we're seeing the same people again. But it was nice to get some good variety on stream.
Yeah, I think you guys did an awesome job showing us a variety of decks today, but it looks like one of these predictions, one of them being your prediction, right? I believe at the very beginning of the tournament, you said you are picking Aurelia to take it all the way. Are you still holding with that prediction?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just from watching Jay play so far and speaking with him, this player, he definitely has the experience and he knows the matchup quite well. So this right now is going to be the true test. I think he's played against multiple Dravens today. I do think he lost one game earlier on Swiss against Draven, but that was supposedly due to what they claim to have bad card draw. So we'll have to really see what happens now and if that was just the one fluke and they can pull through.
Yeah, that does happen. I mean, Draven just tends to have some crazy draws sometimes, but it will be exactly as we saw before. Abba's of Power being open out of the get-go, but unfortunately for the Aurelia player, not having that sneaky deckhand in hand, of course. But, you know, to your point of Aurelia being such a great meta pick for right now, were you familiar with JTCG before this event? Does he live out in Germany or did he travel a little bit?
Yeah, so Jay he's a German local, and I've been following him through his Twitter for a while now, and heard he was going to this event, and he's been constantly posting about his Aurelia. So he's very, very fond of this legend. He's played it a lot. He played it in Leona and came today wanting to play it too. So knowing that they were at this event was part of the reason why I tipped towards the Aurelia, because I think, you know, they I don't believe they got I don't remember how far they got in Bologna with it, but they've had a lot of practice since, and just because of that, I was kind of expecting it to go well, and clearly I guessed correctly because here they are in the final.
Yeah, exactly. I've been keeping up a little bit online as well with him because I think he was a regional champion. One of the previous TCGs I actually got into recently, which was that Dragon Ball Super Fusion World. I played the original game, but pretty similar nonetheless. So I'm a fan of Jay. So I'm a fan of Aurelia. I'm a fan of Jay. So let's see if he has what it takes to close things out. But I think this Draven is on a roll. It looks to be a falling star to try to take down the Stellarcorn Herder, as there's no longer 2 energy for that not so fast. So trying to deny any kind of card advantage going forward, which is pretty advantageous for Draven to do so. So this is a good start so far for Draven, to say the least.
Yeah, this Draven here, he's been undefeated so far. I think he went 5-0-2 in the Swiss, and in the they just defeated an Annie 2-0, and I believe in the round before that they also went 2-0 as well. So they've had a very successful run so far, and are definitely here to bring it all. I mean, I spoke with Jay briefly in between rounds, and he also said that he came here with the plan to go first place. So both these players are really riding in high in the competition, and it's going to almost come down to situation of mental stamina here to see how smooth they can play out their decks. And just been a long day for us, but I think it's been an even longer day for these players because playing 10 games, 10 best of 3s, that takes a big toll.
Yeah, especially at the highest level, you have to think about so many points in through, so many decision points in these matchups. So we're just here witnessing great matches being played, but it is a little bit different when you're standing at that feature match table slash any of these tables to try to go ahead and compete at your very best, not trying to miss any triggers, remembering every kind of battlefield interaction. So I don't envy these players, but I know they for sure, when everything's said and done, you could definitely tell these players had a blast in today's event. So it's awesome job you guys put together this event, and I've been having a great time over here on my side, bringing it to everyone at home for you guys.
Nah, yeah, it's been awesome following along on the stream and being able to get this like collaboration between you guys and you guys and Games Island was just such a great feature. And yeah, I think all the players here, knowing that they had the potential to be on stream, just kind of brought some more atmosphere and more intention. And especially now, like getting to this point, these players almost have a reward in itself to be able to play this final on the feature table, because they just can get that kind of VOD, and it'll just, if whoever takes the win here will kind of have that currently marked on this video. So they'll always be able to refer back to it and look back to this moment. So just for the players as well to kind of have this to kind of always remember by will be awesome.
Right, despite just having the simple full sealed case on the line for both of these players, you do have a little bit more of a namesake, kind of get your name out there. I know JTCG rather popular, and remind me, the Draven player, what's his name there? Is the Maletician?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, awesome, because chat was confusing me for a little bit, saying Ange. Is Ange maybe his real name?
Could definitely be. I haven't had a chance to check that yet, so it could possibly be. But I didn't get a chance to speak to them that much. But I mean, if chat's saying that, they could definitely be right there.
Yeah, they're probably out there in the local shop as well, because I figured some of these guys are tuning in out there from the actual Games Island location. But Reaver's Row does go ahead and trigger, keeping that Draven nice and safe. Let's see what they decide to round out this turn. It looks like a sneaky deckhand, funny enough, in the base, just to kind of develop out a couple more units going forward. And it looks like he might not have too much to do, so it might just be a go ahead and pass back over to Draven. But Draven slowly but surely inching his way towards that 8th victory point, because I think this might be his 4th hold, or his 4th point with that hold with the Noxus Hopeful. And Aurelia is the type of deck that likes to play from ahead. When you're behind, you're desperately digging for something like a Draven Audacious to try to equalize the point margin. But playing from behind, especially against the likes of Draven, that is a really tricky task to do.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Jay decides to do here. They do have the Charm in the hand, which will just come in very great to just kind of remove some units from this Draven if they need to. It's just a matter of how many, especially runes they want to sacrifice here, but also buffs as well to kind of keep this Aurelia above threshold, currently at 5. And if they Charm in that Draven, he can go up to 6 himself. So they're going to need to do something there, as the Charm is played, and the target looks like it's going to be the Kaisa. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, prioritizing the more valuable card. I mean, Draven is a great card as well, but the one card that will be recurring those cards, I mean, is Draven, so he's going to have cards regardless, but that is a potential draw 2 card from the Survivor. And here we go, W. That could be something like a Rebuke coming down, but instead it's going to be a flash on both of your units, interesting enough, but it will be met by that Defy. So Kaisa Survivor will go ahead and hit that trash, and feeling a little bit more comfortable about this board state going forward. So far, well played for both of these players, but Jay trying to climb back into this game. I don't think we're seeing another Charm, so he might go ahead and pass this time around.
Yeah, and also just knowing that flash isn't in the hand anymore, it just gives Jay here a bit of just kind of advantage in the sense that he knows he can maybe play a bit more aggressive. I believe I see a Rebuke in their own hand, so they don't have to worry about that being flashed away if they ever want to play it a bit aggressively. But like you said, Draven known for getting a lot of draws themselves, so they do have the opportunity to play even more aggressively here. Yeah.
Wow, that is a play I was not expecting, right? A bit of an aggressive push, because it is a bit of an investment, right? Defiant Dance, that's 1 rune recycled. The Legend ability, that's a secondary rune recycled, just to conquer up to 3 points, or is it 2? They got 1 for Aurelia. No, that was 2 because they just conquered this turn.
Yeah, I'll give them an extra point, but I think it's just a great opportunity, right? They see that the Draven's completely tapped out, and yes, it's aggressive, but in doing so, you've taken out 2 of Draven's units here, and this does seem to be a mid-range Draven, so they will potentially have something accelerated with the Darius and such, but just being able to get rid of those extra cards and leaving 3 runes open for whatever you might want to, well, maybe not able to play anymore now because of the Bryn here. But that definitely spices things up.
Yeah, I mean, Bring Your Thunder Song tends to be a bit of a nemesis to the Aurelia decks, but I think in this position, it works so much better as a potential closer. But I don't think in this position, you're not feeling all that bad about seeing the Thunder Song, because a Thunder Song seeing now, very unlikely to see a Thunder Song down the road, unless he indeed does have 2, of course. But you don't get to play anything, or you could have, but it looks like he doesn't decide to play anything at reaction speed because of Reaver's Row. And have you seen that interaction